Chapter 321 Celebration Banquet cheers when the others saw Zhang Lan raising her glass. They also raised their glasses. The two new songs released by the music studio were very popular. For a studio like theirs that had just started, it was a very good start. When the few people were halfway through their meal, there was a knock on the door of the basement. I'll go open the door. Zhang Lan heard the knock and ran to the door quickly. Xiaoro, why are you here just now? Looking at Shinrao standing at the door, Zhang Lan instantly took her arm. Sorry, I was busy with work today, so I'm late. Shinrao lifted the hair beside her ear and said apologetically. Just this morning, Zhang Lan invited her to come over to celebrate after get off work in the evening. However, in the afternoon, President Chen assigned her the task of collecting information about club members in order to complete it as soon as possible. She worked overtime for a while. Of course, this overtime was not added in the company, because President Chen had clearly stipulated that except for some jobs that must be on duty at night, other employees were not allowed to work. Bertum. After get off work, she had to find a non-hit coffee shop and finish her work in a coffee shop before rushing over. Coming quickly. After hearing Shinrao's explanation, Zhang Lan didn't say anything and pulled Shinrao in, saying with a happy face, Xiaoro, the two songs we uploaded to the music platform are very popular now. One of them is entered the top 100 of the new song rankings. It is currently ranked 96th, and the popularity is still increasing. The ranking is likely to rise. How about it? As a shareholder of our music room, you can make money lying down in the future. Shinrao looked at Zhang Lan's excited expression, and her heart also became happy. She was not happy because she could make money lying down. She was more happy because her good friend was finally going to realize her music dream. When she was in school, she knew Jean Lan's persistence in music. Now she has finally embarked on the road of music, and it is very smooth. How can she not be happy? When they came to the dining table in the middle of the basement, the other people in the music studio also greeted them. They should also respect Jean Lan's friends, who are also investors in the music studio. Come on, let's toast to our investors. Jean Lan raised her glass and shouted happily. Other people in the studio also raised their glasses. Jean Lan smiled and drank a glass, but because she had an online class to take later in the evening, she just replaced the wine with a drink that Jean Lan did not persuade her to drink. She knew Jean Lan's personality and knew that Jean Lan would take online classes in the evening. Jean Lan. In addition to the two songs that are popular on the shelves, we have also had ideas for new songs, and I believe they will be created soon. Congratulations. This is a good thing. Shinrao congratulated a hot pot meal and a celebration meal. Soon it came to an end. Seeing that the time was almost up, Shinrao left the basement directly, returned to the school dormitory, took a shower, and began to prepare for today's online class. Because Jean Lan is no longer living in the school dormitory because of the music studio, she is the only one left in the dormitory at this time. But when the internship ends in July, she will have to move out of the dormitory. After all, the school's dormitories will not be provided to them permanently, and it's time for me to find a place to live. Shinrao thought secretly in her heart that if she waited until she moved out of the dormitory to find one time, would be a bit tight. She looked at her mobile phone and saw that it was almost time for the online class. So she sat in front of the computer, turned on the computer, and started waiting. She is now learning German. She doesn't know if she will use it in the future, but it's always right to learn one more language. The next day, MNG Game Club. Yao Bagua sat in the reception room with a nervous look that he came here to apply for the position of supervisor. But he has been waiting here for more than half an hour, and there has been no news that he has not recovered for so long, and he has no hope in his heart. Alas, Yao Bagua sighed helplessly. This is the 6th game club he has come to. The previous 5 clubs all rejected him. The reason for the rejection was that his business ability was too poor. As for why he is said to have poor business ability, it is entirely because he joined 4 game clubs, and then all 4 game clubs closed down or transferred because of poor performance. But does the poor performance of the clubs really have anything to do with him? When he went to those clubs, the performance was not good that he thought that he could turn the tide and bring the club back to life. But the owner of the club, seeing that the game club was not profitable, was ready to withdraw his investment. Without the support of funds, the strength of the club members was low, and there was no way to use the funds to recruit more powerful professional players. Over time, the strength of the club would only get worse and worse. The four clubs basically went bankrupt or transferred because of this reason that he wanted to turn the tide for times, but all ended in failure. But are these all his reasons? As the manager of the club, he does need to take some responsibility. But it is definitely not all. When summarizing the reasons that the boss has the greatest power, no one will place the blame on him. The professional players and coaches below were all silent and transparent that in the end, all the reasons for the failure were attributed to his manager. That it is for this reason that all 5 clubs he interviewed rejected him. That it was said that he was not qualified in terms of business ability, but in the final analysis, it was because he sent away 4 gaming clubs one after another, which was unlucky. Why? But this time, he looked at the closed door of the reception room. Yao Bagua already knew the result. But what he didn't understand was that if you wanted to refuse, you could just refuse. Why bother? Leaving him here for more than an hour, he had the intention to leave. But there are still some expectations hidden in my heart. Time passes little by little. Just when Yao Bagua couldn't sit still, the door of the reception room was opened directly that a middle-aged man in a suit walked in with an apologetic look. That I'm sorry. I just had an emergency meeting and I forgot about you. That it doesn't matter. Work is important. Yao Bagua smiled reluctantly, stood up and looked at the middle-aged man who came in. Then, what's the result of my interview? I was about to say this. After discussions with several of our managers, I am very sorry. You do not meet the requirements of our club. The middle-aged man said apologetically, but there was no apology on his smiling face. Chapter 322 Unlucky I see. Seeing the other party's attitude, Yao Bagua didn't want to continue to maintain his only smile, so he turned around and left, leaving NG Game Club. Yao Bagua felt the dazzling sunshine and the cars coming and going on the street, and couldn't help but feel a little confused that he didn't know where to go. This is already the 6th gaming club, and they all rejected him without exception. That if he continues to look for other clubs, there probably won't be any surprises and they will probably reject him. Just these 3 words, unlucky /. It's lethal enough that if he were the owner of a club and met an interviewer who owned for gaming clubs, he would probably refuse without hesitation. And no matter how capable he was, he probably wouldn't agree. That he shook his head helplessly, then sighed again. That it seems that I can only find other ways out. The game club has no chance at all. And one of the issues he is most worried about now is that his experience in the game club will affect his interviews for other jobs. That we can only take one step at a time. Pet Park. Hang Tao and Su Jingming looked at the cat castle that had been put into construction with looks of anticipation on their faces. After several negotiations with the designer, the final design drawing of the cat castle has been finalized, and construction has begun for several days. Once the cat castle is completely built, the pet park will almost be ready for business. Our Chun. We have invested an additional 5 million yuan in project funds. What should we do with the 5 million yuan? Do we need to make some renovations and plans for the pet park? Hang Tao looked at the cat castle being built in front of him and said slowly, just this morning, I received news from the financial department of Tomorrow Group that Mr. Chun has invested an additional 5 million in the pet park project. But now the construction of pet parks has been finalized, and some places with good buildings have begun to be green. If some changes are made to the pet park because of the additional investment of 5 million, I am afraid that the actual opening of the pet park will be delayed indefinitely. Otherwise, according to the current progress, the pet park will be officially opened in another 3 months, almost August. Renovation will greatly affect the progress of the opening of the pet park. Since the pet park was established, it has been built for a long time, and the opening time cannot be delayed too much. Su Jingming slowly shook his head. The pet park cannot be built forever. Otherwise, if the pet park remains closed, there will be no way to make a profit. Without making a profit, the pet park has been in a state of expenditure. Now that the construction of the pet park is almost complete, some stray cats and dogs have been put into the pet park for breeding. There are also cat and dog rescue stations in other places, which also transport some stray cats and dogs that cannot afford them. The wages of the staff who take care of these stray cats and dogs, the care of these stray cats and dogs, cat and dog food, and medical expenses. All of this adds up to a considerable amount of support every month. So, the opening time of the pet park cannot be delayed any longer. Then what should I do? The additional 5 million invested by Mr. Chun cannot be placed in the account. Hang Tao said with some embarrassment. Su Jingming shook his head in disapproval. Archin did not say that the additional investment of 5 million must be invested in the construction of the pet park. Nowadays, the number of stray cats and dogs in pet parks continues to increase, and the daily expenditure is a large amount. Some time ago, we reported this matter, and Mr. Chin quickly invested an additional 5 million dirham. Archin is probably worried that our current daily maintenance funds are not enough. So how did the 5 million? Hang Tao listened to Su Jingming's conjecture, nodded in agreement. But soon he had doubts again. It is true that the number of stray cats and dogs in pet parks has increased a lot, but the expenditure of 5 million to maintain these stray cats and dogs is a bit too much. There is simply no need to use so much. Of course we won't need so much. This is Mr. Chin's other intention. The extra funds will definitely be invested in the construction of the pet park. Su Jingming looked around the pet park and then said slowly, of course. This construction will not affect the current pet park, we can completely build a new pet park outside this pet park. And then wait for the other pet park to be built before connecting the two pet parks in this way. It will not affect the opening time of the pet park, nor will it affect the construction of the pet park. It kills two birds with one stone. Hang Tao listened to Su Jingming's story with a look of surprise on his face. This method is absolutely feasible. Why didn't he think of it before? Isn't this similar to building a building? After building the first phase, build the second phase. The last two phases of the project have all been completed. The two phases of real estate were launched immediately. Then let's do it. Of course, I'm really looking forward to when the pet park opens. Tomorrow, grouped up president's office. Shinro compiled the information she worked overtime yesterday, then simply typed it, and finally printed out all the information and put it in a folder. He stood up and pushed open the side door and entered Mr. Chin's office. Mr. Chin, the information you want has been sorted out and is here. Shinro handed the prepared folder to Mr. Chin. Is it all complete? Shinmo looked at the folder handed over by Shinro in surprise that he gave the task to Shinro afternoon yesterday. Now it was just after 10 o'clock. Has the information been completed so quickly? It surprised him a little that it's all complete, including the management of each game club, and Shinro smiled and nodded. The personnel information of these game clubs is still easy to check through some software and then contact people in the game club circle to inquire and supplement. These information can be completed soon. Yeah. Being Shinro nod, Shinmo didn't ask any more questions. What he cared about was not whether the information was complete, but whether there was any talenti needed in the information. Go and get busy first, and I need to look at this information for a while. If there is any result, I will greet you. Okay, Mr. Chin. Shinro nodded, and then quickly returned to her office, watching Shinro leave. Shinmo slowly opened the folder and read it carefully. It should be said that the information organized by Shinro looks very comfortable. It is well organized, with the name of the club, who is the management, how many years they have served, and what their achievements are. It is written very clearly. Then there are the professional players of each game in each club. He remembered it very comprehensively, including some water dispenser players. Isn't this what he wanted? Shinmo nodded with satisfaction and then flipped through it. Every time he met a talent, he would record it and mark it. Chapter 323 Yao Bagua and hashtag 039 S ability. Flipping through the pages soon, a lot of talent information was recorded in a notebook. But the only thing that surprised Shinmo was that the talents currently recorded were all professional players guarding the water dispenser, but he didn't find a suitable one among the management. The management of these clubs all had their own glorious deeds. Even if the current performance of managing the club is not very good, there is no big mistake or a decision that is detrimental to the interests of the club. This is not easy to deal with. Shinmo frowned slightly, but continued to flip through. After a while, just when Shinmo had given up on the selection of the club management, the latest page of information did show club management who has not yet taken office and former professional players. Looking at the title of the latest page of information, Shinmo was stunned for a moment, then turned to the second page and read a few pages that he couldn't help showing a happy expression on his face. The last few pages record the management that is left, but no one wants them, as well as the retired players who are too old or have made some mistakes in the game, and of course some professional play. Heirs who are not accepted by the club. This is not the club management that has not yet taken office and the former professional players. This is clearly his talent chapter. What reason can there be for the management that no one wants to leave? It's Not that the business ability is too poor and no club is willing to take it in. And he also found a top talent among them. There is actually a person who works in 4 clubs, and then 2 of the 4 clubs are disbanded and 2 are transferred. This is a killer that if he is recruited to become the management of his club, it is simply perfect. He will definitely get this talent. Then there are those retired and older players. These people are much more reliable than those water dispenser players. Water dispenser players mean that there is still a chance to enter the arena. Even if the strength is poor, it is estimated that it will not be much worse. But these older players are different from those who have announced their retirement. What are these people? They're the players who have been eliminated after the precipitation of time and the great waves. The players who have been eliminated have already proved that their strength can no longer keep up, that if they are persuaded to come back and become professional players of their club, it is undoubtedly very reliable. Looking at the information of talent chapter, Chinamo couldn't help laughing that he found that if he could gather all the candidates in a talent chapter information, he would not worry about his club not losing money. After reading it in detail, Chinamo sorted all the selected candidates on a page of paper. Of course, the candidates on it are also in order. The first one is naturally the one named Yao Bagua. Then there are those retired, old professional players and some other club management that no one wants. Finally, there are the water dispenser players. Looking at the sorted talents, Chinamo directly called Chun Rao over. I have basically selected the candidates for the club. The list is on a piece of paper. The first names will be given priority, Chinamo said, handing the paper full of names to Chinro. Get in touch with these people as soon as possible and invite them to join our BL game club. Also send invitations to those retired professional players and get in touch with them to see if they have any idea of coming back. By the way, Yao Bagua at the top is invited. If he has any idea, invite him to the company and I will have a meeting with him. Chinamo emphasized Yao Bagua's name. I know, Mr. Chin. I'll do it now. Chinro took the list and returned to her office. She was very curious about what talents Mr. Chin had selected. Looking at the top, the biggest and the most conspicuous name on the list, Yao Bagua. This person was named by Mr. Chin, and I don't know what's so special about this person. Chinro became more and more curious and found the detailed information of this person through the name. She read it carefully and fell silent. This Yao Bagua is indeed very unique, but this unique point does not seem to be very good for the company, that he managed 4 game clubs and then all 4 clubs were gone. Not to mention the problem of business ability. Just this luck is very good. She couldn't figure out why Mr. Chin would focus on this person. Then she took a quick look at the information of other members on the list. Although she didn't know much about the game club, based on her experience, the ones Mr. Chin chose didn't seem to be very outstanding. Chinro looked at the whole page of the list, lost in thought, and came back to her senses after a long while. She couldn't figure out why Mr. Chin chose these people. But since it was Mr. Chin's decision, there must be reasons and reasons, but she just couldn't think so far ahead. Chun-Ro sighed deeply, feeling a little disappointed to ask Mr. Chin's assistant. And having worked for so long, she still couldn't see through Mr. Chin's intentions that he was such a failure as an assistant. But if only she could be like Wei Yin, who could always see through Mr. Chin's intentions. Alas, there was no way. Since she couldn't see through Mr. Chin's intentions, she could just do as he said. I in the rental house. Yao Bagua had a worried look on his face that he submitted 2 resumes last night. This morning, he still received a rejection message that he was not even given an interview opportunity. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about happened. The resume of his club still affected his job search. But there was no way that if he wanted to interview for some important positions, he had to write down all his work experience clearly. Otherwise, he would not be hired. He thought about hiding this work experience. But now is an era of information exchange that if you really want to know you just need to spend time to check it out. And when you go to that kind of big company for an interview or that kind of important position, don't think that the other party will not check your information. Yao Bagua rubbed his head hard. Buzz, the phone next to him suddenly vibrated. Yao Bagua picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. Could it be a telemarketing? Yao Bagua thought to himself, but he still answered the call. Yes, that's right. Let me go for an interview. Okay. After a while, Yao Bagua hung up the phone in disbelief. Someone actually asked him to manage a gaming club. This is too unreal. Who on earth is so desperate that he wants to ask him to be the manager of the club? Could it be that the person who invited him didn't know that he managed for clubs? After all, if he really knew his information, why would he invite him? Yao Bagua was confused. Chapter 324. You are the manager I need. But since someone invited him to be the club manager, whether the other party knew his information or not, this was an opportunity that no matter what, he had to go there to see what was going on. Jiangxing City, Tomorrow Group. Yao Bagua murmured in his heart. This was the information he had just obtained during the call, that he simply checked the information of Tomorrow Group through his mobile phone and confirmed that this Tomorrow Group was real. And according to the information, this Tomorrow Group was involved in many industries. After confirming these, he was relieved. The only thing he was worried about was meeting a liar, but since this Tomorrow Group was real, there was nothing to worry about. Could such a big group joke with someone like him? Thinking in his heart that he took out his mobile phone and bought a high-speed rail ticket to Jiangxing City on the internet. The time for the high-speed rail ticket is 6 o'clock this afternoon, that he can arrive in Jiangxing tonight, then stay in the hotel for one night and go to the Tomorrow Group for an interview the next morning. After confirming his itinerary, Yao Bagua washed up, changed into new clothes, took his information, and went directly to the high-speed rail station. The next day, early in the morning, Yao Bagua walked out of the hotel with a nervous mood, then stopped a taxi and rushed straight to Tomorrow Group. Along the way, he kept wondering in his heart. He was really not sure whether the person who invited him here really didn't know his specific information, that if he really didn't know, what would be his reaction after knowing it? Would he be rejected directly like other game clubs? After about half an hour's journey, the taxi finally stopped on the side of the road, and Yao Bagua looked at the building in front of him. According to the information, Tomorrow Group is in this building. After hesitating for a moment, he walked in directly. Since he was already here, he had to take a look that he took the elevator to the 17th floor. After telling the front desk about his purpose, someone soon took him to the top floor in person to CEO's office. Yao Bagua walked in slowly, and before he could take a look at the layout of the office, he saw a young man walking over. Yao Bagua, I've been waiting for you. Come and sit over here. Chinamo enthusiastically took Yao Bagua to the sofa next to the French window and poured him a cup of brewed tea. Yao Bagua subconsciously followed Chinamo, sat on the sofa, and then took the tea handed over. After feeling the warmth of the teacup, he came back to his senses. Looking at the young man sitting opposite, the young man had already spoken first. Let me introduce myself, Chinamo, the president of Tomorrow Group. The reason for inviting you here must have been told by the person who invited you. Yes, the person who invited me said that he wanted to invite me to be the manager of a club. Yao Bagua hurriedly spoke. Looking at the young man sitting opposite, he couldn't help but be a little surprised that so young, he is already the president of a group. Yes, I plan to set up a game club at present. This club is nothing, so I need a manager now to handle these things and then pull the club up as quickly as possible. And after my many screenings, you are the manager I need. Chinamo said, looking at Yao Bagua, sitting opposite with a smile on his face. According to Mr. Chin's words, Yao Bagua hesitated for a moment, then took out his resume, put it on a coffee table, and pushed it in front of Chinimo Chun. I think you should take a closer look at my resume before making a decision. Yao Bagua said lightly that he is very worried now. The young president opposite has not learned about his information in detail, and he doesn't know whether he manages for clubs. That if this is really the case, it is better to let the other party know. Keep knowing and causing some unpleasant things in the future. Although doing so, there is a great chance that he will lose this job. Chinamo looked at Yao Bagua's personal resume very solemnly, and combined with what the other party had just said, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Could it be that the information he got before was wrong? Yes, one person managed 4 game clubs, and then 2 were disbanded, and the other 2 were transferred. That IT was a bit too much to think about it, that no, this needs to be carefully checked, that in case there is really some wrong information. Yao Bagua did not manage the 4 game clubs, but was a very good manager. In that case, we have to re-examine it. Chinamo picked up Yao Bagua's personal information and read it carefully. When Yao Bagua saw Mr. Chin pick up his information, his heart began to hang, and he was not sure what kind of reaction Mr. Chin would have after seeing all his information. In the office, IT became quiet for a while. Chinamo let out a slight exclamation. After reading all the information about Yao Bagua, he found that the information he had obtained before was not wrong. The personal information Yao Bagua gave him was basically the same as the information Shinro gave him, except that Yao Bagua's personal information was more detailed and specific. But overall, there was no difference, especially the management of the four game clubs, which was exactly the same. After confirming this, Chinamo was relieved. There is no error. Which means that Yao Bagua is the talent he needs. It is absolutely reliable to let him manage the game club. Mr. Chun. How is it? Yao Bagua saw Mr. Chun slowly closing his personal information, but he didn't say anything, just sitting there quietly, and couldn't help asking carefully that it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain, that he wanted to find out as soon as possible what Mr. Chun thought of him. Even if he was rejected, he could accept it. Very good, I am very satisfied with your information. Chinamo put Yao Bagua's personal information on the coffee table and looked up at him. Yao Bagua was stunned for a moment that he thought of countless answers from Mr. Chin. What kind of euphemistic rejection or a straightforward rejection? But among all his thoughts, the only thing he didn't think of was that Mr. Chun would be very satisfied with his personal information, that he himself was very clear about his personal information. All the game clubs that had interviewed before frowned after seeing his resume. After reading her resume, Mr. Chin didn't frown. The final evaluation he gave him was very satisfied with his information. Very satisfied. This was an evaluation he had never encountered in all his previous interviews. Mr. Chun. There is an experience of managing four game clubs in my information, and the final results of those four game clubs were not very good. Have you seen this information? Yao Bagua raised his head and said carefully. Chapter 325 Talent Recruitment. You were talking about this experience. I have seen it. Chinamo smiled slightly when he heard Yao Bagua's question. Nonsense. The reason why I came to you is because of this experience. This experience. Do you think I would come to you? He thought to himself, but he spoke lightly. Don't be nervous about this. This experience doesn't mean anything. Failure is the mother of success. That if you fail once, if you fail twice, you will succeed one time, and you've failed. For times, maybe you'll succeed next time. Besides, your academic qualifications and management are good, so I chose you to be the manager of the game club. Chinamo kept talking and started his own deception method. Listening to Mr. Chin's story, Yao Bagua began to doubt himself. Is this really him? He is so good. Looking at the young CEO in front of him, Yao Bagua's eyes gradually changed. Although Mr. Chun is very young, he is his boss. How about this? Do you want to be the manager? After Chinamo said the last sentence, he then looked up at Yao Bagua, who was sitting opposite. Yao Bagua was excited. Looking at the young Mr. Chun, he quickly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for your trust, and I will definitely try my best to manage the game club and live up to Mr. Chin's trust. Why don't you relax a little? You don't have to work so hard. Just perform at your normal level. Just do what you did in the previous club and do what you did in this club. Seeing the solemn expression on Yao Bagua's face, Chinamo felt a little scared and quickly spoke to admonish him. I thought to myself, brother, I didn't ask you to come here to make you work hard. Please take a look at yourself. Okay, Mr. Chin. Yao Bagua sat back on his seat again with an expression of respect in his eyes. Since you have no problem, how about we sign the contract today? Chinamo saw Yao Bagua sitting back on his seat and spoke slowly. As long as Yao Bagua is signed, he basically doesn't need to worry about the gaming club. That he just needs to tell Yao Bagua all his requirements and then let Yao Bagua do what he wants. Okay, of course, I have no problem. Yao Bagua nodded quickly. As long as the contract is signed, the matter is basically settled. He had no reason to refuse. That's good. Chinamo nodded and then directly called Chinro over. Yesterday, Chinro had already prepared all the contracts he needed, over long. Chinro walked in with a contract. Our Chun, you won the contract. Chinamo took the contract handed over by Chinro and handed it directly to Yao Bagua. You can take a look at this contract and see if there's anything you don't like about it. Okay, Mr. Chin. Yao Bagua carefully took the contract handed over by Mr. Chin. He did not have any big requirements for the content of the contract, as long as it was not too excessive. After all, with his current status, many major clubs would not want him. There was a place to take him now. What more could he ask for? I slowly opened the contract and started to read it. When I saw the salary item, I was stunned. Our Chin actually offered him a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, which was unexpected. He originally thought that because of his personal resume, the other party would not give him much in terms of salary. Moreover, this monthly salary of 30,000 yuan is just a simple monthly salary in addition to this monthly salary. There are many other subsidies. Chun, is this salary written correctly? Yao Bagua pointed to an item of salary and looked up at Mr. Chin sitting opposite. That's right. The monthly salary is 30,000. If you want more, you can only adjust it later. Chinamo nodded slightly. Now he has adjusted his monthly salary to 30,000 for all company manager positions. The new manager of the game club is naturally the same. The monthly salary of 30,000 yuan is already the highest salary that can be given at present if it is raised higher. The system will not allow it. Of course, this is just an initial salary positioning, not a fixed salary. After this, you can slowly improve. The way to improve is very simple, either by length of service or by doing some achievements, etc. As long as these conditions are met, he can increase his salary appropriately. No, Mr. Chin, I don't want more, but I think this salary is a bit too much for me. Yao Bagua waved his hands quickly that he didn't want Mr. Chun to think that he was a greedy person. I took a brief look at the content behind the contract. After finally confirming that there were no problems, I signed the contract directly. Then it will be a pleasure to work together. Seeing Yao Bagua signing, Chinamo stretched out his hand and smiled at a pleasure to work with. Yao Bagua quickly stretched out his hand. Okay, in that case, let's discuss the game club. Mr. Chun, please tell me. When Yao Bagua heard this, he quickly sat up straight with a solemn look on his face. Chinamo slowly picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a sip, then spoke lightly. First of all, the name of this game club is BL Game Club, and you are the only member of the club at present. So next, there are many things about the club that you need to handle. The first point is the location of the club. The location of the club has not been determined yet, so you need to find it. The size must be large. At present, I need to get involved in 7 games, so I will set up professional teams for 7 games. Of course, 7 games are not the final number. I in the process of development. More game teams may be added. So, the size of this club needs your own control. My requirement is to choose a larger one as much as possible. After the location of the club is selected, there are some configuration issues of the club, such as computers, which is the top priority. Computers and other equipment are most needed by professional players, so computers and other equipment must be good, and money is not a problem. Chinamo said here and looked at Yao Bagua quietly. Yao Bagua has already started to take a pen and write in a notebook. The pen and notebook were given to Yao Bagua by Shinro. After Yao Bagua finished recording, he continued to talk. The next issue is the recruitment of personnel. Now we need to recruit some supervisor-level managers, coaches for various games, and professional players. Of course, for this recruitment, I already have a certain range of personnel. The list is here. You can recruit according to the above people. You can discuss the salary and other things. Recruit as many as you could. He said. Chinamo took a personnel information from the side. This personnel information was selected by him yesterday, but at that time he only selected the names and made a simple list. But Shinro sorted out the list again and added the detailed information of the people on these lists. Some of the people on this list, we have sent some invitations yesterday. Some have already responded to the message, and some have not received any news, but next, you will need to take over. Those who sent invitations have also made marks on the information. You could take a closer look. Seeing this, Yao Bagua hurriedly took the information handed over by Mr. Chun, that he was also very curious about what talents Mr. Chun had selected. Chapter 326 Funding Budget. After receiving the information, Yao Bagua opened it curiously and read it. After a while, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. I asked for the information about these people. As a manager of 4 gaming clubs, he would never hire these people. Want to say something? He suddenly realized that he was also one of these lists. If he rejects these people on the list, isn't he rejecting himself? Only that if the club really recruits all these people, it will be really difficult for the club to achieve results. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Mr. Chun, who was sitting opposite, that he thought it would be better to explain these things clearly to Mr. Chun. If these people on the list are recruited, it will be difficult for the club to achieve results. Why? Chin Numo looked at Yao Bagua calmly, knowing that the other party would raise objections. Yao Bagua thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Mr. Chun, take these retired old professional players as an example. Their current strength is no longer as good as that of young professional players. If they are recruited back into the club, it will be difficult for them to achieve results in the professional arena. You are wrong to think this way. IT is important for the game club to achieve results, but today's game clubs lack some human touch. When you get older and your strength cannot keep up, you have to retire. What is the difference between this approach and killing the donkey? The difference. Chinumo shook his head slightly and then said with emotion, "These old professional players have all fought hard for the club. Some of them have even led their team members to win championships. However, do they just give up just because their strength has declined? It would be too cruel to give up a professional player who has achieved results for the club so easily, so I decided to give those retired professional players a chance to stand on the stage again." Yao Bagua fell into silence listening to Mr. Chin's words that he didn't know how to tell it. Esports is often like this. When your strength is not good enough, you will be eliminated. Although it is cold-blooded, it is the fact that TOB more utilitarian. None of the owners who open these clubs are there just to make money. That if the club wants to make money, the professional team needs to achieve a good ranking in the professional arena. Those retired players have obviously regressed in strength, and it is difficult to gain a rankage in the professional arena, so no club will reactivate those retired old professional players. But Mr. Chin's words touched him a little. Yes, although retired professional players are said to be retired, some of them retired on their own initiative. That I said because the club couldn't see the value in this person and was forced to retire. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke at Mr. Chun, "It's better to find some powerful professional players. Those retired professional players can be recruited and serve as substitutes. That if something really happens and it's urgent, they could take over as substitutes." No Chin Emo shook his head directly after hearing this. "That we can't do this. Since we have recruited these professional players back, we have the responsibility to let them enter the competition. Otherwise, after you recruit those retired professional players, you will use them as substitutes. This approach is undoubtedly an insult and is unacceptable. And if you recruit retired professional players, do you really have no chance of achieving results? I don't think so. Retired professional players will actually have many advantages of new professional players. Those retired professional players have a lot of competition experience. They will be calmer on the field and be able to deal with many emergencies. Another point is, have the retired professional players really regressed in strength? I don't think so. Their gaming skills have not fallen behind. The most common reason is that their reactions will be slower because of some age issues. But the problem of slow response can be completely compensated for by other aspects, such as experience, awareness, teamwork. That as long as these seniors stay in the club, they're the foundation of the club. Some new players can become more experienced under the leadership of those old professional players. Oh, don't treat these retired professional players as useless. They are very important, so just do what I say." Chinamo thought for a while and couldn't think of any reason to make up, and then he decided to settle the matter directly. Yao Bagua fell into silence listening to Mr. Chin's story. What Mr. Chin said is not unreasonable, but some things are only theoretical. For example, can retired professional players come back and win the championship? Theoretically, it is possible, but the chance is very slim that an O club owner would do something so cost-effective. After all, there are many new and powerful players to choose from, so who would choose those retired professional players? But this matter was decided by Mr. Chun, and it seemed that he had already made up his mind, so there was no need for him to refute it. "Okay, Mr. Chin, I will try my best to handle this matter." Yao Bagua nodded and said, "Well, I believe you. Just go ahead and do it." Seeing Yao Bagua nodding in response, Chinamo smiled with satisfaction. Are these the employees he needs? They will do whatever he asks them to do. Is this the most reliable state? Yao Bagua looked at the thick list of names on a table and took a deep breath. That IT is really a difficult project to use these people on the list to make the club achieve results. Then he realized another problem and looked up at Mr. Chindadamer Chun. "I wonder what the budget for establishing this club is." The budget is a very big problem. The most critical reason for the failure of the 4 clubs he managed before was that a club owner did not want to continue investing money at IT this time. It is difficult for Mr. Chin's club to recruit these retired professional players to achieve results. That if there is a shortage of funds, I am afraid that this club may become the 5th game club he failed to manage. Yao Bagua thought anxiously. Same budget. Chinamo looked up at Yao Bagua and slowly stretched out a finger. 10 million. That Yao Bagua looked at Mr. Chin's outstretched finger and said tentatively that he couldn't help but start calculating in his heart that if 10 million, is it enough for a club's expenses? But before he could calculate, he saw Mr. Chin sitting opposite him shaking his head first. Then gently shaking his fingers that he opened his lips slightly and slowly uttered for words .100 million, listening to the budget given by Mr. Chun. Yao Baghua's eyes widened, that he never thought that Mr. Chun would give such a large budget. Chapter 327 Taos A. After a while, Yao Bagua gradually recovered from his shocked expression that if it was 10 million, he would still need to calculate whether the budget would be enough. But 100 million would definitely be enough, or even less. After all, the list of members given by Mr. Chun are basically retired professional players or water dispenser players. These people have one thing in common. That is, the cost will not be very high. The biggest expense is probably the club's venue rental, decoration, and some computer equipment. But 100 million would definitely not be enough. Mr. Chun, a budget of 100 million is a bit too much. My request is very simple. The club to be established, whether it is venue, decoration, or computers and other equipment, give me the best. Let's do this. You make a budget for me. Chun Imo suddenly stopped halfway through his speech and then changed his statement that he thought about IT would be better to supervise it himself this time. After all, the end of the month is the settlement time for special tasks in order to avoid some accidents. He can only check it himself. And this 100 million is the system funds he has to spend after deducting some other expenses that he didn't expect to set up a game club and consume all the 100 million system funds. But if he could spend as much as possible, he still had to spend more. So he gave Yao Bagua a budget of 100 million so that he would not save money and spend as much system funds as possible. Okay, Mr. Chun, Yao Bagua hurriedly agreed. There was no problem with making a budget. The two talked for a while. Yao Bagua said goodbye and left the office directly, took the elevator, and walked outside the building. The same dazzling sunlight and the vehicles coming and going. The mood at this time was completely different from the mood when he came out of the in-game club last time. That time, he was confused and didn't know what the future would look like. But this time it was completely opposite. He saw hope, although this time was also very difficult. After all, it was still very difficult to let those retired professional players return to the field and get results. But this time was still a little different. He had a budget of 100 million. He believed that with the support of the 100 million yuan budget, he would definitely find a way to make the game club achieve results. After returning to the hotel, Yao Bagua immediately found the list of personnel that Mr. Chun gave him. Of course, he first looked at the list of personnel of the management instead of the retired professional players. After all, he is only one person now, and if he wants to support a big club, he must still need help. And Mr. Chun stipulated that he could only choose from these personnel lists. There was no other way, so he could only choose relatively better ones among these people. He flipped through the information page by page, and soon his eyes fixed on a person's name. AtoZ. Looking at this name, Yao Bagua was a little surprised. This person used to be his partner. I remember that he should have run the second game club at that time. However, when the club was disbanded, he went to another game club, and there was no contact afterwards. I didn't expect to see him on this list. After a quick look at AtoZ's information, I found that after entering the previous game club, he left after 2 years of service for unknown reasons. The information did not show the reason for leaving, and it was not known whether he resigned or was fired. Anyway, after leaving this club, AtoZ has not worked in any game club. However, when they were partners, AtoZ's business ability was still very good, and he had his own ideas in management and decision-making. After thinking about it, he looked through the information of other managers. According to the information, these people's abilities are basically the same. Either they made some mistakes, or they were not very capable. After comparing before and after, he finally set his sights directly on AtoZ. He didn't know much about other people, but he was more familiar with AtoZ. Although he didn't know why he worked in that game club for 2 years and then didn't work in any game club. But he was still clear about AtoZ's ability, and there was absolutely no problem in being his assistant. After making a decision, Yao Bagua took out his mobile phone and dialed the number on the information. Hello, the phone was connected, and an impatient voice came over. Yao Bagua subconsciously moved the phone away and frowned slightly. Hearing the voice and tone of the other party, he obviously drank alcohol and was a little drunk. What's going on? He looked at the time. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Drinking at this time and drinking too much is a bit wrong. Yao Bagua thought about it and then slowly spoke. I am Yao Bagua. I want to meet you. Is it convenient? Who is Yao Bagua? Oh, you want to come and drink with me? Then come over. I'm Taoja said drunkenly and finally gave his address. The phone was hung up soon. Yao Bagua looked surprised. After Taoja told him the address, he didn't expect that Taoja was actually in Jiangxing City at this time. If this kind of work, things will be easier to handle. No matter what, I want to see this Taozi this time. The other party is obviously experiencing something. If I go over to help him now, if the other party can join the game club in the future, they can also cooperate better, isn't it? With this mentality, Yao Bagua rushed there directly according to the address given by Tao. A Jiangxing City, in a high-end community. Yao Bagua found Taoja's residence according to the address. Following the elevator to the 6th floor, as soon as the elevator door opened, a slightly mocking voice came over. Taoja, the more you act like this, the more I look down on you, yes. I fell in love with Mr. Wang. I admit that I betrayed you emotionally. He is a young man from the Ruishan group. His family is better off, and is it wrong for me to choose a better future if you have money? As for you, you're doing well as a manager in the game club, but you actually quit your job as a club manager for me and came to Jiangxing to be the director of a small company. Your income is not more than half of what you were before. And now you have even quit your job as a supervisor and are drinking and getting drunk in this rental house. Do you think that this will make me sympathize with you and change my mind about you? It's ridiculous that I came here today to formally inform you that I have no chance. There are 2,000 yuan here. You don't have a job now. These 2,000 yuan have allowed you to hold on for a while. Chapter 328. Yao Bagua walked out of the elevator door and looked at the half-open door in front of him. The sound came from the half-open door. He looked at the house number again. It was the address Taoja gave him. This. Yao Bagua hesitated a little. Should he listen to these words? Have no idea. Do you want to go in? After 3.28, who are you? I resign and come to Jiangxing. Isn't it what you want? You said this. We can be together every day and see each other every day. A voice that was on the verge of collapse and slightly questioning came from behind. You just do what I ask you to do. Don't you have any opinions of your own? A harsh female voice came out. Then there was a stamping sound, and just as Yao Bagua was hesitating whether to avoid it, the half-open door was suddenly opened. A tall woman with heavy makeup walked out. The woman glanced at Yao Bagua lightly, then pressed the elevator button. The elevator door opened, and the woman walked in. Yao Bagua looked at the descending elevator, and then at the door that had been fully opened. After thinking about it, walking towards the door, it's already here. Walking into the room, the smell of alcohol hit my face instantly. Yao Bagua frowned slightly, closed the door, and walked inside. Soon he saw a haggard-looking man under the sofa in the living room. The man's hair was disheveled, and he was leaning against the sofa seat. There were empty beer bottles at his feet and around him, and the ashtray on the coffee table was full of cigarette butts. This person is his former partner Taozai. Taozai. Yao Bagua shouted tentatively. When Taozai heard the call, his eyes that were originally squinted slowly opened and he looked up. Who are you, and why are you at my house? Oh, are you drinking with me? I'm Yao Bagua. I'm not here to drink. I'm here. Halfway through Yao Bagua's words, he suddenly swallowed it back. He wanted to say that I came here to talk about business. But in this state, he still wanted to talk about business. Drinking. I knew you. We're here to drink. Taozai pointed at Yao Bagua and then groped on the ground. When he touched the beer bottles, they made a gurgling sound. Hey, where's the wine? It's gone again. Taozai felt around, then staggered up and walked towards the balcony. Yao Bagua followed him uneasily, and when he reached the balcony, he was stunned. Just behind the curtains on the balcony, there were 2 piles of wine. There are 4 boxes in each stack. So 2 stacks are 8 boxes of wine. Looking at these 8 boxes of wine, Yao Bagua thought to himself. This Taozai must have drank himself to death in this house. Come on, drink. Taozai seemed to want to move a box, but he didn't move it. In the end, he simply sat on the ground. He directly took a bottle of wine from the beer box next to him and handed it to Yao Bagua. Yao Bagua subconsciously took it and saw Taozai take out another bottle, open it with his teeth, and take a sip. Just drink it dry. There aren't even any snacks to go with the drinks. Oh, can't you open it? Taozai suddenly understood. Then he took Yao Bagua's beer, opened it with his mouth again, and then gave it back to Yao Bagua. Yao Bagua looked at the beer in his hand and sighed. After thinking about it, he sat across from Taozai and started drinking too. It didn't take long for a bottle of wine to go down. Yao Bagua was about to take a breather when he saw Taozai take out a bottle of wine again, open it and hand it over. Yao Bagua reached out and took it, while Taozai also got a Bottle for himself. Yes, the wine went down little by little. Yao Bagua finally couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked slowly to what happened to the woman who just left? She's an outsider, so don't mention her. Taozai waved his hands indifferently, but the expression on his face showed no indifference. But soon, the whole person collapsed that I can't figure out why did I obviously follow what she needs. She said it was too far away, so I came over, she said. But in the end, why? Yao Bagua gradually became silent as he listened to Taozai's words. He suddenly thought of his first love, the AT that time. A wave of emotion suddenly surged into his heart. He looked down at the bottle of wine in his hand and then took a long sip. Drink. You don't need to drive it, I can drive it myself. After finishing a bottle of wine, Yao Bagua saw that Taozai wanted to help him pick up the beer. So he reached out and grabbed it. Drink. The sky is getting brighter. The sun shines through the windows and onto the balcony. Two figures were lying on their backs on the ground. One was holding a beer bottle in his hand, and the other was holding a beer bottle facing his mouth. They seemed to be drinking in a dream. Time passed little by little. The two turned over each other and then slowly opened their eyes. Taozai blinked and looked at the man lying opposite him with a confused look on his face. Who are you? Yao Bagua was stunned when he heard the question from the man opposite him. Who I am? I am Yao Bagua, but why am I here? Why am I here? After a while, the two people were neatly dressed and sitting on the sofa. The beer bottles that had been on the floor had been cleared away. So, what do you want to do when you come to me? Taozai turned to look at Yao Bagua. After a series of recollections and explanations, the two finally figured out the current situation. I came here to invite you to be the deputy manager of a game club. Yao Bagua sighed that he came here to invite Taozai to be the manager of the game club. But he didn't expect that in the end, he would get drunk that he was the deputy manager of the game club. Which game club? Who was the manager? Taozai was stunned for a moment that he didn't expect that Yao Bagua came here to invite him to be the deputy manager of the club, that he hasn't been in contact with the game club for a long time. WBL Game Club is a newly established game club, and I am the manager that we have been partners before, and I know your ability. Although I haven't been in contact with the game club for a long time, I believe you will soon adapt to the work of the game club again. Yao Bagua spoke slowly to me. Taozai laughed at himself. Do you think I can really be the deputy manager of the game club? I think your ability is fine, as long as you adjust your mentality. Are you really going to be decadent like this and spend your days drinking? This is not your fault. Why do you want to torture yourself? Yao Bagua looked at Taozai seriously, and he understood Taozai's experience, because he had encountered it before, but at that time, no one helped him, and he got out of it by himself. Taozai was done by Yao Bagua's words and turned to look at the beer piled on the balcony. Yes, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I torture myself? Since she thinks I am not living well, then he wants to live better than before. And this time, the game club is his opportunity. Will he refuse this opportunity and continue to be decadent? Tao's eyes slowly fell into contemplation that he has been decadent for many days, and it is time to get out. Yao Bagua waited quietly by the side, that he knew that this matter could not be figured out in a short time. After a while, Taozai took a deep breath and looked at Yao Bagua with a serious face. That I end this case. Let's partner up again. That I hope that the ending of the club this time will not be the same as last time. Laying in the rental house all the time is not a solution. Chapter 329, he needs to prove himself, and he also needs to numb himself through work. Then happy cooperation. Yao Bagua smiled slightly. Happy cooperation. Taozai also smiled. However, can you tell me about the situation of the club first? Yes. Yao Bagua nodded and then told all of Mr. Chen's requirements. The difficulty of the club this time is that those retired professional players may have insufficient strength, that it may be very difficult to get a place in the competition. That's right. Taozai nodded. Slowly, he understood what Yao Bagua said. And it was a very difficult problem to solve. That I end this way. Both of them fell into thinking, and the room fell into silence for a while. There are some ways, but they are a bit utilitarian. Taozai said slowly. After 3.29, be bold in your budget, Ditto. What can I do? Yao Bagua asked quickly. That he had thought about it for a long time, but could not find a solution. That didn't expect that I end such a short period of time. Taozai found something that it seemed that his decision to come here was indeed the right one. Taozai pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. The most fundamental reason why professional teams want to achieve results is that the clubs want to use this to build their reputation. The reason for gaining fame is simply to use this wave of fame to find ways to make the club make money. So in the final analysis, the club just wants to use its fame to make profits. But there is a way to make the club famous, which may not require results. What method can be used to build the club's reputation without achieving results? Yao Bagua was confused that he couldn't think of any way for the club to become famous without ranking. Tao's eyes smiled mysteriously. Although the retired old professional player is not as strong as before, he does still have one point that he can use. That is his popularity. Many of these retired professional players have achieved results in the competition that as long as they have achieved results, they will definitely gain some fans. Although the number of fans may decrease after retirement, there will definitely still be some. We can definitely use this to promote such a professional player returns to competition, or a few old professional players come together to return to the competition. As long as we use such a slogan, it will definitely attract the attention of a large number of people. As long as enough people pay attention, then the reputation of our club will spread, right? We can definitely take advantage of this wave of popularity to make a profit, accept endorsements from merchants, and make some peripherals for retired professional players. Listening to Tao Zai's story, Yao Bagua thought about it seriously that if he did this, it would indeed create a wave of popularity. But this is really just a wave of enthusiasm. When the retired professional player actually enters the competition, if he does not achieve any results, then the wave of popularity will completely disappear. Yao Bagua recounted his thoughts. Tao Zai did not refute this, but continued to speak. This wave of popularity is enough. After all, we are a new game club that if this wave of popularity, at least the game club can appear in everyone's field of vision, that we can still take advantage of this wave of popularity and make profits. Isn't it a great thing? So after this wave of popularity, what should we do with the retired professional players? If we let them continue to compete, they still won't get results. Yao Bagua said in confusion that if this was the case, it would only create a heated argument and not solve the fundamental problem at all. After this wave of popularity, the club still has to return to its original appearance. Then we need to take our time that we can find some new players and then let these old players lead the new players. Just like this, we will replace them little by little. Those old professional players will take on the role of coaches. Tao Zai sighed that he was also a little helpless about the arrangements of these old professional players. That I don't know what Mr. Chin of that group thinks and why he is so obsessed with retired professional players that's all it can do. Yao Bagua nodded. At least he had some frowns at this time. That let's not talk about this for now. That let's decide on the location of the game club first, and then equip it with computers and other equipment. That I have some thoughts on the choice of the club. There is a 7-story office building for rent in the Science and Technology Park next to where I used to work. It is very good in terms of area and location. That it probably won't be rented out that soon. That we can go over and have a look. Tao Zai thought about it for a moment and spoke slowly. Okay, I'll go over and take a look. Yao Bagua couldn't sit still when he heard this. Now the venue is a problem that must be solved. Only when the club is established can he think about the next thing. That a few days later, Tomorrow Group. Chun Nimo looked at the budget report in his hand and frowned slightly. Or Chun, are there any problems with this report? Yao Bagua looked at Mr. Chun frowning and asked worriedly. Chun Nimo nodded and looked up at Yao Bagua, who was sitting opposite. That I have said that the club's configuration must be as high as possible, but your budget plan is still a bit conservative and not bold enough. There is no problem in choosing the location. This 7-story office building is really good. The rent is only 20 million a year, but you only rented it for 1 year. The time is a bit short. That let's start with 2 years first, otherwise it will arrive next year. That it's over. Do you want to renew the lease? It's too troublesome. There are also computers and desks and chairs. Your configuration is similar to the computer configuration of the employees in our current company's normal offices. How can this be possible? Since we are playing games, the demand for computers will definitely be higher. Let's say that a computer gives you a budget of 80,000, and you go find a professional to provide a matching computer. The seats also need to be improved. A grade. Also, we need to recruit retired professional players, and the treatment we give them cannot be too harsh. Listening to Mr. Chin's words, Yao Bagua did not react for a while. That he found that Mr. Chin frowned, thinking that his budget was too high. But he did not expect that his budget was actually too low. This that he has worked in 4 game clubs, and this is the first time he has seen a boss complain that the budget is too low or chun, if you calculate it this way. The budget will more than double. Isn't it too much? Not much, not much, just do it according to my request just now. Chinimo directly pushed the plan back to Yao Bagua. Too much that he wished that it could be a little more. The budget doubled to 70 million, which was still 30 million short of his 100 million budget. But there was no other way. This was almost the biggest expense of this game club. Yao Bagua took over the budget plan. Since Mr. Chen had said so, he had nothing to say. But he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This Mr. Chen was different from the bosses he had met before. By the way, the game club needs to be renovated. I'll give you a contact number. You can find him for the renovation, and then mention my name. You will know how to decorate. Chinimo suddenly thought of the renovation of this budget plan, that he hadn't decided on a renovation company yet, so he just chose Wang Yang. This Wang Yang is pretty good. He will give him a red envelope. Chapter 330, Insufficient Funds. I know, Mr. Chen. Yao Bagua looked at his phone and found that Mr. Chen had sent him a contact number, but he didn't think much about it. The decorator was probably Mr. Chen's friend or a partner. After saving the contact number, he spoke that Mr. Chen, I found a deputy manager and I want to ask about his salary. These 2 days, he and AtoZ have been working on the club's affairs and have never found time to discuss this with Mr. Chen. Oh, is it the person on the list I gave you? Chen Imo glanced at Yao Bagua warily. Yes, Mr. Chen, it's the person on the list you gave me. That's good to ask for the salary. It's the same as yours, the animal said indifferently. Since it's the person on the list, there's nothing to worry about. The salary will be the highest salary. Okay, Mr. Chen. Yao Bagua nodded that he didn't feel unhappy because a deputy manager was treated the same as his manager. Instead, he was a little happy for AtoZ. Through the cooperation and contact in the past few days, he has learned more about AtoZ's experience, that he felt that AtoZ needed this job to find himself, instead of living under the sarcasm of that woman. After discussing the matter of the game club, Yao Bagua left the office directly. Chinimo looked at the remaining system funds in his mind and fell into thought. The game club only consumed 70 million of his system funds, and he still had 30 million vacancies that needed to be spent urgently. Chinimo rubbed his eyebrows and thought about ways to spend 30 million in his mind. He went through all the industries he currently owned to see where he could still spend. Soon did he thought of Sanghui Games that present. Only Sanghui Games can spend the 30 million after all. For that new project team, what problem can he have with adding some project investment? Of course, that if Wei Yin said that the project funds for the new game were enough, he had already found some reasons. Thinking of this, he pressed the call bell in Wei Yan's office. There was no response. For a long time. Well, not in the office. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone and found Wei Yan's contact information. Sanghui Games.in, the conference room. Wei Yin sat at the conference table and looked through the information in his hand. These days, the entire project team discussed and rectified and finally summarized the latest plan. Today, they have to make an overall plan for this plan that he just read at once. Although he couldn't evaluate the quality of this game, the completeness of this game was very complete at this time, that he slowly closed the game plan and looked up at Su Yuan and Lu Ren. You can talk about it.su Yuan and Lu Ren heard the words, took the plan to the podium, and a PPT appeared on the screen at the same time. FreedomWar.su Yuan turned to the first page of the PPT and began to tell the story. Directification and adjustment. This game plan now has a prototype. Based on the last game plan, some vague places now have a definite plan. The first point is that we set up several mechanisms on the 3 paths of the map called mechanism towers, which will help our heroes resist the enemy's attack. And the energy that provides energy to these defense towers is an energy crystal. And the way to win is to destroy at least one defense tower on the road and finally destroy the defense crystal. The second point is the setting of wild monsters. After discussion, we set up small wild monsters, buff wild monsters, and boss wild monsters, killing small wild. Monsters will gain experience and gold coins. Buff wild monsters will gain buff blessings while gaining experience and gold coins at the same time. Killing boss wild monsters will gain collective buff gains and gold coins. The original intention of the boss wild monster design is to become a strategic resource competition point for both teams. Once one side gets this resource, it will increase its own combat effectiveness, thereby increasing the winning rate that at the same time, the team is the weaker. Party. If they get this resource, they will have a chance to turn the disadvantage around and get a chance to turn the tables. The third point is the equipment setting and the character skills that we have set up: output equipment, defense equipment, and auxiliary equipment. Output equipment includes increasing magic power and physical attack. The same is true for defense equipment, which increases magic defense and physical defense. And auxiliary equipment is an equipment that can contribute to the team. Of course, each equipment will have different effects. In this way, players can make targeted equipment according to different character characteristics in game situations. Then there are the skills of various characters. Since our 5v5 battle game has a very high requirement for the number of characters, it is not advisable to design too many skills. If there are too many, it may cause players to forget the skills and increase the difficulty of the game. After discussion, it was finally decided that the number of skills for each character is 4, 3 ordinary skills, and 1 big move at the same time. The character's level cap is 15, and then every level up will add points to the skill. Su Yuan stood on the podium and described the perfect game plan one by one at the same time. Lu Ren would add some supplements in time. Soon the PPT turned to the last page, and the entire game plan was fully described. A round of applause rang out. Su Yuan and Lu Ren returned to their seats. Wei Yin slowly closed the game plan in his hand. What Su Yuan and Lu Ren had just described was very clear. Even if he was not familiar with the game, he had a general idea of how to play this game. It still sounded very interesting. He looked up at the people in the conference room. There were not many people in this meeting. They were all team leaders and people above team leaders. Do you have anything else to say about this game plan? After waiting for a while, no one spoke. Since there is no problem, let's start the division of labor. Wei Yin slowly spoke. The production of a game requires many links, which requires separating each link and then handing it over to each group to complete. Boss Wei, we have already done the division of labor, but there is a problem at present. This game requires a lot of modeling, skill effects, etc. So the current funds may be much less. Lu Ren spoke carefully. I asked the deputy director. He still knows the funds for this project. If it is the previous turn-based game, it is definitely enough. But now it has become this mode. 3D modeling, skill effects, all need money. But the game funds at this time are not enough if you want to complete this game. Unless you design fewer game characters at the beginning, it will not be enough. I asked the project fund, not enough. Wei Yin frowned slightly when he heard this. Boss Chun has already made an additional investment once, but he didn't expect it to be insufficient. Should I go to Boss Chun to apply for it? Wei Yin was thinking in his heart. When he was considering whether to go to Boss Chun to apply, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. Boss Chun. Wei Yin was surprised and didn't know why Boss Chun called him at this time. Chapter 331 Wang Yang and hashtag 039, Best to Stress. Without time to think, he answered the phone directly. After all, it was Mr. Chen's call. How could he neglect it? Mr. Chen, what do you want? Okay, I got it, Mr. Chen. Hang up the phone. Wei Yin couldn't help but marvel that he was just thinking about the problem of insufficient funds. But he didn't expect Mr. Chun to call first and add 30 million project investment. Our Chun is really amazing. IT is estimated that every move of their project team was seen by Mr. Chun. That's why when they encountered the problem of insufficient funds, they called him first and added investment. He looked up and noticed the eyes of Lu Ren and Su Yuan and smiled slightly. There is no need to worry about the project funds. Our Chin just called and added 30 million project funds to our project team. You don't have to worry about the project funds. Our project team has always been under the supervision of Mr. Chen, so everyone just needs to make this game well. Let's end today's meeting here. Adjourn. Wei Yin said and got up and left. I end the meeting room. Su Yuan and Lu Ren looked at each other in surprise. They just discussed the problem of insufficient project funds, but they didn't expect that Mr. Chun would add 30 million project funds so soon. What Mr. Wei said should be correct. Their project team has always been under the supervision of Mr. Chen. Thinking of this problem, several people first reflected on it and confirmed that they were not slacking off during the work process, so they were relieved. They made up their minds to work harder in the future. Tomorrow grouped to CEO's office. Chinimimo looked at the phone that had been hung up and felt a little confused. Has Wei Yin changed his personality? I remember that he had asked the other party to spend some money before, and he always said a few words. Either it didn't cost that much, or it could be cheaper. But this time was different. After he said the additional investment, he didn't say anything and agreed very happily that he had prepared a lot of words to deal with Wei Yin, but he didn't expect that they were in vain. But this is also good, saving him from talking too much, Chinimimo thought to himself, then pressed the call bell and notified the finance department to add 30 million project funds to Wei Yin's project team. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief that in any case, he finally found a way to spend his more than 100 million system funds. Now that there is the remaining system funds, as long as you keep an eye on it at any time, there will be basically no problem. After all, if you really want to spend hundreds of thousands or millions in this huge company, there are still ways that as long as there is no large amount of money coming in this time, this special task will basically be no problem. That I don't know what the reward for this special task is. Point 1 lock some more permissions. Chinimimo secretly thought that what he expected more was to reward him with tens of millions of personal assets. Chun-Lin decoration Wang Yang sat in the office with a distressed look on his face. He was very conflicted now in terms of business ability. He should be the worst in the company because he has only received orders from one person so far. But in terms of performance, his orders are more than the performance of everyone in the company. The coffee shop in Kyoto entered the decoration. He had already booked the quarterly sales champion in advance, that he should not be able to evaluate. The sales champion, because his current position is no longer a designer, but a supervisor. Since Mr. Chin handed over the decoration of the coffee shop in Kyoto to him, he was directly promoted to the level of supervisor by the management of Qing-Lin Decoration, and he no longer had to be in the inflow, studio, but had his own personal office. However, although he was already a supervisor, he still had some reluctance that he now wanted to take a decoration order from a company other than Mr. Chin.so. During this period, he also went out to run business several times, and the final result was the same. He didn't receive any orders to HEY.is it possible that he can only accept orders from Mr. Chin. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Soon, the supervisor Chiba walked in. Brother Chi, what's the matter? Wang Yang asked, but he basically had the answer in his mind. During this period, except for the coffee shop business in Kyoto, he didn't take any other decoration orders from Mr. Chin. Chiba often asked him to contact Mr. Chin to ask about the decoration. But the decoration is not something that can be obtained by asking. And he always felt that it was not good to ask like this, so he never asked. Chiba smiled and waved his hand, then sat opposite Wang Yang. Wang Yang, do you have any plans today? Yes, I have contacted a customer here, and I'm going to measure the size to see if I can get this order. Wang Yang spoke. He didn't want to give up on taking orders that he felt that as long as he went to a few more companies, he would definitely be able to get a decoration order. Wang Yang, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You're already the company's supervisor. Why are you still thinking about orders? Just leave the orders to the designers, and there is no point in taking small orders. That if you want to take orders, take big orders. Have you contacted Mr. Chin? Have you got any new decoration orders recently? I tell you, customers need to be maintained. Although Mr. Chun is giving you the decoration orders now, if you don't keep in touch with him, maybe one day he will give the decoration orders to other people. Don't take other orders anymore, so as not to lose the big for the small. Go to Mr. Chin's company more often and keep in touch with him. Chibu said step by step. When Wang Yang heard Chibu's words, he thought to himself, as expected, that he then smiled bitterly. Brother Chie, to be honest, I'm not very familiar with Mr. Chun, though we've only met a few times. That if I go there often, I'm afraid it will cause disgust. You mean you've only met once? Is that true or false? Chiba looked at Wang Yang with some suspicion that it's unreasonable to give you all those orders after just a few meetings. That if Wang Yang is a beautiful woman, it's possible. Really? Wang Yang nodded. The number of times he had met Mr. Chun could be counted on one hand. Chiba was stunned by Wang Yang's serious expression, that he suddenly didn't understand why he gave you so many orders without meeting him. But no matter what at MR. Chun is a big customer and can't be given up easily, though we didn't meet much before, but that doesn't mean we won't meet in the future. Why don't you keep in touch with Mr. Chin from now on? You see, apart from the orders from Kyoto, Jiangqing hasn't had any orders for you for a long time. Maybe they have already been given to others. Why don't you? Chibu was halfway through his words when Wang Yang's phone suddenly rang. Well, you answer the phone first. Chibu pointed at Wang Yang's phone. Chapter 332 Internship. Wang Yang looked at his phone and found it was an unfamiliar number. He looked up at Chibu and connected the phone. Hello. Okay, tomorrow, right? I understand. Wang Yang hung up the phone and sat on his seat in a daze that what's wrong? Did something happen? Chibu asked worriedly, looking at Wang Yang's expression. Wang Yang came to his senses after hearing this and looked up at Chibu. Brother Chi, we have an order. Order? What do you mean? Chiba didn't react for a while, but soon realized something and looked at Wang Yang with a Lukoff surprise on his face that I asked an order from Mr. Chen. In his impression, Mr. Chen was the only one who could take the initiative to call Wang Yang to deliver orders. Yes, Mr. Chen has established a gaming club there, and there is a 7-story office building that we need to decorate. Wang Yang took a deep breath. Just now, the supervisor Chibu was still saying that if he didn't contact Mr. Chen more, future orders might fall into the hands of other people. When he heard this, he felt that it made sense. But he didn't expect that before he could contact him, the order from Mr. Chen would come that a 7-story office building. Chibu was stunned when he heard this. Although the profit of office building decoration is not as good as some home decoration. Although the profit from office building decoration is low, given the area of a 7-story office building, the overall profit is definitely not a small amount. Thinking of this, he quickly went to see Wang Yang. When are you going to take a measuring stick? The appointment is for tomorrow. Wang Yang replied, okay, I will drive to see you off tomorrow and bring you another helper. Chiba nodded at AT this time. Chinjun had been sent to Kyoto, so he could just handle the matter of sending Wang Yang off. He will not be dissatisfied with this to AT this time. He knew that as long as he served Wang Yang well, future orders would definitely be inevitable. Brother Chi, it's not troublesome that I'll just take a taxi. There tomorrow. Wang Yang waved his hand. How about that? I'll drive you there tomorrow. There's also a 7-story office building. It's too time-consuming for you to measure it by yourself. That I'll bring you 2 more people to help you. Chibu patted Wang Yang on the shoulder and said seriously. When Wang Yang saw this, he no longer refused, but there was one thing in his mind. What Chibu said was indeed correct. Our Chin helped him so much. And he really should respond that I remember the last time I gave Mr. Chen a red envelope. Mr. Chen seemed very satisfied. Then the next time you visit, give me another red envelope. Wang Yang secretly thought to himself that he had received a lot of orders from Mr. Chen, and he had earned a lot in performance commission alone that it's also time to give back to Mr. Chen. Lin Shui City, Normal University, Girls' Dormitory. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Wei Wei are packing their luggage. Bring a little more stuff. We need to go out for a week, that Lu Wei Wei said while packing her luggage. Well, I checked that it's very warm in Nanjiang City now, so you don't need to bring too thick clothes. That we can also go to Nanjiang City and find a printing agency to print promotional flyers. There is no need to bring them over here. Yang Yao Yao put a thick stack of leaflets on the table. This leaflet was left over after they promoted it in various schools in Lin Shui City some time ago. How's it going? Have you packed everything? Lu Wei Wei pulled up the suitcase and looked up at Yang Yao Yao, who was still packing. Immediately, Yang Yao Yao put a mobile phone holder in his hand into the suitcase and also zipped up the suitcase. The two of them pulled up the suitcase at the same time. Let's go. I calculated if we want to increase the live broadcast salary to the 3rd level, we need to travel to about 5 cities. We took 7 days off this time. If the trip goes well, we can probably visit 2 cities. In this case, if we take another slightly longer vacation, we will probably be able to take over all 5 cities. By then, our live broadcast remuneration will be increased to 300 yuan per hour. Lu Wei Wei held her luggage and said with joy, 300 an hour. As long as she broadcasts for 4 hours, he will get 1,200 yuan a day. A month's live broadcast salary is just that. This reward was something she couldn't even imagine before. Well, I've already booked a hotel, and I've also made a distribution map of the schools in the city that we can take action when we get there. Yang Yao Yao nodded. Since they printed flyers and then went to the gates of various schools to promote it, through this method, they quickly raised their original live broadcast salary to the 2nd level. 200 yuan per whole. However, on top of the 200 yuan per hour bracket, there is also a 300 yuan per hour bracket. But if they want to increase the salary of the live broadcast to the 3rd level, the number of people they need to attract will increase sharply, and they have already finished promoting the schools in Linchu City. If they want to use this method to attract more user comes in, they need to go to schools in other cities to promote it. They have been making this plan in the past few days, and now they're almost ready, and the school has also asked for leave. Today is the day to set off. By the way, in a few months, I will be doing internship. Do you think we should choose this live broadcast job directly? I have already inquired about it. The live broadcast platform can give us an internship certificate. And as long as we choose this live broadcast during the internship period, we will have more time to promote it. When we promote it in enough cities, I am afraid we will have the opportunity to increase the level of live broadcast remuneration to the 4th level. For 100 yuan per hour, Lu Weiwei said to Yang Yao Yao beside her while pulling the suitcase outside. 400 per hour. That means 4 hours of live broadcast a day, which is 1,600 yuan a day. That is nearly 50,000 yuan a month. 50,000 yuan a month. In a job during the internship can earn 50,000 yuan a month. Yang Yao Yao heard this and was about to answer when her phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and found that it was her mother calling. She quickly answered the phone. Mom, what's up? I heard you say last time that your school is about to enter the internship period that if you don't find a good company, you can go back to Jiangxing and come to my dad's company. The benefits and treatment of this company are very good. Long Hong's voice came from the phone. Yang Yao Yao's eyes flickered when she heard it. She had visited the place where her parents worked before. Although the salary and benefits are good, it is still just a small garment factory after all, and she is studying in a normal university. That IT doesn't seem to be a good match to work in a garment factory. And now, she has the live broadcast thing, so she doesn't consider it even more. Thinking about it, she spoke directly. Mom, I have already chosen the internship unit here, and I won't go back to Jiangxing to work. Now they have seen the benefits of boring short video live broadcast, and with their continuous publicity, the benefits of live broadcast will continue to increase. With such a live broadcast platform, how could she choose to go back to Jiangxing to the company her mother mentioned? Chapter 333, Reform of Nanha Coffee Yao Yao. Our company is a group company, very formal. You can come back and take a look. Dong Hong continued to persuade. When chatting a few days ago, her daughter told her about internships. She also paid some attention to this. Not to mention other places, Mr. Chin's company alone is very good. If her daughter comes to work in Tomorrow Group, it is also a very good choice. So, she talked to Mr. Chan about this matter yesterday, and Mr. Chin clearly stated that it could arrange a position for Yang Yao Yao. After getting this accurate news, there was a call just now. Mom, I really have a very good job here. Yang Yao Yao spoke helplessly. However, she didn't know how to tell her parents about live broadcasting, and she was a little worried that her parents would not understand her choice. After thinking about it, she could only wait until the live broadcast was stabilized in the future before telling them. Mom, I have something to do now, so let's not talk about it for now. Jiangxing City Chan by Jin Yuan. Dong Hong slowly hung up the phone. Yao Yao, what do you say? Yang Dahai saw Dong Hong hang up the phone and asked. Dong Hong shook her head when she heard this. Yao Yao said that she found an internship there, and she won't go back to Jiangxing. Forget it, since she doesn't want to come back, let her do it. Yang Dahai sighed when he heard this that he respected his daughter's ideas, since she didn't want to come back. She wouldn't come back. Jiangxing City Nana Coffee Sedan and Song Xia were sitting in the empty seats in the coffee shop discussing things. This is the information sent from Kyoto. You can also take a look. Sudan handed a piece of information to Song Xia, and he also picked up a piece and read it. Yeah. Song Xia nodded. This information was prepared by the Nana Coffee Kyoto office, which was a practical investigation off the business model of some coffee shops in Kyoto. After all, they have already conducted offline investigations on all coffee shops in Jiangxing City to observe their business models and some ways to attract customers. But there are not too many coffee shops in Jiangxing, and there are a few boutique coffee shops. In order to obtain more data, they asked people in Kyoto to do some offline surveys in Kyoto and then send the survey data to them. The two quietly looked through the data sent from Kyoto. After a while, Sudan put down the data in his hand and looked up at Song Xia. What do you think? Well, they have a lot of preferential activities or some discounts during holidays, which are all points to attract customers. Some boutique coffee shops only accept a fixed wave of high-end people, but these two things are not used at all in our Nana Coffee. Song Xia frowned slightly. The preferential activities have been selected, and President Chun has clearly prohibited them before, so their Nana Coffee has no way to use them. However, boutique coffee shops only accept that fixed wave of high-end people, which seems to be not suitable for their Nana Coffee at all, that if there is only one Nana Coffee or two very few, it can indeed be done. But Nana Coffee has 30 stores in total, including those in Kyoto, and it is still expanding. With so many stores, those high-end customer groups are simply not enough to support so many Nana Coffee stores. So Nana Coffee is not feasible in this regard. Sudan heard Song Xia's words and sighed. She also knew this. Boutique coffee is a niche in status, and there are not many consumer groups. But Mr. Chen opened so many boutique coffee shops, which is completely contrary to the normal business model of boutique coffee shops. They did so many surveys in order to find a comprehensive method that can allow boutique coffee shops to accept most of the customer groups. These two methods don't work, so we can only consider other methods. Sudan flipped through the information in his hand again, frowning. She had just read the information above and didn't find any breakthroughs. Is Nana Coffee really going to continue like this? Sudan couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Now Nana Coffee has developed 30 coffee shops, and there are 5 more in preparation. And for every 5 stores added, there will be 5 more employees' salary expenses in the next month, as well as daily water and electricity expenses. With the increase of coffee shops, the monthly expenses of coffee shops are also increasing. When it increases to a certain number, it will definitely be a terrifying number. Although Mr. Chin said that, there is no need to worry too much about whether the coffee shop is profitable or not. But as the deputy manager of Nana Coffee, how can she not be anxious? If this expenditure really develops to the point that Mr. Chin can't bear it, then Nana Coffee will definitely collapse quickly. While thinking, a customer suddenly walked into the coffee shop. "Excuse me, do you have pastries in your coffee shop?" "Sorry, we don't have pastries here." Listening to the conversation between the two, Sudan blinked his eyes and then looked through the information just now. After a while, his eyes gradually brightened. Pastries. How could she ignore this matter? Nowadays, Manhwa Coffee has no pastries, only coffee. However, when she investigated other coffee shops, she often saw people ordering pastries. During her investigation, those pastries were not cheap. I remember when I went to Starbucks for investigation, 2 small pastries, plus a cup of American coffee, also cost more than 70 to 80, and some pastries were even more expensive. Then she had a certain understanding of these before. Those pastries were finished products or semi-finished products produced in some pastry processing factories, and then they were simply processed in the coffee shop. And the actual price of these pastries is not much. I can do something about these pastries. I think there is a way, Sudan said with a surprised look. "Teacher Sue, do you have a solution?" Song Sia looked at Sudan in surprise. She had been thinking about it for a long time, but she couldn't think of a solution. Unexpectedly, Teacher Sue suddenly had a solution. "Yeah." Sudan nodded and glanced at the customers who left because there were no pastries in the store. There were customers who asked about pastries in the store before, but she didn't think much about it at that time. "But I just read the information sent from Kyoto. In those materials, many of the coffees have pastries. I think we can add some pastries in the store, but the price of our boutique coffee is high. When the time comes, we will lower the price of pastries and keep it to a price that can just make a profit. This way, if someone wants to eat pastries, they may choose our non-hit coffee," Sudan slowly narrated. "They just need to lower the price of pastries to the lowest. This way, even if the coffee in their store is more expensive, the pastries are cheap, and the price of the two together is not very high. The coffee in other coffee shops is a little cheaper than theirs, but the pastries are very expensive. In this comparison, the prices of both sides are not different. At least in terms of the overall price of drinking coffee and eating pastries, it is not bad, and non-hit coffee may even be lower. And non-hit coffee is at least not worse than other coffee shops in terms of coffee taste. It can also be said that it is much better." Chapter 334, Boring Short Video. Samsia listened to Teacher Sue's words and thought about it seriously. After a while, he cried out in surprise, "What a great idea. This way we can use the cheap pastries to attract many customers. And don't many stores have set meals that I can also make a pastry set meal. This set meal includes a cup of coffee and 1 or 2 pastries. Then in this set meal, we set the price of the pastries as the cost price. However, the retail price of pastries must be set slightly higher. Result, the price of pastries and coffee alone will be higher than the price of a set meal. And since the price of set meals is low, many people will like to buy set meals. As long as the sales volume of set meals increases, the sales volume of coffee will also increase." The Sudan nodded slightly as he listened. Set meals are indeed a good idea, and you can also come up with several more set meals, both cheaper and more expensive. But how to solve the pastry matter? Long Sia suddenly encountered a problem. The Sudan laughed lightly when he heard this. That don't worry about this. When I was a trainer, I had contact with pastry processing factories that I will take care of it. You could just think about the combination of the set meal. Okay, Teacher Sue. Song Sia nodded assuredly that I have been thinking about solving the coffee shop sales problem for a long time, and today, I finally came up with a pretty good solution. Nana Coffee finally saw a glimmer of light that I hope this method can solve the problem of Nana Coffee's losses. Mr. Chen had left Nana Coffee in her hands for so long. Nana Coffee had been in a state of loss, and she had always been very anxious. After all, in addition to the superior-subordinate relationship, Mr. Chun is also her brother-in-law's younger brother. If those in her family knew that she had caused Chunmo's coffee shop to suffer losses, they would probably have to peel off the skin. She could think of her family members and their angry words that it's not enough for you to have your own milk tea shop. You also need Huawei coffee shop. That IT won't last long at all. Tomorrow Group. Boring short video. Manager's office. Brother Shin, I heard that the subject-based live broadcast room sells learning materials and stationery. The performance report has been produced. Wu Yu knocked on the door and walked into the office. Watching now. Li Shin raised his head and glanced at Wu Yu, then stretched out his hand to indicate the report in his hand. This report is an income report of boring short video. Although the income in this report is far less than the current expenditure of boring short video, it is already a good start. Just some time ago, after subject-based live broadcasts gain a lot of users, they also put in corresponding learning materials and stationery for sale. These study materials and stationery are guaranteed to be problem-free. A while has passed since launch to today. So yesterday, he asked the people below to count the sales of the live broadcast room during this period. After a while, Li Shin put down the report in his hand, with a hint of joy on his face. After such a long time, boring short videos are finally making money. How's it going, Brother Shin? Will you look at Li Shin's expression and asked, Li for yourself. Li Shin handed the report in his hand to Wu Yu. Wu Yu took it curiously, opened the report, and took a quick look. Soon, an expression of joy appeared on his face. Brother Shin, the teaching of this subject has not been fully popularized yet. If the live broadcast of this subject becomes popular across the country, the income will be unimaginable. Wu Yu put the report in his hand on the table and said with a sigh. Just a while ago, they were boring short videos, still in a state of zero income and constant expenses that I didn't expect to make profits so quickly. Although there aren't many now, the potential is huge. I'm afraid it won't be possible to spread it nationwide in a short time, but there will definitely be more and more users watching. Li Shin heard Wu Yu's words and shook his head lightly. Boring short videos have not been promoted yet, so it is not easy to spread them nationwide. But he heard that Lu Weiwei and his roommate had gone to other cities to promote. The propaganda method of these two people is very cumbersome, but the effect is indeed surprisingly good. As long as these two people continue to promote, there will definitely be more and more user-soft boring short videos, and basically most of the users watch subject-related live broadcast. As long as the number of people watching subject-related live broadcasts increases, the sales of stationery and learning materials sold in the live broadcast rooms will definitely increase. Overall, this is a virtuous cycle. Moreover, he has been paying attention to some data in boring short videos during this period. In addition to the increase in the number of people watching subject-based live broadcasts, the number of people in some other types of live broadcast rooms has also gradually increased. Obviously, they have not carried out any publicity among these people, except for some who downloaded it out of curiosity through the software download platform. Most of them were brought by those who watched the live broadcast of the subject. After all, when a person finds a boring short video good, he or she will most likely recommend it to others. That's all. As the number of users watching subject-related videos increases, others will also be driven to download boring short videos. Then let's find a way to speed up the publicity. How about we recruit a few more students from normal universities and offer them the same conditions? By then, those people will probably be as active as Lu Weiwei and her roommates. Promotion, let's make short videos. Will you suggest it? This is not good. Lu Weiwei and the two have already broken the rules on increasing live broadcast remuneration. If they do it too much, it may affect the credibility of the platform in everyone's eyes. but I can help Lu Weiwei and the two people to think of a way to see if they can speed up the publicity. That Li Shin touched his chin and fell into thinking that by the way, report this matter to Mr. Chin that I know. Just ask someone to send a report up that you smiled that Mr. Chin should be very pleased that the boring short videos that he has been spending money and suddenly have income. Tomorrow grouped up president's office. Chinamo was sitting in his office, staring at the computer screen, constantly controlling the mouse and keyboard that on the computer screen. It shows a person running quickly in the woods with a gun on his back. Bang, bang. Suddenly a series of gunshots were heard, and then the screen turned gray and white. The person on the screen had been beaten to death and turned into a box that in the grass not far from the box. A person quickly got up and ran to the box quickly. Chinamo looked at the picture on the computer screen, pushed the mouse aside angrily, and slumped down on the armchair. Grandma's, even if he was stabbed in the back by Lao Lu in real life, he didn't expect that he could be tricked to death by Lao Lu in the game. I hate Lao Lu. The more I thought about it, the more unhappy I became, and finally I quit the game interface directly. I thought that during this period, various companies had been steadily consuming system funds, and I felt relaxed that I was going to play games to relax. And after thinking about it, I downloaded Extreme Survival. And no matter what, this Extreme Survival was already profitable, and he couldn't change the result. Just enjoy it. After all, this game was quite fun in the previous life that I just didn't expect that even playing a game could be defeated by Lao Lu or Chun. This is the report submitted by Boring Short Video. While sitting on the seat, doubting her life, Chinamo came over and handed over the report in her hand. Chapter 335, Buying Non-Hot Coffee Report on Boring Short Video. Chinamo was confused. Isn't Boring Short Video always recruiting anchors to help him lose money? What's there to report? He sat up from his chair and took the report handed over by Shinro, but he first took a sip of the water cup on the table and then opened the report in his hand. Well, Chinamo's expression gradually became solemn when he looked at the report, and his arm holding the report couldn't help but tremble a little. Li Shun, you are a goodly Shun. Chinamo took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and threw the report in his hand. As Mr. Chun, is there any problem with this report? Shinro looked at Mr. Chin's expression and asked nervously. He was even more confused that he had also read this report. The things in the report were good things. Why was Mr. Chin so angry? Well, nothing. You go back to work first. Chinamo glanced at Shinro, then waved his hand. Shinro looked at Mr. Chin and finally returned to her office. Obediently, seeing Shinro leave, Chinamo opened his phone and went directly to the Boring Short Video on the search interface. He searched for subject live broadcasts. Soon a series of live broadcast links appeared in the list below that he clicked one at random. Soon he saw a host holding a textbook and explaining a question, and from time to time he wrote some knowledge points on the whiteboard behind him. And the barrage below was basically asking questions. He took another look at the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, and there were more than 200 people. Then, he exited this live broadcast room and went to other live broadcast rooms to take a look. Basically, the situation is similar, and each live broadcast room has a shopping cart hanging, and the shopping cart is full of school supplies that IT really knows how to buy things for customers. Through the viewing just now, he also saw that those who watched were basically parents who tutored their children. In the live broadcast room, where almost all parents tutor their children, selling school supplies is really a good match. Chinamo exited the live broadcast room speechlessly and put his phone aside casually. Suddenly, there was a feeling of powerlessness. Let's talk about Li Shun, but it was his request to recruit this kind of teaching anchor. But let's not talk about Li Shun. He made the willing short video platform generate income. Although it was not much, in more than half a month, the final income was about 30,000, which did not affect his settlement. But if the number of users of willing short video increases, the income in the future may not be 30,000. Chinamo rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, although he knew that the increase in the number of users of willing short video may lead to an increase in income. But he couldn't stop it. After all, Li Shun has always been doing things according to his instructions, and he has not promoted willing short video. More importantly, now that this teaching live broadcast has generated income with the nature off the system, it is impossible for him to cancel this live broadcast section. The current situation is that they know that this subject live broadcast may generate income for willing short video, but he can't stop it at all. Chinamo leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought he was wondering whether his teaching live broadcast mode was correct. Now that subject-based teaching live broadcasts have generated income, it is hard to guarantee that other types of live broadcasts will also be profitable. After thinking about the possibility seriously, he casually flipped through other types of live broadcasts. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief, and no matter how he thought about it, his decision was not a problem. This subject-based live broadcast should be just an accident, as for other live broadcasts. He just looked at them, no matter how he looked at them. They were very boring, in fact. If subject-based live broadcasts are shown to those school children, there will definitely not be many people who see them. Basically, parents are forced to watch them in order to help their children study. Therefore, his overall decision is still correct and does not need to be changed. Chinamo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the report in his hand again. Although subject-based live broadcasts have generated income, it is still not much at present, and it does not affect the settlement at present. There is no need to be so nervous, but I must pay more attention to it in the future. Kyoto Chinga Game Club Chin Song sat in front of the computer, concentrating on playing games in the game screen. Chin Song was controlling the character in the computero crawl in the grass on the hillside. He could clearly hear footsteps coming from afar through his headphones as soon he saw a man running up from the hillside in the distance. Chin Song looked at this scene, and his mouth curved up unconsciously. When the man kept approaching, Chin Song pressed the mouse without hesitation, fired a burst-off bullets. Without any defense, the running man instantly turned into a box that Chin Song chuckled twice, quickly controlled the character in the game to run to the box, and began to loot the spoils. That he had played this game for a while, that he suddenly found a very interesting way to play, that is, to be the sixth man to ambush people. After searching for loot, he controlled the character in the game and quickly entered the new safe zone, then chose a toilet and squatted down. After a while, Chin Song controlled the game character to lie behind a tree and killed the last enemy. Watching the broadcast of winning the first place, Chin Song couldn't help laughing. The number of times he got the first place in a single row could be counted on one hand. Sure enough, only when you are the sixth can you have a chance to get the first place. Chin Song took off his headphones and glanced at the mobile phone on the table. He found that there were still more than 10 minutes before the agreed meeting time. He got up and walked out of the office. On the way, he happened to meet a member of the club. Mr. Chin, the member of the club, greeted Chin Song hurriedly when he saw him. Yeah. Chin Song nodded and continued to speak. Well, go out and buy some coffee. 1 cup for each member of the club. Remember to buy non-hit coffee. There is a store just 2 miles away from the base. Okay, Mr. Chin. The member of the club left quickly. Chin Song walked towards the meeting room happily. As for non-hit coffee, since it is the business of Mr. Chin of Tomorrow Group, he would support it if he could. Moreover, the coffee shop is only 2 miles away from their Chinga club, so it is very convenient to buy. I remember the first time I drank non-hit coffee, I was still sighing that such good coffee was actually in Jiangchen. Unexpectedly, non-hit coffee opened near the club, so soon that he still likes the taste of non-hit coffee very much. Since the coffee shop opened, he has drunk a cup almost every day. Of course, when he is in a good mood, he'll also treat the members of the club to a cup. Just like today, I wonder what Mr. Chin of Tomorrow Group would feel like if he knew that he would support non-hit coffee every day. Chapter 336, Life Authority. At the end of May. Tomorrow Group. President's office. An Emo sat back in his chair, his consciousness immersed in his mind, looking at the system panel in his mind. He smiled with relief. There were no major accidents in this month, and they were basically under his control. Just 2 days ago, the employees' wages, taxes, and other expenses that could be spent had been spent. The employee dinner also successfully consumed part of the system funds. With his planned spending, the system funds finally fell below 15 million. The current system funds are 9.3 million. At this time, there were only a few minutes left before the special task was settled. Watching the time pass by little, Chinamo relaxed more and more until the countdown ended, and the only remaining worry was completely eliminated. During the special task settlement, the host's remaining system funds were detected to meet the settlement standards. Special task completed. Task rewards are being issued. According to the voice of the system in his head, Chinamo looked curiously at the rewards issued by the system. However, after seeing those rewards, the whole person could not help but feel a little disappointed. This time, the rewards still did not include tens of millions of cash, nor luxury houses or cars. The rewards were the same as the last time, but some permissions were opened. However, there were some differences, and he was also rewarded with a lottery. Charity fund permissions. Unlocked. Point 1. The available charity funds have changed from the original 20% of the initial funds to 50% of the initial funds. Point 2. The settlement funds have changed. From today, when the system settles, the remaining system funds will no longer be cleared, but will all be transferred to the charity fund account. Looking at the unlocking permissions for charity funds, Chinamo took out a computer and did a simple calculation. The initial system funds this time were 30 million and 20% was 6 million. But now it has become 50%, which is 15 million. In other words, during this settlement cycle, he can also transfer 9 million from the system funds to the foundation's account. That it's not bad to have an extra 900 expenditures for nothing than AS for the second one. It's even simpler. Every time the system was settled before, the remaining system funds were all cleared. This time it will not be cleared to zero, but all will be injected into the foundation's account. This permission unlocking does not really help him, but the funds in the foundation's account will probably increase as the number of settlements increases. When the charity funds increase to a certain level, he will not have to be so restrained in doing charity. Chinamo thought secretly in his heart, and then looked at the second unlocked permission. Life permission unlocking. And today, the expenses required for the host's travel or activities can be deducted from the system funds. For example, suits and ties required for business activities, watches representing the boss identity, and the company car can add a boss's special car. However, each item has a certain quota and cannot be exceeded. Looking at the unlocking of the life permission, Chinamo felt a little more comfortable. This permission unlocking is still very good for him. Although he doesn't wear suits and the like very often, there is no problem buying them, and it can also consume system funds. But what he thinks is the best is that he can add a boss car. Although the limit given by the system for this boss car is not yet certain, it is definitely higher than the company car he is using now. After all, the boss car must be different from the normal company car, otherwise why is it called the boss car? According to the last permission unlocked, although this boss car belongs to the company, it is actually no different from him. Except that he cannot sell it at will. He can use it at will. Very good. Chinamo nodded with satisfaction. Since the system gave this permission, he must spend it. After reading all the 2 unlocked permissions, there is only one chance to draw a lottery. Draw. Chinamo was still immersed in his mind, looking at the lottery button on the system panel, and he was somewhat puzzled. The 2 special tasks completed before it did not have the reward of the lottery, that I don't know what the reward will be for this lottery. Chinamo curiously pressed the lottery button. Congratulations to the host. You have received a song from your previous life. Please check it. That a song from your previous life. Listening to the system's voice, Chinamo was stunned for a moment, then speechless. What use did he have for this song? He had tested the system before, and the reward song was also an asset of the company. Unexpectedly, this time, he was rewarded with another song, Rubbish Lottery. Chinamo couldn't help but complain. He thought he could get something good from the lottery. Remind the host, after 2 unlockings of permissions, the songs or works from the previous life of the host has obtained now, as long as they are not related to the company under his name during the operation process. Then, all the profits obtained will belong to the individual. Listening to the system's voice, Chinamo's complaints paused instantly. It was the first time he felt that the system's voice was so pleasant that as long as there is no relationship with the company under his name during the operation, the profits obtained will belong to him personally. Isn't this easy to do? He just needs to find a singer, then authorize the song to the other party. Let him publish it, and he can earn commissions later. That isn't this. Making money lying down. Of course, he can also choose to sing it himself. After all, after obtaining this song, he will have complete control over the song. But after a simple thought, he directly gave up the idea of singing it himself. After all, this song is very popular that if he sings it, he can definitely make money, but he needs to face a problem. That is, if the song becomes popular, then he will be famous. That he is not afraid of becoming famous. He is afraid of the star effect after becoming famous, that if his song becomes popular, it will attract a large number of fans, and then those fans will know his industry. The consequences are unimaginable. The fan effect is very terrifying. And not to mention the fan effect, but after he becomes famous, those industries that wants to keep a low profile will no longer be hidden. Chapter 337, the most typical example is boring short videos and chan phone clothing. These industries cannot be exposed. Once exposed, it will definitely be a big deal. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, it was decided to authorize other singers toasting the song. Of course, when authorizing, electronic contracts must be signed, and you must not show up and try not to expose yourself. Only by hiding yourself as much as possible can you ensure the stable development of themony losing industries. Under your name. After reading all the settlement rewards, Chinamo sat back in his chair and relaxed. Although there was no substantial reward this time, the unlocked permissions were very practical. Whether it was the use of songs or the appearance of the boss's special car, it was beneficial to him. Tomorrow is Children's Day, that I end the new month, Extreme Survival, and Tianlong will definitely receive a large amount of funds again. After all, the last offline competition of Extreme Survival has made Extreme Survival completely appear in the public's vision. The four leading live broadcast platforms are all promoting Extreme Survival with all their strength. Some time ago, he took a look at the four leading live broadcast platforms respectively. There's a live broadcast section of Extreme Survival on the recommended position of the homepage of each live broadcast platform. The misfire of Extreme Survival is already an inevitable trend. But the number of downloads of the game is increasing every day. The popularity of Extreme Survival also brought a wave of popularity to Tianlong. The growth of new users was very slow, but since the offline competition of Extreme Survival ended, the growth rate of new users of Tianlong has also increased a lot. Thinking of these two games, Chinamo had a headache that he didn't do much calculation this time. The monthly card income of the two games at the beginning of the month alone reached tens of millions, and the income for the whole month was probably 150 million, that there are still tens of millions of funds that could be invested in the urban construction of the clothing factory. After all, the demolition and reconstruction of the entire industrial park is a very large project, and it will require hundreds of millions of funds as a whole that he can't pay these hundreds of millions of funds at one time, but sign a contract with the engineering team there and will pay a certain amount of engineering fees every month. That I in this way can also reduce his pressure to consume funds. But now, in addition to the clothing factory, there is only the expenditure of opening 5 new stores of non-coffee every month, and the monthly employee wages, taxes, etc. daily expenses. But with the current income from the two games, the current expenditures are not enough to consume the system funds. Thinking of this, Chinamo rubbed his eyebrows helplessly, spending money. But for such a long time, the investment company has not received a reliable industry that I can only spend money through other channels temporarily. Chinamo touched his chin and thought to himself, since there is a boss's special car in the company, there should also be a manager's special C or a manager of a company. How can I not have my own car? A company has 2 managers, the principal and the deputy, so there must be 2 cars. Thinking of this, Chinamo took out a notebook and began to write on it the number of companies and managers he now owns. Non-coffee. Boring short video, Sengsuia game. Looking at the names of the companies on the notebook, Chinamo nodded with satisfaction. One company represents 2 managers, which means that 2 cars can be consumed. After a simple count, the number of managers currently owned by the company is exactly 14. However, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin of Blue Film are still filming outside, so they can online assign cars when they come back. So there are 12 cars available for purchase at present. In addition to his boss's special car, a total of 13 cars can be consumed. Looking at the final number, he took a sip of the water cup on the table and began to test the maximum limit allowed by the system. After a while, Chinamo smiled slightly. Through the test just now, he finally knew the limit of the manager's car and the limit off the boss's special car. The maximum limit allowed for the manager's car is 800,000, which is 200,000 higher than a company's ordinary buses, which is not bad. Then there is the boss's special car, which actually gave him a limit of 1.5 million. Looking at the number 150, Chinamo sighed slightly. This system really acted like a human being and was generous. After a simple calculation, as long as the car is purchased at the price, a total of 11.1 million system funds can be eliminated. Although it is nothing compared to the current system funds of hundreds of millions, it is also a small part of it. And since the system allows him to buy some suits and watches for himself by consuming system funds, this can also consume part of the system funds. After thinking about this, clearly he called Shinro over directly. Notify the managers of each company to gather at tomorrow group the day after tomorrow. By the way, Blue Film is filming, so there is no need to remind them. By the way, this meeting, unless there are special unexpected circumstances, must be attended. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro nodded, turned around quickly, and returned to the office, notifying the managers of each company of this matter. The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow group. Many managers of companies as well as deputy managers all came to the conference room. Assistant Shin just notified them that Mr. Chen will come in 10 minutes. Mr. Wei, do you know that Mr. Chen called us all here? Is there anything to arrange? Hang Tao looked at Wei Yin and asked in a low voice. This was his first time to come to the group conference room for a meeting today, that he had held some meetings before, but their pet park was still under construction, so Mr. Chen did not require them to come for the meeting. But this time was a little different. Assistant Shin actually said that if there was nothing special, he had to attend. This made him feel a little surprised that he didn't know what big thing Mr. Chen wanted to announce, that I don't know. Wei Yin shook his head slightly. He was also very puzzled that Mr. Chen suddenly called all the managers over, that he didn't know what it was. But he actually called all the managers in the company over. There should be something big to announce. Mr. Wei, you don't know. Song Xia looked surprised. Wei Yin was recognized as the person who knew Mr. Chen best in the company. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wei didn't know this time that it should be something big to announce. Fang Chong said in a low voice. The others looked at each other and nodded, thinking that it should be so. Yao Bagua and Tao Zai sat at the edge of the conference room, quietly watching many familiar managers discuss things. They had just joined the group not long ago and were busy with the club's establishment, so they were not very familiar with other managers in the company. They had not even met some managers before coming here today. Manager Yao, I heard that the game club is still being raised, that if you encounter any problems, just come to us, that if we can help, we will do our best to help. So don't be polite, that we are all Mr. Chen's people, that we must work together to make tomorrow group bigger and stronger. Wei Yin noticed that Yao Bagua and Tao Zai had been silent all the time and said with a smile that's right. If you have any questions, just ask, that if we can help, we will do our best to help. Shin also echoed at the same time. Several other managers also spoke up. Looking at this scene, Yao Bagua showed gratitude that he could feel that everyone was trying to ease his unfamiliar situation with everyone. Thank you. Not long after, the door of the conference room was opened, and Mr. Chen walked in from outside. Chapter 338. Wei Yin. Mr. Chen, I have a car. Hello, Mr. Chen. Seeing Mr. Chen come in, many employees in the conference room stood up one after another. Chen Nemo looked at the many managers who were standing up and smiled kindly. This time, these people all represented 800,000 each. Everyone sit down. He gently pressed his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. Well, I'm calling everyone here today. I have nothing else to do. I just want to talk about the company's appearance. A facade thing. Listening to Mr. Chen's words, many managers showed puzzled expressions. We need to talk about appearance of tomorrow group. Everyone who knows their group will have an envious expression. Chen Nemo looked at everyone's expressions, ignored them, and continued to speak to AS managers of various companies. We naturally represent the company's face. However, I recently discovered that many managers in our company don't even have a car. This is too much of a company's face. After careful consideration, I finally decided to give each of you a car. However, one thing that needs to be emphasized is that the price of this car is 800,000 and it cannot exceed 800,000, nor can it be much lower than 800,000. Also, this car belongs to the company, and you just have the right to use it. If you leave the Tomorrow Group one day, this car needs to be recovered. Okay, that's about it for the meeting. Give everyone 20 minutes to come up with the vehicle you want. Remember that the price cannot exceed 800,000, but it cannot be too much lower than 80. The sound fell, and the conference room fell into silence. The managers of all the companies opened their eyes wide. They speculated for a long time. Mr. Chen called them all over. They probably had something big to announce. But I didn't expect that the final result would be to provide them with a car. This is too. Everyone was immersed in it, and thousands of thoughts in their minds finally turned into just one idea. Mr. Chen really loves them so much. Although Mr. Chen emphasized that if they leave the company, the manager's car will be taken back. But if Tomorrow Group gives them such generous treatment, will anyone really be willing to leave? Everyone thought to themselves and finally shook their heads that as long as they were not fools, they would not think of leaving the Tomorrow Group. Yao Bagua and Taoja looked at each other. And then Yao Bagua took a deep breath and looked up at Mr. Chun, who was sitting directly in front of him. Mr. Chun, we both joined the company not long ago. We also need a car. Yao Bagua asked for confirmation that he and Taoja had only joined the Tomorrow Group for about a month, in such a short time. Mr. Chun decided to give them a car, which he couldn't imagine for a while. When Chinamo heard this, he raised his head and looked at Yao Bagua. Yes, since you are a company manager, you all have this benefit that IT has nothing to do with how long you have been in the company. This car allocation is prepared for the managers of each company, that if one day you are not the company manager, this car will be left to the next manager. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Yao Bagua thanked him and sat back on his seat. That IT didn't take long. Jiang Cheng raised his hand at Mr. Chen, I have always worked in a garment factory and lived in a staff dormitory. Basically, I rarely have the opportunity to go out. I don't need the matching car. QG knew. Yes, Mr. Chen, I take the subway to work every day. That it's very convenient. Fan Chan also spoke. His home is not very far from the Tomorrow Group, and it only takes 20 minutes to get to the company by subway. If driving, it may not be as fast as taking the subway if there is a traffic jam. Mr. Chen, I don't need a car. I also have a car myself. IT would be a waste to have another car. Wei Yin spoke at the right time. He has always had a car of his own. Although it is not a good car, there is no problem in getting around. Chinamo looked at the people who were talking. His eyes were lowered and his chest was rising and falling. These guys at IT really doesn't stop for a moment. That if you want to spend a little money, it makes me uncomfortable, right? For a long time he looked up at Wei Yin and the others and said with serious eyes, you don't deserve this car if you don't want to. It's the company's name and face. You don't have to drive this car, but you can't live without it, you know? Everyone fell silent after listening to Mr. Chen's serious words. They secretly lamented that their own vision was still too short-sighted, that in order to save money on a car, they gave up the company's appearance. This really shouldn't happen. Several people blamed themselves and stopped mentioning their refusal to be assigned a car. Chinamo looked at this scene and felt a little relieved, but his heart just dropped. Was interrupted by another voice. Turning around and looking, Song Xia carefully raised her hand and then spoke slowly to Mr. Chun, I don't have a driver's license. Even if this car is equipped for me, it won't be of any use. I won't open my mouth. Mr. Chun, me too. Without a driver's license, even if this car is allocated to me, I won't be able to house it. Will you also raised his hand quickly? He was just thinking about whether to talk about it, but he didn't expect Song Xiatosi at first. That he has just graduated from college and is a fresh graduate. That I didn't think about getting a driver's license when I was in school. And I've been busy with work during this period of time, so I don't have time to take the test. Chinamo looked at Song Xia, and then at Wu Yu. He felt a little angry, but suddenly he thought of a good plan and calmed down instantly. Looking at Song Xia and the others, he spoke lightly to go take the test without a driver's license. Get a car first, and it won't be too late to drive after you pass the test. At this point, he sat up straight and straightened his face. Speaking of driver's license, I thought of one thing. Now many employees in our company have not taken a driver's license test, and they are busy with work now, so they don't have much time to take the driver's license test. That won't work. After all, if employees can drive, some emergency happens in the company and the journey is very long, so they need to drive to go. In the end, the person who needs to deal with the emergency can't drive, which will delay you thinks that starting from today, make a new rule. All employees in the group, from cleaners to managers, who want to take the driver's license test, can take the driver's license test. The cost of the driver's license test will be paid by the company, and if you encounter working hours, you can go to practice driving with pay. Chinamo slowly narrated. For this sudden idea of his, he felt it was perfect that if you take the driver's license test, you can consume the money for the driver's license test. Now, Tomorrow Group has a lot of people. As long as there are 100 to 200 people taking the driver's license test, it will be a big expense overall. And if you take the driver's license test during working hours, you can also delay work, which indirectly affects the efficiency of work. That if some employees have low comprehension, they can even take the test 10 times or 8 times and use all their working time to get a driver's license. That it's perfect. Getting a driver's license with pay kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 339, the sales department does not keep idle people. In the conference room. Everyone was stunned when they heard Mr. Chen's words. Not to mention, a company reimburses the cost of taking the driver's license test. Employees can actually take the driver's license test during work time. This is something they have never heard of in other companies. What they have seen most often is that employees want to take time off to take a driver's license test, but then their leave is directly rejected. Mr. Chun was lucky and directly gave me a paid driver's license test. There is no harm without comparison. Mr. Chun, if employees are allowed to go to work to take the driver's license test, will it affect their work too much? Wei Yin thought for a moment and then spoke slowly to Listening to Wei Yin's words, Chinamo put down the water glass he had just picked up in an instant. His eyes slowly fell on Wei Yin. This guy really didn't let anything go his way. How can it affect work? If a person takes the driver's license test and affects his normal work, then it is a management issue. Even if there is no driving license test, if some employees are unable to go to work due to some force majeure factors, will it also affect the normal operation of the company? Is there no response plan? I understand, Mr. Chen. Wei Yin nodded shamefully. Mr. Chun was absolutely right that if only 1 or 2 employees take the driving license test, it will not affect the normal operation of the company. So the question he just asked shows that he is too incompetent. Since he is taking the driver's license test, can he set a rule? The number of people who go out to take the driving license test at one time should not exceed the number that affects the normal operation of the company. As long as he makes reasonable arrangements, there will be no impact. Seeing Wei Yin nod, Chinamo withdrew his gaze and looked at the others. Do you have any other comments on what was just announced? All the managers in the conference room fell silent. What they just said has already reached that point that if they make any doubtful suggestions, wouldn't they be saying that they are incompetent? Li Shun and others were even more fortunate. They wanted to raise this question just now, but Wei Yin raised it first. Several people glanced at Wei Yin secretly, with thankful eyes in their eyes, that there's no problem now, right? Let me announce one last thing. Chinamo looked at the many managers who had no opinions and said slowly, the next thing is about employee health. New. Tomorrow group's morning exercise policy has always been implemented, but after this period off morning exercise, I found that everyone has almost adapted to the current level of morning exercise. Starting from tomorrow, the intensity of morning exercises needs to be increased. Just run an extra kilometer every day. Wei Yin, please replan the route. Before running tomorrow, you must plan the running route. The leader will remain unchanged. The clothing factory, pet park, and game club are all still under construction. The morning exercise policy will be temporarily suspended until the construction is completed, and then the morning exercise policy will be activated depending on the situation. As for non-coffee, because the employees are located in various stores, there is no way to train collectively. You can make your own arrangements, Chinamo said calmly. Now all the 6 sons in the group are concentrated in the building Goff Tomorrow group. Simple examples are Wei Yin, Fang Chang, Li Shun. These guys, even during the meeting, were making him uncomfortable. Since you want to make me uncomfortable so much, I'll increase the intensity for you. Chinamo looked at the wry smiles on the faces of Wei Yin and others and smiled lightly. The increased training intensity this time is just a small punishment for you. Wrong. How can it be punishment? This is the encouragement of love. Having a good body is more important than anything else. The conference room gradually returned to silence. Everyone started flipping through their phones to check out some vehicles and models. About 10 minutes passed. Seeing that most people had put away their mobile phones, Chinamo knew that he should have chosen a car he wanted. It seems that everyone has chosen a vehicle, so let's set off now. Chinamo slowly stood up and walked out of the conference room, and everyone else hurriedly followed behind. Not being you knew. Yangqing 4S store. Okay, you all heard what I just said. Clearly, please take it seriously. Our sales department does not support idle people. Anyone who has not achieved results in 3 months should get out of here. In the lobby of the 4S store, a middle-aged woman in formal attire looked at the neat salesman standing with a serious face. Subsequently, his eyes fell on a petite woman. Shall we? You haven't had any results for a month. So be careful that if you really haven't had any results for 3 months, I won't be merciful. I understand, Supervisor G. Shall we lowered her head and whispered. The middle-aged woman in formal attire glanced at Ji Shelwi, said something, then turned and walked back. The meeting is over. As the middle-aged woman left, the salesmen who were standing neatly dispersed in an instant. Shall we, since you have no results, just wait at the door? If anyone comes, ask more questions, and maybe you can close the order. A woman came to Jishoi's side, said something, and left directly. Jishoi looked at the woman leaving and said nothing. What the other party said was right, that if she wanted to get the order, she could only wait at the door. However, there would not be many customers coming to the 4S store at this time, and those old salesmen had their own sales contacts, so basically they would not wait at the door at this time. But she was different. She had just joined the 4S store for a month. Without any contacts, she could only wait at the door. Even if there were few people during this period, she could not miss it watching several salesmen leave. Jishoi came to the door of the 4S store and waited quietly. In fact, before there was still a person like him, who was also new and had no performance at that time. There were 2 people guarding the door, but the day before yesterday, that person resigned, and now she was the only one left. Waiting quietly at the door of the 4S store, I don't know how long it took. Jishoi looked outside the 4S store boredly and saw a group of people coming straight out the 4S store from a distance. The leader was a young man, followed by 3 women, and more than 10 men behind him. Seeing this, Jishoi couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "These people are not here to cause trouble in the 4S store." This is the first time she has seen people come into the 4S store with this kind of attitude. But thinking of her own performance, she suppressed her worries and waited for the young man hold the group to walk into the 4S store and hurried to greet him. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" Jishoi mustered up the courage to ask. "Buy a car." Chinamo looked at the 4S clerk who came up and spoke lightly. "I don't know, sir. What car do you want to buy?" Jishoi's face lit up when she heard this, and she hurried to speak. "It turned out to be buying a car." "That's great." Chinamo didn't answer when he heard this, but turned around and looked at the people behind him. "QG knew. You go first. After 340 to 0, change another one." Chapter 340. Jishoi followed Chinamo's gaze and looked at the people following him, somewhat confused as to what this young man meant. Could it be that someone among the people behind him wants to buy a car? Wei Yin and the others behind him heard this, looked at each other, and walked up. Wei Yin was the first to speak. "Hello, the car I want to buy is an Olympic car, this one." Wei Yin said. Showing the car model, he selected to Jishoi. Jishoi looked at the car model Wei Yin showed her, feeling puzzled, and then spoke tentatively. "Excuse me, are you not going to look at other vehicles and just choose this one?" This was the first time she encountered this situation. Almost all the customers she received before had to walk around the 4S store and then left without saying anything. This is the first time I've seen someone take out a photo of a car like this. "Yes, I want this one." Wei Yin nodded. Jishoi exclaimed, then reacted and spoke quickly that if the purchase is confirmed, we need to go to the reception room to sign the contract. When Wei Yin heard this, he turned around and glanced at Mr. Chen. Seeing that Mr. Chen had no expression, he nodded with relief. "Yes, it's confirmed." "Then please come with me," Jishoi said with joy after hearing this. As he talked. "Sir, what are the configurations of your model?" "The highest configuration is 690,000 and the lowest configuration is 620,000. I don't know which one you have chosen, sir." "The tallest one," Wei Yin said without hesitation that he had been choosing a car on his mobile phone for a long time and finally felt that this one suited his taste. "The maximum price is 690,000, which is 110,000 different from the 800,000 stipulated by Mr. Chun. It is not too low. And this saves money." He felt there was no problem at all. Chin Imo, who was walking aside, frowned slightly when he heard this. "The final price was 690,000, so I spent 110,000 less." "You are such a stubborn boy. You really won't change your mind. Come to the reception room." Since the reception room was not big enough, only Chinimo, Chinro, and Wei Yin followed. As for the others, they all stayed outside the conference room waiting and came in 1v1 to purchase and sign contracts. As for visiting the 4S store, there is no need. After all, he had already asked those people to choose the vehicle before coming out. Of course, there was still someone among them who didn't quite understand what he said. For example, Wei Yin, the anti-bone boy. Entering the reception room, several people took their seats. Jishoi raised her head and looked at Wei. "Yet if we confirm that there are no problems, we will sign the contract." "By the way, sir, are you prepared to pay in full or in installments?" Just as Wei Yin was about to speak, he saw Mr. Chen speaking out first that he doesn't confirm. When Shishoweave heard this, she looked at Chen Imo and then at Wei Yin. She was at a loss for a moment and didn't know how to deal with it. Chen Imo looked at Ji Xiao. Wei's nervous look and smiled. Don't be nervous, that I wonder if you have a price list for vehicles here. Some G. Shall we nod it subconsciously? That's good. Then you can find all the vehicles around 80 and show them to him. Chen Imo said and pointed at Wei Yin. Okay, G. Shall we nod it quickly when she heard this? Although she didn't know what this young man wanted to do. But after all, this is the customer's request that as a salesperson, it is natural to meet the other party's request soon. She used the sales tablet of the 4S store to find all the vehicles worth around 80, that all the vehicles worth around 800,000 are in this list. G. Shall we carefully handed the tablet in her hand to Chen Imo. Chen Imo took the tablet and took a brief look at it to confirm that the prices of the vehicles on the tablet basically met his requirements. That he casually handed the tablet in his hand to Wei Yin. Select again. The model of the vehicle you just selected does not meet the standards. Be careful not to lower the price too much and keep it within 50,000. Okay, Mr. Chen. When Wei Yin heard Mr. Chen's request, he didn't say anything more. He took the tablet and went to the side to choose. While Wei Yin was choosing a vehicle, Chen Imo directly asked Chun Ro to go outside and call someone else in soon. Fan Chong walked in. Whatever model you choose, the price will be the same. Chen Imo looked at Fan Chong, who came in, and asked directly that he understood clearly that if he didn't pay attention, these gangsters might not save him much money. Emmer Chun, I chose this car. The price is 780,000. When Fan Chong heard this, he quickly took out his mobile phone and found the vehicle model of his choice. Chen Imo took the phone and took a look at it, then showed it to Ji Xiao Wei. This model of vehicle costs 780,000 yuan, right? Ji Xiao Wei heard this, glanced at the workshop, and nodded in response. The high-end configuration of this car is indeed 780,000. Chen Imo heard this and returned the phone to Fan Chong. Okay, you can sign the bill. Ji Xiao Wei looked at this scene and was a little confused for a moment. Excuse me, this gentleman also wants to buy a car. Ji Xiao Wei looked at Chun Imo. She had already understood that this young man was the one talking about this group of people. That's right, it's the model just now. The full price is 780,000, and it's signed under the company's name. As Chen Imo said. Shinro handed over some information that had been prepared long ago to Ji Xiao Wei. Ji Xiao Wei looked at the information handed over by Shinro and quickly reacted and then began to handle the contract. Not long after, a contract was signed. Fan Chong left, and then another person came in. 770,000. Okay, sign the contract. 750,000. Okay, 720,000. The price is a bit low. Change it. Wei Yin has a price list of vehicle models. 1 by 1. Chen Imo judged whether it met the purchase requirements based on the price chosen by the other party. Ji Xiao Wei sat in the chair, and the whole person was in a state of confusion. At first, she thought that only one person wanted to buy a car, but now she found that this was not a person buying a car at all, and everyone who came had to buy it. Ji Xiao Wei was a little shocked. Everyone who came had to buy it. She didn't count how many people there were just now, but there must be 10 people. And according to the requirements of the young man, the price of these people to buy the car was basically between 750,000 and 800,000. So as long as all these orders are signed, the total order price will be at least 7 million. Ji Xiao Wei felt a little dreamy. She was a new employee who had only been working for a month. She had not sold a single car before. Then, in just one go, 7 million orders were sold. This is not a dream. Ji Xiao Wei pinched her thigh in disbelief, and a burst of pain came. This is not a dream. Looking at the scene in front of him, it still felt a little unreal. Suddenly, a sentence brought him back to his thoughts. It's only 350,000. If it doesn't work, change it. Chinamo looked at the car model chosen by Song Xia and the price of 350,000 and couldn't help frowning. Chapter 341 Checkout. Chinamo was a little speechless, but looking at the vehicle model on the phone, he understood a little bit. A pink Beetle. M or Chun. Why don't you change it? This 350,000 yuan is still cheap. Song Xia looked at the pink Beetle on her phone and said with some reluctance that no, the price must be between 750,000 and 800,000. If there is a car model on the tablet. Choose another one. Chinamo refused without hesitation. Others were offering more than 750,000 yuan, but you were the only one, with 350,000 yuan. Why are you so special? All right. Seeing Mr. Chin's resolute attitude, Song Xia had no choice but to turn around and get the vehicle sales tablet and select another vehicle. Looking at the pink Beetle on the phone, I feel a little reluctant to let go. In the end, I had to give up the 350,000 yuan car and look at the 700,000 yuan car. Time passes little by little. All managers who come here have already signed contracts. We looked at the pile of signed contracts, still feeling a little unbelievable, and looked up at the young man in front of her. Chun, the contract has been signed and payment needs to be made. It's not over yet. I still have a car here. Chinamo said and showed the vehicle he selected to Ji-Showi opened her mouth in surprise after looking at the car model Chinamo selected Chun. This big G costs 1.43 million, but after saying this, I felt that something was wrong with what I said. This young Mr. Chun had already bought so many cars worth more than 700,000 yuan and spent more than 7 million yuan. How could he care about this more than 1.4 million yuan woolen cloth? Then he hurriedly spoke to Chun. I have no other intention. I just want to talk about the price. When Chinamo saw this, he waved his hand indifferently. Sign the contract. After signing, you will pay in full. After he confirmed that the system gave him a quota of 1.5 million, he immediately fell in love with this big G. That the black one looked very cool. That if you were a man, just turn on the big G.as for the price of 1.43 million, which is 70,000 lower than 1.5 million. It is acceptable after thinking about it.as for those old six. Forget it. I want to give him money to terminate the contract and buy a car I like, but there is no way. We saw Chinamo speak and quickly took out the contract. Soon, after a series of signatures, the last contract has been signed. Okay, let's check out there. After Chinamo signed his last name, he spoke directly. He came here to buy a car is secondary. Spending money is the ultimate goal. Chun. Please come with me to G. We left the reception room with a stack of contracts in her arms. Just when she came outside, a salesman stopped her after taking a few steps. Shall we? What's going on? The salesperson quietly signaled that people were waiting outside the conference room, that he's a car buyer. To G. Shall we walk forward quickly without slowing down to them? Our Chin behind her was a big client, so she couldn't waste her colleagues' time by talking to them. Any one of them buys a car. The salesman continued to ask, yeah, well, I'm going over to pay the bill, so I won't tell you. With that said, he left the salesman behind and walked straight to the checkout area. As soon as I walked into the checkout room, I saw sales manager Huang She sitting inside. Huang She looked up and frowned slightly. What can you do? Supervisor, I brought someone here to settle the bill. Our Chen bought a lot of cars. Spoke quickly and then introduced Mr. Chen beside him. Huang She looked surprised when she heard this, then quickly stood up and went to greet him. Hello, Mr. Chen. What kind of car do you want to buy? Is new here. Please forgive me if there is any lack of hospitality. To ASA sales executive, she naturally knows what needs to be done. Although there are some doubts about G's ability, if she can really sign an order, she can also get some commission. No matter what, the most important thing to do is to arrange this customer first. Chinamo looked at the sales manager who came up and spoke calmly. I don't remember what cars there are. They're all in those contracts. Just settle the bill according to the contract. He really didn't know what kind of car he bought. After all, when he just inspected it, he didn't pay much attention to the style of the vehicle, only the price. Approved if the price is right. Huang She was confused. She didn't know what car she wanted to buy. However, due to professionalism, and the other party has already mentioned the checkout, it means that the order has basically been completed and the final payment is still needed. Thinking of this, I hurried to a workstation. Chun, just pay here. Then he looked at Ji She, who was following him. Well, give me the contract and I'll help you get it. She was a little surprised by this newcomer. She had also observed that this newcomer's performance was very mediocre in terms of business ability. Basically, she had already concluded that the newcomer might not be able to receive orders for 3 months, or he couldn't hold on, and was forced or voluntarily resigned. Therefore, she was a little surprised to be able to sign a client today. When Ji She heard this, she quickly handed over the signed contract in her hand. That is, Huang She looked at the thick stack of contract in her hand and asked with some confusion. All of them. Ji She spoke quickly. Both? Huang She glanced at Ji She uncertainly. Judging from her experience, there must be more than 10 contracts in such a thick stack that if so, even if they all choose cars worth over 100,000 renminbi, they still have a performance of more than 1 million renminbi. 1 million performance. She can get a good commission, and of course Ji Shay will get even more commission. Yes. Ji Shay nodded. Huang Shay looked at Ji Shay's serious expression and still couldn't believe it. Then he turned to look at Shin Imo, who was waiting aside, and at the same time raised the contract in his hand. That Amar Chun, these contracts are all vehicles you purchased. Yes, if there is no problem, let's settle the bill as soon as possible. Chun Imo couldn't help but urge that it's so laborious to spend money now. Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll pay you now. Huang Shay hurriedly spoke and then handed the contracts one by one to the employee responsible for the checkout. When Shin Imo saw that it was time to settle the bill, he did not participate, that he directly handed the matter over to Shinro and asked her to handle it. Anyway, just provide the payment account number. He also communicated with the finance department before checking out. Huang Shay looked at the signed contracts in her hand. She didn't pay much attention to them at first, but after seeing the price on the contract, she became a little uneasy. Each contract is above 750,000. This. Chapter 342 Big G. That if each contract is over 750,000, then more than 10 contracts are. Huang Shay did a simple calculation and the final number shocked her. The checkout continued. About 20 minutes later, the checkout was completed. Huang Shay looked at the final transaction amount 10.24 million. The Huang Shay's chest rose and fell, and her breathing was a little chaotic. She turned her head and glanced at Ji Shay, who was standing beside her obediently, with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that the person who received more than 10 million orders was actually a newcomer who had just been here for more than a month? This performance is comparable to the performance of some old employees in half a year or a year, or even more. After the checkout, deal with insurance and other things. After a while, Shinro came back to Amar Chun. Everything has been handled. You can go pick up the car. Okay. Chunimo nodded. Back to the lobby of the 4S store, Wei Yin and his group were still waiting. However, there were several more sales staff at this time. They seemed to be communicating with Wei Yin and others, and at the same time, they stuffed their business cards into the hands of Wei Yin and others. Huang Shay looked at this scene and secretly complained, "It's all sold out. What's the point of you guys stuffing business cards and the real owner is here?" Thinking in her heart, looking at the young man walking in front. After a simple chat with G, shall we just now, she already knew some information about this young man, that he turned out to be the president of a group. He is really young and rich, alas. Huang Shay looked at her figure and shook her head helplessly. That I'm old. Looking at those salesmen who were still doing useless work, worried that this behavior would affect the mood of the young president, she hurried up. What are you all doing here? Why don't you go to the door to receive customers? Several salesmen saw the sales manager coming over and walked away reluctantly. Before leaving, they looked at Ji Shui beside Huang Shay and showed envious expressions. They also knew some general things through chatting with those people just now. Knowing that this time, Ji Shui seemed to have signed a big order. Amar Chun, please wait a moment. The vehicle will be ready for you soon, and the temporary license plate has been arranged. Huang Shay came to Chinamo and said enthusiastically, "For such a big customer, it is natural to treat him well." Chinamo nodded slightly after hearing this. After a while, one car after another was brought out by the staff, about 8 cars, and the most stylish one was the black Big G in the front. However, since the 4S store does not have all the vehicles, some of the vehicles selected by Wei Yin and his party are not available in the 4S store at present and need to be transferred from other PL.aces.s. Only some people can get the current car today, and others need to wait a few days to get the current car. But this has nothing to do with him. Anyway, his money has been spent, and when those old six can drive the car is not what he needs to care about. Arrange some personnel. Several employees got on the vehicles they chose, and then took the employees who did not get the vehicle today and left the 4S store directly. Watch those employees leave. Chinamo first called Yang Dahai and asked him to drive back and not wait for him. After hanging up the phone, he could not wait to walk to the black G part not far away. That in a sense this car already belonged to him. After all, except that the car belonged to the company in name and could not be bought and sold without authorization. He had full control over the car. He had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by the previous salesperson. Chinamo looked at Ji Shay, who was a little timid, and stopped at Emmer Chun. This is my business card. Can you keep it for a while? Ji Shay took out a business card and handed it over carefully. Chinamo looked at the business card handed over by Ji Shay and then looked at the other party's nervous and cautious appearance. After thinking about it, he took the business card and I took the business card, that I will find you if I need to buy a car in the future, as he said. He walked past without waiting for Ji Shay's response and got into the driver's seat of the black Jeep. Thank you. Mr. China. Ji Shay looked at the back in front of him and said gratefully. She was very grateful to this Mr. Chun. After all, this was her first order, and it also gave her the motivation to persist in this industry. Black G class. Chinamo Das and his seatbelt looked at the business card in his hand and then handed it to Shinro, who was sitting in the co-pilot. Keep this business card. The next time the group needs to buy a car, just find her. Looking at Ji Shay's nervous and cautious look, he couldn't help but think of his experience as a salesperson in his previous life, that he was probably like the other party. Nervous and cautious, that if someone could buy more items from him at that time, he would be very excited at that time. In this case, what if I help this girl? In the future, the group will definitely need more cars. IT will be the same no matter where to buy them. It's better to help this girl. It's a convenient thing. Why not do it? Okay, Mr. Chin. Shinro reached out to take the business card and then carefully put it away. Sign in his heart that our Chun is so kind. The vehicle started slowly. The black G slowly drove out of the 4S store. Our Chun, aren't we going back to the group? Shinro looked at the direction Mr. Chun was driving and found that it was not the direction to Tomorrow Group. Yes, we need to go to the mall. Chinamo nodded. The managers had finished their shopping after buying cars, but his shopping was not over. He could also buy himself a few suits, watches, and some work-related items. Shinbai Mall. Shinamo slowly parked the car in the underground garage. He opened the door and got out of the car, and Shinro also opened the door and followed. When they came to the elevator entrance, the two took the elevator directly to the inside of the mall. Shinro looked at the mall curiously. Shinbai is the most high-end mall in Jiangxing City. Almost all the stores in it are high-end brands for private customization. She had only heard of it before but had never been here. This is the first time she has come here today. Shinamo was also looking around. He had been here once before, but he didn't buy anything that time. He just wanted to see what high-end brands looked like. He looked around and came to a sign. Finally, he locked on a high-end suit customization. Suits. Although he has his own clothing factory, he can make them by himself. But the designers in his own clothing factory are all fresh graduates. He is somewhat distrustful of them to customize suits. More importantly, he came here to buy suits, but he came here to spend money. How can he let his own clothing factory produce them and consume his system funds? Chapter 343, We Will Pay. Welcome. Do you have an appointment? Just walked into the store. I saw a housekeeper walking over and asked respectfully. No. Shinamo shook his head slightly. Then if you want to customize a suit, I can arrange a consultant for you to help you understand the suit and some related details. Can then please follow me. The butler of the suit shop led the way to a rest area. Sir, and this lady, you can wait here for a while. The consultant will be here later. Shinamo looked around the rest area. The environment was clean and comfortable, but he was still a little unaccustomed to the housekeeper's respectful and enthusiastic attitude. Before long, a tall woman wearing a casual suit walked over. Hello, I'm Linda. If you have any suit needs, I can help you. Shinamo, I want to customize for sets of suits worth 100,000 yuan. You can take a look. Shinamo responded and then directly stated his needs. 100,000 yuan is the limit given to him by the system, and he can customize up to 4 pieces. For suits, 400,000. Although 400,000 is nothing compared to the current tens of millions of system funds. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, so spend as much as you can. Forehead. Linda was stunned for a moment when she heard Shinamo's words. This was the first time she had seen this kind of custom-made suit, and then she quickly spoke with a smile. Mr. Chun, a custom-made suit costing 100,000 renminbi can be matched with many types. I don't know what style you need, as well as the selection of fabrics and accessories. As a professional consultant, you must meet the needs of customers. How can you just look at it? Shape, fabric. Shinamo was speechless. He had never worn a suit before and had never learned anything about suits. How could he know so much? Just when he was about to say something, Shinamo beside him suddenly spoke. Mr. Chun, there are 4 sets of suits. You're going to customize 2 sets of casual suits for daily wear, and then 2 sets of business suits for business trips. You know about suits. Shinamo looked at Shinro in surprise that I know a little bit about it. Okay, then I'll leave it to you to make a suit. Then, Mr. Chin, what do you want? Shinro asked carefully. She had learned before that some assistants with strong business capabilities need to match their bosses with various travel suits. Therefore, she did a series of systematic studies on suit knowledge and some matching. Unexpectedly, I still used it today. Just go with your feelings. Shinamo said nonchalantly. He didn't care what the requirements were, as long as the money was spent. Anyway, he doesn't usually wear a suit, so he feels comfortable wearing casual clothes. With that said, he stood up from his seat and started walking around the suit store. The lighting in the entire store is very strong, and it shines on some finished suits placed around it, but the atmosphere gives people a feeling. This suit shop, very high-end, very expensive. After a brief visit, I found a deserted rest area and sat down, picking up my phone and scrolling through short videos out of boredom. Time passed slowly. Shinamo was looking at a mountain climbing anchor, watching the big brother in the live broadcast room constantly giving gifts in order to make the anchor retreat. The anchor climbed for a long time and was still at the bottom of the mountain. The arrogance of the big brother and the collapse of the anchor are painful and happy at the same time. It still looks interesting. But he was just there to watch the excitement. So if you wanted him to make money, forget it. I have finally saved hundreds of thousands of property. So it is better to save some money. Or chun. You still need to try on the sample clothes. Shinro suddenly came over. Aren't the sample clothes a measuring stick? Shinamo subconsciously asked. Shouldn't he just choose the fabric and just measure it? Mr. Chin, we have some new suits. You can try them on and see how they look. After finalizing the style, we can then measure and customize it. Shinro opened her mouth to explain. When Shinamo heard this, he had no choice but to get Yupan and walk over. Before long, I saw the clothing consultant walking over with a few suits. Shinro took over his suit. Chun, let's try this outfit on first. There is a fitting room over there. Shinamo took the suit, looked at the fitting room in the distance, and walked over helplessly. He didn't expect that custom-made suits would be so troublesome. Come out of the fitting room. Shinro came up to him, stretched out her hands, and stroked Shima's shoulders and sleeves. After confirming that there were no flaws, she stepped back and looked at them carefully. He could not hold back a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Our Chin had always looked very handsome. However, he usually wears a suit, which gives people a very easygoing feeling. But after putting on this suit, today my whole style changed instantly. The originally easygoing temperament has now become a bit aloof. That a suit makes Mr. Chin's originally handsome face look even more handsome. This was the first time she saw Mr. Chin like this. Consultant Linda also came over. Looking at Shima in a suit, she couldn't help but marvel. Wow, Mr. Chin, you really look good in a suit. You were so handsome while talking. Walking around Shinamo quickly, he looked up and down at Shinamo, muttering to himself, this suit doesn't fit me well. If it's tailored according to this style, it will be perfect. It also needs a pair of leather shoes. This pair of casual shoes ruins the atmosphere. Shinamo was not used to being stared at by 2 women. He walked to a mirror in his suit and looked at himself carefully. Hey, is this me? Looking at himself in the mirror, Shinamo couldn't help but be a little surprised that he knew that he was handsome. But he never thought that he would feel like this after wearing a suit. Touching his chin, he looked at him carefully. Shinamo couldn't help but sigh. Who is the person in the mirror? So handsome. After a while, Shinro came back to her senses first and walked over with another suit. Chun, you can try this one. He handed the suit over. Shinamo looked at the suit handed over by Shinro, thought about it, and took it. Before he looked in the mirror, he still felt a little troublesome. Now, it seems okay to change another suit. There are 2 more suits here, which are very suitable for Mr. Chin. Consultant Linda also came back to her senses and ran away with a look of surprise. After a while, Shinamo sat on the table and chair with a tired face. He originally thought that he was only trying on 2 suits, but he didn't expect that he didn't know how many suits he tried in the END. No more. Let's take the ruler. Waved his hand helplessly. Shinro turned to look at Consultant Linda after hearing this. She also felt that there were enough suits to try on. But at this time, Linda did not answer, but looked at Shinamo with a look of surprise. I have a men's magazine column here, and I am in need of a suitable male model. And you are extremely suitable in terms of appearance, temperament, and figured I wonder if I can ask you to be a model once. To be a model. Chinemo was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Why would he be that, just when he was about to refuse? He heard Linda speak again, that we will pay you. Chapter 344 Shun by shopping mall consultant Linda said carefully, but she had no illusions in her heart. After all, this Mr. Chin came in and immediately ordered 4 suits worth 100,000 yuan. The compensation for the magazine shoot was only 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, which I am afraid he would not even look at. But she didn't want to give up on this suitable model. I can only try to ask that remuneration. Chinemo wanted to reject the words, but he immediately took them back. Excuse me, how much is the reward? Consultant Linda was surprised that he never expected that Mr. Chin would ask what the price was, but he quickly responded. The price for models in men's magazines is usually 10,000 yuan. No, if it's you, Mr. Chun, you can pay 20,000 yuan. The price of 20,000 yuan is actually a very high price, generally for a novice model who is shooting for a magazine for the first time. A few thousand yuan is not bad, but she thought that there had been no candidates for men's clothing models in this period. After all, this time it was in the suit category. There are also some good-looking male models who look good when wearing suits, but they don't have the temperament that a boss should have. But this Mr. Chin is very different. Not only does he look good, but after putting on a suit, his inner boss temperament can be seen at a glance that IT is definitely not comparable to those male models. Generally speaking, people with this kind of boss temperament are almost all high-ranking people in large companies, but almost all of these people are quite old. They are not very suitable for shooting in men's clothing magazines, and they may not be able to do it. Please come. Only the Mr. Chin in front of them, no matter in terms of age, figure, and temperament, fits their requirements very well. That is, even though it was Mr. Chin's first time shooting for a magazine, she offered the highest price point, 20,000. Chin Mo's eyes lit up when he heard the price, that the beginning of settlement. He only received a few thousand yuan each time he settled. That is, the last time after settlement I received hundreds of thousands, but that was money settled over several months. On average, it only costs tens of thousands of yuan a month. But this time, he can get 20,000 yuan just by shooting for a magazine. This is no easier than putting in all the effort and spending money to settle the matter. Moreover, there are still nearly 4 months until the actual settlement. It seems to be a very good thing to make a little extra money. During this period, he pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke that it's okay to take pictures in magazines, but I don't want my identity to be exposed. You can't write anything about me in the magazine. He had some knowledge of this man's costume before, and it had a large audience. It would be troublesome if after he finished shooting for the magazine, those people learned about his properties through the information in the magazine, he didn't want the 20,000 yuan to affect the system settlement. In order to avoid this happening, the best way is to hide your information. If you want to find him just from the photos in the magazine, I am afraid that only some people with the means can find out. It is impossible for ordinary people who read magazines to understand him. And those who have the means probably don't have the time to investigate a male model. As long as he hides his information and shoots this magazine, there shouldn't be any problem. There is no problem with this. We will not write any information about you, Mr. Chun, on it. Consultant Linda nodded in agreement without hesitation. Some models want their information to appear in magazines so that they can promote themselves through magazines. In this way, you can get more advertisements or magazines. But Mr. Chin definitely doesn't care about this, and it's understandable that he wants to hide it. And for magazines, the most important thing is the sense and temperament of the photos taken. As for whether there is any personal information introduced, it has no impact. Shinrol listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Mr. Chin is very low-key and doesn't want to expose himself even for magazine shoots. Even though he has become the president of the group, he is still so low-key and humble. This is probably the reason why Mr. Chun can succeed. Chinemo sat on the seat and smiled slightly when he saw Consultant Linda nodded in response. Then it will be a pleasure to work with you. This is my business card. Whenever you shoot for the magazine, you can contact me through the phone number above. Saying, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Consultant Linda took the business card and took a look at it. Tomorrow Group. President Chinemo. Seeing such words, Consultant Linda was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that Mr. Chun was actually the president of a group. She had always thought that the other party was the owner of a small entrepreneurial company. After all, he looks like he is in his 20s. How could he possibly think that he is the president of a group company? Okay, Mr. Chun. Consultant Linda carefully put away the business card and continued to speak to Mr. Chin, I've finished trying on the clothes. Let me go and measure them. Good. Chinamo nodded, feeling relieved that he had finally finished trying on the clothes. Soon that he followed Consultant Linda to the area in the store where she was responsible for measuring rulers. Then he found a measuring ruler and left first. After the measuring master fiddled with it for a while, he finally measured the size of his body. Next, that he just had to wait. After the suit was semi-finished, he had to come over and try it on. Then a final pattern was made according to his body shape. After that he just had to wait for the finished suit. Mr. Chun, you have finished measuring. By chance, I just went out to buy a cup of coffee and brought one back for you. After measuring, Chinamo and Chinro were about to leave when they saw Consultant Linda coming in with a few cups of coffee in her hands. Thank you. Chinamo nodded and did not refuse Consultant Linda's kindness. But after seeing the coffee, his expression was a little surprised. The brand of this coffee was not Starbucks or something, but his non-hit coffee. Consultant Lin, I heard that non-hit coffee is quite expensive, but you actually drink it. The price is okay, I can still afford it with my ability, and the taste of this non-hit coffee is very good. Besides, this non-hit coffee is near Shanbai. It is very convenient to go there, and some employees of Shanbai Shopping Mall often go there to drink. Linda explained. After the opening of this non-hit coffee, people from the mall went there, and after tasting it, they thought this coffee was very good. Although the price is a bit expensive, the salary and benefits of the staff working in Shanbai Shopping Mall are good, and they can afford to consume at non-hit coffee. And because non-hit coffee tastes very good, it has been liked by many employees of the mall in a short period of time. Since she knew about non-hit coffee, she almost drinks a cup every day. Chapter 345 Online Promotion. People from Shanbai Shopping Mall will go there to drink. Listening to Consultant Linda's words, Chinamo fell silent for a moment. There are a lot of people in this mall, and they all go to non-hit coffee to drink coffee, which is a lot of revenue. Chinamo looked at the coffee Linda handed over and sighed secretly. This cup of coffee earned him 50 yuan. Wrong. This taste should be 88 in non-hit coffee. Thinking of this, he walked out of the suit customization shop with a calm expression, carrying coffee to Mr. Chun. It seems that our coffee is still very popular in this shopping mall. Chinro looked at the non-hit coffee in her hand and said with joy. Chinamo remained silent, went straight to a leather shoe store in the distance, and bought 4 more pairs of leather shoes. The leather shoes were not customized, but I tried on a few and then selected 4 pairs that were more suitable. A total of 150,000 yuan was spent. Then I went to a watch store and bought a watch for 60,000 yuan. Finally, I bought a few more ties and other work-related items, spending a total of 40,000 yuan. After a series of purchases, basically everything that can be purchased has been purchased. After a simple calculation, I only spent 650,000 yuan. He didn't even spend 1 million, which is too little. Chinamo frowned slightly. No, I must think of ways to spend more, at least 1 million. Otherwise, it would be a big loss after visiting the mall for so long. He looked around the mall, looking for somewhere to spend money. Finally, my eyes stopped at the pen store in the distance. This pen store is already an old brand, and the prices are not cheap. The pen.it seems that it is also needed for office work. Chinamo thought silently in his mind and found that the system did not stop it verbally, and it was within the system's allowed range. In this case, then there was nothing to hesitate about. So he took Shinro directly into the pen shop. Sir, do you need anything? A clerk came over. Buy a pen. Chinamo took a look at the environment of the pen shop and then said casually, Sir, please come with me. I don't know what price pen you want to buy. The clerk asked casually as he walked. 1 for 10. 000. Chinamo spoke. This price is the highest price he has tested from the system. The clerk was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Chinamo in surprise, then quickly changed direction and walked towards the counter on the other side. Sir, the pens in this counter all cost around 10,000 yuan. When Chinamo heard this, he lowered his head and looked at the counter, and he saw about 10 pens placed on the counter. Each pen looked to have its own characteristics. After a brief glance, I finally chose a pen priced at exactly 10,000. Sir, are you sure it's this one? I don't know, sir. How many do you want to buy? 2. Chinamo paused in the middle of his words. Since he can use pens in his office, then the managers of his companies must also be able to use them. It's actually useful. It's not too much to buy a pen for each person. After all, if you have a good pen, it will be very impressive to sign a contract in the future. I thought about it for a moment, and then changed my tone. Just get 50. The system allows him to buy 2, and the managers can each buy 1. As full-time assistant. Chinamo definitely needs a pen. Then there is an important position in the company. For example, the group's financial director, legal director like Tang Cho, human resources director. These can be said to be important positions in the company. How can there be no pen that represents the identity? After calculation, it was just 50 pieces and one piece cost 10,000, which is 500,000. When he had this idea, the system simply stopped him. Thinking of this, Chinamo was speechless that he had a feeling that the system did not belong to him, but to the employees. Those old employees, such as Wei Yin, Fang Chong, these people's personal assets are already higher than those of the president of his group. Sir, are you going to buy 5 sticks or 50 sticks? The clerk looked at Chinamo uncertainly. I thought to myself that I must have heard wrongly. How could it be 50? This is unlikely that it's 50, not 5. That Chinamo nodded and replied. When the clerk got the exact answer, his brain shut down for a moment, and then he quickly came to his senses. Sir, please. Wait a moment. I will go pack it for you right away. With that said, he walked towards the store. After a while, Chinamo walked out carrying the pen in his pocket and then handed it to Shinro, who was following him. Mr. Chin, why did you buy these pens? Shinro took the pen and asked curiously. They are distributed to employees in the company, and one of them belongs to you. When you return to the company, arrange for someone to distribute them. I will give you a list then. After Chinamo finished speaking, he walked towards the elevator. Now he couldn't find any other place to spend money in the mall. Then there is no need to stay. Shinro looked at the pen in her hand and sighed in her heart. Mr. Chun is really good to his employees that he gave away a pen worth 10,000 yuan. Lin Chui City, Teachers University, Girls Dormitory, Lu Weiwei, and Yang Yao Yao completed today's live broadcast respectively and exited the live broadcast room. Yao Yao, someone has already accepted the task. Lu Weiwei looked at her phone and looked at Yang Yao Yao with surprise. How many people are there? Only 2 from the same city. They should be together. Point 2 is not bad. After all, this task has only been issued for a short time. As long as someone accepts the task, it means that this method is feasible. Yang Yao Yao nodded. Since they went to other cities to promote the boring short video last time, they found that it's kind of running to promote in each city is too slow. And it also wastes time. They want to promote the boring short video to a certain extent, and they don't know when they will promote it. However, not long after they came back, they received a call from the boring short video platform. After some communication, the manager named Li Shun told them that they could try to promote the project online by posting tasks. They began to understand the mode of posting tasks online. Finally, it was confirmed that it was very feasible. The effect might not be as good as their own promotion, but the speed of promotion would definitely be much faster than their personal promotion in various cities. Overall, they need to prepare a lot of things to promote in other cities, such as itinerary, route, time. Preparing these things is very time-consuming. But posting tasks online is different. They only need to post the tasks on the website where the tasks are posted. Just make the task requirements clear. Chapter 346, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. Of course, they have no way to supervise the tasks posted online, so they will set some requirements. For example, when distributing flyers, you need to take photos to prove that you are already promoting. Or shoot a short video or something. Of course, some people will probably take advantage of this, but there is no other way, so you can only spend more money and promote twice more. Well, when more people take the task, the promotion speed will be faster, and it will be one step closer to increasing the level of live broadcast remuneration. Beam Lu Weiwei said with joy. If you increase the level, it will be 300 yuan per hour. Yang Yao Yao also nodded with some expectation, but soon her expression was a little confused. What do you think the manager of the boring short video is thinking? Obviously, they can do this kind of promotion method of posting tasks by themselves. There is no need to remind us to do it that they don't want to spend the money on this promotion, but it's not right. After Lu Weiwei finished speaking, she quickly shook her head and denied it. Would the boring short video platform really lack that little bit of publicity? Obviously, it is impossible that I don't know. Yang Yao Yao shook her head, a little confused. Forget it, why think so much anyway? It won't do us any harm that we can afford the publicity fee. When the level is upgraded, we can live broadcast for 4 hours a day, which means 1,200 yuan. 200 yuan a day, more than 30,000 yuan a month. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but look forward to it. After the third level, there is still the fourth level, but the requirements of the fourth level are very high. If you want to achieve it, you probably have to popularize boring short videos throughout the country. It is still very difficult to achieve this goal, so you can only do it slowly. Nana Coffee headquarters in the conference room sedan stood in the main seat and looked at the store. Managers of many stores who came. Today, I called everyone here to talk about the reform of the coffee shop. Because the price of coffee in our coffee shop is relatively high, there have not been many customers in the coffee shop, and it has always been in a state of loss. In this regard, we have done a lot of surveys and thought of some reform methods. After hearing Sudan's words, the store managers in the conference room looked over curiously. As store managers, they are naturally very clear about the situation of Nana Coffee. They also thought about how to deal with the situation of the coffee shop. The last solution they could think of was to reduce the price to the same price as commercial coffee like Starbucks. They're sure that as long as the price is reduced to the same price as Starbucks, they will definitely attract a lot of customers. After all, Nana Coffee already has 20 branches in Jiangcheng. After so much time, it has already gained a certain reputation in Jiangcheng. At the same time, because of Mr. Chin's charity work last time, it was publicized by a host, which also attracted a large number of customers to come in and taste it. Those customers agree with the taste of Nana Coffee, but many people cannot drink it every day because of the price, and can only taste it occasionally to support it.so now. Nana Coffee has a good reputation fame in Jiangcheng City. The only reason why Nana Coffee cannot have a large number of customers is the price of coffee.so. As long as a very affordable coffee appears in a coffee shop, it will definitely attract many customers. But in terms of price, Mr. Chun has already ordered that the price cannot be reduced. So this has always been a dead cycle, and it is difficult to solve. This time, Manager Su actually said that there is a way to change the situation faced by the coffee shop at this time, which really surprised them. And they have already started to prepare notebooks and prepare to record. Sudan saw that all the store managers have prepared notes, so he continued to speak. This reform is to add some pastries to the coffee shop. We have done a survey and found that it is very common for coffee shops to have pastries. And there are many people who like to go to coffee shops to drink a cup of coffee and then eat some pastries as afternoon tea. This is a good thing, that if we make good use of this, we can definitely win over these potential customers who like to drink afternoon tea or eat pastries. But Manager Su, what should we do to win over those customers? A store manager saw that Sudan paused here and couldn't help asking. Sudan glanced at the store manager, who asked, "The method is very simple. That is the price. Since Mr. Chen stipulates that the price of coffee cannot be reduced, then we will reduce the price of pastries. We have conducted offline surveys in multiple coffee shops, and the prices of those pastries are very expensive. A small piece of pastry costs at least 10 yuan, and at most 20 yuan. But the pastry itself does not actually have much cost. We just need to reduce the price of this pastry infinitely, remove all costs, and ensure that it is just profitable. In this way, the price of pastries is low. Even if the price of coffee is high, the overall price will not be too high because of the low price of pastries. I have done a simple calculation. When buying coffee and pastries at the same time, the price of our non-hot coffee will not be higher than other coffee shops. If we make some set meals, it may even be lowered. As long as the price is low, coupled with the taste of our coffee, we can definitely attract customers who like to eat pastries, Sudan said confidently. During this period, she and Song Xia have been dealing with this matter and have done some investigations and calculations. She is 80% sure that after the coffee shop has completed this reform, it will attract more customers to consume. She is not sure whether this can make the coffee shop turn losses into profits, but at least it is certain that as long as this reform is completed, the coffee shop will not lose much. Even if it loses that money, this is definitely a huge transformation for the coffee shop. Sudan thought secretly in her heart that after so long, they finally thought of a way to change the situation of the coffee shop, that if Mr. Chin knew, he would be very pleased. All the store managers in the meeting room are nodded after hearing Sudan's words. Use pastries to reduce the overall consumption of the coffee shop. If you just drink a cup of coffee, the price of their non-hot coffee is still expensive, but if you eat pastries, it's different. Although the price of coffee is not reduced by reducing the price of pastries, it also indirectly achieves the effect of price reduction. That it not only ensures that Mr. Chin's requirements are not violated, but also achieves the purpose of attracting customers. Be new, it really kills two birds with one stone. Chapter 347 Pastries set online that's all about the reform plan, that if you have any different suggestions or ideas, you can talk about them and discuss them. Sultan looked up at the many store managers in the conference room. She expected these store managers to come up with better suggestions to make the coffee shop develop better. But to her disappointment, after she asked this question, all the store managers fell into silence and no one expressed their opinions. After a while, suddenly a store manager raised his hand to ask a question. Manager Sue, the proposal to increase the number of pastries is indeed good. But there is a problem now. That is, we don't have the channels to buy those pastries. Don't worry about this, that I have already contacted the channels for pastries. When the time comes, there will also be pastry chefs who will come to your store to know the production process of those pastries and some precautions. After discussing the pastries with Song Sia last time, she has already started to contact the manufacturers. Now the price and everything have been discussed. The purpose of holding this meeting today is to let these store managers understand it first. After 2 days, the ordered pastries will arrive at each store, and then the coffee shop will officially implement it.in the meeting room. They briefly discuss some specific operations after the reform. For example, make a poster or something like that and stick it on the window, or make a sign and put it at the door of the coffee shop. After all, they have to announce the fact that they have added cake and pastry packages, otherwise no one will know. Okay, there is nothing else to do but turn the meeting. Everyone go back and deal with this matter well. This is related to the future of the coffee shop, so don't be careless. The meeting is over. The store manager put away his notebooks and left the meeting room in an orderly manner. After Sudan left the meeting room, he went straight to the general manager's office, came to the door, knocked gently, and then walked in. Teacher Sue, your meeting is over. Song Sia looked up at Teacher Sue, who came in. Well, it's over, Sudan nodded. How about you? How was the video conference? It just ended, and the reform plan of the coffee shop has been conveyed. Now we just have to wait for the cakes to arrive at each store. Song Sia nodded and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. She was not sure whether this reform would be successful. Well, according to my experience, this reform will definitely be effective. The only thing that is uncertain is to what extent this effect will change non-hit coffee. Sudan looked at Song Sia's somewhat anxious expression and naturally knew what the other party was worried about. She knew Song Sia very well. She didn't show much on the surface. She didn't seem to care much about the development of the coffee shop and the losses of the coffee shop. But when she was investigating offline, she couldn't match the other party's enthusiasm and seriousness. She knew that the other party hoped that the coffee shop would get better. That I know. Teacher Sue. Song Sia smiled slightly. Hearing Teacher Sue's affirmative answer, she felt much more relieved that a few days later, non-hit coffee headquarters. That was the first store opened at that time. Song Sia and Sudan sat in the chairs behind the operating table, looking at the scene in the store, and smiled relaxedly that on the third day after the last meeting, all coffee shops received pastries, and several chefs came to conduct simple training for each store. The training was also simple. After all, the pastries delivered were semi-finished products or finished products. The shop assistants only needed to do simple processing such as heating, adding some fruits to embellish them, and that was basically it.so. Basically, in 2 days, the shop assistants in those coffee shops had already mastered the essentials of making pastries. Now it is the 5th day of operation after the reform of the coffee shop.is. The coffee shop adds pastries. There are also coffee pastry packages, and the price and other information are placed at the door of the coffee shop through a sign. Things are almost as they expected. In the past few days, the number of customers coming to the coffee shop to consume has gradually increased. Especially in the morning and at noon, many people choose to buy coffee pastry packages in the store. Dingling. The door of the coffee shop was pushed open, and a young man and woman walked in. After the boy took the girl to choose a seat, he came to the operation counter and asked about the set meal on the sign at the door. Finally, he ordered 2 59.8 pastry sets. This 59.8 set meal is the cheapest set meal in the store. A cup of American coffee worth 50 and 2 pastries. Most of the people who came in to order sets these days ordered this. Not long after, the clerk brought the 2 sets to the table of the man and woman. Since the man and woman came in, Sudan has been paying attention, waiting for the clerk to bring the set meal. The boy wanted to eat, but was stopped by the girl in the end. The girl took a few photos of the coffee and pastries on the table with her mobile phone, and then took 2 selfies. But I don't know whether the boy was photographed. After taking the photo, the boy started drinking coffee, but the girl was still fiddling with her phone. That girl should be posting on WeChat Moments. Song Sia spoke slowly. She had been paying attention since the couple came in. Based on the girl's series of actions just now, she was sure that she was posting on WeChat Moments. Even if it wasn't WeChat Moments, it was something similar to WeChat Moments. Well, that's a good thing. Sudan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Being able to let that girl post on WeChat Moments means that at least in that girl's circle, their non-hikofi still has a good status. As long as this effect continues, drinking non-hikofi will be something worth posting on WeChat Moments. Just like Starbucks before, many people went to Starbucks at that time, not for drinking coffee, but for buying Starbucks and then posting on WeChat Moments. This has invisibly improved the status of Starbucks that if non-hit coffee can finally be sought after by many people like Starbucks before, not for drinking but just for posting on WeChat Moments.at that time. Non-hit coffee will be completely famous.at that time. Non-hit coffee turned losses into profits.at that time. Even if non-hit coffee was more expensive, it was estimated that many people would come to buy it. Because at that time, it was not just about the taste of coffee, but more about showing off one's own style. To put it more vulgarly, drinking non-hit coffee is something worth showing off. Yeah, Song Sia also nodded in agreement. Since the reform of non-hit coffee, she has been paying attention to it these days. And she is not only paying attention to this head office, that IT also includes other branches in Jiangxing City and branches in Kyoto. The feedback received is very good, especially some coffee shops open near office buildings. The sales in recent days are growing rapidly. Of course, the fastest growing is the branch in Kyoto. Chapter 348 Extra Income. Kyoto is a place with a very high consumption level. 50 for a cup of coffee is not low for those working in Kyoto, but it is not high either. Compared to Jiangxing City, there are still many customers consuming Kanen coffee. However, because Non-Hit Coffee had just opened a branch in Kyoto, when Du Xiao promoted Non-Hit Coffee's charity work through live broadcast, Non-Hit Coffee had not yet officially opened its doors in Ki.oto.so so far. Non-Hit Coffee has no reputation in Kyoto, because the daily sales volume, although it is stronger than Jiangxing, is not very much. But after this reform, the overall consumption level of non-hit coffee dropped a lot due to the emergence of pastry set meals. Shoshu.com. Price reduction. Naturally, more customers will be attracted to try it. The taste of non-hit coffee will naturally make those people become repeat customers. And then they may recommend more friends to try it.in Kyoto. The population base is very large. As long as you spread the word to 10, it will spread to hundreds, and coupled with the increase in customer traffic in the store, it will naturally attract more customers to come and spend. After all, if a person walks to the street and looks at a store without any customers, he doesn't have much thought about spending. But just seeing a lot of consumers sitting in a store will definitely make them want to try it. Under these series of influences, the sales of Kyoto Namwa coffee grew very rapidly at this time. After several days of video conferences, several store managers of Kyoto Namwa Coffee described their stores. Song Sia had a feeling that if non-hit coffee could turn a profit, it would probably be the coffee shop in Kyoto that was the first to do it. BL Game Club, that a large signboard stands on the roof of the club, which can be clearly seen from a long distance. Yao. You can take a look and see if there are any areas that need improvement or adjustment that I will arrange for someone to make. Adjustments. Inside the club. Wang Yang said while looking at the results of the renovation inside the club. No problem. This decoration is the effect I want, and I see that many places have been completed. How long will it take to complete the decoration? Yao Bagua looked at the decoration environment, nodded with satisfaction, and thought to himself, no wonder Mr. Chin recommended this Wang Yang. There is nothing to say about the quality of the decoration, and they are also very responsible. In order to avoid discrepancies between the decoration and the designer would come over to take a look almost every few days. That if something is wrong, the decoration workers will be directed to make changes. Well, now the top 3 floors of the 7-story office building have been completed at Mr. Yao. If you want to use it, it can be put into use. The remaining 4 floors are basically in the final stage and will be completed in about 10 days. Wang Yang thought for a moment and spoke slowly. The decoration of this office building is very simple. They only need to add partitions and change the layout of the club. Then there are some floor tiles, latex paint, lights, etc. Moreover, Qinglin Decoration was worried that the slow construction schedule would cause dissatisfaction with Mr. Chen. Instead of one decoration team, two were sent. Therefore, even though it is a 7-story office building, the renovation progress is still very fast. 10 days. Yao Bagua thought for a while, and it seemed that he could continue to contact those retired professional players. During this time, besides dealing with decoration matters, he and Taoja also began to contact some retired professional players. However, because the club is still under renovation and construction, some players have always been skeptical about them. So many players are unwilling to sign contracts with them immediately. But now the club has almost been built, and the computer tables and chairs have been reserved. Just wait until the renovation is completed and you can move in those computer tables and chairs. The club's base is completely completed. All that's left is recruitment. When I contacted those players before, those players were actually a little interested, but after knowing that the club was still under construction, they began to hesitate. This time, the base is almost done and is looking for them to contact and discuss. There should be many players who will sign contracts with them. After the contract is signed, Taoja's method can be used to use the retired professional players to start to increase the popularity point one way or another. If a retired professional player comes back with a little packaging, it will definitely be a very big topic, especially some professional players who have achieved results in the professional arena before. Regardless of the future, these returning professional players will perform on the field. The reputation of BL Game Club can definitely be known by most of the audience, with the help of this wave of popularity. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Master Wang. Yao Bagua recovered his thoughts, looked at Wang Yang aside, and smiled. No trouble. Isn't this what I should do? Wang Yang shook his head indifferently. Emmer Chen trusted him so much that he must complete the decoration. Mr. Yao, since there is no problem with the decoration, I will stay soon. There are still some things at the company. Master Wang, just go about your business, Yao Bagua said with a smile, not to mention the quality of the decoration. Just because Wang Yang was the decoration designer appointed by General Manager Chen, he dared not neglect it. Who knows what the relationship between Wang Yang and General Manager Chen is? Wang Yang left the BL Game Club, felt the dazzling sunlight outside, and squinted slightly. He took out his mobile phone and checked the time and date. It is already June, and the Dragon Boat Festival will be in a few days. I have always wanted to thank General Manager Chen before, and I can just take advantage of this festival to thank him. The last time he gave cash, he didn't know whether General Manager Chen was very satisfied, but it was certain that General Manager Chen was not dissatisfied. So this time, for the sake of insurance, it is better to give cash. Anyway, it will not go wrong. But how much should I give? If I give another 10,000, will it be a bit too little? During this period, he was promoted to the position of supervisor through the decoration given by General Manager Chen, and his performance commission was also greatly improved. I definitely can't give another 10,000. As for how much is better, Wang Yang fell in a deep thought. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chen Mo simply dealt with the work in his hands and left the Tomorrow Group with Chen Road. He had an important thing to do today, which was to make extra money. Just yesterday, he received a message from consultant Linda that he could go to shoot a magazine today. He could get 20,000 yuan for each magazine shoot. This business was more convenient than him spending money with all his heart. Chapter 349, Directly, the door of the building. Linda looked around. She just received a call, and Mr. Chen would be here soon. Last time, after Mr. Chen gave her his business card and left, she conducted a simple survey based on the business card. Finally, a surprising problem was discovered. The young man turned out to be the president of a group. There are many group presidents, but this is the first time she has met such a young president. Certainly. What surprised her even more was that non-Hikofi was Mr. Chen's property. No wonder. When he talked about non-Hikofi, Mr. Chen's expression was very strange. Before long, I saw a big black car parked at the door of a building, which instantly attracted the attention of many people. Linda's gaze was naturally attracted. She went to a 4S store to find out about this black Big G some time ago, and it cost 1.5 million. They are all rich people. Linda sighed and saw a young woman getting out of the car first, and then welcoming another man out. After seeing those two familiar figures, Linda was stunned for a moment, then hurried forward to greet him. Those two figures were clearly Mr. Chen and his assistant, so naturally she didn't dare to neglect them. To AT this moment, I looked at the big black car again and sighed in my heart that I asked the president of a group. He only drives a car worth more than 1 million yuan. That IT is really too low. Key.mr. Chun, you are here, please come with me. Coming closer, he said respectfully. Chinamo looked at Linda, who was coming, nodded slightly, and followed directly. This is 20,000 yuan. Entering the building, came to the third floor, and entered a studio. Soon he was brought to a middle-aged man. Directorally, this is Chinamo. You see what I said is correct. Linda opened her mouth to introduce. Because she had promised not to reveal Chinamo's secrets before, she did not introduce Chinamo too much. As for the group and the company, she did not say anything about it. When the middle-aged man named Directorly heard this, he looked at Chinamo carefully, his eyes showing an expression of joy. Linda showed him a photo of Chinamo, who was wearing a suit at that time. In the photo, he felt that this person fit the theme of men's clothing in this issue. But he wasn't very surprised, but when he saw himself at this time, he was very surprised. This person's appearance, whether it's his temperament, body shape, or subtle demeanor, is actually more in mind with the theme of men's clothing than it looks in the photo. And no wonder Linda admired Chinamo so much. This is a treasure. Hello, I'm Li Tianyang. You can call me Directorly. Hello, Directorly. Chinamo, just call me Xiao Chen. Chinamo smiled and shook hands with the other party, and then asked that I don't know when Directorly will start filming, that he is here to make money. Not to be polite, that Li Tianyang was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and spoke. With a smile. You can shoot now. The makeup artists are ready. Just go over and change your clothes and put on makeup. Linda, take Xiao Chen over. Watching Chinamo and Linda enter the dressing room at the back, there was a hint of surprise on their faces. Shoshu.com. There is something special about this model. After the other models knew that he was Li Tianyang, every one of them was not polite to him. They wished they could chat more to please him and add some good impressions. But this Chinamo didn't mean to please him at all, and even seemed a little impatient. That doesn't he know that as long as he gets his favor, it will be indispensable whether it is shooting for magazines or advertisements in the future. There is even a chance to enter the film and television industry. After all, there was a model before, and with his help, she has now become a first-line actor. But it is precisely because of this that every time I shoot for magazines or advertisements in the future, those models kept getting close to him, which annoyed him. But this Chinamo didn't seem to have the slightest intention to please. Interesting. Could it be that he acted like this on purpose to attract his attention? It's not like I haven't encountered it before, but in the end I couldn't help but show my tail. That Li Tianyang looked at the dressing room in the distance with a thoughtful expression. After a while, chuckled. Whether it was to attract his attention on purpose or not, you will naturally know after the filming is completed. Time passed little by little. Chinamo didn't know how many suits he had changed into. Anyway, after taking this photo, he would immediately put on another suit and continue shooting. That he suddenly felt that earning 20,000 yuan was not easy. That's right. How can it be so easy to make money in this world? After nearly 8 hours of shooting in the studio, the magazine shoot came to an end. Chun. The filming is over. Chinamo walked over and handed over a bottle of water. Looking at Mr. Chen's tired look, he was very puzzled. That he was obviously the president of a group. So how could Mr. Chen accept the job of shooting for a magazine? For that 20,000 yuan. This was simply impossible. That as soon as this thought arose in her mind, Chen Ro threw it away. Our Chun is the president of a group. With his net worth, how can he care about this mere 20,000 yuan? Chen Ro was a little confused, not knowing what Mr. Chen's intention was. Alas, that my ability is still not enough. That if Wei Yin were here, he would definitely see the hidden meaning of Mr. Chen's doing this. Chinamo did not pay attention to Chen Ro's expression. That he took the water and drank a sip, and then relaxed on the chair. Xiao Chun, this shoot was very successful. Li Tianyang walked over from a distance and said excitedly. Chinamo looked at Li Tianyang's excited expression without any reaction. The success of the shoot had nothing to do with him. That he just wanted to know when his 20,000 yuan salary would be paid. That it's good to be successful. I don't know when Directorly will pay. Sure enough. Listening to Chinmo's words, Li Tianyang said secretly. Through previous experience, he basically knew what Chinmo would say next. That IT was nothing more than, when do you have time? I want to treat you to a meal, and so on. The joy that was originally generated by the success of the shoot was instantly put away. He didn't like these people who took the initiative to please. That if the ability is sufficient, Even if he is not flattering, he will remember this person and will consider it if he meets a suitable one in the future. Thinking of this, that Li Tianyang was a little disappointed. He was very satisfied with the appearance of this young man and his performance during the filming just now. If it is a young man who is not flattering and neither humble nor arrogant, he is willing to provide some help in the future. What a pity. The thought in his mind passed in an instant that Li Tianyang was signed secretly, and at this moment, Chen Mo's next words had been spoken. Chapter 350 Remuneration. I wonder when Director Lee will calculate the remuneration. The forehead that Li Tianyang's expression paused, and he was a little stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said after a moment of reaction, "The reward will be transferred to you later. You don't have to worry about this that I end that case. I'll take my leave first." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he stood up and left. Since the filming was finished and he would be paid later, there was no need to stay any longer. After a day of shooting, he just wanted to go home and rest. Seeing this, Chen Ro hurriedly followed behind. That Li Tianyang looked at Chen Mo's back and his expression changed. Wrong guess. Thinking of the speculations he had just made, his expression suddenly became unnatural. Director Lee. Linda looked at Li Tianyang's expression and shouted worriedly that Li Tianyang came to his senses and turned to look at Linda. "Well, you can call Chen Mo's reward later." After saying that, he left quickly. That he liked young people who were neither humble nor overbearing, but Chen Mo gave him the feeling that he didn't take him seriously at all. Such interesting young people are really rare, that if you have the opportunity in the future, you can have more contact with them. If your character is good, you can promote them. The entrance of Tomorrow Group building. That a car slowly stopped. Two figures quickly got out of the car, and one of them, a slightly bald man, quickly ran to the trunk and took out a bunch of gifts. "Wang Yang, take these gifts. You said you were going to visit Mr. Chen. How could you do it without bringing some gifts?" Supervisor Chibu stuffed all the gifts into Wang Yang's hands. "Brother Chi, I prepared a gift." Wang Yang looked at the gift Chibu handed him with a helpless expression. "Since I accidentally mentioned the day before yesterday that I would come to visit Mr. Chen today, I didn't expect that the Supervisor Chibu would take the initiative to send him over today and prepare so many gifts. What have you prepared?" He looked at Wang Yang, who was empty-handed with a look of disbelief. "That I wrapped a red envelope." Wang Yang answered truthfully. When Chibu heard this, there was a black line on his forehead, and then he pushed Wang Yang towards the inside of the building. "Stop talking, just go in quickly. Also, this gift is not just for you, but for the company, so when giving gifts, pay attention to your words. And your red envelope is the best, that don't take it out." Ever since he knew that Wang Yang was going to visit Mr. Chen of Tomorrow Group, he started to prepare. This was an opportunity to please Mr. Chen. How could he miss it? Moreover, Wang Yang had just entered the society and did not know how to deal with the world, that if he gave the wrong gift or something and made Mr. Chen unhappy, that would be troublesome. Now it seems that what I thought was correct, that if you want to give a red envelope to the president of a group, how big of a red envelope should you give? This is a huge group with assets worth hundreds of millions. How could it miss such a small red envelope like yours? Sure enough, a boy is a boy. Chibu sighed secretly and felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Wang Yang was pushed into the building. After listening to the words of the supervisor Chibu, he looked at the pile of gifts in his hand and agreed that I asked it a gift from the company. "Okay, just give it to the company. Mr. Chen shouldn't be dissatisfied. Go in quickly. I'll drive and wait for you outside." Supervisor Chibu watched Wang Yang walk to the elevator with a kind smile on his face. That he had long persuaded Wang Yang to contact Mr. Chen more, and he finally got the idea today. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chen Nemo looked at the system panel in his mind and smiled unconsciously. The money from yesterday's magazine shoot has been transferred to his account, and it has successfully become his personal asset. Now, his personal assets have reached 320,000. This is an unprecedented breakthrough. Sure enough, if you want to make money, you still have to make extra money. That I still have 11 songs that I haven't processed yet, that I must find a reliable singer to cooperate with, and I will definitely have a lot of income by then. Mr. Chun, Wang Yang is at the front desk and wants to come up to see you. Chen Ro walked in from the office next door. "Wang Yang, what does he want to see me for?" Chen Nemo was confused, but he still had a good impression of Wang Yang. After all, had he ever given him a red envelope? Well, let the front desk bring him up. "Okay, Mr. Chen." Chinro turned around, quickly returned to the office, and gave an answer to the front desk. Before long, there was a knock on the office door, and then Wang Yang walked in, carrying a lot of gifts. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Wang Yang walked in carefully carrying gifts. Although he was responsible for decorating this office building, looking at the majestic appearance of the office, he still couldn't help but feel a little cautious. He must have seen with his own eyes that Mr. Chen slowly transformed from a small clothing factory into a group. After all, he had renovated it all the way from the initial employee canteen to the final group office building. "Well, what's the matter with you coming here today?" Chen Nemo glanced at the gift Wang Yang was carrying inadvertently and asked knowingly. Wang Yang glanced at the gift in his hand and thought of what his supervisor Chibu said to him when he went upstairs and smiled at Mr. Chen. "Isn't the Dragon Boat Festival coming? You take care of us so much. These gifts are our Qinglin decoration. A little gift to Mr. Chen," as he said. He handed over the gift in his hand. "You said, why are you being so polite? It's not good to spend so much money on these gifts." Chen Nemo looked at the gifts handed over by Wang Yang and smiled officially. That he took the gifts and put them on the table beside him. That he glanced at the gifts briefly. There were wine, cigarettes, and some items that looked expensive, but there was no red bag. These gifts didn't look cheap, but he didn't drink or smoke at all. But Wang Yang didn't play by the rules. Why didn't he give a red envelope this time? Could it be that he gave too many orders, which made him feel that giving red envelopes was not good, so he chose to give these gifts? Thinking of this, he looked up at Wang Yang standing aside. "Don't stand, sit down. You must be thirsty," he said. He took a cup of warm water and handed it to Wang Yang. "Mr. Chen, no need to bother." Wang Yang hurriedly took the cup of water handed over by Mr. Chen and carefully sat on the chair. He had been paying attention to Mr. Chen's expression just now. Although Mr. Chen gave him the feeling that he was not dissatisfied, but this time, it seemed that he was not as enthusiastic as last time, that he clearly remembered that after he gave the red envelope last time, Mr. Chen enthusiastically gave him coffee and talked to him a lot about decoration. Thinking of this, Wang Yang reached out and touched the red envelope he had prepared in his pocket. Although when he went upstairs, his supervisor Chibu asked him not to take out the red envelope. But he always had a feeling that it was better to take it out. And those gifts were given to Mr. Chen by the company, and he hadn't given them yet. After a little hesitation, he made a decision that Mr. Chen. Chapter 351 Wang Yang and hashtag 039's gift. Chinemo looked up at Wang Yang. "The gift just now was given by me on behalf of the company, that I also prepared a gift myself to thank Mr. Chen. I hope you don't mind." Mr. Chen. Wang Yang spoke. He took out the red envelope from his pocket and pushed it in front of Mr. Chen. Chinemo let out a sigh, and then saw Wang Yang take out a red envelope and push it in front of him. Red envelope. Looking at the thickness of the red envelope, I can see how much it is. But what is certain is that this red envelope is definitely larger than the last time, which was 10,000 yuan. He casually put his hand on the red envelope and secretly felt its thickness. This thickness is probably tens of thousands. Chinemo laughed unconsciously, looked at Wang Yang sitting opposite, and smiled with satisfaction. "Look at you, it's okay for the company to give you gifts that if you give them yourself. It's a waste of money that I almost forgot, that I changed to a new kind of coffee that it tastes very good. Come and taste it." Saying that, he got up and went to the coffee machine to make 2 cups of coffee that tea the same time. He took Wang Yang from the desk to the rest area next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Wang Yang looked at Mr. Chen's enthusiastic expression, and his nervous heart finally relaxed. He came to the sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window and slowly sat down. Took a sip of the coffee handed over by Mr. Chen, and then placed it on a coffee table in front of the sofa. I tasted the coffee carefully and found it was exactly what Mr. Chen said. The coffee tastes much better than the coffee he drank last time he came here. Chinemo also sat across from him and took a sip of coffee. He looked at Wang Yang sitting across from him and sighed in his heart that I almost misunderstood just now. It is Wang Yang who understands him best, that it seems that he can continue to leave the decoration work to him in the future. Only the more Wang Yang earns, the red envelopes sent to him become thicker and thicker. By the way, how is your decoration project going for the game club? Chinemo suddenly remembered that last month he arranged for Yao Bagua to contact Wang Yang about the decoration of the club, that I haven't paid attention to it since then, and I don't know what happened to it at Mr. Chen. We are already in the final stage, and it will be over in a few days. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen, for trusting me so much and trusting me to do all the decoration work. Wang Yang looked at Mr. Chen sitting opposite with a grateful look. Although Mr. Chen doesn't seem much older than him in terms of age, he respects and appreciates him from the bottom of his heart. The success I have achieved now is entirely due to Mr. Chen in front of me, that if it weren't for Mr. Chen, he would probably still be an ordinary designer assistant. Thank you for what you are doing. Did you do a good job with those decorations? There are no flaws. Chinamo waved his hand indifferently, although he didn't pay much attention to decoration matters later. But sometimes he would ask Li Shun and others about the decoration. After all, he wanted to spend money, but if he passed it off as a good one, would that be an insult to him? However, every time Li Shun and others evaluated Wang Yang, they were very positive. This is also the reason why he is willing to hand over the decoration to Wang Yang, that he is responsible, has good quality, and can use up more funds for him. He has no reason to change people. Of course, there is another key reason now. That is, Wang Yang will give him red envelopes that if we choose another decoration designer, who knows what it will be like. After chatting for a while in the office, the two ended their chat. As soon as he walked outside the building, Wang Yang saw Chibu coming towards him. How about it? Chibu asked with an expectant look on his face. How about what? Wang Yang looked at Chibu with some confusion, not knowing what the other party was asking. Chun, what was your reaction after seeing the gifts you gave me? What's your reaction when you give a gift? Wang Yang thought about it and realized that Mr. Chen didn't seem to have any excessive reaction at that time. Chun, there doesn't seem to be any excessive reaction. No reaction. That's good. At least it means that Mr. Chen is not disgusted with those gifts. You can learn more about Mr. Chen's preferences in the future and then give gifts according to your preferences. But I feel like Mr. Chen likes red envelopes very much. Wang Yang hesitated for a moment and then spoke slowly. Our Chun became enthusiastic after seeing the red envelope. Just now. Impossible. Our Chun is the president of the group. Does he care about the money? For successful people like this, money is just a series of numbers. Money can no longer satisfy his pursuit. We have to, based on his preferences, just satisfy his spiritual needs. Chibu patted Wang Yang on the shoulder with a deep tone, looking like someone who had come before. Let's go back to the company. You can get a driver's license during this period. The company headquarters has made a decision. When you get your driver's license, you will be assigned a car. Is a new car. You can go by yourself. You can purchase it at the 4S store, but there will be a quota limit. Wang Yang was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly followed Chibu. However, I felt conflicted in my heart. What the supervisor Chibu said made sense. Our Chin was the president of the group, so how could he be so interested in his tens of thousands of yuan in red envelopes? But Mr. Chen's reaction just now seemed to be that he was very satisfied with the red envelope he took out later. Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chinamo opened the red envelope and tapped it quickly. The red envelope this time actually contained a full 50,000 yuan. This Wang Yang is very good at doing things, but he is so willing. Signed secretly, he collected the red envelope and found a time to deposit the 50,000 yuan into his personal account. Counting these 50,000 yuan in red envelopes, my personal assets have reached 370,000 yuan. Good. His assets have been growing steadily, and the current development of the company is also within his control. One thing that needs to be done now is to find another industry that can lose money and then invest in it. After all, the income of the two games, Dragon and Extreme Survival, has increased a lot. The original money-losing industry can no longer perfectly consume the money earned from mobile games. In order to improve the success rate during settlement, it is definitely necessary to increase the number of money-losing industries. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the office door, and Tang Cho opened the door and walked in. Looking at Tang Cho, who opened the door and walked in, Chinamo rubbed his head with a headache. Since the last time he asked the other party to deal with the game club, he has not arranged other matters for the other party. That is so much, so that Tang Cho felt that he was free again and wanted him to arrange some work from time to time. What's the matter, Lawyer Tang? Mr. Chin, don't you know why I'm here? Tang Cho glanced at Mr. Chun, who was sitting opposite. She couldn't remember how many times she had come here. Wasn't it still obvious what her purpose was? Chapter 352, How about another legal publicity campaign? Listening to Tang Cho's words, Chinamo laughed dryly and then said tentatively, How about doing some more legal publicity? Well, the legal publicity for the garment factory was done yesterday. The boring short video and sanctuary game were done together the day before yesterday. And non-hiccoffy was done the day before through video conferencing that I have done this legal publicity at least twice a month for each company. Tang Cho spoke quickly. She was a little speechless. Did Mr. Chin hire her with $1 million annual salary just to let her do legal publicity? At this frequency, after a few years, the employees of these companies will probably become lawyers. At least as a paralegal, there will be absolutely no problem. Chinamo listened to Tang Cho's words and didn't know how to arrange it for a while. He thought that it didn't seem to be the case if he rearranged it again. This Tang Cho is really something that isn't it. Good to have no work. Isn't it good to sit in the office, watch videos, and watch dramas by yourself? You have to find a job. Isn't that asking for trouble? Chinamo really couldn't understand it. Employees and other companies all try to slack off, but his company was fine. Not to mention slacking off that in such a long time, he only saw one employee slacking off and watching anime during work hours. Such a large group company actually only had one slacking employee. Outrageous. And getting paid to poop? Isn't that normal? These employees can actually hold it in until the break, queue up to go to the toilet, and don't even think about going during work. Unreasonable. Chun. Seeing that Mr. Chin didn't speak for a long time, Tang Cho reminded him that Chinamo came back to his senses, looked at Tang Cho sitting opposite him, thought about it, and suddenly thought of a good way and slowly spoke. Tang Cho, the company has been developing steadily now, and there is really nothing that requires your attention. That if you are really too idle, I will give you a privilege. You could take on other lawyers' business during your tenure in the group. That, of course, you can take on extra work, but it cannot affect the operation of the company. Since Tang Cho can't be idle, let her take on other jobs by herself. Anyway, don't bother him. Every day, there is only work in my eyes. Where can I arrange the work? Tang Cho listened to Mr. Chin's words and was moved. She didn't expect Mr. Chan to give her such a privilege. This is not allowed in other group companies. But soon she showed a bitter smile. Mr. Chun, you are not unaware of my previous experience. My reputation in the legal profession is not very good now. Even if I want to take on work, I am afraid no one will be willing to find me. After she left Chandy Law Firm, her reputation was already very bad under the publicity of Chandy Law Firm. Even if an employer wants to find her as a lawyer, he will choose to give up after learning about her experience. She had thought about whether to make the whole story public, but she had no solid evidence, and deliberately losing the case was indeed a violation of the lawyer's duties. As a lawyer, she should consider her defender, even if he was guilty. But out of conscience, she couldn't defend those sinners. After some thinking, she found that she didn't seem to be suitable to be a lawyer. So she gave up the idea of confronting Chandy Law Firm. Being a legal director at this time is also a good choice. Well, Chinmo's eyes lit up, and he looked at Tang Cho in front of him seriously. Where else can he find the money-losing industry? Isn't this a ready-made one in front of him? No one is willing to find Tang Cho as a lawyer. Doesn't this mean that as long as Tang Cho sets up a law firm, it can be sure that there will be no employer? No employer means no income. No income is not a money-losing industry. What a reliable company this is. And it can also solve the problem of Tang Cho asking him for work every day. Not bad. That's it. Chimo looked up and smiled at Tang Cho. Tang Cho, you have been in a company for more than half a year. IT is indeed a waste of talent to ask you to do some legal publicity work or handle some company procedures every day. I also thought about it carefully. If I continue like this, wouldn't it be a waste of talent? So I thought about it again and again, and finally decided to set up a law firm, and you will be the person in charge of the law firm. Hearing Mr. Chen's words, Tang Cho opened his mouth in shock. Set up a law firm. Let her be the person in charge. But he quickly came to his senses and shook his head. Mr. Chun, this won't work. With my current reputation as the person in charge of a law firm, I'm afraid no customer will choose our law firm. Being the person in charge of a lawyer is indeed very tempting. But she knows her current situation very well. Letting her be the person in charge of a lawyer will only harm the law firm. No problem. Chinmo smiled and shook his head that it's better to have no customers. This is what I want. Reputation is nothing. I believe in your ability more. You are so serious and responsible that I will feel relieved only if I hand the law firm over to you. So, the position of the head of this law firm belongs to you. And letting you set up a law firm does not mean you leave the group. The position of the group's legal director is still yours, that if there is a legal dispute within the group, you still have to take action. After some brainwashing, Chinemo did not give Tang Shou a chance to refute and directly finalize the plan. Seeing Mr. Chin's tone, Tang Shou knew that he could not escape the position of the head, but this would really affect the law firm. After thinking about it, he spoke. Mr. Chun, I will be the head of the law firm, but I will not show up in the law firm. Then I will recruit a few lawyers with strong business capabilities to take charge and minimize my influence. This should be able to attract some customers with demands that no Chinemo refuse without hesitation. Recruiting a few lawyers with strong business capabilities would not make things difficult for me. But Tang Shou's words reminded him. The law firm must not be run by only Tang Shou. IT must need to recruit other lawyers that in this case. You must pay more attention to recruiting people, and you can't recruit too powerful lawyers. Well, the goal should still be placed on interns, and the lawyer industry requires time to settle. A lawyer who has just started his internship, no matter how good he is during school, may need a long time to become a qualified lawyer. That's right. Chinemo nodded secretly, and then looked at Tang Shou. That we not only don't recruit lawyers with strong business capabilities, but also those with weak business capabilities and no experience. We can recruit interns who have graduated from law school. Chapter 353. We must also work hard. In turn, when Tang Shou heard Mr. Chin's decision, he hurriedly spoke. Mr. Chun, this is not good, that I already have a bad reputation, that if the people I recruit are all interns, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the law firm to have business in the early days. Why should we stick to the early stage of business? Do you know what is the most important thing for a company? Chinemo looked at Tang Shou with a profound expression. Is it a talent? Tang Shou said subconsciously. No, talent is important, but the most important thing is the foundation. Just like building a building, the building is only as strong as the foundation. The same is true for companies. They also need to lay a foundation. The foundation of the company is the interns. They have not experienced the social polishing and have little industry experience, but they have the same advantage. That is, they're very malleable, powerful. Whatever I want them to be, I can train them in that direction. But mature lawyers are different. They have already been polished by society, and everything has been finalized, and it is difficult to change. Also, the employees you have trained by yourself will have a stronger sense of belonging to your company. But it is difficult for those lawyers who are parachuted in to have this kind of mentality. After comparing many aspects, it is better to find a trainee lawyer than a mature lawyer. Tang Shou fell into silence. She actually felt that what Mr. Chun said made sense. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will try my best to handle it. Tang Shou nodded. Mr. Chun had already reached this point. She didn't have anything else to refute, so she could only do it. By the way, Mr. Chun, what is the name of this law firm? If you want to establish a lawyer, you must go through some procedures which all require the name of the law firm. Name. Chinemo pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea and said with a smile that let's call it Bishu Law Firm. Bishu Law Firm, Bishu Law Firm, Bishu Law Firm, Bishu Law Firm. Tang Shou murmured softly. Hundreds of books. It seems to have a bookish aroma, which is really good as a name for a lawyer. I know Mr. Chun, and I will set up a law firm as soon as possible. After confirming the name of the law firm, Tang Shou left the office directly. Watched Tang Shou leave. Chinemo sat back comfortably on the seat, solving the problem that Tang Shou often came to annoy him, and established an industry that was about to lose money. This undoubtedly improved his settlement success rate. Thinking of this, Chinemo smiled lightly. From the looks of it, the situation is looking great. There are only 2 days left until the Dragon Boat Festival, a statutory holiday with 3 days off. I must go home and then go to Kyoto. The crew has been filming for nearly 3 months. Yesterday, Luo Xiao called me and said that it will enter the final stage at the end of June. He stopped by to take a look and then organize team building among the crew members, which also consumed some system funds. In addition, 10 Nana coffee stores in Kyoto have been opened and 5 more are under renovation. When the time comes, I will go over and check out the situation of Manhwa coffee in Kyoto. After confirming the next itinerary, Chinemo raised his head and looked at the gift sent by Wang Yang not far away, and thought for a moment, he may not use it, but others can. When I happened to go home, I took them all home. Even if your parents don't use it, it will be very honorable to give it away to others. Kyoto. Film and Television City. Click past Luo. Xiao looked at the footage and nodded with satisfaction. Brother Xiao, how are you? Wang Bin trotted over and looked at the scene just taken that it's perfect. Are you making rapid progress? Luo Xiao patted Wang Bin on the shoulder and sighed that IT has been filming for nearly 3 months now. Except for the beginning, everyone was a newcomer and many things went wrong. After that, it became much smoother. Nowadays, a shot is basically not retaken many times. And Wang Bin is the one who has made the fastest progress. Even those students with a major background are slightly behind. Sometimes talent is really not something that can only be achieved by hard work. Brother Xiao, I feel that there are still some flaws in my eyes. According to this plot, I should be very angry, but my eyes lack some anger. Wang Bin touched his chin and looked at the shot twice carefully. Luo Xiao adjusted to where Wang Bin was talking about the camera screen and looked at it carefully. Overall, there was no problem. The anger that should be expressed was also expressed that if the audience goes to see it, few people will notice this. But if we strive for excellence, the anger level of this look really needs to be strengthened. This shot will not affect the final film. You must reshoot it. Luo Xiao turned to look at Wang Bin. Wang Bin nodded. Although it won't affect the audience's senses, I want to make it perfect. Then take another photo. Luo Xiao also nodded and then looked towards the camera crew working in front. Get ready to reshoot the last shot. After hearing this, all the filming staff hurriedly got busy. Wang Bin also adjusted his state and quickly returned to the shooting site. Started to shoot again. In the distance. Su Tang and Jiang Shua sat side by side, looking at the shooting site in the distance. This Wang Bin is really hardworking, Jiang Shua said with admiration. Su Tang nodded in agreement. This is why he has improved so quickly. It took nearly 3 months to shoot in the crew. Wang Bin made frequent mistakes at the beginning, but now he can find his own shortcomings in shooting. It can be said that he has improved very quickly. Even those of them who have studied systematically in schools can't compare. So we have to work hard too. If we are surpassed by a group actor in acting, it will be very embarrassing. Well, we have to work hard too. The two nodded at the same time. They signed a contract with Blue Film and Television last month and are now actors of Blue Film and Television. And Wang Bin is also an actor of Blue Film and Television. As actors from the same company. They need to work harder. At least they can't be worse than Wang Bin in acting. Time passed. The sound of director Luo's shouting cut came again. Wang Bin ran to the camera again to check, and this time it seemed that there was no problem and he didn't reshoot. Okay, today's shooting is over. Everyone pack up the tools and go back to rest. Luo shouted loudly with a loudspeaker. Brother shout, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. You want to give the crew a holiday. Wang Bin looked up at the staff who started to pack up the shooting tools in a distance. No rest. They have plenty of time to rest after the shooting is finished. Luo Shout said without hesitation. Now the crew's shooting has entered the final stage, and he needs to finish the movie completely by the end of June. After the shooting is completed, post-production editing is also required. The editing link is very important, and many monsters need to be completed through editing. The process of editing to a finished film takes about 1 month. After the finished film appears, it needs to pass the review and finally be put on the shelves in the cinema. The time required for this series of operations. The movie will be available in theaters around mid-August. Chapter 354, Visiting the Set. Hearing Luo Shout's answer, Wang Bin nodded slowly. It didn't matter to him whether he had a holiday or not. He just wanted to make the movie well and perfectly. After all, this was basically his first movie, and he was the protagonist. How could he not take it seriously? As for the time when he was an extra before, it was not considered a part-time job at all. After all, there was not even a shot. Ring, ring, ring. Luo Shout looked at his phone and found that it was Mr. Chen who called, so he quickly answered the call. Okay, Mr. Chen, I got it. After a while, Luo Shout hung up the phone and put the phone back in his pocket to answer Chen's call. Wang Bin asked curiously when he saw Luo Shout hang up the phone. Yeah, Luo Shout nodded. What instructions does Mr. Chen have? Mr. Chen will come over in 3 days to visit the crew, and will also invite the crew to a team-building dinner at that time. That's so? Then we can't shoot after 3 days. Then take a day off. 1 day won't have much impact. At this point, Luo Shout shouted again with a loudspeaker. Everyone, take the next 2 days of filming seriously and try to catch up with the progress. 3 days later, General Manager Chen will come to organize our team building. Listening to Luo Shout's call, the staff who were packing up the filming equipment couldn't help but speed up their hands. 3 days later, Kinshu Law a black G slowly drove into the film and television city. General Manager Chun, the location shows that this is the place. Yang Dae turned his head and said to Chun Imo, who was sitting in the back seat, "Well, you find a place to park first." Chun Imo nodded, then pushed open the door and walked down. Originally, he planned to drive back home this time and then drive to Kyoto. However, after Yang Dae's family knew that he was going to Kyoto, they said that they would let Yang Dae follow them no matter what he originally refused. After all, it was already a holiday and it was Yang Dae's rest time. However, Yang Dae's family insisted that it was not safe for him to drive to Kyoto alone and finally had no choice but to agree to Yang Dae to be the driver. Chun, "You're here." As soon as he got off the car, he saw Luo Xiao and Wang Bin coming up from not far away. "Well, where are the others?" Chun Imo looked at Luo Xiao and Wang Bin and found that there were only two of them. "The others are waiting over there." Luo Xiao pointed to the distance and began to lead the way. Not long after, they arrived in front of a simple courtyard. Chun, "This is it. Usually everyone will rest here after filming." Chun Imo took a quick look and found that this simple courtyard was very simple and looked at Luo Xiao, who was following him with some dissatisfaction. "Didn't I tell you to take good care of those actors? Why are they living in such a bad place?" He remembered that he had specifically told Luo Xiao not to save money during filming and to settle those actors well. Luo Xiao smiled bitterly when he heard what Mr. Chun said. Chun, "Having a yard is already very good. Many members of other crews live in tents. You can live in a hotel." Chun Imo was unmoved. "Since the environment of the film and television city is poor, then live in a hotel." Chun, "The nearest hotel is a certain distance away from the film and television city. If we move to the hotel, it will take a certain amount of time to move the equipment and travel every day. And some equipment that is too heavy is too far away, and it is not easy for the staff to carry it." Luo Xiao hurriedly explained. When the crew first came, he also thought about letting all the crew members live in the hotel, but after much consideration, he finally gave up. After all, if you live in a hotel, even if you don't consider the problem of moving the equipment, the time you travel every day will affect the progress of the filming. It's difficult to carry the equipment. Chun Imo thought for a while and then spoke lightly. "Forget about this shoot. Next time we shoot, we will stay in a hotel. Only with a good resting environment can we rest well. Only with a good rest can we be in a better state for shooting. But Mr. Chin, it is a problem to carry those shooting equipment." Luo Xiao said with some worry. "This is easy to solve. It must be strenuous to carry the equipment manually. After this shoot, I will provide you with a few more cars for blue film. They're specially used for carrying the equipment in the future shoots, as well as for picking up and dropping off the shooting personnel." Chun Imo said indifferently. In this way, both the car and the hotel are good expenses. I know, Mr. Chun." Luo Xiao responded, and he did not refute this time. Cars can indeed solve many problems. Although it will still take some time on the road, when shooting in the future, getting up 15 minutes earlier can almost make up for the time lost on the road. The only disadvantage of this plan is that it is too expensive. All members of a crew live in a hotel and shoot for 3 or 4 months. That is also a considerable expense. But looking at Mr. Chen, it seems that he doesn't care about the money at all. Before the Tomorrow Group set out for filming, he had heard that Mr. Chen cared a lot for his employees. That time, he had just arrived at the group not long ago and didn't have much idea about this care. Now it seems that he probably understands a little bit. "Wish, Mr. Chen, happy Dragon Boat Festival." After Chen Imo arranged the next shooting, he walked directly into the simple courtyard. Just as he approached, he was frightened by a happy Dragon Boat Festival and stopped. Turning his head to look inside the courtyard, he saw a group of crew members standing neatly in the courtyard. "Why are you so anxious? Wait until Mr. Chen sees you before shouting." Seeing Mr. Chen was frightened, Wang Bin hurriedly shouted to the crew members twice that Mr. Chen, "I'm sorry. I didn't rehearse well. It doesn't matter. Next time there will be no such surprise." Chen Imo waved his hand speechlessly, and the neatly standing employees spoke lightly. "Have you packed everything? Let's go directly." "Okay, Mr. Chen." Wang Bin nodded and then began to organize the crew members to walk outside. As for the team building place, it has been booked long ago, so just go directly in Kyoto. In a five-star hotel, many crew members walked in slowly. Looking at the luxurious decoration, they all exclaimed in amazement. They were all ordinary staff members, and even the actors were students who had not yet graduated from college or extras in the crew. This was their first time in such a high-end restaurant. Soon, the hotel waiter came to greet them, and Luo Xiao went up to communicate briefly and was taken directly to a private room. Entering the private room, the actors of the crew sat at two tables, and the filming staff of the crew sat at two tables. Not long after, a waiter came in with a dining card. Su Tang, that's Australian lobster, and that seems to be caviar. I heard it's very expensive. Jiang Shui looked at the dishes on the dining card, muttered softly, and took out her mobile phone at the same time to find this hotel. Quickly check the prices of the dishes in this hotel. Chapter 355 Caviar Rice. Soon she saw the price of lobster dishes in this hotel. An Australian lobster costs 1,888 yuan. There were 8 Australian lobsters on the 4 tables, yes, 2 on each table. But this Australian lobster costs nearly 8,000 yuan, not counting the prices of other cuisines. How about it? Su Tang asked curiously when she saw Jiang Shui opening her mouth wide and not speaking. Jiang Shui came to her senses after hearing this, and then handed the phone to Su Tang. See for yourself. Su Tang took the phone and looked at it curiously, and soon fell into silence like Jiang Shui. Suddenly a thought came to my mind. Is this eating food? This is simply eating money. Certainly. When the dishes arrived, Jiang Shui and Su Tang were not the only ones with shocked expressions. Everyone else also showed more or less disbelieving expressions. Chen Mo ignored the expressions of these people. In order to spend more money on this team building, he basically ordered all the most expensive dishes in the hotel. Among them, he even ordered 2 portions of Australian lobster. And the prices in Kyoto did not disappoint him. For the same cuisine, the price here in Kyoto was about half more expensive than that in Jiangxing. Before long, after listing all the dishes, Chen Mo frowned slightly when he saw that many people were too restrained to eat. How can this be done? He also wanted to wait for these people to finish the food on the table and then order a few more portions. After all, many of the things he ordered were seafood. As long as these people were willing to eat, they could definitely eat them all. Thinking of this, I stood up and walked over to the table. Luo Xiao saw this and hurriedly followed behind. Eat as you please. Serve when you've run out. Don't be cautious. What's going on at your table? The 2 lobsters haven't even touched a bite. You are you. This lobster is given to you, and the other lobster is given to you. Chen Mo brought the lobsters on the table to the 2 crew members and said to Luo Xiao, who was following him, "There are no more lobsters on this table. You go and notify the hotel to bring 2 more." "Okay, Mr. Chun." Luo Xiao nodded quickly, and then asked the waiter waiting at the door of the private room to order 2 plates of lobster. "What? There's not enough rice. Would you like another helping of rice?" "Forget the rice. Doesn't it have caviar? Mix it with half caviar and half rice." "That's right. We don't have enough caviar. Do you want more?" Chen Mo said with a smile, then turned to Luo Xiao. 6 servings of caviar per table. Otherwise, it won't be enough to mix with the rice. Luo Xiao was suddenly stunned when he heard Mr. Chen's words. He knew the prices of the hotel's cuisine. After all, he was involved when ordering the food. Then, he lamented that Mr. Chen was willing to spend money and was so heroic. Now it seems that I am still mumbling. A portion of caviar costs 1,666 yuan. Each table has 6 servings, so 4 tables have 24 servings, which is tens of thousands of dollars. The ultimate goal is to eat with rice. What a luxury! After walking around the 4 tables, Chen Mo returned to his seat with satisfaction. After his recent round of persuasion, he almost spent more than 100,000 system funds. "Mr. Chen, the staff want to ask for a drink. Or let them drink less. After all, today's team building is also a happy thing." Luo Xiao walked over from the crew. Before coming, he stipulated that drinking was not allowed during the team building today. After all, once you drink too much, it is very likely that tomorrow's shooting will be delayed. However, the employees just now said that drinking less would not affect tomorrow's filming. After thinking about it, I don't think there is any problem, but now that Mr. Chen is here, I still need to ask for Mr. Chen's opinion. Drink, Chen Mo murmured softly, secretly wondering how he had forgotten this matter. Every time there is a team-building dinner, drinks are a huge expense. Since it's a day of celebration, why not drink less? You must drink and be happy. You ask the waiter to bring you the drink bill, and I'll take a look. Mr. Chen, you don't need to look at the drink bill, just normal beer. Luo Xiao hurriedly spoke. No, how about beer? I have to drink red wine. Ah, don't be stunned. Go and call the waiter. AP. Good. Luo Xiao nodded subconsciously, turned around, and walked towards the door of the private room. Before long, the waiter came over with the drink menu. Chinemo took the menu, took a brief look at it, and pointed to a bottle of red wine. Just this red bar, 100 bottles will be served first, and more will be refunded, and less will be replenished. The waiter looked in the direction of Chun Mo's finger. When he saw the red wine clearly, he was stunned. That bottle of red wine is the most expensive mass-produced red wine in the hotel, costing 1,999 for a bottle. Certainly, what surprised her was not the bottle of red wine she ordered, but the quantity of red wine. 100 bottles. If it were beer, that would be okay, but this is red wine. The waiter glanced at the private room out of the corner of his eye and saw that there were only 4 tables with about 40 people. 40 people. If you drink 100 bottles of red wine, do you want to drink it as beer? Luo Xiao looked at the waiter's changing expression and curiously looked at the menu, wondering what kind of red wine Mr. Chen ordered. When he saw the price of the red wine, he was also stunned. But he quickly reacted and looked at Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, this is red wine. I'm afraid you can't drink so much. Otherwise, let's change to beer. Don't drink beer. Our team building culture is to drink red wine. You can ask Wei Yin and others when you go back. They didn't drink red wine that time, and one person can drink 2 or 3 bottles. You can't drink it. It can only be said that you can't drink well and need to practice. Chen Mo rejected Luo Zhao's request without hesitation. The waiter left, and not long after, 100 bottles of red wine were sent in. The employees who had been arranging to drink fell into silence when they saw the red wine coming up. It was the first time for them to drink red wine as beer. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes were 5 flavors. The 100 bottles of red wine were not finished, and only 63 bottles were drunk in the end. Chen Mo glanced at the bill for today's consumption at the front desk and nodded with satisfaction. This time, the team building cost more than 600,000 yuan for only 40 people. As expected, the consumption level in Kyoto is higher than that in Jiangxing. Looking at the crew members, they supported each other and walked out of the hotel. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. These employees were obviously unable to do other activities in this state. Luo Xiao, go find some cars and send them all back. Mr. Chun, I'm already looking for them. Luo Xiao looked at the drunken appearance of the crew members and couldn't help but worry. In this state, can the filming tomorrow go on normally? After watching Luo Xiao and other crew members leave, Chen Mo also got on his Black G-Class. Without any instructions, Yang Dehai had already driven to the reserve hotel. In today's trip, in addition to spending money on team building, he also learned about the members of the crew to see if Luo Xiao had secretly made changes to him because he was not there. However, after understanding during the team building, Luo Xiao was still obedient. Konshula. All the actors are still the same team as before the trip, and there is no replacement of personnel. That is no problem. What good movie can a filming team organized by a group of drama school students who have not yet graduated and some extras make? It is basically a bad movie with no acting skills and no plot. Chapter 356 Changes in Nana Coffee. Chinemo leaned back comfortably. There was no problem with the movie. Just wait for the movie to be released, then the box office will be dismal, and finally it will end up as a bad movie. But this is only the first step to lose money. After this movie is shot, the second movie will be prepared immediately. The pace of losing money must not stop. Chinemo looked at the scene passing by outside the car and smiled slightly. Now that the crew has finished the inspection, the only thing left is Nana Coffee in Kyoto. But he has nothing to worry about Nana Coffee. After all, it has been losing money for so long. Even if it has been promoted by internet celebrities, it has not turned a profit for Nana Coffee. But since I am here, I will take a look. On the second day, Chunmo communicated with his assistant about today's work matters over the phone and left the hotel. Through the location on the mobile phone, he found a Nana coffee that was relatively close. About half an hour later, the black Big G slowly stopped on the side of the road, and Chunmo opened the door and got out of the car. Soon, he confirmed the storefront of Nana Coffee in the distance. As he got closer, Chunmo frowned slightly. Something was wrong. He had also investigated the situation of Jiangxing Nana Coffee. Even if there were customers in the coffee shop, they were only a few, 1 or 2 customers at most. But the situation in Nana Coffee in front of him was very different. Just when he got off the car and walked towards the store, 2 customers had already walked out of the store, holding what was obviously packaged coffee. They were still holding coffee and taking selfies. At the same time, another customer walked into the store. No, this is definitely not the situation that a loss-making store should have. Chunmo couldn't help but speed up his pace. When he could clearly see the situation inside the store, his frown tightened even more. At this time, there were more than a few customers in Manhwa Coffee store. The number of customers in the store now is already considered normal customer flow. Although the store is not full, it is at least 1/3. Why did this happen? He had learned about the situation of Kyoto Nana Coffee through information before. Because of the high consumption, the customer flow of Kyoto Nana Coffee is indeed higher than that of Jiangxing. But the customer flow is definitely not 1/3. There must be something that he doesn't know about, but what kind of change can increase the customer flow of Nana Coffee so much? Chunmo had a flash of doubt in his mind, but when he walked to the door of the coffee shop, he knew the reason. Looking at the sign placed at the door of the coffee shop, this store offers pastry sets. 599 set. A cup of American coffee worth 50, plus 2 pastries. 799 set. A cup of American coffee worth 50, plus a pastry platter. Behind each set, there is also a photo of the set. Looking at the sign in front of him, Chunmo was silent for a long time. At this time, a thought flashed through his mind. This Nana coffee is useless. He took a deep breath for a while and let himself calm down gradually. Maybe only this store did this, and it has not been popularized in other stores. If that's the case, I can find a reason to ban this pastry set before it spreads to other stores. Slowly walked into the store. Welcome. Listening to the enthusiastic voice of the clerk, Chunmo nodded slightly. Call your store manager. After that, he found an empty seat and sat down. Not long after, a store manager in formal clothes came over, wondering who was looking for her. But after seeing the man's appearance, the whole person was stunned. Then, he hurriedly spoke respectfully. Hello, Mr. Chen. Chunmo looked up at the coffee shop manager, who came over and said in a light tone, You recognize me. I've seen your photo, Mr. Chun. Well, sit down. I'll ask you something. Okay, Mr. Chun, please ask. The store manager sat respectfully opposite Mr. Chun. Chunmo saw the store manager sitting down, and he didn't beat around the bush. Did you come up with a cake set outside? No, it was a notice issued by the headquarters. The store manager answered quickly. Chunmo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and his bad premonition became stronger. So, this cake set has also been implemented in other stores. Yes, Mr. Chun, don't you know? It was implemented before the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. The store manager asked doubtfully, but soon realized that there was something wrong with his words. Mr. Chun is the president of a group, and his work must be very busy. How could he have time to pay attention to a small reform in his company? Was it implemented before the Dragon Boat Festival holiday? Get this exact answer. Chunmo knew that it was too late to save the situation. Now all stores have implemented cake sets. Based on the customer flow of the coffee shop in front of him, the customer flow of other stores must have increased as well. This is enough to show that the reform of cake sets is positive and beneficial to coffee shops. So if he wants to cancel this pastry set, the system will definitely not allow it. Took a deep breath and looked at the store manager with the last bit of fantasy. How is the store's income now? Is it profitable? Mr. Chen, the store is not profitable yet, but it has basically maintained a balance of income and expenditure in the past few days. There will be some losses occasionally, but not much. But Mr. Chun, don't worry, we will work hard to make the coffee shop profitable. the store manager said confidently, sitting opposite. Chun Mo looked at the confident look of the store manager and gritted his teeth secretly. Not to mention whether it will be profitable in the future, just the current balance of income and expenditure is making money for him. Is the money-losing industry that he has high hopes for going to be shattered like this? Chun Mo couldn't help but have a headache. Now the income and expenditure are balanced. What about the future profit? He didn't dare to imagine it. At this moment, he didn't plan to continue chatting with the store manager sitting opposite. After a few simple words, he left Nana Coffee. Back in the car, he directly told Yang Dahai to drive back to Jiangxing. He originally planned to stay in Kyoto for a few more days and visit some tourist attractions. After all, he had finally come out, so he had to have some fun. But now with the situation of Nana Coffee, he no longer had any thoughts of playing. He just wanted to return to Jiangxing as soon as possible to see what the situation was like there. After all, the pastry set meal had been implemented in all coffee shops, but the consumption in Jiangxing was a little lower, so maybe the situation was not as bad as he imagined. If that was the case, there was still a chance. For example, next time, the coffee shop would not be opened in a place with high consumption like Kyoto. Chapter 357. Mr. Chun wants to reward us. Yongking City. Tomorrow Group. Chun Mo came to the president's office early. Mr. Chun, this is the Nana coffee you asked for, the income and expenditure in recent days. As soon as he sat down, Shinro came over with a document. Chun Mo took the document and flipped through it quickly. When he returned to Jiangxing yesterday, he had already notified Shinro to sort out the income and expenditure of Nana coffee in recent days. After a while, he threw the document directly on the table with a look of entanglement on his face. Today, Nana coffee in Jiangxing City is similar to what he thought. Because of the low consumption here, the customer flow of Nana coffee is not as much as that in Kyoto. But even so, the daily revenue is about 3,000. It is about 90,000 a month. Now, Nana coffee does not count the rent of the store, but only the employee's salary, electricity and water bills, and some consumption purchases. The monthly support is about 130,000 yuan. If calculated in this way, Nana coffee in Jiangxing City is still losing money, with a monthly loss of nearly 40,000 yuan. There are only 20 stores in Jiangxing, and if we remove 2 special coffee shops, there are 18 boutique coffee shops. 18 Nana coffees only lose more than 700,000 yuan a month. But if we open a few more 100, then the loss is 4 million a month. 500, the loss is 20 million a month. If calculated in this way, it is also a good choice to continue to open Nana coffee. Of course, the next site selection will be a city with low consumption, such as Jiangxing. But this is just the best expected development, and there will be no more changes in the middle. But whether there will be changes in the middle, Chun Mo is not sure. After all, he was very sure that if Manhwa coffee continued to develop, it would definitely become one of his biggest money-losing industries. But now, a pastry set directly broke his fantasy. Thinking of this, Chun Mo was so angry that his teeth itched, looking at the 2 names crossed out on the notebook beside him. Song Xia, Sudan. That's right, it's these 2 people. He had already learned about it over the phone yesterday. Pastry set. These 2 people came up with it. Especially this Song Xia. I trusted you so much. Is this how you repay me? Where did your ability to run a milk tea shop go? You have the ability to bankrupt a milk tea shop, but you don't have the ability to bankrupt a coffee shop? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Chun Mo pinched his brows with a headache. Now he faces a choice. If he continues to expand Nana coffee, as long as he doesn't go to high-consumption places, he can still guarantee a loss, but not a lot. However, when the number of stores reaches a certain number, the amount of loss is still very good. But this also has to bear a risk. That is, if Nana coffee encounters any unpredictable accidents again, it will cause Nana coffee to become completely profitable. Then he will have another profitable industry. And the more the number, the more profit will be. He is a little undecided about what to choose. Remind the host, it is detected that the revenue of coffee shops has increased now, and the restriction of opening only 5 stores per month has been lifted. In addition to the 5 stores, the income of the coffee shop can be used to expand new stores. Oh, just when it was difficult to make a choice. The voice of the system suddenly sounded. Listening to the voice of the system, Chinemo fell into deep thought. If the coffee shop is profitable, then the limit on the number of stores will be lifted, and the revenue of the coffee shop can be invested in the expansion of new coffee shops. Doesn't this mean that even if the coffee shop is profitable, he can spend the revenue money again by opening new stores? Isn't this equivalent to no profit? And he doesn't have to think of ways to spend the revenue of the coffee shop through other methods. Of course, when the coffee shop expands to a certain extent and cannot expand, there is no way. There will be huge revenue entering the company's account and becoming system funds. But the domestic market is so large, and it can also enter the foreign market and finally develop to the world. It will take several years. And in these few years, he will not settle more, just as if he only settled in full once. Personal assets, at least tens of millions. So why think so much about a few years? After thinking about it, Chinemo made a decision to continue to expand Manhwa Coffee. Of course, this time, we must also follow the rules. If we can avoid the coffee shop from making a profit, we must avoid it. After thinking about it, he called Song Xia directly and asked her and Sudan to come to the group for a meeting today. For these two people, they were also directly listed in his old 6 handbook. Seeing more and more names on the old 6 handbook, Chinemo became more and more headache. There were several people on this list that he trusted very much. For example, Fong Chong. In the end, this person was the one who stabbed him the most. At present, the number of players of Extreme Survival has exceeded 10 million, and it has officially become a popular game. The monthly revenue has exceeded 100 million. Chinemo sighed for a long time. These old 6 are really hard to guard against. They are hidden deeper than one another. Looking at the names of Song Xia and Sudan on the notebook, these two new old 6 must not be let off easily. They must be punished well. Manhwa Coffee Shop. Song Xia slowly hung up the phone and turned to look at Sudan. Teacher Su, Mr. Chen informed us to go over for a meeting. When? Right now. Are you so anxious? Is there something urgent? Sudan looked confused. This was her first time meeting Mr. Chun, and he was in such a hurry for a meeting. I don't know. I guess Mr. Chun is aware of the current situation in the coffee shop. Song Xia looked at the customers dining in the store and guessed. But haven't we reported yet? Maybe Mr. Chun has always been paying attention to the situation of Manhwa Coffee, so he will know when he comes back from the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Song Xia looked a little disappointed. Now that Manhwa Coffee has launched the pastry set menu, it has indeed increased a lot of customer traffic. But the daily turnover has not yet reached the point of turning losses into profits. So these days, she and Teacher Su have been thinking of ways to see if they can attract more customers and completely turn Manhwa Coffee into a profit. Then they reported the good news that Manhwa Coffee had turned a profit to Mr. Chun. Wouldn't that be a big surprise? But before Manhwa Coffee turned a profit, Mr. Chun already knew the news. You can't prepare for a surprise. Song Xia sighed regretfully. Let's go, Mr. Chun is still waiting in the group. The Sultan nodded. The two walked out of Manhwa Coffee Shop, then rushed to the parking lot and got a car. This car was bought from a 4S store last time, and it was a Sudanese car. As for her car, it is parked in the parking lot at home. After all, she does not have a driver's license yet and cannot drive it. Teacher Su, tell me, Mr. Chun, in being so anxious to see us. Does he want to reward us? Song Xia sat on the passenger seat and guessed. It's possible. Sudan thought for a moment and nodded slowly. After all, Mr. Chun is well known within the group for being kind to his employees. Take the previous collective car distribution as a good example. But now they have directly changed Manhwa Coffee's serious loss-making situation and even have a great chance of turning losses into profits. It is not impossible for Mr. Chun to reward them for this. Chapter 358 Punishment Plan. Tomorrow Group. Song Xia and Sudan came to the top floor and knocked on the door of the president's office with expectation. Entering the office, they saw President Chun sitting on the chair, looking at them indifferently. Seems very cold, and there is no smile at all. Song Xia was a little confused. President Chun was not like this when he went to the coffee shop for inspection. Even if there were no customers in the coffee shop, it was always in a state of loss. President Chun also had a kind smile on his face. Why did Nana Coffee's situation improve, but his attitude changed? Come on, sit down. Chinemo looked at the two people who came in and pointed to the chair in front of the desk. As for the sofas, tea, and so on in the reception area, don't even think about it. That's all prepared for friends. Song Xia and Sudan looked at each other inadvertently and saw the doubts in their hearts. President Chin doesn't seem to be very happy today. The two sat on the chairs a little stiffly. Mr. Chun, is there anything you need to tell me? After taking a seat, Song Xia asked. Well, there are indeed some arrangements, but before that, can you tell me first, after launching the pastry set, do you have any other preparations? Chinemo looked up at Song Xia. Now that the pastry set has greatly increased the customer flow of Nana Coffee, he still doesn't know if these two people have any other backup plans. He called them here for this purpose. Now that the pastry set has been launched, it can no longer be revoked under the restrictions of the system. But those plans that have not been implemented can be killed in advance. So, if Song Xia and Sudan really have any backup plans, he can completely ban them in advance. Reduce the probability of Manhwa Coffee turning losses into profits. There are indeed some preparations. Song Xia nodded slightly. Well, tell me. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Song Xia meaningfully. Unexpectedly, there is really a backup plan? That's right, Mr. Chun. After observing these days, we found that the set meal is indeed a good sales method. In fact, there is not much discount, but it gives people a feeling of being much cheaper. So, we decided to add some types of set meals, not just pastry set meals. These days, there are many couples entering the coffee shop. We are thinking, can we launch a couple set meal? This couple set meal can be set as 2 cups of coffee, plus some pastries, and the shape of the pastries is made more romantic, such as a heart-shaped pastry. And then a bouquet of roses. Of course, there are many sisters who come together, so we can launch a girlfriend set meal. The mode is the same as the couple set meal, but the details can be changed to increase the meaning of sisterhood. For example, write some engravings on the pastries. Song Xia talked non-stop. These are what she and teacher Su thought of these days. Since we were going to make a set meal, let's make it more comprehensive. When Song Xia was halfway through her story, Chinemo couldn't help but frown. Couple set meal. This is okay. As for the market, what money is easy to make? Couples are one of them. A young couple in love will not spend much money for romance and atmosphere. This couple package, as long as it is made more romantic, it will definitely attract many couples to the coffee shop. Of course. In addition to the couple package, the other packages mentioned by Song Xia also have the risk of attracting more customers. Forbidden. Must be banned. After a long while, Song Xia finally finished talking about the future development of Nana Coffee. Her eyes fell on Mr. Chin expectantly. She still has some confidence in these packages, and it will definitely increase customer flow. But how much it can increase, I don't know. Just when she thought that Mr. Chun would agree with her ideas for these packages, Mr. Chun shook his head slightly. No. Mr. Chun rejected her plan. Mr. Chun, as long as this plan is implemented, it will definitely increase customer flow. Moreover, even if it does not increase, there is no loss. Song Xia spoke with some confusion. She couldn't understand why Mr. Chun would ban this plan. Chun Mo looked at Song Xia, who was trying hard to win, tapped the table with his fingers, and looked at Song Xia with a disappointed expression. Do you know what is the most important thing for a good boutique coffee shop? The taste of coffee. Song Xia thought about it and said carefully. Chun Mo heard Song Xia's answer and shook his head lightly, and was about to find a random reason to deny Song Xia's answer. Sultan besides Song Xia spoke. It's the environment and the atmosphere. Yes, environment, atmosphere. Listening to Sultan's answer, Chun Mo was stunned, and then the words that were about to come out of his mouth were taken back directly. He looked at Sultan with appreciation. That's right, it's the environment and the atmosphere. What is a coffee shop? It is a quiet, comfortable place where a tired person can relax. It is also a place for business cooperation and mutual communication. It can also be a place for some students to study quietly. When Chun Mo said this, he glanced at Song Xia and Sudan respectively. Seeing that both of them showed a thoughtful expression, he continued to speak. But if you add couple packages, bestie packages, birthday packages in the coffee shop, what will the last coffee shop become? A person here is tired and wants to drink a cup of coffee and relax quietly. But there is a couple in front of them who ordered a couple package and put a rose to show their love. Do you think he can still relax quietly? What's more, if this person just broke up, wouldn't it be like rubbing salt into the wound? Also, two business elites at a table here are discussing cooperation. But the table next to them asked for a birthday package and sang a birthday song. Do you think they can concentrate on discussing business cooperation? Chinemo kept giving negative examples and couldn't help sighing in his heart. The point raised by Sudan is really good, and it is much more reasonable than the rebuttal he had thought of before. Listening to Mr. Chen's words, Song Xia and Sudan both lowered their heads in silence. Song Xia didn't have any extra thoughts, but felt that what Mr. Chen said made some sense, but it was a bit regretful. If the plan to increase the set meal was prohibited, then Nana Coffee would probably need to think of other ways to turn losses into profits. Sudan fell into reflection. In order to make coffee profitable, he had completely forgotten the basics of coffee. The best thing about coffee shops is the environment. Many people like to drink coffee in coffee shops because they like the quiet environment in coffee shops. If those set meal plans are really implemented, it will be difficult for coffee shops to become quiet. After a while, both of them came back to their senses. Mr. Chun, we know. That's good to know. Chunemo looked at the two people's humble appearance and knew that he had successfully brainwashed them. The coffee shop's affairs were arranged, so it was punished. How could he let these two new old six go easily? However, since the headquarters of Nana Coffee is not in this building, and Sudan and Song Xia rarely stay at the headquarters, most of them go to various stores for inspection. Therefore, it is difficult to implement morning jogging. We can only change to other punishment plans. Chapter 359. This is to accumulate merit. Mr. Chun, are there any other arrangements? Song Xia saw that the matter had been discussed and asked carefully. Mr. Chin today gave her a very cold feeling, which made her speak a little cautiously. Yes, Chinemo spoke without hesitation. How could there be nothing when he hadn't talked about the punishment yet? Mr. Chun, please speak. Song Xia sat upright. Chinemo looked at Song Xia and Sudan and cleared his throat. It's like this. While running the company, our Tomorrow Group should also benefit the society appropriately. You also know that our Tomorrow Group has established a foundation. We have also sent several inspection teams to search for poor people all over the country. Since the Chinese New Year, Yang Xinghua has set off with the inspection team, and they have returned twice. After several inspections, the inspection team members are also very familiar with the inspection process. So the initial inspection team members are all disbanded, and every two people serve as the CA, Tane, and deputy team to form a new inspection team. Now there are 3 inspection teams outside. With the increase in the number of inspection teams, the speed of investigating the poor has also increased a lot. Just before Song Xia and Sudan came over, Yangxing was sent a message saying that some elderly people who are able to work and willing to work in Jiangcheng have all been sorted out. A team can be formed to take these elderly people to Jiangcheng. After all, many poor elderly people have never traveled far in their lives. If they buy tickets to Jiangcheng on their own, they're likely to get lost. After seeing this message, Chinemo thought of a way to punish them. That is to let Song Xia and Sudan be the leaders of the team to pick up those elderly people. Those elderly people are not all in the same place. I don't know how many cars they will take for this trip. Well, it's very tiring to take a car. This punishment is very good. No. How can this be called a punishment? This is called public welfare. What's wrong with being a little tired doing public welfare? This is accumulating merits for yourself. Sudan and Song Xia listened to Mr. Chen's words and nodded one after another. They knew about the establishment of the foundation by the Tomorrow Group, and they also knew that there were investigation teams going to various parts of the country to search for poor people. But what does it have to do with arranging their affairs? The two were a little puzzled, but Mr. Chen's next words cleared their confusion. After so long of investigation, the foundation has sorted out some elderly people who are willing to come to Jiangcheng. Of course, there are also a few left-behind children among them. And it is too dangerous for these people to go to Jiangcheng on their own. So Jiangcheng needs to organize a team to pick them up. This kind of thing is doing public welfare and accumulating merits. I generally won't let people I don't trust go. However, you have turned the tide and successfully changed the current situation of Nana Coffee, which is a very rewarding thing. So this time, the person in charge of the team to pick up those poor elderly people will be you too. While picking up the elderly, you can also take the opportunity to see the beautiful rivers and mountains of the motherland, increase your knowledge, and also accumulate merits for yourself. What a good thing. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he looked at Song Xia and Su Dan with a smile. This trip will take at most half a month, at most a month. In any case, he will be relieved during this half a month to a month. Mr. Chun, if we leave, there will be no one to manage Nanha Coffee. Song Xia said with some worry. It's not that she doesn't want to be the leader of this team, but the current situation of Nanha Coffee has just improved, and she is very worried that something will happen after she leaves. It's okay. Nanha Coffee is now on the right track, and each store is under the responsibility of the store manager. Nothing will happen. Moreover, if there is anything, you can also communicate through video conferencing. It's not a big problem. Just go with peace of mind. Also, this time you go out, it's considered a business trip, and your salary will be paid normally. At the same time, there will be a business trip allowance of 500 yuan per day. Okay, it's settled. Go back and prepare. The list of people you need to pick up will be sent to your mobile phone later. You can judge the number of people in the organization according to the number and location of the people. The personnel can be recruited from the employees of various companies. The treatment is the same as yours. The salary is paid normally, and a business trip allowance of 500 yuan per day is also issued. Chun Mo's tone was firm, and he did not give Song Xia and Sudan a chance to refuse. Recruiting from company employees was something he just thought of temporarily, and there was no prohibition in the system. In this way, the business trip allowance of employees can consume some of system funds. Okay, Mr. Chun. Song Xia and Sudan saw that Mr. Chun was determined, so they didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. Then we will go back and prepare now. Yes. Chun Mo nodded subconsciously, but soon thought of a very important issue. That is the confidentiality of public welfare. He had just experienced it last month because his public welfare work was exposed, and Nana Coffee almost lost its profit. So he had to be careful. Before, it was only because of helping stray cats and dogs that it was exposed, and it caused such a big reaction. If the foundation's affairs were exposed again, Chunemo couldn't imagine the consequences. He has already issued an order from the foundation not to reveal any information about the company or himself when doing charity work. But he never reminded Sultan and Song Xia. Thinking of this, he quickly stopped Song Xia and Sudan, who were about to get up and leave. When you go out to do charity, remember not to reveal anything about the group company. I know, Mr. Chun. Song Xia and Sultan nodded, their eyes full of respect. It's so rare for someone like Mr. Chun to do good deeds without leaving his name behind, unlike some people who have to publicize every good deed they do on the internet. Who knows what purpose it has? Leaving the president's office, the two entered the elevator and stopped on the 22nd floor as they descended. Wei Yin and Fong Chong walked in. President Song, President Su, this is a report. Wei Yin was stunned for a moment when he looked at Song Xia and Su Dan in the elevator, but he quickly came to his senses and said hello with a smile. Well, I have reported some work. Mr. Wei, Mr. Fong, are you ready to go out? Song Xia looked at Wei Yin and Fong Chong, who came in, and responded with a smile. She and Sultan have also come to the group company for several meetings, and they often do team building together, so we are all familiar with each other. Oh, it's already noon. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Wei Yin raised his phone and turned on the time. Mr. Song and Mr. Su rarely go to the cafeteria to eat. Why don't you go and have a try today? Song Xia and Su Dan looked at each other and finally nodded. Okay, and I have one more thing that I want to ask Mr. Wei. Song Xia smiled and said, when I went to Mr. Chin's office today, Mr. Chin was always very cold. I had never encountered this situation before. It made her confused. But Wei Yin is recognized as the person who knows Mr. Chin best in the group. You can ask him for advice. Chapter 360. Ask Wei Yin for advice. The elevator slowly descended. Soon, Li Shun and Wu Yu, who were watching a boring short video, also came in and greeted each other again. Several company managers came to the canteen tomorrow together. After arriving at the canteen, several people found an empty table and sat down. Wei Yin put down the plate and looked up at Song Xia. I don't know if Mr. Song has anything to ask me. Song Xia organized his words a little after hearing this and told the whole story. Wei Yin listened to Song Xia's story and soon laughed. At the same time, Fan Chang, Muyu, Li Shen all laughed. Song Xia looked at Wei Yin, and Li Shun and a few others all laughed, confused. I don't know what they are laughing at. Wei Yin looked at Song Xia's confused look, put away his smile, and slowly spoke. Song Xia, you probably don't come to the group often, and you don't have much contact with Mr. Chun. Mr. Chen's behavior is actually very obvious. He is afraid that you will be proud and complacent. Are you afraid that we will be proud and complacent? Song Xia and Sudan looked at each other, but they didn't quite understand what it meant. Seeing this, Wei Yin continued to speak. It is obvious that you have changed the situation of Nana Coffee. Mr. Chun is worried that showing a happy expression will make you proud and complacent, and you will no longer work hard in the future. And why was Mr. Chun always so kind when Nana Coffee was losing money before? That's because he didn't want to put pressure on you and make you anxious. Mr. Chin was more anxious than any of you when he saw that Nana Coffee was losing money. But in order not to put pressure on you, he chose to bear it alone. This is the greatness of Mr. Chun. Don't be arrogant when you win, and don't be discouraged when you lose. This is what Mr. Chun wants to convey to us. Song Xia opened her mouth. She didn't expect Mr. Chun to be so indifferent today. This is what he meant. Turning back to look at Li Shun and the others, they all nodded in agreement. Song Xia no longer had any doubts in her heart. These people were promoted by President Chun himself, and there was absolutely no problem in understanding President Chen's intentions. It turned out that President Chun was afraid that they would be proud. After knowing this, Song Xia was relieved. In this case, she had nothing to worry about. She just had to work hard and try to turn Nana Coffee from loss to profit. By the way, President Wei, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Song Xia's eyes fell on Wei Yin and the others and continued to speak. President Chun wants to form a team and then take some poor elderly people investigated by the foundation to Jiangxing. And the candidates for the team need to be drawn from the employees of each company, but I haven't determined how many people are needed. Song Xia simply recounted the whole story. Is that so? President Song, you first decide on the number of people, and then we will draw them according to the work situation of each company and each department. Wei Yin pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. Okay, that's settled. Song Xia nodded. In the president's office, Chen Mo ate the food that Shinro brought up, thinking about what would happen after the elderly took over. The elderly dance troupe still has certain requirements for the physical fitness of the elderly. It is impossible for all the elderly who come here to join the elderly dance troupe. How should those who cannot join the elderly dance troupe be arranged? Chinamo pondered for a while and finally confirmed a place. That is the corner pet park, where you can feed the cats and dogs in the park and clean up the park. For those elderly people, it is all competent. However, the elderly who came this time are basically able to move. In the future, there will be some elderly people who are unable to move, or those who have certain mobility but are physically weak and unable to work. These elderly people will not be able to join the work. They can only be funded with the help of charity funds. Because of the completion of special tasks, the charity funds have changed again. Now the charity funds on the system panel are more than 16 million. Before, he hadn't figured out how to use these charity funds, but now he can use them. That is the elderly apartment. As the outside investigation team investigates more and more poor elderly people, it is time to build this elderly apartment. Otherwise, when those elderly people come, it is easy to arrange for a small number of people, but there is no way to arrange for a large number of people. However, this elderly apartment can also be divided into two types. One is the elderly apartment that can provide labor value for the company. The elderly who work in the company live in this apartment. This cannot be called an elderly apartment, but a dormitory for elderly employees. Since it is an employee dormitory, there is no need to use charity funds to build it. It can be built with system funds. And there must be a lot of poor elderly people all over the country. Then the construction of this elderly employee dormitory must not be too small. This can perfectly consume a large amount of system funds. Then there is the real elderly apartment. The elderly who have no mobility or cannot work live in this apartment. These people, they can't be considered employees of the company, so they can only use charity funds to build it. As for the location of the elderly apartment, Chinamo thought about it and finally decided to build it at the corner pet park. It's relatively remote there, basically all villages. There is absolutely no problem in finding an open space to build an elderly apartment. However, the land issue also needs to be solved. The problem to be solved is also very simple. Isn't it just spending money? If the problem can be solved with money, then it is not a problem. After confirming the arrangements of those charitable elderly people, Chin Mo finished his lunch. He took out his mobile phone, found Pang Tao's phone number, and called him. Since they chose to build the apartment at Pang Tao's place, then the matter of the apartment can be left to them. Corner Pet Park. Pang Tao and Su Jingming looked at the half-built cat castle in front of them and smiled. Brother Su, this cat castle will be completed in about a month. Almost. After the cat castle is completed, the greening of the pet park will take about a month. It seems that the pet park will not be able to open in August. Pang Tao couldn't help but sigh. In the expected plan, the pet park could be opened in August. However, due to the complexity of the construction of the cat castle, some internal decoration is required, and the construction period is at least extended by half. But there is no way. In order to make the cat castle a major feature of the corner pet park, they can't ignore the construction of the cat castle in order to speed up the construction period. That would be a bit of a waste of time. Su Jingming also sighed. Have you communicated with the clothing factory? It has been communicated. They said there is nothing. If the construction period is extended by 1 month, they can take advantage of the 1 month to develop more pet clothing. Pang Tao spoke slowly. Pet clothing is a major link between the corner pet park and the clothing factory. If handled properly, both parties will benefit. The clothing factory can open up the pet clothing market. Corner pet parks can make use of pet fashion shows to attract tourists to visit. Chapter 361, If you want to be rich, build roads first. That's good. Su Jingming relaxed after hearing that the communication at the clothing factory had been completed. There is no problem if the pet park opens a month late, but if it affects the production of the clothing factory, it will be troublesome. Let's go. There is a car of stray cats and dogs that will be transported here today. I need to go over and deal with it. Pang Tao glanced at the cat castle that was still under construction, turned around and walked back. Well, construction has started at the rescue station. I'll take a look over there. Su Jingming followed. With the completion of the basic facilities of the pet park, rescue stations and other places have already transported stray cats and dogs. The stray cats and dogs from the corner rescue station have already been released into the pet park. The vacant corner aid station at this time has been torn down and rebuilt. There, an office building and a staff dormitory are planned to be built. Buzz! Just as the two of them were walking side by side towards the outside of the pet park, Pang Tao's cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Pang Tao took out his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID. Mr. Chun. Seeing this, he quickly answered the phone. Mr. Chen, what are your orders? Okay, Mr. Chun, just leave it to us. After a while, Pang Tao hung up the phone, his expression a little dazed. Mr. Chen, what are your orders? When Su Jingming saw Pang Tao hang up the phone, he asked curiously. Hearing Su Jingming's question, Pang Tao came back to his senses and turned to look at Su Jingming. Mr. Chun, to build an apartment for the elderly, we need a piece of land of about 4,000 square meters, and we need to deal with it. Apartment for the elderly. What is Mr. Chun doing building an apartment for the elderly? Su Jingming was confused. Public welfare. Pang Tao simply uttered 2 words and then described the details with emotion. Certainly, these details he just learned from Mr. Chen on the phone. This, listening to Pang Tao's narration, Su Jingming exclaimed in surprise, and then couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Chen is indeed different from other bosses. Building such a large apartment for the elderly will probably cost at least tens of millions. Tens of millions. How heroic it is to use it for charity. At the same time, he looked at the pet park behind him. This pet park was not the same. Mr. Chun is really great. By the way, I remember that the government seems to be leasing a piece of land for about 1,500 square meters, totaling 4,200 square meters. You can do whatever you want. This was the last time he dealt with the pet park land with the government. Overheard, but I just don't know if there is any more. In this case, it just meets Mr. Chin's requirements. You can go over and contact me. Pang Tao nodded lightly and then continued to speak. Mr. Chin said that in this elderly apartment, there are people with working ability who will come to work in our pet park and let us arrange some simple tasks for those elderly people. This is simple. The elderly can do the work of feeding cats and dogs, as well as cleaning the park. Su Jingming took advantage of the situation and said that there will be special food trucks for feeding cats and dogs in the park. It doesn't take much effort to push that kind of car. Every time you push it to a feeding area, just use a spoon to put the food into the pet's dinner plate. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the dietary dosage, but there will be a special person in charge to advise you, so you don't need to worry too much. Well, that's really no problem. However, the apartments for the elderly cannot be built in a short time. Where will the elderly people who take them over be temporarily arranged? Pang Tao looked troubled. According to Mr. Chin's words on the phone, those old people should be here soon. The apartments for the elderly have not yet been built, and the office buildings and staff dormitories at the rescue station will not be built soon. Arranging for the elderly people who come here is a big problem. Su Jingming frowned slightly when he heard this. This is indeed a problem. No matter what, when those old people come over, they need to arrange a place for them to live first. Soon, his eyes lit up. I remember, isn't there an apartment building on the 4th Ring Road? Let's put the elderly people there for the time being. There are a lot of vacant rooms now, and the prices are pretty cheap. Apartment building. When Pang Tao heard Su Jingming's story, he also thought of that apartment building. In Jiangxing City, the development strategy was initially focused on the west side of the city, and the subway also had to be connected to the west side of the city. At that time, many people thought this was an opportunity and spent money to invest in the west side of the city. That apartment building was a product of that time. But in the end, no one expected that the originally planned subway did not come to the west of the city, but to the north side of the city. As for Beicheng, due to the opening of the subway, a business district economy has gradually formed and become very prosperous. However, the west side of the city is different. Since the subway was connected to the north side of the city, no one has invested in the west side of the city. And the apartment building was already halfway built, so it was impossible to give up halfway through. However, after it was built, the efficiency has not been very good. I heard that in an apartment building, it would be good to have 2/3 of the tenants at most. Especially in the past 2 years, the subway in the north of the city has been opened, and many people have chosen to develop in the north of the city. There are even fewer tenants in that apartment, but this can be said to be a good thing for them. They can rent out the vacant rooms in the apartment and give them to the elderly who come here as temporary residents. Pang Tao touched his chin. At this time, they had already walked out of the pet park. He looked at the road outside the pet park, which was not very spacious or very flat, and thought about it. After a while, turned his head and looked at Su Jingming. You said, should we repair this road in our pet park? Otherwise, after the pet park opens, even if the pet park is well built, I am afraid that this road will discourage many people. Road! Su Jingming also looked up at the dilapidated road in front of him, which was indeed a bit unreasonable. If you want to be rich, build roads first. How could they forget this sentence? Indeed, why don't we build a road? This road can connect to the old age apartment in the future, and then go directly to Jiangxing City. And if there are more tourists in the future, a parking lot will definitely be needed. It is also necessary to build a parking lot near the pet park. I have the same idea. It just so happens that Mr. Chin invested an additional 5 million yuan at the beginning of the month. We don't know what to do yet, so let's invest in this road. Only when the road is unobstructed will more tourists be willing to come. Tang Tao looked at the dilapidated road in front of him and couldn't help sighing. Then it's settled, and building a road will also be of great help to the village here. When I go to rent the land, I'll see if I can get some policies. Su Zhengming spoke slow. At this time, he suddenly understood the significance of Mr. Chen's regular additional investment. They only considered the construction of the pet park before, but didn't consider anything else at all. They just thought that the previous investment was enough for the construction of the pet park. Now it seems that they are completely short-sighted. How could Mr. Chen's investment only allow them to build a pet park? Some surrounding facilities must be in Mr. Chen's plan, so he has been investing more. Just like the road construction they just thought of, he also thought of many surrounding facilities such as pet hospitals, pet grooming. As long as the pet park is well known and the number of tourists increases every day, these surrounding facilities can increase the income of the pet park. Chapter 362 Entertainment Company, Jiangqing City. In a restaurant, Zhanglan looked at the club members, raised her glass happily, and shouted excitedly, "Cheers to our song being on the new song list in the past life." Cheers! Cheers! Several club members also raised their glasses and bumped each other. Shinro looked at this scene, raised a drink, and drank one too. Seeing Zhanglan's excitement, she was also very happy. Since the last sports meeting, the two songs put on the music platform entered the top 100 of the new song list. Zhanglan and the members of the club have created 3 more songs in succession. 2 of them did not receive good responses and did not enter the new song list. But one of the songs was like a dark horse, and its popularity has been rising all the way, and it is loved by the audience of the music platform. Just yesterday, that song directly climbed to the top 10 of the new song list. She didn't know how much influence this top 10 would have, but through Zhanglan's description, she roughly understood some of it. This new song list also has inside information. Some well-known singers or singers with well-known entertainment companies as backers will mostly use their money power to make their new songs appear directly in the top few positions of the ranking S. The purpose is to increase the exposure of the song. Of course, there are also some hostile entertainment companies in order to make their own singers in the first place of the rankings. Even a war of money power will be caused. So, being able to appear in the top few positions of the new song rankings basically means that your money power is extraordinary. That is, your song is really popular with platform users. And Zhanglan and others obviously do not have money power. The new song can appear in the top 10 of the new song list, which is definitely a song of very good quality and very popular with platform users. Xiao, I have some ideas for the new song. Let's discuss it when I go back. I think it is very suitable for you. After a glass of wine, Zhanglan looked up at Li Xiao and said excitedly, "It is naturally a happy thing that the new song has entered the top 10, but it cannot be complacent because of this. They still have to create new songs as soon as possible." Yeah, Li Xiao nodded lightly, hesitated for a while, and spoke slowly. Lan, don't you think we are at a disadvantage? At a disadvantage? What do you mean? Zhanglan looked at Li Xiao in confusion. She didn't understand what Li Xiao meant by at a disadvantage. It's the new song rankings. We are now ranked 9th. This is entirely due to the quality of the songs. But after reaching 9th, it's said that it's gone up. Obviously, the new songs in the top 8 have backers behind them. It's impossible for us to surpass them. But I listened to their songs, and they are not as good as ours. This is really a disadvantage for us, Li Xiao said unwillingly. Their songs could obviously be ranked higher, but in the end they lost because they didn't have the money. Zhanglan listened to Li Xiao's words and sighed helplessly. How could she not know about this kind of thing? But with the current situation of their studio, it can only be like this. After all, the club is still in its early stages of creation, even if a few songs have some good responses. But the income is not enough for them to invest in the new song rankings. Looking at Li Xiao sitting opposite, he comforted her. This is just the early stage of the club. As we create more and more good songs, it will definitely not be like this. We don't need to wait. We can join the entertainment company with the help of the entertainment company. The problem will be solved with the help of the entertainment company. And it's not just about the new song rankings. We can also get more resources with the help of the entertainment company. Isn't this much better than opening our own music studio? Li Xiao said excitedly, looking at Zhanglan with anticipation. At the same time, the other 2 members of the club, Wu Jie and Su Lei, also looked up at Zhanglan. They seemed to want to know what Zhanglan meant. Zhanglan frowned slightly when she heard Li Xiaoxiao's words and looked at Li Xiaoxiao and spoke lightly. Has an entertainment company contacted you? In fact, she already knew the answer without asking. Just yesterday, when their song was in the top 10 of the new song rankings, an entertainment company had already contacted her, but she refused without any hesitation. And those entertainment companies, since they can contact her, they can naturally contact other members of the club. She looked at Li Xiaoxiao, Wu Jie, and Su Lei. She knew in her heart that these three people had received invitations from entertainment companies. She thought for a while, then spoke slowly. Joining an entertainment company will certainly bring a lot of resources, but are some resources beneficial to music creation? And there must be a lot of restrictions. This will undoubtedly have a great impact on our music creation. And entertainment companies are very realistic. Now we have entered the top 10 of the new song charts because of a song, which has allowed them to see our commercial value. But one day, if we lose our commercial value, will the entertainment companies still value us and give us resources? Zhanglan talked about all the pros and cons of joining an entertainment company. Compared to joining an entertainment company to get more resources, she prefers to create songs in that simple basement. Although it is hard, there are no restrictions. But joining an entertainment company is different. They can't let you create with peace of mind. They will definitely arrange corresponding activities for you. If you suddenly have an inspiration at that time, it is very likely to write a good song. But the company suddenly arranges a task for you to shoot an advertisement. Do you go or not? If you go, this inspiration may be wasted. If you don't go, it is to disobey the company's orders. No matter what you do, it is incorrect, unless you can guarantee that every song you write is a good song. But no one can guarantee this. After various considerations, she is not inclined to join an entertainment company, and she also believes that as long as they continue to write good songs, their music studio will sooner or later get rid of the current predicament. Why rely on an entertainment company? Li Xiaoxiao and others fell into silence after hearing Zhanglan's story. Soon, everyone smiled and stopped discussing the entertainment company and started discussing other things. Shinro sat next to Zhanglan, watching the scene quietly. Although she invested in the music club, she was not interested in the entertainment company. However, she clearly felt that after discussing the entertainment company, although everyone was smiling, the atmosphere of the whole party became a little subtle, not as harmonious as at the beginning. After thinking about this, Shinro looked at Zhanglan with some worry. No matter what the reason was, this situation was very bad for a club that had just been established. Chapter 363 Men's Clothing. One day later, Tomorrow Group, Office of the President's Assistant. Shinro glanced around and then took out a magazine from the drawer with a guilty conscience. 3 big words were clearly displayed on the cover. Men's wear. The background pattern was a man in a suit, leaning back in a chair with a casual expression, but giving people an unapproachable temperament of a superior. Looking at the person on the cover, Shinro couldn't help but be amazed. The temperament shown by Mr. Chun in the magazine was completely different from the temperament she usually had in the office. Open the cover and look back. All of them were Mr. Chun wearing different suits and posing in different styles. Ring, ring, ring. Just when she was absorbed in reading, the call bell on the desk suddenly rang. Shinro was startled and quickly put the magazine in her hand back into the drawer and answered the call bell. Soon, Mr. Chin's words came out from the call bell. Send me a document of the expenditure reports of the subsidiaries. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro hurriedly responded and waited until the call was disconnected. She hurriedly pulled out a document from the file rack beside her, which was the expenditure report of the companies under the Tomorrow Group. Mr. Chin had talked about this matter yesterday, so she had already done it last night. She picked up the document, opened the side door next to the office, and entered Mr. Chin's office. Mr. Chun, this is the expenditure report of all the companies under the Tomorrow Group that you want. As he said, he handed the document in his hand to Mr. Chun. Chun Mo reached out to take the document and started to look through it. As the Tomorrow Group continued to grow, the number of its subsidiaries gradually increased, and the expenditure of each company would change every month. The system requires that every time he spends money, it cannot affect the normal operation of the company. For example, today he spent all the company's funds, and tomorrow he would not have money to spend on the company's employees or even money to pay taxes. This is not allowed. Therefore, in order to ensure that the system's salary is not overspent, he would ask Shinro to do a statistics every once in a while. Looking at the expenditure report, the final total expenditure amount. Comparing it again, the remaining system funds. Chun-mo nodded slightly. This month's expenditure is just right. After deducting the necessary expenditure for next month, there is not much left. Not bad. As long as it continues in July and August, even if the system funds cannot be fully converted, at least more than 200,000 system funds can be converted. Of course, if you work hard, it is better to convert the system funds in full. After all, that is 30 million. The difference between 200,000 and 30 million is not a little bit. If you can convert the full amount, you must convert the full amount. After confirming these, Chun-mo leaned back in his chair with relaxation. He has basically determined the expenses for next month. It must be a big expense for Tang Xiu to establish Baishu law firm. The rent, decoration of the firm, and the recruitment salary of new employees. These are all expenses. There are also those poor elderly people who come here, and some of them must have set up a senior dance troupe. The rehearsal of the dance troupe must require professional teachers, a place to practice dancing, and residences for the members of the dance troupe. All these things need to be arranged with money. Of course, there is also a continuous expense, that is Changfeng Garment Factory. The construction there has been ongoing. Now in the industrial park, all other companies have moved away, leaving only Changfeng Garment. So at this time, in the park, except for the workshops and office buildings currently in operation of Changfeng Garment, etc., basically 90% of the other workshops and office buildings have been razed to the ground. So Changfeng Garment Factory has been a continuous expense. Looking at the several expenses recorded on the straw paper, Chun-mo rubbed his head helplessly. Finally, he wrote the words Nanha Coffee on the straw paper. According to the unlocking authority of Nanha Coffee, he can still use system funds to invest in 5 coffee shops, and the money from the current revenue of all coffee shops can also expand new coffee shops. That is to say, the number of branches that Nanha Coffee can open each month is the number of coffee shops that can be opened by adding the money from the 5 stores invested by the system funds and the revenue of Nanha Coffee. Although Nanha Coffee has not yet turned losses into profits, its monthly revenue has increased a lot. Let's talk about Jiangxing first. A cat cafe and a maid cafe have a monthly revenue of 800,000. The original revenue of the 2 special coffee shops was more than 1 million. But due to the emergence of competitors, the current revenue has declined a bit, but overall, these 2 special coffee shops are still profitable. The rest are 18 boutique coffee shops that are still losing money. According to data statistics, although these 18 boutique coffee shops have not yet made a profit, their monthly revenue is about 90,000 per month on average. In 1 month, the total revenue of 18 coffee shops is 1.62 million. So, Jiangxing City, 29 coffee shops, not counting the expenditure, have a total monthly revenue of 2.42 million. Then there are 15 coffee shops in Kyoto. The 2 special coffee shops have a total monthly revenue of 1.4 million. However, according to the data, other competitors have begun to appear, and the revenue should decline in the future. The next is 13 boutique coffee shops. Because the consumption level in Kyoto is already very high, coupled with the discount of pastry sets, and the taste of coffee is really good. This has led to many people choosing to consume at Nanha Coffee, which has led to the fact that the monthly revenue of Nanha Coffee in Kyoto is much higher than that of Jiangxing City. Currently, the monthly revenue of a Nanha Coffee in Kyoto is about 150,000. This income is basically the same as the monthly expenditure of Nanha Coffee. In other words, at this time, Nanha Coffee's operating status in Kyoto is not losing money, but it is not profitable. There are a total of 13 boutique coffee shops. Each store is 150,000 per month. That is a total of 1.95 million. Add the income of the 2 special coffee shops. That is 3.35 million. So, Nanha Coffee's current total revenue is about 5.77 million. and it costs about 3.5 million to open a branch in Kyoto. 5.77 million, only one branch will be opened in Kyoto. So the next time, the number of branches open in Kyoto will be 6. As for why they continue to choose to open branches in Kyoto, after all, according to the current development plan of Nana Coffee, more branches must be opened as the revenue of coffee shops increases. According to this plan, sooner or later, Nana Coffee will be opened all over the country. So sooner or later, Kyoto will be full of Nana coffee shops. It is just a matter of time. Then there is no need to choose other cities. After Nana Coffee is saturated in Kyoto, we can consider opening branches in other cities at that time. Chapter 364 Pet Brand. After confirming these, Chun Mo directly called the Kyoto Nana Coffee office. After the call is connected, he simply notified the number of the next batch of branches and hung up the phone. He looked at Nana Coffee on the papyrus paper and finally drew a big exclamation mark on the back. Nana Coffee is currently full of uncertainty, and it seems that there is a possibility of profit at any time. But I can't think about it that much anymore. Even if Nana Coffee is profitable, it can smooth out the coffee shop's profits by opening more branches. After estimating Tomorrow Group's expenses for next month and confirming that there were no problems, Chinemo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and picked up a magazine from the table. This magazine is the men's clothing he shot as a model some time ago. The magazine was officially published yesterday, and his consultant Linda especially asked someone to send him a copy. I casually opened it and looked at it, and couldn't help but be amazed. This turned out to be himself. He didn't expect that he would look so handsome after putting on a suit. Then he flipped through the price tags on the back of the magazine. 188 yuan. A magazine actually costs 188 yuan. If you buy thousands of copies, wouldn't it cost hundreds of thousands? Why do I feel that my asking price of 20,000 yuan is a bit low? Profiteer. Chinemo couldn't help but complain about the director who shot the magazine, and then put the magazine aside. His main purpose in reading this magazine was to see if his identity was exposed in the magazine. After flipping through it all, there was no information exposing him in the entire magazine. Of course, the most popular thing about him is his face, but he usually wears casual sportswear, and his overall temperament is much different from that in the magazine. He believed that even if he walked on the street and a person passed by him holding a magazine, he probably wouldn't think that he was the person in the magazine. At most, I would think that he is similar to the person in the magazine. After confirming this, Chinemo felt a little more relieved. Basically, he no longer had to worry about the risk of exposure. The consultant Linda was considered reliable and did not reveal his information. Chongfeng Clothing. Conference room. Jiang Cheng sat in the main seat, looked at the people in the conference room, and spoke slowly. The most important content of today's meeting is to have an in-depth discussion on the future development of clothing factories, how to build factories, etc. Everyone can express whatever they have in mind. Jiang Cheng looked at the beautiful handwriting on the notebook, and after reading it, he looked up at the people in the conference room. Mr. Jiang, I do have some insights into the clothing field. Seeing that no one spoke, Su Yajing took the lead in speaking. You say. Jiang Cheng turned to look at Su Yining. Su Yining was the head of the design department and must be better than him in the field of clothing. Su Yining picked up the information he had prepared in his hand. There are many areas of clothing such as sports, denim, down, formal wear, travel, pets. All clothing can be divided into many types. The first is sports and denim dresses. And other clothing is the main direction of our clothing factory. This can continue to be maintained, and the consumer group is also very large. Of course, because of the pet park, we are now focusing on pet clothing. During this period, I also did some research on pet clothing. Some homes with pets often dress their pets in different clothes. Some of the clothes are purchased, and some are modified from your own clothes, but no matter what, pet clothes are not very popular in the domestic market. Therefore, at this stage, pet clothing requires us to increase investment. Coupled with the existence of pet parks, pet clothing should soon enter everyone's field of vision. But here I thought of a question. Should the brand of pet clothing be the same as the brand of our human clothing? If they are the same, will some people feel uncomfortable wearing the same brand of clothing as pet clothing? It's comfortable, This is difficult to judge, but we can prevent this problem in advance. That is, re-register a new brand for pet clothing and make it belong to Changfeng Clothing. In this way, even if someone knows that pet clothing is a brand under Changfeng Clothing, they won't have any unnecessary thoughts. After all, the brand names are different. When Su Yining said this, he had finished describing the contents of the first page of information and then turned to the second page. As for the idea of adding a new brand of pet clothing, she only considered it yesterday. The reason is, in the design room, she overheard a conversation between two new designers. You said we are wearing clothes from Changfeng Clothing, and this dog is also wearing clothes from Changfeng Clothing. It feels a little uncomfortable no matter what. What's wrong with it? It's just a name. It's not asking you to wear dog clothes. She had been thinking about this issue since she heard that conversation. She would not feel uncomfortable wearing the same brand of clothes as the dog. But she doesn't represent everything. There must be other people who care, and if they don't make changes, these customers may be lost. So, she finally thought about it and decided that it would be better to re-register a brand for pet clothing. In this way, this kind of thing can be completely eliminated. As Su Yining spoke, everyone in the conference room nodded. Jiang Qing also nodded slightly and spoke slowly. You can communicate with Lawyer Tang about registering a pet clothing brand. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Su Yining agreed directly. She was quite familiar with Lawyer Tang. At first, after the clothing styles were designed, Lawyer Tang took them to register. Later, after they were familiar with the process of registering copyrights, they did not bother Lawyer Tang again. So, she had no pressure to find Lawyer Tang to learn about registering a clothing brand. After confirming the brand, she continued to speak. In addition to the above fields, our clothing factory will also involve other clothing fields in the future, such as shoes, windbreakers, down jackets, etc. These must be developed one by one and cannot be achieved overnight. Moreover, the methods, materials, and workmanship of some clothes are different. In the production process, they need to be manufactured in different workshops. Finally, I don't recommend getting involved in formal wear and dresses now. After all, our clothing factory has not yet become famous, and formal wear and dresses need to be postponed. At least until the clothing factory has a certain reputation, it can be involved. But don't worry too much about this. Mr. Chun has already taken a step ahead of us and made some understanding in the field of formal wear. When Su Yining said this, all the prepared materials had been explained. A round of applause rang out in the conference room. After Jiang Chung finished clapping, he looked at Su Yining in confusion. You said that Mr. Chun had already learned about formal wear before us. What does that mean? You don't know this yet. I just discovered it by accident. Mr. Jiang, you will know after you take a look at this. Su Yining smiled faintly, took out a magazine from the bottom of the information, and handed it to Jiang Chung. Chapter 365 Pet Live Account. Jiang Chung took the magazine and then looked at it curiously. I saw 3 obvious large characters written on the cover. Men's clothing. But soon, Jiang Chungqing was stunned, couldn't help but blinked, and looked at the photo of the person on the cover seriously. He has been in contact with Mr. Chun for a long time, even though the temperament of the character in the photo is somewhat inconsistent with the Mr. Chun he has met. But he was certain that the person in this photo was Mr. Chun. Some couldn't believe it as they opened the cover and looked at the content inside. Finally found. A large part of the entire magazine was filled with photos of Mr. Chun. After a while, Jiang Chung came to his senses and looked up at Su Yining. Where did this magazine come from? This is a very famous magazine in China. They design a lot of clothing fields. The things in this magazine are all at the forefront of the clothing field. Mr. Chen took this magazine because he obviously wanted to learn more about the formal wear market and pave the way for our garment factory to produce formal wear in the future. Su Yining opened his mouth to explain. She bought this magazine yesterday. After all, to improve her knowledge and inspiration. She often buys and reads magazines in the clothing field to improve her understanding of the clothing field. When she saw the photo of the man wearing it, she was also stunned. I thought for a while that there was someone who looked very similar to Mr. Chen. But through careful observation and some details, we can tell that the photo of the person in the men's outfit is Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is the president of a group. He definitely doesn't go to magazine shoots to make money. Since it's not about making money, it must be someone who has learned about the formal wear industry in the past. After all, magazines like Menswear are at the forefront of the clothing field. If you find these people to understand, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, Mr. Chin worked so hard that he went to shoot the magazine himself. Shooting a magazine is not an easy task, and the process of shooting was very troublesome. Very tiring too, compared with Mr. Chun, who is hands-on and hardworking and not afraid of difficulties. Su Yining felt more and more that she was a little too relaxed. As the president of the group, Mr. Chun worked so hard. She has to work harder. When Jiang Chung heard Su Yining's story, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Mr. Chun already has such a company under his banner, but he is still considering the clothing factory. This is his dereliction of duty. If he had done better, Mr. Chin would not be distracted and would have to consider the future development of the garment factory despite his busy schedule. Jiang Qing couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, and secretly thought that he must work harder and share more pressure for Mr. Chin. After confirming these, he looked up at Sales Department Luo Yuan. Have there been any new developments in the agency matter recently? Agents have always been the most critical issue for garment factories, but due to the popularity of garment factories and the high agency fees, on the business department side, there has been no results. Mr. Jiang, we found 3 agents last month, all from Jiangqing City. Luo Yuan spoke quickly. Well, 3 new agents have been added. When Jiang Chung heard this, he was stunned for a moment. In the previous monthly meetings, the sales department basically had no agents. Unexpectedly, 3 new stores were added this time. This really surprised him. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Luo Yuan nodded, and then explained. I checked the reason, and it's because Manhwa Coffee recently launched a new pastry set which attracted a lot of customers. In our clothing store in Jiangqing City, because of the coffee coupons, the current sales of clothes in the Jiangqing City clothing store have also increased a lot. The salesperson in the sales department took advantage of this and roped in 3 agents. The final locations were all near Manhwa Coffee. I have a pretty good idea about that, Luo Yuan said excitedly. What are your ideas? Please tell me. Jiangqing looked at Luo Yuan curiously. That's right, Mr. Jiang. Currently, the best-selling clothing store is the clothing store in Jiangqing City, especially after Manhwa Coffee launched a pastry set and attracted more users. Currently, it seems that the monthly sales performance of clothing stores is closely related to Manhwa Coffee. In the final analysis, it is because when you buy clothes in a clothing store, you will be given coffee coupons. So, we can definitely take advantage of that now and go to an agent. Luo Yuan slowly stated his point of view, with a hint of confidence on his face that he had never had before. What are you going to do? Jiangqing looked at Luo Yuan and thought thoughtfully. Then we make a strategy. If Manhwa Coffee expands in that city, we will focus on recruiting agents in that city. For example, now Manhwa Coffee exists only in Jiangqing and Kyoto. We can completely focus on recruiting agents in these 2 cities. Jiangqing is easy to talk about. After all, it is the headquarters of our clothing factory. We need to send a few people there in Kyoto. As long as we make good use of the linkage with Manhwa Coffee, we should be able to recruit agents. Luo Yuan said all his thoughts. Jiangqing nodded upon hearing this. Although he didn't know the specific effect of this method, the fact that Yuejiang City had brought in 3 agents was enough to show that this plan was at least effective. Okay, this matter has been settled. As for the salesmen who will go on business trips to Kyoto, you can choose them internally. Then hand the list to the finance department, and the finance department will issue the corresponding travel expenses. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Luo Yuan responded, and he had already started to think about the candidates in his mind. Going to Kyoto to develop the market definitely requires super strong business capabilities. After confirming the agent's matter, Jiang Chung set his eyes on Lu Jie again. How is the preparation for the pet live broadcast account going? Since the primary development route of pet clothing was determined with the pet park, the live broadcast team thought of creating a new pet clothing account. Through this account, some cute pets can be cultivated, then continue to accumulate fans. And when the pet clothing is online, these pets can be dressed in pet clothing for promotion. The pet fashion show at the pet park can also be broadcast live through this account. But at the moment, The most important thing is to create an account. Mr. Jung, the pet live broadcast account has been established. The next step is to maintain the account and create an account. During this period, we will post some cute pet videos. There are still a lot of video materials. Pet models in clothing factories and stray cats and dogs in pet parks are all possible. And helping stray cats and dogs is also a big hot spot. We can definitely take advantage of the popularity. Lu Jie quickly recounted the current situation of the account. Chapter 366, Garment Factory Meeting Arrangements. After saying this, Lu Jie couldn't help but sigh. Since he brought the live broadcast team to this garment factory, he thought he could make great achievements. But reality gave him a slap in the face. Under the various restrictions set by Mr. Chun, live broadcast sales have always been neither up nor down. In theory, the salary of their live broadcast team is linked to performance. Without any performance, their salary must be very small. But what he didn't expect was that even without much performance, Mr. Chin's salary for them was not low. Although they are far less than those popular live broadcasters, their monthly salary has exceeded that of most live broadcasters. More importantly, they are very worry-free. Live broadcast every day is just like going to work. When employees are at work, they also broadcast live. When employees go off work, they also have to go off work. Of course, this is normal. The most outrageous thing is that their live broadcast team, like the company's employees, also has a double holiday. Live broadcast of selling goods has a double holiday. This is the first time he heard of it when he was exposed to live broadcasting. Those mediocre live streamers recommend products in the live streaming room every day, not to mention weekends off. Sometimes they can't even eat. In this comparison, they are undoubtedly much more at ease doing live streaming sales in Mr. Chen's clothing factory. Of course, there is still a disadvantage. That is, under Mr. Chen's various regulations, it is obviously very difficult for him to turn the live streaming team into a popular live streaming team. Stability and uncertain popularity. This is a multiple-choice question. Either leave the clothing factory and fight for a chance to become popular, or stay in the clothing factory and live comfortably, but the chance of becoming popular is slim. He hesitated for a while and finally chose to stay in the clothing factory. Of course, this result is also the result of his discussion with the entire live streaming team. The live streaming team unanimously believes that although the chance of live streaming becoming popular is not high, it does not mean that there is no chance of it. Moreover, what makes them more convinced of this choice is the establishment of Tomorrow Group and the expansion of the clothing factory. All signs show that the clothing factory is getting bigger and stronger step by step. Then it is undoubtedly a great opportunity for them to stay here. Of course, in order to seize this opportunity, they can't do nothing. And the current Pet Live broadcast account is an opportunity to show their value. As long as they develop this Pet Live broadcast account and have a large number of fans, then whether it is selling pet clothing or helping to promote the corner pet park, it is very useful. So, during this period, the entire live broadcast team has been thinking about how to market the Pet Live broadcast account after get off work. Well, you have experience in live broadcasting, so I won't interfere too much. If there is anything you need, as long as it is reasonable, I will cooperate. Jiang Qing looked at Lu Jie in agreement. He didn't understand the live broadcast, so he just cooperated. But the premise of cooperation is that the interests of the group and the garment factory cannot be harmed. After the live broadcast was confirmed, Jiang Chung turned his eyes to the director of the production department. The improvement of the machine needs to continue. Listen to the guidelines more. It must be based on improving the safety and efficiency of use. If there is anything uncertain, you can come to me at any time. Of course, I will visit the workshop from time to time. Jiang Qing quickly arranged the matters in the workshop. He did not dare to give orders in other areas of the garment factory, but he was very confident in the matters in the workshop. When he was the director of the production department, he began to improve those automated machines. After those automated machines were put into production, some functions of the automated machines did not improve efficiency, but reduced efficiency. Some functions were even useless. He also mentioned this to Mr. Chun. However, Mr. Chun had no plan to change the machine, so he could only improve the machine. So far, 2 machines have been improved in the workshop, and the efficiency has also been improved. After arranging the matters in the workshop, Jiangchen glanced at the contents of the notebook and reached the last page. All the contents of the meeting prepared have been told. Looking up at the people in the conference room, after confirming that no one had any questions, he directly announced the adjournment of the meeting. Jiangcheng City, Nanha Coffee headquarters. Chen Mo stood at the front, looking at the team of 50 people, and nodded with satisfaction. 50 people? The business trip allowance alone is a good expense. Mr. Chen, everyone is here, and we can set off at any time. Song Xia counted the people and walked back. After 3 days of preparation, the team to pick up the poor elderly was finally formed. These people were drawn from various companies. Chen Mo nodded slightly when he heard this, then walked to the front of the team, looked at the neat 50 people, and spoke lightly. Before leaving, let me emphasize 2 things. First, when you are on a business trip, you must eat well and live well. All the expenses of the business trip will be reimbursed by the group, so don't do anything to save money. The second point is not to tell outsiders anything about our good deeds, especially the Tomorrow Group. Our Tomorrow Group's welfare philosophy is not to promote or spread. Have you remembered everything? Chinemo looked at the people who were preparing to go on a business trip and asked loudly. Letting them eat well and live well is just to spend more money. As for the second point, he had already asked Song Xia to say it, but for the sake of insurance, he decided to say it in person. He couldn't bear the enthusiasm of those caring netizens. Remember, Mr. Chun. All the employees shouted in unison. They felt unprecedented honor that the group president could personally see them off. When they return to the company, they must show off to their colleagues. At the same time, they are also proud of what they are about to do. Well, Chinemo looked at the serious expressions of the employees and felt a little relieved. Mr. Chun, let's go. Song Xia saw that Mr. Chen didn't speak again and came to Mr. Chen again. Well, let's go. Chinemo glanced at Song Xia indifferently. Get the order. Song Xia and Sudan hurriedly arranged for people to get on the bus and rushed to the train station. Chinemo looked at Song Xia and Sudan's happy faces and suddenly felt like punching cotton. He clearly wanted to punish them, but the two of them looked so happy at the moment. How could they be punished? Instead, they seemed to be enjoying it. If I had known earlier, I would have let them run. Then I would have taken a video to record every day. This way, I could monitor their running and see their embarrassed appearance. Alas, what a mistake. Chun Mo sighed helplessly, but then he thought, it's just the beginning now. After a few days, and a few more days of riding, they should not be able to laugh anymore. 1. Wait a few days, call and care, and you'll know. Chun Mo thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 367. Filming is over. Watching Song Xia and his party leave. Chun Mo turned around and prepared to drink a cup of coffee at the coffee shop behind him. But when he saw the pastry set sign standing at the door, he felt unlucky. There was no thought of drinking coffee anymore, and Yang Dehai was asked to drive back to the company. Not long after I got in the car, my phone rang. Chun Mo opened his phone and took a look and found that it was Linda calling. What was she doing on the phone? Get on the phone. Linda's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chun, is it true that you cannot disclose any information to outsiders? Can't. Chun Mo said without hesitation. Although he didn't know why Linda asked this question, it must have a lot to do with that magazine. He also learned about that magazine. It is rare in the public circle, but it is still very famous in some fields of art and clothing. He did not forget that he also had a clothing factory. If Linda lets her information be exposed through this magazine and makes her clothing factory famous, that will be troublesome. Certainly. This may be a little low, but avoid it if you can. I know, Mr. Chun. Please excuse me. Linda's apologetic voice came over, and then she hung up the phone. Chun Mo glanced at his phone and put it back in his pocket without taking it seriously. Shumbai Mall. Nearby. Nana Coffee. Linda hung up the phone and walked out of the coffee shop's bathroom. Returning to his seat, he looked at Director Lee sitting opposite and said with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry, Director Lee, I really can't reveal any information to you. That's a pity. I originally wanted to arrange some other important filming activities for him. Li Tianyang Siga. Since this issue of men's clothing was put on the shelves, It instantly caused a wave of waves in the circle of high-end magazines. Everyone, everyone feels that this issue of the magazine is very perfect, but the most fundamental reason why it has received such great praise is the model. The models in this issue are so fitting. It's like a real powerful person is photographing this magazine. Finding the right model to fit your formal attire is easy to find, and there are many. But it's really rare to find someone who fits the temperament of this suit. The temperament that this issue of men's clothing wants to reflect is the potential majesty of a superior person, the president of a group. In this issue, Chinemo, as a young man, perfectly embodies this temperament. Although the overall aura of a superior person still seems a bit immature compared to those old people who have been in high positions for many years. But this makes this issue of the magazine more lively. The temperament exuded by those who have been in high positions for a long time is more majestic, but it is less energetic. If that were the case, it would make the magazine look a bit rigid. Chunmo's performance was just right. Of course, there is another popular point, which is Chunmo's face. Wearing a suit, the effect of the shooting is really handsome. Therefore, since this issue of men's clothing was put on the shelves, tens of thousands of copies have been sold in just a few days. There were also some old friends who came to him and wanted Chunmo's contact information. And he also has several advertising campaigns and wants to invite Chunmo to shoot them. That's why I came to find Linda today to inquire about information. After all, Linda introduced Chunmo here, and he didn't leave his contact information. Well, there's really nothing we can do about it. Mo really doesn't want to expose his information. I'm really sorry, Linda said apologetically. She somewhat understood Chunmo's unwillingness to expose his information. The president of a group does not need to make himself known to everyone. Wouldn't it be better to keep a low profile and make money? But there was one thing she still wasn't sure about. Since Mr. Chun doesn't want to be famous, why should he take the job of shooting for magazines? Somewhat confused, he was probably the president of the group and wanted to experience the work of shooting a magazine. It can only be understood this way, Linda thought to herself. Li Tianyang nodded slightly when he heard Linda's words. Since he didn't want to reveal too much information about himself, then forget it. He is not a director who would pray for anything just for a model. Buzz! The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Li Tianyang opened the phone and took a look, stunned for a moment, then looked up at Linda. Chunmo is the president of a group. Linda was stunned for a moment and looked at Li Tianyang. You know, the information found by the people below was just sent to me. Now that you already know his information, you must be able to understand what Mr. Chun means. Linda smiled and said she was not surprised that Li Tianyang was able to find out Chunmo's information. After all, such a big photo was there. As long as Li Tianyang really wanted to, it would not be difficult to find out information about Chunmo, that's right. How could a group president be short of 100,000 or 200,000 yuan in advertising fees? Li Tianyang chuckled, and the idea of inviting Chunmo was given up instantly. He found that he had no leverage at all, so he invited Mr. Chun to shoot an advertisement. After all, that's the president of a group. How could he pay an advertising fee of 100,000 or 200,000 and then shoot an advertisement? It's simply not realistic. Why? Li Tianyang let out a long sigh. June 30th, Kyoto. Film and Television City. Click. Luo Xiao looked at the last shot captured by the camera and nodded with satisfaction. With the sound of click, the entire crew, whether actors or filming crew, fell into silence. Luo Xiao looked at the silent crew and understood the situation very well, because the shot just now was the last shot of the entire script. With the completion of this shot, the entire script shooting process has come to an end. After several months of filming, it suddenly ended at this moment, and everyone would feel a sense of loss in their hearts. After a while, Luo Xiao looked at everyone who was still silent and couldn't help shouting. The filming of Demons Conquering has ended successfully. Following Luo Xiao's shout, the entire crew came to their senses. There was a burst of cheers at the filming location. Wang Bin ran to Luo Xiao, looked at the perfect picture in the shooting lens, and said with emotion, "After filming, it feels like a dream. Yes, the filming is finished. Luo Xiao also sighed with emotion and then continued to speak. The hotel has been booked. Mr. Chun has stipulated it. The scale and cuisine are the same as last time. Same as last time. Where's the wine? Wang Bin suddenly thought of the red wine he drank last time and couldn't help but feel a little scared. He drank a bottle of red wine last time, and the filming the next day was delayed. In the end, his role was moved back one day, so as not to delay the filming progress. As for red wine, I didn't feel much at all when I drank it. After drinking it, I felt a tingling sensation on the back of my neck. By the way, a man named Chin Sung contacted me and said he was from Tange Club and wanted to meet us tonight. He said he was friends with Mr. Chen. Luo Xiao suddenly thought of the phone call he received in the morning. Chapter 368, I will arrange the best time for you to play. Both names are Chun. Are they relatives of Mr. Chen? Wang Bin touched his chin and thought deeply. Uncertain, Luo Xiao shook his head and continued to speak. Whether he is a relative of Mr. Chen or not, you still need to meet him. I've made an appointment for you to go with me in the evening. Should I go too? Yes, don't forget, you are not only an actor at Blue Film and Television, you are also the vice president of Blue Film and Television. All right. Wang Bin nodded. Luo Xiao almost forgot about it if he didn't mention it. Well, I'm going to arrange the crew members, pack up the shooting tools, and move out of the film and television city today. Everyone will stay in the hotel. Everyone has a rest tonight, and the celebration party will begin tomorrow. After a while, the crew members left the studio with their packed tools, got into their reserved cars, and headed straight to the hotel. Hotel entrance. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin both changed into clean clothes, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the agreed-upon location. Kyoto. In front of a high-end restaurant, the taxi slowly stopped. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin opened the door and got out of the car, looking at the name of the restaurant to make sure they were in the right place. Welcome. How can I help you? Just walked into the store. Etiquette, who was standing at the door, shouted with a smile. Well, Jinghai Hall, how to get there? Luo Xiao slowly asked after hearing this. When I was on the phone with Chun Sung, the other party mentioned this name and just reported the name of the restaurant there. Ah, you must be Mr. Luo and Mr. Wang. Please come with me. Door etiquette. After hearing Luo Xiao's name, he became even more respectful. Soon, the two of them were taken upstairs and finally stopped in front of a private room. Luo Xiao took a look and saw that the restaurants on this floor were all private rooms. And when they came to this private room, it was obviously the most central and most distinguished position among the many private rooms. Obviously, this private room is the most prestigious location in the entire restaurant. Luo Xiao couldn't help but become curious about this Chen Kong. Even if this Chun Sung was not a relative of Mr. Chun, his status was definitely extraordinary. After all, this restaurant is already a very high-end restaurant. Plus, this is the most distinguished private room. Ordinary people, I can't bear to spend money here. Thinking room. The etiquette leader had already knocked on the door of the private room and then slowly pushed the door open. Mr. Chun, the two distinguished guests have already arrived. Luo Xiao listened to the words of etiquette and was about to step into the private room. Seeing two figures, they walked out of the private room first. Mr. Luo, Mr. Wang, welcome. Chin Sung looked at the two people at the door and said with a smile, let's go into the private room and talk. Saying, he took the lead and walked into the private room. When passing by the etiquette, he gave a reminder. Tell the people below that it's time to cook. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin followed into the private room. In the private room, the four of them introduced each other and became acquainted. I don't know why Mr. Chen invited us. After the introduction, Luo Xiao looked at Chen Song and Du Zeding sitting opposite and spoke in confusion. After the brief introduction, just now, these two people only have some connection with Sangxue Games, which is owned by Mr. Chen. Oh, we learned a few days ago that Mr. Chen also invested in a film and television company, and the filming of the film has already started. I was just curious to find out how the filming of the film was going. Chen Song asked curiously. It was when he was discussing some gaming matters with Fong Chong from Sangxue Games yesterday that he learned from Fong Chong that Mr. Chun had invested in another film and television company. And the filming of the movie has already started. This made him couldn't help but become curious. You know, his family owns a chain of theaters, and he is aware of Mr. Chen's rise. He did not set up a group at the beginning. From what Fong Chong and Wei Yin said, he knew that Mr. Chen's vision was very far-sighted. So it must be very good for someone with such a vision to invest in a movie. In this case, he only needs to find out the information about the movie, and then after Mr. Chen releases the movie, he will notify the theater at home to play Chin Mo's movie at the best time. If it were a film, it would be very beautiful. His theater can make a small profit from this. Of course, another reason is that they want to use this operation to show their favor to Mr. Chen. For nothing else. Just for the right to host the exclusive event of Extreme Survival. Now, Extreme Survival has officially exceeded 10 million players and has become an explosive game. And they have the right to host this exclusive event. Every game they host is a big publicity for their club. As long as their club's reputation is big enough, they won't have to worry about having no income. And in the process of hosting the event, they can also take the opportunity to make a lot of money. After all, the game has exploded in popularity now, and there will definitely be a lot of people watching the next event. That's when advertising revenue will be a lot of money. The movie has been shot today. We will finish the work and return to Jiangxing almost the day after tomorrow. Luo Xiao smiled and spoke. He had nothing to hide about this and had nothing to hide. Oh, has the filming been completed? When will it be released? Chen Song was stunned for a moment. He learned from Fong Chong that Mr. Chen's film and television company had already started filming a movie, but he didn't expect it to be completed so soon. If it is released, it will probably be at this stage from early August to mid-August. Luo Xiao calculated that now that the shooting was completed, he still needed to go back to the company for editing and special effects. After the film is finally completed, it still needs to be reviewed. If all these series are completed, it will probably take more than a month. Therefore, the fastest release will be in early August. Early August. Chun Song murmured in his heart and wrote down the time. After a simple conversation and a few glasses of wine, they became familiar with each other instantly. Don't worry, my theater at home is a full chain. When the movies are released, I will arrange to play your movies at the best time. Brother Chen, good brother, I'd like to give you a toast. Yeongking City? In a basement, Zhang Lan looked at the three people opposite Li Xiaoxiao, Wu Jie, and Su Lei. They were silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Do you really want to do this? Although our club has not been established for a long time, everything is developing in a good direction. I believe that as long as we work together, we can definitely make the studio grow. If you join an entertainment company, although it will give you resources, it will also restrict you. Looking at the three people in front of me, she never imagined that they would vow to set up a studio together to realize their music dreams together. Now, it fell apart because of the recruitment of an entertainment company. Zhang Lan, can you be realistic? If you join the entertainment company with us, our song can quickly become the #1 in the new song rankings. Li Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Lan and persuaded. Chapter 369, Zhang Lan's Incident. Do you think it's possible? Zhang Lan couldn't help laughing when she looked at Li Xiaoxiao. Don't these people know how persistent she is in music? How can it be possible for her to give up the music studio? Even if she is the only one left in the music studio, she will continue to persevere. Zhang Lan, I think it's better to join the music studio. You have to know that those songs are signed by the four of us. After we join the entertainment company, we must listen to the entertainment company. If the entertainment company doesn't authorize you, you probably can't use those songs you created. Wu Jie looked at Zhang Lan with a face full of embarrassment. What do you mean? Zhang Lan listened to Wu Jie's words, and her tone became cold. Are you threatening me? Since the signatures are the four of us, if I don't authorize you, even if you join the entertainment company, you can't use it. She thought that after spending so much time together, even if they were to go their separate ways, they wouldn't say such words. But Wu Jie's words clearly contained a threat. If they don't join the entertainment company, they won't authorize them. It's really ridiculous. Ha Lan Lan, don't be angry, Wu Jie doesn't mean that. He just wants you to join the entertainment company, nothing else. Su Lei stepped forward and persuaded, pushing Wu Jie aside. Zhang Lan ignored Su Lei, turned around and sat on the chair beside her, lowered her head and kept silent. After a while, took a deep breath and looked up at Su Lei. Have you decided? But before waiting for a few people to answer, she looked at the expressions of these three people and knew their choices. Zhang Lan Wei. Sule looked at Zhang Lan and hesitated, with a guilty expression. But for her own future, she still chose to join the entertainment company. Although the club is currently developing smoothly because of the creation of several good songs. But who can say clearly about the creation? Now it may be because there are a lot of inspirations and several good songs have been created. But in the future, there will always be a time when inspiration is exhausted. At that time, what should I do? However, it would be different if she joined an entertainment company. Even if she couldn't create good songs, the entertainment company could still ask other people for songs for her. Although there are many restrictions when joining an entertainment company, but there are gains and losses. Moreover, joining an entertainment company is not just about singing. After joining an entertainment company, the lesser ones may take on some activities such as advertising. If they have better resources, they may participate in some variety shows. If she can join a variety show, she can show up on TV and be recognized by the audience. As long as she appears in more variety shows, even if she doesn't have many songs, she can be known by many people. Being known by many people means that her popularity has increased. As long as her popularity has increased, will she still lack money to make? Su Lei thought secretly in her heart. So, after careful consideration, she finally decided to join the entertainment company with Wu Jie and others. Among the four people in the club, she was confident that she was only slightly worse than Zhang Lan in singing skills. After all, Zhang Lan was eliminated because she refused the unspoken rules of the program team, not because she sang badly. She was also eliminated because her throat was uncomfortable and she performed poorly on the day of singing. So she and Zhang Lan definitely have problems with singing skills. Wu Jie and Li Xiaoxiao are different. They were eliminated because of their poor singing skills. So in terms of singing skills, she is better than Wu Jie and Li Xiaoxiao and joined the entertainment company with them. As long as she performs a little, it is easy to imagine who the entertainment company will tilt its resources to in the end. Okay, I know, go if you want to go. Zhang Lan waved her hand a little tiredly. Those who should leave will leave. Besides, she has seen that several people yearn for the entertainment company, and there is no point in forcing them to stay. We can leave, that song. Wu Jie saw Zhang Lan waved and agreed to their departure, and couldn't help but want to speak again. But just halfway through the words, Su Lei turned her head and glared back. Zhang Lan, after we join the entertainment company, there will definitely be many things that we cannot control. Some things are not up to us, such as songs. If the entertainment company does not allow us to authorize, we have no choice. You should understand this kind of thing. Yes, Zhang Lan, you can also refuse to authorize, but I don't think it is necessary to make both sides lose. If no one can use it, then the songs we created will be wasted. Su Lei glared at Wu Jie, but couldn't help complaining in her heart. Wu Jie, this brainless guy, angered Zhang Lan at this time. What should you do if he really doesn't authorize the songs at that time? The entertainment company chose to invite them to join the entertainment company, and the biggest bargaining chip was those songs. If those songs can't be used, even if they join the entertainment company, how much bargaining chip can they have? I can't even figure this out. Why didn't I see that Wu Jie was so stupid before? What do you want to do? Zhang Lan looked at Su Lei and asked lightly. She saw Su Lei's expression and reaction just now clearly. She never thought that after such a long time of contact, Su Lei would be such a person. Su Lei heard Zhang Lan's question, organized her words a little, and spoke slowly. To be honest, these songs are very important for us to join the entertainment company. I don't want these songs to be so useless that no one can use them. So, we have made a new plan, that is, the copyright of the current version is given to you. You can do whatever you want with this version of the song, but you can't adapt or recreate the song, and you don't have the right to authorize the song to others. Of course, doing so will infringe on your rights, so we will give you 500,000 yuan in compensation. After we leave, it will be very troublesome for you to support a club alone. Although the current songs are popular, they are just the beginning, and they are in the free stage of new songs. It will take some time to make money, and this 500,000 yuan will allow you to maintain the club for a period of time. Zhang Lan rubbed her head and looked at Su Lei seriously. In fact, in her heart, she didn't care much about this song. She cared more about the scene of several people creating songs in this dim basement. At that time, she really felt that she had met three like-minded partners. In order to create a good song, no matter how much hardship you endure, it is okay. But now it seems so ridiculous. The appearance of an entertainment company directly caused their club to fall apart. Forget it. Sighing secretly since they wanted this song so much, then let them do as they wish. At least they had worked together before. After thinking about these clearly, Zhang Lan looked up at Su Lei and was about to nod in agreement when she saw Wu Jie step forward and speak. Zhang Lan, what are you still hesitating about? This condition is already very good. Don't be ungrateful. What good will you end up with if you fight with an entertainment company? Wu Jie saw that Zhang Lan had been silent and finally couldn't help speaking again. That's... Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but echo. Chapter 370 Negotiation. Nuya. Before Zhang Lan could speak, Su Lei could not help but turn around and scold Wu Jie, and at the same time glanced at Li Xiaoxiao. These two guys are really a pair of pig teammates. She had just pulled the atmosphere there. If Zhang Lan had been a little soft-hearted and remembered the old times, there was a high probability that she would agree. But these two guys just destroyed this atmosphere. They are really incapable of success and more than capable of failure. It seems that when I join an entertainment company in the future, I have to stay away from these two people, otherwise I don't know how I was implicated by them. Zhang Lan ignored Su Lei's scolding and looked at Wu Jie and Li Xiaoxiao indifferently. For a long while, chuckling. Other conditions remain unchanged. The compensation is 2 million. Zhang Lan. Hearing Zhang Lan's words, Su Lei could not help but turn her head to look at Zhang Lan with a somewhat anxious expression. Zhang Lan looked at Su Lei and said slowly, "It's 2 million, not a penny less, otherwise no one will use those songs." In fact, 2 million is already very little, isn't it? Just for the song on the new song list. As long as the entertainment company packages it and adds some operations, I don't need to say how much money can be made from each song. The 2 million is not from you. It must be from the entertainment company, so you don't have to show an embarrassed expression. Just convey my words to the entertainment company. Either agree, or no one will use those songs. There is no other choice. Zhang Lan's attitude was firm. She originally thought that since everyone had worked together at the beginning of the club, it was also the most difficult time, and everyone could be regarded as sharing the hardship. Why should she bother about those songs? But the attitudes revealed by Wu Jie and Li Xiaoxiao made her feel that her thoughts were really ridiculous. Zhang Lan, can we discuss it again? After all, this 2 million. Su Lei looked at Zhang Lan and wanted to persuade her again, but she was interrupted by Zhang Lan halfway through her words. No need to discuss it anymore. It's just 2 million. There is no room for negotiation. Zhang Lan's tone was firm, and she didn't give any chance to refute. Su Lei looked at Zhang Lan's firm expression and knew that it was useless for her to say anything. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her head and glared at Li Xiaoxiao and Wu Jie behind her. "Wait for me." After Su Lei said something to Zhang Lan, she walked away and made a phone call in the distance. The call was connected soon. After an unknown period of time, Su Lei hung up the phone and walked back, looking at Zhang Lan and speaking lightly. "Okay, it's 2 million. I'll go print the contract, and the fee of 2 million will be paid to you after signing the contract." She was also a little caught off guard from 500,000 to 2 million. In fact, the price offered by the entertainment company was 1 million. She thought that she could get it for 500,000 by playing the emotional card. Everything went smoothly, but it was ruined by the two pig teammates Wu Jie and Li Xiaoxiao. Not only did she lose 500,000 yuan, but the entertainment company also spent 1 million yuan more, which made them a little dissatisfied with her. But at least an agreement was reached. In order to avoid any more accidents, it would be better to sign the contract as soon as possible. As for the dissatisfaction of the entertainment company, she believed that as long as she showed her value in the entertainment company and earned more than 2 times, 5 times, 10 times, etc. of the 2 million for the entertainment company, the dissatisfaction would naturally disappear. Okay. Zhang Lan did not hesitate this time. Since she had already decided, there was no need to drag it on. After signing the contract, everyone went their separate ways and parted ways in peace. 2 hours later, Nana Coffee. Zhanglan took a look at the contract in her hand, confirmed that there was no problem, and signed it directly. Su Lei was relieved to see Zhanglan signed, and she spoke softly to Zhanglan sitting opposite. Thank you. No matter what, Zhanglan did not choose to fight to the death. She was still very grateful. What's the point of saying this? If there is nothing, you can leave. I want to be quiet. Zhanglan looked at Su Lei expressionlessly and took a sip of coffee. Some bitter. Su Lei looked at Zhanglan and didn't say anything else. She got up and left directly. Li Xiaoxiao and Wu Jie saw Su Lei get up and leave, and they also got up and followed her. But when they passed by Zhanglan, they couldn't help but say, "If you don't join the entertainment company, you will regret it." After saying that, they left quickly. Regret? Zhanglan murmured in her heart, and then chuckled. What can I regret? I had nothing at the beginning, but I just returned to the starting point. Well, it can't be said that I have returned to the starting point, but I still have some gains. Look down at the contract in my hand. 2 million. At least. Shinro's investment was not wasted. Thinking of Shinro, Zhanglan couldn't help but smile. That was her friend. She took out her phone, sent a message, drank the half-full cup of coffee in one gulp, and left the coffee shop directly. The coffee in the coffee shop opened by Shinro's boss is really expensive. A cup costs 188, but it was Su Lei's money. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Tomorrow group. Top floor. Assistant's office. Shinro quickly sorted out the work in her hands, and at the same time made a plan for tomorrow's work, and then left the group company quickly. Hello, Assistant Shun. Hello, Assistant Shun. In the elevator, I met many group employees who were off work. Those employees greeted her one after another. Although Shinro was just an assistant, she was the assistant to the president. The power in the hands of the president's assistant is usually greater than that of the general manager of those branches. How could they not respect her? Well, hello. Shinro responded with a smile. In fact, usually when she gets off work, she will stay in the office for a while and will leave only after most of the people who are off work in the group have left. But this afternoon, after seeing the message sent by Zhanglan, she was a little anxious, so she didn't wait any longer. After getting out of the elevator, she came to the outside of the building. She didn't take the subway as usual, but directly stopped a taxi. Half an hour later, Shinro hurried to the door of a basement and knocked gently. But after knocking twice, the door opened by itself. The door was not locked. She pushed the door and walked in gently, and a smell of alcohol hit her face. Shinro frowned slightly, and her eyes soon fell on a figure in the distance. I saw Zhanglan leaning against a wall in the basement, with several empty bottles in front of her. Seeing this scene, Shinro couldn't help but feel a little worried, so she walked over quickly. What's going on? Why did the club disband? Coming to Zhanglan, Shinro couldn't help but ask. Ro, you're here? Hug me. Zhanglan heard the voice, saw the person clearly, stretched out her hands, and made a hugging gesture. Chapter 371 Apartment Spending Plan. Looking at Zhanglan's appearance, Shinro knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, Zhanglan, who was always lively and cheerful, would not have such an expression. Slowly sat aside and hugged Zhanglan in her arms. Tell me what happened. After a long while, Shinro listened to Zhanglan's story and gradually understood what happened. The 3 club members chose to leave the music club for their future entertainment company. She suddenly remembered that the 3 club members talked about the entertainment company during the last celebration. It seems that at that time, the 3 people had already thought about joining the entertainment company. People are selfish, and she also understands that they choose to join the entertainment company for their own future. However, looking at Zhanglan's sad look, Shinro began to dislike the 3 former club members. After a long while, seeing that Zhanglan had regained her composure, she slowly spoke. Well, what are your plans next? Plans? Zhanglan couldn't help sobbing and looked at the music equipment in the basement. Of course I will continue to make music. Without them, can I not make music by myself? I will not give up music. Well, I support you. Shinro nodded. and was relieved to see Zhang Lan regain her fighting spirit. She was afraid that Zhang Lan would be depressed because of this incident. Zhang Lan smiled, and then suddenly thought of something and spoke. By the way, this time I didn't get nothing. I still got 2 million yuan in compensation. And you are an investor, so you naturally have to get dividends. When the money arrives, I will transfer it to you. Don't you want to continue to run the studio? Just consider it as my continued investment, and you don't have to give it to me. Shunro smiled. Now Zhang Lan is the only one left in the studio, and there will definitely be many places to spend money in the future. Now the orphanage is funded by Mr. Chen. Every time she goes there, she just buys some delicious food for the children and Grandma Wu, and it doesn't cost much. And now if she can't spend her monthly salary, there is no need to save so much money. Well, when the studio grows bigger, you'll be the boss lady, hee. Sure. Shinro smiled and nodded. The two chatted in the basement for a long time, and Zhang Lan slowly recovered. She wiped her eyes and looked up at Shinro. It's already July, and you can't live in the dormitory at the end of the month. I just want to return the previous house so we can live together. Well, sure, then I'll trouble you to find a place. Shinro did not refuse. When they were in school, they lived together. And the separation was because Zhang Lan moved out after she established the studio in order to have more time to create songs. July 1st, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chinemo looked at the crazy increase in system funds on the system panel and was silent for a long time. Every month at the beginning of the month, he would experience torture, because this is the time when players of Extreme Survival and Tianlong recharge their monthly cards. Mr. Chun, this is the plan report sent by the Corner Pet Park. At some point, Shinro came over and put a report on the table. Chinemo came back to his senses and looked at the report of the Corner Pet Park on the table, stunned for a moment. But soon he remembered that he had asked Pang Tao to find a vacant lot near the pet park to build an elderly apartment some time ago. At the same time, it was also arranged that a group of working elderly people would enter the pet park to work. He remembered that he seemed to ask the other party to make a plan at that time, and it seemed that this was it. He opened the plan and looked at the contents carefully. After a while, his brows slightly frowned, but soon relaxed again. According to this plan, Pang Tao didn't know why the land rental price was much lower than he expected. Part of the elderly apartment can be consumed with system funds. Now that the rent has become less, he just wants to spend less system funds. But when he saw the back, it didn't matter. Pang Tao and his team planned to arrange all the elderly people who were transported here to an apartment first. This is a good choice. The first wave of elderly people are all able to move and work, a total of about 60 people. Some of them will be assigned to Chongfeng Garment Factory, about 20 people, and the remaining 40 people will be assigned to the Corner Pet Park. According to the plan given by Pang Tao, there will be 6 elderly people in each apartment, and it will be enough to rent 7 rooms. The area of an apartment is about 60 to 70 square meters, and the rent is 800 per month. In this way, 7 apartments will only cost more than 5,600 per month, which is not much money. Looking at this apartment rental plan, Chin Mo smiled faintly. Although the plan given by Pang Tao did not have much expenditure, he found a huge opportunity to spend money from this apartment plan. First of all, it is definitely not possible for 6 elderly people to live in one apartment. It is too crowded, and the elderly are like children. 6 people living in one room are easy to quarrel. So, the plan of 6 people in one room is definitely not feasible. The minimum is to change it to 2 people in one room. That is 20 apartments, and the rent is 1 month. Well, more than 10,000 yuan in rent is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for his current system funds. But the big expenses are in other places. That apartment already has a lot of things, and the objects in the room are probably old, and they must be replaced with new ones. For example, beds, home appliances, daily necessities. Especially home appliances, this is a safety issue. If those old home appliances leak electricity, it will be troublesome, so they must be replaced with new ones. And the bed is also the same. The composite bedboard has a lot of formaldehyde. If the elderly inhale it, it is very bad for their health. So you must buy a solid wood bed, and since it is a solid wood bed, The price must be more expensive. 20 apartments. This whole set is definitely a big expense. Moreover, the apartment building is on the edge of the 4th Ring Road, while the corner pet park is in the suburbs. The elderly cannot go to work by themselves, and a shuttle bus must be arranged. According to the shuttle bus of Chongfeng Garment Factory, a shuttle bus costs more than 1 million. Chen Mo roughly wrote down the changes to the plan on paper. After a quick look, he confirmed that he had not missed any place where he could spend money, and then picked up the phone to call Pang Tao. The call was connected soon. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Do you have any arrangements?" Pang Tao's voice came from the phone. "I have read your plan, and I have made some changes in some places." "Mr. Chen, wait a moment. I will go to a quiet place to listen." "Where are you?" Chun Mo frowned slightly when he heard the quarrel from the phone. "I am choosing a room in that apartment building, and I just met a young couple quarreling at the door of the apartment." Pang Tao's voice came. Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the words and thought for a moment before speaking. "Wait in the apartment. I will go over to talk to you later." Chapter 372, Apartment Configuration. "Mr. Chun, we can take care of such small things. No need to trouble you." Pang Tao spoke quickly. He felt really bad about having to trouble Mr. Chun to come over even if it was about renting a house. "Just wait if I ask you to wait." Chinemo said something and then hung up the phone. "It's fine if you don't bother me, but you spend money on me. There are 6 people in an apartment. Have I, Chinemo, ever been so frugal? If I don't keep an eye on it, I don't know when my system funds will be spent." He got up and sat up from the boss's chair. At the same time, he arranged for Yang Dahai to drive the car to Dasha's downstairs and left the office directly. "Maybe when you get to the apartment, you can think of more places to spend money." East City apartment. Pang Tao looked at the phone that had been hung up, looked at the middle-aged man in a suit in the distance, and walked over. "Mr. Pang, let me show you other apartment rooms." When the apartment manager saw Pang Tao approaching, he quickly greeted him. "Separate. If we break up, we'll break up." Just as he was about to say something else, the sound of a young couple quarreling in the distance came again. The apartment manager glanced over subconsciously, but quickly turned back, shaking their heads and sighing. Young people's love really comes and goes quickly. He remembered that the couple came to rent a house together half a month ago, and they were very sweet at the time. Unexpectedly, within half a month, they started to break up. "Manager May, my boss is coming over later. Let's talk about the room inspection later." Pang Tao looked at the apartment manager and spoke slowly. "Your boss?" Mei Yin looked at Pang Tao in confusion. From what he understood, Pang Tao was the boss of the company. "The president of our group? I'm just the branch manager." Pang Tao opened his mouth to explain and then walked to the elevator of the apartment. "I'll go to the door to greet you and find you later." "Mr. Pang, where are you? Since I am your boss, how can I neglect you? I will go with you to greet you." Mei Yin quickly greeted him. As the manager of this apartment, there have always been very few tenants in this apartment due to its location. Nowadays, it is not easy for a big customer to appear, so it is natural to grasp it. Although now, only 7 apartments are rented. But he understood that Pang Tao was building a large pet park in the suburbs, and when it opened, it would definitely require a lot of workers. It is difficult to build the staff dormitories of the pet park at one time. Even if they are built, it will take a certain amount of time to decorate them. During this gap period, it is definitely necessary to provide accommodation for those workers. And now that Pang Tao has chosen to rent a room in Dongqing apartment for the workers who come here, if he behaves better and does not do anything to cause dissatisfaction to the other workers, then other workers will definitely choose their side first. So, Pang Tao is going outside to wait for his boss to come over, so he naturally wants to accompany him, so as to leave a good impression. Outside Dongqing apartment, Pang Tao stood at the door of the apartment and waited quietly. It was already early July, and the weather outside was already very hot, but he had no intention of entering the apartment and waiting. "Mr. Pang, here's some iced drinks." Mei Yin walked over quickly, holding a bottle of cold drink in her hand. "Thanks." Pang Tao glanced at the iced drink and did not refuse. About half an hour later, a big black car stopped in front of Dongqing apartment. Upon seeing this, Pang Tao hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. This big black G was already Mr. Chen's trademark. "Hello, Mr. Chen. When I saw Mr. Chun, I had already opened the door and got out of the car and hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. Hello, Mr. Chun. Mayan also came over and said hello loudly. But I was very surprised that this young man, who was only in his 20s, was already the president of a group. It's really incredible. Chunemo looked at Pang Tao and nodded, then turned to look at Mei Yun. This is Mr. Chun. This is the manager of Donching apartment. His father is the owner of this apartment, main naming. Pang Tao hurriedly introduced. Bad luck. No chance. Listening to Pang Tao's words, Chunemo thought subconsciously, and then looked at Mei Yun curiously. Your name? Mr. Chun noticed it. Yes, the homophonic sound means bad luck. Mei Yun laughed and said that he had long been accustomed to his name. Good name, I think it's good. Chunemo looked at Mei Yun with admiration. He liked this name very much. Mr. Chun, it's hot outside. Let's go to the apartment and talk. Pang Tao spoke at the right time. Yes, let's talk in the apartment. Mei Yun also quickly agreed. Oh, Chunemo nodded slightly. This time period is when the temperature is the highest every day, and it will indeed be a little hot outside. Just go to the apartment room and have a look. After entering the apartment, Chunemo took a look at the environment of the apartment and saw that there were no major problems, so he spoke directly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Mei Yun nodded quickly and took the lead in finding the first available apartment. Mr. Chun, there are two types of apartments in our apartment. One is a 70 square meter apartment, and the other is a 100 square meter apartment. There are no other special apartment types. This is a 70 square meter apartment. Listening to Mei Yun's explanation, Chunemo looked at the standing person carefully and then started walking around the room. After a while, turning to look at Mei Yun, you don't have any electrical appliances in this apartment. After looking around, he found that there were no electrical appliances in the entire room. The only things were a bed in the bedroom and a few shabby sofas in the living room. Mr. Chin didn't know something. In the middle of the construction of the apartment, some policies changed, which caused many people in the east city to move to the north of the city. As there are fewer people in the east part of the city, the number of tenants in the apartment decreased a lot. So in order to save money, the apartment can only be found elsewhere, and this appliance is one of them. However, although we are not equipped with electrical appliances, the rent here will be much lower than that of other apartments. Mei Yin explained, and then spoke carefully. But since Mr. Chin wants to rent it, we can arrange a second-hand washing machine here. After the workers finish their work, they can directly use the washing machine to wash it. It will be more convenient. Oh, Chun Mo turned his head and glanced at Mei Yun lightly, frowning slightly. I thought to myself, you provide a washing machine? What should I spend money on? Mr. Chun, is there any problem? If other electrical appliances are installed, the rent may be higher. Mei Yun looked at Mr. Chun and frowned and said with some worry, it's very problematic. I'm a little worried about the safety of your second-hand washing machine. There's no need. We will buy the electrical appliances ourselves and don't need you to take care of it. Chun Mo waved his hand, and then his eyes fell on Pang Tao. I'll tell you what I want, and you can take note of it. Okay, Mr. Chun. Pang Tao quickly took out a small note from his pocket and prepared to record it. This notebook was used when he was supervising work in Corner Park. He often took notes, and later he gradually developed the habit of carrying a notebook with him. When Chun Mo saw that Pang Tao was ready, he walked directly to the front of the living room and pointed at the background wall. This place lacks a TV, not a small one, but a big one, the kind that can take up an entire wall. Otherwise, the elderly people have poor eyesight and the TV is not big enough to see clearly. The brands all give me the choice of big brands, not small brands or miscellaneous brands. Chapter 373 Apartment for Sale. Also replace all the worn-out sofas in the living room with branded furniture and put a coffee table in front. Also, equip the dining table for me. The refrigerator in the kitchen should be a large double-door one. How can there be no water heater in the bathroom? There should also be a vacuum cleaner and a washing machine. Chun Mo kept walking around in the living room, pointing out the items that needed to be replaced or added. Pang Tao followed behind and kept recording. Mei Yun watched in amazement. Furniture and home appliances, everything was replaced. This was no different from a renovation. Is this really a dormitory for employees, not for himself? He couldn't believe it. A boss prepared a dormitory for employees, and it was so luxurious. He had met bosses who rented apartments here before and arranged a second-hand washing machine. Some didn't even arrange a second-hand washing machine. This was the first time he met someone like Mr. Chun. After walking around, Chunamo finally looked at the window outside. Also changed the curtains on these windows. After saying that, he looked around the room again and finally confirmed that there was nothing to change, so he stopped. Okay, that's all. Just use big brands for everything just now. Money is not a problem. That's it. All other staff dormitories can be built according to this standard. Pang Tao looked at the records in the notebook, hesitated for a moment, and spoke slowly. Mr. Chun, if you do this, one apartment may not be able to accommodate 6 people. The 6 people he initially arranged were 2 people in each of the 2 bedrooms and 2 people in the living room, just enough for one room to accommodate 6 people. But Mr. Chin's arrangement just now clearly placed sofas, coffee tables, and other items in the living room, so there was no way to arrange for people to live in the living room. Then his plan to arrange for 6 people to live would not work. Who said I want to arrange for 6 people to live? Chun Mo turned his head and glanced at Pang Tao indifferently. It's too crowded for 6 people to live in one apartment, and conflicts are more likely to arise with too many people. Some living habits may also be different, which may lead to discord between roommates or poor rest. No matter what the situation is, it will affect the work of the next day, so in order to avoid this kind of thing, I decided to arrange 2 people to live in one apartment, just 1 bedroom per person. Even if there are some differences in living habits, they will not disturb each other when they return to the bedroom and close the door. 2 people in 1 room. Pang Tao calculated carefully. Originally, it might be enough to rent 7 apartments for 6 people in 1 room, but if 2 people in 1 apartment, at least 20 apartments would be needed. 20 apartments alone are nothing, and 900 per month for 1 apartment is not much more. But if you add in the requirements of Mr. Chun just now, the cost will be much more. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak. Mr. Chun, if 2 people live in 1 apartment, then at least 20 apartments will be needed. Yes, in fact, there are more than 20 apartments. The 20 apartments are only for the elderly. Before the corner pet park opens, more employees must be recruited. At that time, many employees will choose to live in the dormitory. Then they can be arranged in this apartment. Chun Mo secretly calculated in his heart that according to the size of the corner pet park, at least hundreds of employees are needed. If all those people live in the staff dormitory, it will be a huge expense. But soon, he realized a problem. There are many employees, but does this apartment really have so many vacant rooms? If there are not so many vacant rooms, then all the thoughts just now are nonsense. He turned his head and looked at Mei Yun, who had been following him. How many vacant rooms are there in your apartment? Mr. Chun, our apartment has about 170 vacant rooms. Mei Yun hurriedly spoke after hearing this. Mr. Chin's words just now clearly showed that more apartments were needed, so he naturally seized the opportunity. If we can really take down Mr. Chin's big client, at least in the short term, there won't be so many vacant rooms in this apartment. But unfortunately, according to Pang Tao's previous story, the pet park is planning to build a staff dormitory. When the staff dormitory is built, they will definitely move out of the apartment. By that time, his apartment will have to return to its previous state. Why are there so many vacant rooms? Chinamo was stunned for a moment. This apartment looks pretty good, and the rent is so cheap. In theory, there shouldn't be so many vacant rooms. Mei Yun smiled bitterly. Mr. Chun, the main reason is that the location of this apartment is too remote. There is no subway nearby, and there are only 2 bus routes. Most of the people who rent the apartment go to work. If the unit is too far away, they have to spend a long time on the way every day. So, many people would rather spend a few hundred more to rent an apartment with convenient transportation or close to the unit. Is that so? Chinemo listened to Mei Yun's explanation and understood it instantly. When he came here just now, he paid attention to the surrounding situation. This location is on the edge of the 4th Ring Road. There are no office buildings around, and there are only some factories. However, most factories have their own dormitories for employees, and few people are willing to rent a house outside. I don't know why Mei Yun's father chose to build an apartment in this location. Isn't it a loss to build such a remote place? Yeah, loss of money. Chun Mo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly had some ideas in his mind. Since building an apartment here is a loss of money, wouldn't it be perfect for him to build an apartment? It's 800 yuan a month here, and there are no tenants. At that time, he will raise the rent a little higher, and then no one will rent it. As for why the rent is so high, of course it's because the decoration is good. With good decoration, there's nothing wrong with the rent being a little more expensive. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart, and the corners of his mouth smiled unconsciously. Mr. Chun. Pang Tao looked at Mr. Che, who was lost in thought, and called him tentatively. Yeah. Chinemo came back to his senses and looked at Pang Tao. That's about it for the staff dormitory. You can discuss with Manager May about which apartment to rent. Also, please make a report for me about the selection of furniture and electrical appliances. I need to confirm it. By the way, since this apartment is a bit far from the corner pet apartment, it is inconvenient for employees to go to and from get off work. We need to buy a shuttle bus. The model should be the same as the one used by the garment factory. If you don't know where to buy it, you can go to Jiangcheng to ask. Well, that's all. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Chinemo walked out. The purpose of spending money had been achieved, so there was no need to stay any longer. Mr. Chun, we'll take you there. Pang Tao and Mei Yun hurriedly followed him after hearing this. Chinemo looked at the two people who followed him and didn't say much. But when he passed the hotel lobby, his eyes were attracted by an advertisement. Apartment for sale. The paper was a little yellow, as if it had been posted for a long time. Chapter 374. Being a law firm requires excellence. He came to the advertisement and read it carefully. Then he turned to look at Mei Yun. Are you going to sell this apartment? The advertisement for the apartment for sale was clearly the Dongqing apartment under his feet. Yes, Mr. Chun, this sale advertisement has been posted for a long time, but the current state of the apartment means that no one will take it over. Mei Yun was a little melancholy. Their family had planned to sell the apartment a long time ago. But which boss would buy an apartment that loses money? So after the sale advertisement was posted, basically no one paid attention to it. If Mr. Chun hadn't just asked, he would have almost subconsciously ignored this advertisement when he walked here. As for why he hadn't torn it off, he probably still had a little fantasy in his heart. Now, do you still plan to sell it? Chimo asked again. Of course I do. Mei Yin nodded. He wanted to sell this apartment every day, but unfortunately there was no buyer. Chun Mo listened to Mei Yun's words, and his eyes fell on the sale advertisement in front of him again, thinking he really needed a way to spend money now. However, the sale of this apartment has found him a new way to spend money. As the pet park grows, it will definitely need a lot of employees, and more dormitories will be needed at that time. If you build it yourself, it will take time, and those employees can't live in it in a short time. So instead of renting an apartment here, it is better to buy this apartment. Moreover, it is definitely difficult to build an elderly apartment in a short time. Those empty nesters who are pulled here must also need to arrange a place to live. So this apartment is a very good choice. There is also decoration. Since the apartment has been bought, it must be renovated. After all, no one knows what kind of tenants live there, and some rooms must be very messy. The decoration of this apartment is also a big expense. The more he thought about it, the more Chin Mo felt that this apartment under his feet was definitely his biggest way to burn money. But now, his spending plan for July has been implemented, and he doesn't need to buy this apartment now and consume system funds. But this apartment can be used as a backup spending plan to deal with emergencies. You know, it's July now, and the end of August is the system settlement date. With this backup spending plan, he suddenly felt confident to convert the system funds in full this time. Full conversion. That's 30 million. 30 million. Chinamo couldn't help but get excited. Could it be that this time he was finally going to succeed in the conversion and become a multimillionaire? He suppressed his excitement a little, turned his head to look at Mei Yun, and asked casually, "What is the selling price of this apartment?" It's not for sale now, but it doesn't prevent him from finding out the selling price. Mr. Chun, it's 70 million. Mei Yun didn't think much about it, just thought it was Mr. Chun asking out of curiosity. After all, to be the president of a group, even if he looks very young, his business acumen must be not low. How could he buy such an apartment? The price of 70 million is already very low. When they built this apartment building, they invested nearly 90 million in it. However, in recent years, there are few tenants in the apartment, but some funds have been recovered. Selling at a price of 70 million, overall, they are making money. But the money earned compared with the investment and the years. For a businessman, it is basically a failed investment. 80 million. If the decoration is included, the minimum expenditure is also 100 million. Chun Mo murmured in his heart. With so much spare funds to consume, he can spend the money the day before the settlement or a few hours before the settlement and directly clear the system funds. Of course, in August, he must have spent the system funds to a very low level through other methods and then implemented the backup spending plan to clear the system funds. This plan is simply perfect. The more Chinemo thought about it, the more he felt that this plan had no loopholes. Is it finally going to be settled in full this time? Thinking of this, Chinemo left the apartment happily and got on his exclusive black G car back to the company. Tomorrow Group, Chinemo had just returned to the office. He was in a good mood because he had found a way to settle the system funds in full. He was about to turn on the computer and relax. The door of the office was knocked. Soon, Tang Xiu came in from outside with a stack of documents in his hand. Mr. Chun, this is the establishment plan of Baishu Law Firm and the location selection. You can take a look, Tang Xiu said, handing over the documents in his hand. When Chun Mo heard that it was the plan of Baishu Law Firm, he became excited. This was related to his spending plan this month. He must read it carefully to see if Tang Xiu had saved him money. He took the plan and began to read it carefully. But soon his brows frowned. He knew it would be like this. He put the plan aside, and his eyes fell on Tang Xiu, who was sitting opposite. Mr. Chun, is there any problem with this plan? Tang Xiu couldn't help asking when she saw Mr. Chin's frowning expression. She was a little confused. She had checked this plan many times and thought it was perfect. She didn't know what made Mr. Chin dissatisfied. There is a problem, a big problem, Chun Mo said without hesitation. Your plan is too conservative. If a law firm rents a 200 square meter office, can it be called a law firm? It can only be called a studio. As a law firm, it must be high-end. Otherwise, when customers enter the law firm and find that it is just a 200 square meter studio, the degree of trust will definitely be greatly reduced. In that case, how can customers choose us? But Mr. Chun, the law firm has just started, and because of my reputation, if we make it big at the beginning, I am afraid there will be great risks. And if the new employees of the law firm are all recruited from interns with special legal majors, they will definitely not be able to take cases in a short period of time. I want to rent an office first and then bring some interns to learn. When I am able to handle some cases, I will consider expanding the law firm. Tang Xiu explained. Although those interns are all graduates of law majors, they have never been to court and lack experience. Just joining the company, they are definitely not allowed to take over cases. Even some talented and capable people may have to train in the law firm for about half a year before they have the opportunity to take over some cases independently. And it's not a very difficult case. Chapter 375 Team Building Culture. No. Chun Mo directly rejected Tang Xiu's idea. Why is it so troublesome to open a small one now and expand it later? Wouldn't it be better to just open a large law firm? Okay, that's it. The area of this office building must be at least 2,000 square meters. There will also be recruitment of interns. If we recruit more, we will tentatively decide on around 50 people. Tang Xiu couldn't help but let out a low cry. Mr. Chun, is it too much to recruit 50 interns? I think we can recruit about 10 first. After training them, we can gradually expand and recruit new members. No, that would be too slow to expand. Just recruit 50 people. Of course, you can recruit more. You decide this yourself, but 50 is the minimum limit. Chun Mo glanced at Tang Xiu indifferently, and he suddenly realized how Tang Xiu was the same as Wei Yin. He likes to refute whatever orders he gives. Harm him. Every time I have to think of some reasons to excuse myself. Okay, Mr. Chun. Tang Xiu saw Mr. Chin's firm attitude and knew that he couldn't change it. Although Mr. Chin's approach involves great risks, if it succeeds, the benefits will definitely be great. If all 50 interns are employed, they can independently take over cases. That will be a very large team of lawyers. After thinking about it, every investment Mr. Chun makes seems to be very risky. But if you look at it in the long run, there are huge rewards hidden. Nana Coffee is the best example. In the early days of Nana Coffee's establishment, it was always losing money. But Mr. Chin has never given up on this industry and continues to invest money in Nana Coffee, allowing Nana Coffee to continue to expand. But now Nana Coffee has undergone huge changes because of a small reform. Although it is not profitable yet, it is not far away from becoming profitable. Nana Coffee is still expanding. Based on Mr. Chin's site selection requirements for Nana Coffee, she probably guessed Mr. Chin's ambition for Nana Coffee. That is to seize Starbucks market. Once this plan succeeds, Nana Coffee's future income will definitely be comparable to today's Sangshui gains. It seems that I have to work hard to train those 50 interns as quickly as possible. Tang Xiu secretly made up his mind, picked up the plan that was rejected by Mr. Chun, and was about to leave. Mr. Chun suddenly spoke again. As for the decoration of the law firm, you can ask Shinro, and she will arrange it for you. I understand, Mr. Chun. Tang Xiu nodded, confirmed that Mr. Chun had nothing else to do, and then left the office. Kyoto. In a 5-star hotel, a waiter pushed abalone and lobster from a dining cart into a private room. At the same time, several waiters pushed in with several boxes of red wine. Director Luo, this red wine is really expensive. Why don't you switch to beer and save money? A crew member looked at the several boxes of red wine being pushed in, and his lips twitched. At the same time, other members of the crew looked at Luo Xiao expectantly. They have never forgotten the last time they drank red wine. This red wine tastes good, but its stamina is really strong and not as refreshing as beer. Brother Xiao, how about? Wang Bin also spoke tentatively. Last time, he delayed a day of filming because of drinking this red wine. Luo Xiao felt the eyes of everyone and showed a wry smile. He also wanted to replace the red wine with beer, but Mr. Chin had already given the order and stated that red wine was part of the team building culture of the group company, and all company team building activities required red wine. Since it is the culture of the group company, as the manager of the company, it is naturally impossible for him to destroy this culture. Since everyone wants to drink beer, I will treat you to a drink when we return to Jiangxing. However, this team building is the culture of the group company, and we cannot destroy it. If you feel that you can't drink too much, don't be brave and drink as much as you can. After Luo Xiao finished speaking, the members of the crew didn't say anything else. They turned around and ate the culture of another group company, Caviar Bibimbap. All preparations for returning to the company tomorrow have been taken care of. Comfort the crew members. Luo Xiao turned to look at Wang Bin. After today's team building, their filming in Kyoto was completely over. All that's left is to arrange the editing. He is not very worried about editing, because the crew still has tens of millions of funds in their accounts, all of which have been invested in editing and special effects. He is very sure that the effect of the editing can definitely surpass most of the movies released now. Because many movies nowadays seem to invest a lot of money, but a large part of it is used to recruit actors or promote the movie. There are basically not many qualifications that can really be used in film production. Everything has been arranged, but the students from the School of Drama are planning to go directly back to the Magic City tomorrow instead of going to Jiangxing. Wang Bin said. Luo Xiao nodded. Several students from the Shanghai Academy of Drama had discussed this matter with him. Those students have not graduated yet, so they naturally have to return to the Magic City to complete their studies. And there's nothing wrong with following him back to Jiangxing. The rest is all the editor's business. So he nodded in agreement directly. Director Luo, we toast you a glass to thank you for your care during this period. Zhang Shui and Su Tang came over with several students from the Magic City Drama Academy, each holding a glass of red wine. Luo Xiao looked at the students from the Magic City Drama Academy and smiled faintly. Thank you. You worked very hard during the filming. And the person you really want to thank is not me, but Mr. Chun. Without Mr. Chin's order, the people who filmed this movie would definitely not be you. After saying that, he took a sip of the red wine on the table. What he just said was also true. If Mr. Chun had not ordered to recruit only amateur actors, he would not have gone to the Magic City Drama Academy to recruit these students who had not yet graduated. We understand, Director Luo. Zhang Shui and the others nodded slightly and drank the red wine in their hands at the same time. They also knew that the order to recruit only amateur actors was issued by Mr. Chun, who had only met once. That's why they had the opportunity to become the protagonists of this movie. However, Mr. Chun is the president of the group. They're just students of the Drama Academy who have not graduated yet. Even if they want to thank him, they can't see Mr. Chun in person. So, the only way they can thank him is to work hard to improve their acting skills and strive to shoot better movies for Blue Film and Television to make the movie box office a big hit. After finishing a glass of wine, Jiang Shui left with several students from the Magic City Drama Academy, and at the same time, several extras came over. Of course, extras were just their previous identities. Now they are officially contracted actors of Blue Film and Television. A short man with a silly smile looked at Luo Xiao with a red wine glass. Director Luo, I don't have much culture, and I can't say any words of thanks. It's all in the wine. As he said, he drank the full glass of red wine. Chapter 376, The Second Spending Plan. No need to thank me. You are a qualified actor. Luo Xiao looked at the honest man in front of him and smiled slightly. He liked this extra very much. During the filming process, although he did not have as many scenes as other directors, he was very serious every time he filmed. And his acting skills were also very good. He could instantly understand and make adjustments as long as many things were explained. Among all the actors in the crew, he was the one who improved the fastest except Wang Bin. And another point about him was that he always had a smile on his face. He looked silly, but he was full of energy every day and could drive other members of the crew. Wang Chong, you have such a big drinking capacity. After drinking this big glass, no one will carry you back later. Wang Bin looked at Wang Chong and drank a big glass of red wine in one gulp and couldn't help joking. He knew Wang Chong and the crew before, because the two were from the same family, and Wang Chong often studied some acting skills. The two gradually became familiar with each other. When recruiting actors for The Legend of the Demons, he thought of him. So he arranged a role that was not very important, but very suitable for him. It's okay. There is no need to shoot tomorrow. Even if you drink too much, it's okay. Wang Chong smiled innocently. The team building lasted for more than 2 hours. Since no one urged everyone to drink this time, everyone did not drink too much red wine. So at the end of the team building, although everyone was a little drunk, it was not serious. Luo Xiao looked at the time and found a high-end karaoke bar not far from the hotel. This is also part of the team building, and Mr. Chen also mentioned it. The last team building was just because everyone was too drunk, so they didn't go to the karaoke bar. The next day, Luo Xiao walked out of Jiangqing Airport with a group of crew members. He stopped several taxis and went directly to Tomorrow Group. They were on an early morning flight, so they arrived in Jiangqing at 10 a.m. It would be a waste of time to go home directly during this period. It is still necessary to return to the company as soon as possible to arrange some work and also report to Mr. Chun. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Chunimo kept writing on a piece of rough paper. Yesterday, he received a call from Luo Xiao, saying that he could return to Jiangqing today. This means that the first bad movie of Blue Film and Television, only the editing work is left. According to Luo Xiao's report last night, it means that the editing and special effects production will take about a month, plus the film review. It will be on the shelves around mid-August. And his settlement date is the end of the month. Looking at this time difference, Chunemo instinctively felt that something was wrong. Even if it was a bad movie, if it was just put on the shelves, there would definitely be some uninformed people who would choose to watch it. In that case, even if the box office is not much, it will have some impact on his settlement. The only solution is to postpone the release time of the movie. However, when he just had this idea, the system gave a reminder. It means that, during the filming and production process of the movie, he must not deliberately interfere with the release time of the movie. So if there is no accident, it is inevitable that this movie will be released in mid-August. Fortunately, the film was a bad movie. It is possible that some uninformed people who did not know the quality of the movie chose to watch it 2 days ago. But as the reputation of the movie spreads little by little, the number of people watching the movie will definitely decrease. Thinking of this, Chunemo slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Just yesterday, he found a very good spending plan. With the spending plan, even if the movie has a little income, he can spend that little income through this plan. However, after confirming that the movie will not affect the settlement in mid-August, he did not sit idle. Now that Luo Xiao and the others are back, they can start preparing for the filming of the second movie. Losing money. Of course, you have to seize all the time, and this can also be used as a second spending plan. If there is really a large amount of income before the settlement, he can invest the funds in the filming of the second movie. With this second set of spending plans, it is undoubtedly possible to make his settlement this time more secure. But in addition to preparing for the filming of the second movie, he has planned some other spending plans. The first thing is to allocate a car for the company manager. Last time, since Luo Xiao and Wang Bin were both filming in Kyoto, the cars for these two people have not been implemented. Also, when I visited the crew in Kyoto last time, I said that if the crew all stayed in the hotel, some props for filming would be difficult to move. So vehicles for transporting filming props should also be allocated. At the same time, vehicles for picking up and dropping off crew members should also be arranged. Chunemo looked at the content recorded on the rough paper, and then thought that Tang Xiu had already established a law firm, so he must have a car. These vehicles together must be a good expense. Where else can I spend money? Chunemo thought thoughtfully, tapping the paper with his pen. Dong dong dong. The door of the office was suddenly knocked. Chunemo looked up and saw Luo Xiao and Wang Bin push open the door and walk in carefully. Mr. Chun. The two walked to the desk and greeted each other. Chunemo looked at the two in surprise. He received a call yesterday, saying that the crew would return to Jiangxing today. Since they were coming back today, they must go to work tomorrow. He never expected that the two would come before 12 noon. Sit down. He pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Since he was back, he just arranged the next plan for Blue Film. Mr. Chun, the crew is back, but the students from the Drama Academy went back to the Magic City directly because of their studies, not to Jiangxing. Also, the movie is left with editing. After the editing is completed and the finished product comes out, it can be submitted for review and put on the shelves in theaters. But before it is put on the shelves in theaters, should we also promote the movie? Otherwise, the movie will not be well known at all. I am worried that after the movie is put on the shelves, it will affect the box office. After Luo Xiao sat down, he simply reported on the next work. He thought about the promotion for a long time. The final result is that the promotion should be continued, of course, under the premise of not affecting the quality of the film. After all, the film they're shooting now is all made by amateurs, so it is impossible to promote the film through the star effect. So, if they don't promote it, I'm afraid there won't be many people who choose to watch their film. At least, this is the case in the early stage when the film is put on the shelves in the theaters. Chapter 377. Cars for the Crew. Publicity. Chunemo glanced at Luo Xiao, wondering what his purpose was in choosing those amateur actors. No experience is a thing. Another point is that these amateurs have no traffic. No traffic means that no one cares about the movie after it is put on the shelves. No one interested means no box office. Without box office, there is no revenue, and without revenue, he loses money. What a wonderful closed loop this is. However, this guy Luo Xiao actually wanted to publicize and break this closed loop. It seems like this guy is too. There is no need to promote it. You have to know that a good movie is not promoted, but given by the audience. A bad movie, no matter how well you promote it, it is still a bad movie. Maybe in the early days, many people will choose to watch it because of the promotion, but as the reputation gets worse, fewer and fewer people will watch it. But for a good movie, even if it is not promoted, as the reputation gets better and better, more and more people will choose to watch it. So, stop thinking about promoting this matter. Put all your energy into film production. That is your first priority. Chunemo randomly found a reason to veto the promotion. The movie was released some time before the settlement, and it would be troublesome for Luo Xiao to really promote it, which would lead to a surge in revenue in the early stages of the movie's release. I understand, Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao nodded. He wanted to say that there would be no problem in promoting it without affecting production. But then he thought about how to do it without affecting the production. Those are the funds for the movie. If he spends 10 million to promote the movie, then 10 million will be missing from the film production. How can you say it has no impact? Maybe if all the 10 million for publicity is invested in film production, the effect of film production will be better. Oh, seeing that Luo Xiao didn't refute, Chinemo nodded with satisfaction. You can just watch and do the movie production. In short, there is no need for publicity. Next, there are some tasks that need to be handed over to you. Now that the movie has been shot, only the editing stage is left. Then prepare for the second movie, the selection of the movie script, and other matters. I need you to help the new movie before it is put on the shelves. Get it done. There is also the matter of car allocation for the crew. As for what kind of cars are needed and how many are needed, you can calculate it yourself. There is also the manager's car allocation. When the car was allocated last time, you were not in Jiangcheng, so there was no "I'll give you a car." And now that you are back, the car distribution will naturally be implemented. As for the place to buy the car, Shinro will give you a contact information, then you can just find that person. When he thought about buying a car, he thought of the 4S store salesperson who gave him his business card last time. He remembered giving the business card to Shinro. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao felt a little moved. He found out about the car distribution in the manager group when he was filming in Kyoto. But he didn't have much feeling for cars, and it didn't matter whether he had one or not. What moved him was that Mr. Chun brought up the matter just after they returned to the company. This shows that Mr. Chun has always remembered this matter in his heart and made him feel valued. Since the movie failed, he hasn't had this feeling of being taken seriously for a long time, including his family. Wangbin was also on the side and thanked him excitedly. Okay, that's all. You go and get busy. The car purchase will be implemented as soon as possible in the next 2 days. After arranging things for Blue Film and Television, Chen Mo waved his hand directly. When Luo Xiao and Wang Bin left, he took the opportunity to make a call to Tang Xiao and talked about the car distribution. As expected, after he told the manager about the car allocation, Tang Xiao replied directly that he had a car himself, so he didn't need to be allocated a car. No way. He made many random excuses before Tang Xiao accepted the car arrangement. Hang up the phone. He picked up the water glass next to the table and took a sip, then notified Shinro again and asked her to send the contact information of the salesperson of the 4S store to Luo Xiao and Tang Xiao. After Luo Xiao and Wang Bin left the president's office, I took the elevator back to Lampy Film and Television. After arranging some simple work, it was already noon. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Luo Xiao glanced at the time and went straight to the elevator. What about the special effects? Wang Bin followed Luo Xiao and said worriedly. Now that the movie is finished shooting, all that's left is editing and special effects. The company's own production team is definitely not enough. Some outsourcing companies are still needed to share the production of some special effects. That's easy to say. You can ask Fong Chong to find out. After all, they're making games and they will definitely know more than us. There shouldn't be any problem if we ask them to recommend a few better production teams. Luo Xiao spoke calmly. What they lack now is not money, but a good special effects production team. Yes, it happens to be the eating period now. Fong Chong and the others must be going to eat too, so we can discuss it with them in the cafeteria. Wangbin nodded slightly. The two took the elevator and arrived at the Tomorrow cafeteria. Not long after, they saw Fong Chong, Wei Yin and others entering the cafeteria. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin saw this and hurriedly sat down with their dinner plates. Special effects team? I do know some here. There are good ones and bad ones. It depends on how much money there is. Fong Chong listened to Luo Xiao's question and spoke slowly. When they make games, they sometimes outsource some special effects or modeling work, so they have a certain idea of the strength of those production teams. There is money, about 60 million. Luo Xiao spoke quickly. Mr. Chen invested a total of 80 million, including the actor's pay, the loss during filming, and some other living expenses, which cost a total of more than 16 million. In fact, it can be more economical. After all, there is no need to pay a lot to those amateur actors. His original plan was to pay 200,000 yuan per person for the leading actors. After all, they're all inexperienced amateur actors, and paying 200,000 yuan is already very high. For example, when selecting actors at the Shanghai Drama Academy, some students said they didn't need pay. But Mr. Chen said that 200,000 yuan was too little, and the pay for the leading actor was directly raised to 500,000 yuan. The more important supporting roles were also paid 300,000 yuan, and then actors like Wang Chong, who didn't have many roles, were also paid 100,000 yuan. This led to the fact that, in terms of pay, several million more than the original budget was spent. Of course, the expenses were not only the pay of the actors, but also the crew members, which Mr. Chen defined as business trips. So all the crew members will have 500 yuan of business trip expenses every day. He originally thought that Mr. Chen's behavior was a bit extravagant, but during the filming, he saw the actors' dedication and the crew members' active work. He gradually understood Mr. Chen's intentions. Chapter 378 Together. More than 60 million. Mr. Luo can hire the best special effects team to do special effects for a movie. I know a team that has very strong professional capabilities. There is absolutely no fault in the special effects they produce, and the construction period is also guaranteed. There is absolutely no problem in asking them to produce special effect for the movie. I will contact you later. Fong Chong couldn't help but click his tongue. I sighed secretly in my heart. Investing 60 million in special effects for a movie is already a big production. He once worked for a company like this for a period of time, and he also saw many lists like this for movie special effects production. It was obvious that only 10 to 20 million yuan was invested in special effects production. But after the movie was released, it could be marked with investment of hundreds of millions in special effects production. Then I'll trouble Mr. Fong. Luo Xiao expressed his gratitude. His biggest worry was that the money was spent, but the special effects were not done well. But with Fong Chang's recommendation, he doesn't need to worry about this problem. You're too polite. We are all working for Mr. Chen. If the special effects of the movie are good and the box office sells well, the group will get better and better. The group will get better and better, which is also good for us, isn't it? Fong Chong said with a smile. That's right. We are all managers under Mr. Chen. Even though we are not in the same company, we still have to help each other, right? Haha. There is no need for us to be polite to each other. Let's communicate more in the future. That means working together to create brilliance. Wei Yin, Li Shun, and Wu Yu also spoke in agreement. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin looked at Wei Yin and Li Shun and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Mr. Chen has a group of employees like this. Why should the Tomorrow Group be unhappy? Yongsheng 4S Store. Ji Xiaowei stood at the door of the 4S store, constantly looking at the pedestrians outside, expecting someone to come in and look at the car. Before long, finally someone came in. Ji Xiaowei was just about to greet him, but found that one of his colleagues had already greeted him first, and then took away the customer who came in. Seeing this scene, Yixiaohui sighed helplessly. Since the last time she met a big customer at the door of the store, she not only received a high commission, but also received a bonus. She did a simple calculation and found that her share plus bonuses were more than those old salespeople earned in a year's work. But this also caused a side effect. Originally, when the 4S store had low customer flow, those old salespeople would not stay at the door of the store. But after this incident, no matter what time, there were several salesmen waiting at the door of the store. This also leads to the fact that she can now receive fewer customers than before. Therefore, since taking that big order, she has returned to her previous state, unable to receive a single order. Shall we? It's noon. Time to eat. A cold voice came over. Ji Xiaowei looked up and saw Supervisor Huang Xiaoli waving to her. Okay, Sister Li. Ji Xiaowei looked at the door of the 4S store and saw that there were no pedestrians anymore, so she trotted over. Since taking that order, there have been some changes. It was the Supervisor Huang Xiaoli who treated her much better and even treated her better than other veteran salespeople. Don't be impatient. Take your time. There will always be orders. With that big order from last time, you don't have to worry about being fired, so don't be stressed. Huang Xiaoli looked at Ji Xiaowei, who was trotting over, and said with a smile. The last time Ji Xiaowei received an order worth tens of millions, she also received a large bonus. And because of this, she was also praised by her boss, who said that as long as she continued, she would have a chance to do it again. Move up a position. So, the newcomer Ji Xiaowei became more and more pleasing to her eyes. So from then on, she often paid attention to him. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Ji Xiaowei took out her cell phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number, but as a salesperson, she couldn't miss any call. Get on the phone. Hello. Yes, that's right, it's me. Okay. Then tomorrow at 10 a.m. Good. Ji Xiaowei's expression slowly changed from calm to excited, and finally excited. Supervisor Huang Xiaoli watched Ji Xiaowei's expression change and her words, and she already had some guesses in her mind. After Ji Xiaowei hung up the phone, she asked casually, "Anyone make an appointment to see the car tomorrow?" Yes, Sister Lee, and she is still an employee of the big customer last time. Ji Xiaowei nodded, feeling a little incredible in her heart. After she mustered up the courage to hand over her business card, she thought about it afterwards and realized that it was impossible for the boss of such a large group to keep the business card of a small salesperson like her. The hope of buying a car from her again is almost zero, so she had no hope for this. But the call just now showed that the president of the group not only left her business card, but also asked the employees below to make an appointment with her to buy a car. Not bad, keep up the good work. Huang Xiaoli also looked surprised when she heard this, but she quickly smiled and patted Ji Xiaowei on the shoulder. In any case, it would be good for Ji Xiaowei to receive the order. If there is another big order, she may be one step closer to promotion. The next day, at the entrance of Yongxing 4 store, Mr. Tang, this should be here. Luo Xiao looked at the sign of Yongxing 4's store in front of him and spoke slowly. Well, let's go in. Tang Xiao confirmed the address and walked in first after finding it correct. She was not going to get a car at first. After all, she had a car, so it was completely redundant to get her a car. However, after Mr. Chen's many theories, she finally accepted the car. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin also needed a car, so they agreed to come together. Seeing that Tang Xiao had walked in first, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin hurriedly followed behind. Hello. Is there anything I can help you with? As soon as they entered the store, a salesperson from the 4S store came up to them. I'm looking for Ji Xiaowei. I have an appointment. Tang Xiao looked at the salesperson who came up and smiled. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then smiled and spoke. Beauty, are you ready to buy a car? I can also introduce you to one, and I have discounts here. Tang Xiao frowned slightly at the salesperson in front of her. This kind of blatant snatching of business made her a little unhappy. However, as a business, such things should happen from time to time, and she didn't say much. She glanced at the salesperson in front of her and shook her head slightly. No need to come. I'll call her. As he said, he picked up the phone and found Ji Xiaowei's number and called her. This Ji Xiaowei was the message personally conveyed by Assistant Shun, and Assistant Shin undoubtedly represented Mr. Chen. So, no matter what the reason, she couldn't find other salespeople. At the same time, another salesperson had already met Luo Xiao and Wang Bin. Sorry, we are together. Luo Xiao smiled apologetically and gestured to Tang Xiao in front. In the distance, Ji Xiaowei looked at the three people coming in and was also ready to meet them, but she was standing far away from the door, so she was not as fast as other salespeople. But after the two salesmen took the customers away, she could stand closer to the door. She could almost receive the next customer first. And she had an appointment with another customer today, so it should be almost time. Ji Xiaowei looked at the time and looked at the store door with some anticipation. Ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang at this time, and Ji Xiaowei quickly took out the phone and looked at the caller ID. It was the number from yesterday. Seeing this, she quickly answered the call. Chapter 379, another $1 million order. I entered the store, and you were there. A familiar female voice came from the phone. Enter the store. Ji Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, then realized what she was doing and looked at the young woman next to her colleague. Sure enough, the other party was also on the phone. His client is that woman. Think of this. Ji Xiaowei quickly took the phone and ran over. Sorry, Mr. Tang, I'm late. Come closer. Ji Xiaowei said with an apologetic look. Are you Ji Xiaowei? Tang Xiao looked at the salesman trotting over. Yes, this is my business card. Ji Xiaowei nodded and then took out a business card. Tang Xiao glanced briefly and confirmed that this person was Ji Xiaowei, then nodded slightly. Let's go and find a place to discuss. Well, I don't know what car Mr. Tang wants to buy. I can take you to visit it first. Yixiaohui Huridli spoke. No need. The car model has been selected. Let's find a place to sign the contract. Danku spoke. Before coming, they had already selected the car models at Mr. Chin's request, with prices ranging from 750,000 to 800,000. Then, let's go to the reception room. Ji Xiaowei was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but she quickly thought of the last time she bought a car. Those people had also chosen a car model. However, some of the candidates were unqualified at that time, and they were repurchased on the spot. This is probably the characteristic of Tomorrow Group. Thinking in my heart, just as she was about to lead the way to the reception room, she noticed Luo Xiao and Wang Bin behind Tang Xiao. She had always thought that these two people were not from the same group as Mr. Tang, but now it seems that they are obviously together. Mr. Tang them. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Luo Xiao, and this is Mr. Wang Bin. They all want to buy a car. Tang Xiao introduced him. Ji Xiaowei heard this and quickly said hello. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the reception room. At the entrance of the 4S store, the two salesmen looked at Ji Xiaowei leaving with the customer, curled their lips, and continued to stand at the door waiting. Reception room. Ji Xiaowei looked at the models purchased by Tang Xiao and the other three, and became even more convinced that this was the characteristic of the Tomorrow Group. Although the models purchased this time are different, the price range is between 750,000 and 800,000. I checked the car model. Then the contract was quickly finalized. Mr. Tang, after the contract is signed, payment can be made. Well, I have to buy other cars and pay for them together when the time comes. Tang Xiao said, casting his gaze on Luo Xiao. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao hurried forward and handed the prepared paper to Ji Xiaowei. These are some of my car purchase requirements. See if there are any models that meet the requirements. As a vehicle for the crew, just consider two types. One is that it has a large space capacity, similar to that of a van, and can be used to pull shooting equipment. The other type is a multi-seat miniature, used to transport actors and crew members. However, he didn't know much about cars, so he just wrote these requirements directly on the paper and then asked Ji Xiaowei to recommend some, and then he chose to buy them. Ji Xiaowei looked at the requirements on the paper, then took out the car selection tablet on the side and quickly checked out some models that met the requirements. Mr. Luo, these are probably the models that meet your requirements. You can take a look. Saying, he handed over the tablet in his hand. Luo Xiao took the tablet, took a closer look, then took a screenshot of the vehicle and sent it to Mr. Chen. He found that the prices of these models range from high to low. The high price of a multi-seater commercial vehicle was 1.2 million, while the low price was only tens of thousands. With such a huge price difference, he didn't know how to make a choice. Before long, Mr. Chen sent back the message and checked two models on the screenshot. A large space for bread and a business with many seats. Luo Xiao took a look at the prices and was amazed. Mr. Chen chose the most expensive of the two models. Check out those two models on the tablet and then hand them to Ji Xiaowei. These are the two models. Ji Xiaowei took the tablet and glanced at the model Luo Xiao selected. She was slightly stunned for a moment, then looked up at Luo Xiao. Mr. Luo, the total cost of these two models is 1.8 million. Are you sure it's these two models? 1.8 million. This plus the three cars we just selected is nearly over 4 million. Ji Xiaowei calculated silently and couldn't help being shocked. 4 million. Although it is not as much as the previous one of more than 10 million, it is still a big order. Sure, there will be 5 vehicles of each of these two models. Luo Xiao nodded. According to the crew members and the number of props, 5 vehicles of each type of car is almost enough. Ji Xiaowei exclaimed subconsciously, looked at Luo Xiao, and asked uncertainly, Mr. Luo, we need 5 vehicles of each model. Yes. Luo Xiao nodded. Get confirmed. Ji Xiaowei took a deep breath. If there were 5 units of each model, then the final sales would not be more than 4 million, but more than 10 million. This sales volume is almost the same as last time. Another 10 million order. Ji Xiaowei secretly pinched her thigh and felt a burst of pain to confirm that she was not dreaming. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Luo Xiao across from him and spoke quickly. Okay, Mr. Luo, I'm going to get you a contract. As he spoke, he started to get busy. A while. All contracts have been signed. Several people left the conference room and went to check out. Came to the checkout room. Sister Li. As soon as Ji Xiaowei entered the room, she saw her supervisor Huang Xiaoli sitting in the room and said hello. Huang Xiaoli nodded slightly when she saw this. She knew that Ji Xiaowei had an appointment with a client today. When she saw Ji Xiaowei bringing the client here, she knew that the deal was done. Looking at Ji Xiaowei holding a small stack of contracts, this contract is not as thick as the last one, but this thickness does not look like a contract. It seems that although the transaction volume this time is not as high as the last time, it should not be very low. Thinking in my heart, Huang Xiaoli walked over curiously. At this time, the staff who collected the money had already started to check the accounts with the contract. Soon the contract was calculated and the payment was completed. Huang Xiaoli picked up the contract and took a look at it out of curiosity. It's an order of 760,000 yuan. Soon another contract was settled. I picked it up and looked at it. This time, it was an order of 770,000 yuan. See these. Huang Xiaoli knew clearly that the car purchase this time should be the same as the last time, with the price range ranging from 750,000 to 800,000. His eyes fell on. There are still 3 contracts left that haven't been settled yet. That is to say, there are a total of 5 contracts this time, and the price of each one is between 750,000 and 800,000. If there are 5 contracts, the total transaction volume will be nearly 4 million. As she guessed, the transaction volume this time was not as high as the last time. However, the turnover of 4 million is also very good. Those old salesmen may not be able to achieve this much in a month. Chapter 380 Punishment Effect. Huang Xiaoli couldn't help but admire that even though Ji Xiaowei was a newcomer, strictly speaking, she only took orders from one person. But the transaction volume of the orders received is already higher than the performance of those old salesmen in a year. Although there is some luck involved, there should be no more orders in the future. After all, even if it is a group, the number of cars to buy is limited, so it is impossible to come and buy cars from time to time. But these 2 orders alone were enough for Ji Xiaowei to continue working in the store. Even if there is no performance in the next 6 months, Ji Xiaowei can still survive with the commission from these 2 orders, and half a year is enough for Ji Xiaowei to become a mature salesperson. Huang Xiaoli thought in her mind that all the other 3 contracts had been settled. Just about to leave, I heard the staff member who collected the money say, the total transaction volume is 11.31 million. Please see if there is anything wrong. 11.31 million. Huang Xiaoli was stunned for a moment. Wasn't it nearly 4 million? How could there be a turnover of 11.31 million? Could it be that I guessed wrong? She picked up the other 3 contracts and glanced at them as if nothing had happened. One of them was the same as she guessed, a contract worth 760,000 yuan. But the other 2 contracts are different. Although there were 2 contracts, a total of 10 vehicles were sold. The turnover of these 2 contracts alone is already as high as 9 million. No wonder the total turnover is over 10 million. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaoli looked at Ji Xiaowei's eyes and couldn't help but feel a little envious. As a newcomer who has been working for less than 3 months, he has already achieved more than 20 million yuan in sales, which has broken the record among Yongxing 4 stores. In this new record, it is estimated that few people will break it. But then I thought about it. Ji Xiaowei had received such a big order twice in a row, so wouldn't her chances of promotion be higher? Mr. Luo, I have asked someone to pick up the vehicles I purchased. However, there are not that many commercial vehicles in the store. It will take some time to dispatch them from other places. Ji Xiaowei saw the payment finished and said slowly. This matter was already mentioned when signing the contract, but it was mentioned again now. It doesn't matter. Just call me when the car arrives. I will send someone to pick it up. Luo Xiao waved after hearing this. I don't know when the next movie will be shot. Even if I have all the cars ready now, I won't be able to use them. He suggested that he wait until the next script is finished and prepare to start filming before purchasing a car for the crew. But Mr. Chin directly rejected his proposal. Next, they dealt with some insurance-related matters in the 4S store, and then they drove their new cars out of the 4S store. Tomorrow Group. President's Office. Chinemo looked at the car models sent by Luo Xiao and ignored everything about performance. He directly chose the most expensive of the two models and sent it back to Luo Xiao himself. Then I started to take the computer and calculate the cost of buying this car. Quickly click on the computer. After looking at the finally calculated price for a while, Chinemo smiled slightly. Not bad, not bad. The cost this time was more than 10 million. I didn't expect that providing cars to company employees would be so expensive. It seems that I will make good use of it in the future. As Tomorrow Group continues to grow, the number of employees in the group will definitely increase. At that time, the group's official buses will definitely need to be increased. Also, since the company's managers can be assigned cars, can employees in other positions also be assigned cars? For example, company director. Just after Chinemo had this thought, the system's voice suddenly rang. Supervisors are mid-level positions in the company and play a vital role in the company's operations. It is more reasonable to allocate cars to supervisors. Oh! However, there are many supervisory positions, some with strong abilities and some with poor abilities. In this regard, only supervisors who meet the following requirements can be assigned cars. 1. Supervisors with outstanding contributions or roles. 2. Work for 1 year without outstanding merits, but without making major mistakes. Oh! Listening to the sound of the system, Chinemo searched among various companies, and the one who could meet this requirement was probably Zhao Bowen from Songshua Games. Although he is not a supervisor, the position of office director is one level higher than that of a supervisor, and he was promoted from supervisor. The last time the manager allocated cars, he was not qualified to allocate cars. But if the supervisor is responsible for allocating cars, he is the only one who meets the requirements. After all, he was also involved in Tianlong's resurrection, and it can be said that he has outstanding contributions. But when he thought about this, he felt a toothache. Because of Tianlong, he failed to transform twice. Because of this, Zhao Bowen was given a car. No. How could such a good thing happen? Chinemo shook his head unhappily. Anyway, he had no shortage of ways to spend money, so he should put aside the matter of equipping Zhao Bowen with a car. In the money book, the matter of matching a car to Zhao Bowen was recorded, and a big question mark was placed on it. Subsequently, I put away the money manual. Sitting back on the seat, it suddenly occurred to me that Song Xia and Sultan had set off for a while, and it was time to see what the other's condition was like now. After sending a message, he confirmed that he could start the video call, and then he called the video call directly, since he wanted to see the other party's status. Of course, the video call was the most intuitive. Not long after the video call was made, it was connected. Soon Song Xia appeared in the video. She was wearing a t-shirt and a sunscreen jacket outside the t-shirt. Her hair was a little messy, and there were some sweat stains, and her face was also a little tired. Looking at Song Xia's appearance, Chinemo nodded with relief. Is this right? This is the punishment effect he wants. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Song Xia asked with a breath in her hand. The family they were heading to was at the highest point of the village, and the vehicle could not go up, so they could only walk. Nothing, just to see how the progress is over there. Chun Mo listened to Song Xia's panting and smiled secretly in his heart. He had already made up his mind that next time, if anyone made trouble for him again, he would send them directly to pick up the poor old man. Recently, he observed that Fong Chong and his people seemed to have gotten used to running every day. Even if the distance was doubled, it would not have any punishment effect. They were really exercising. Mr. Chun, there are already a group of elderly people on their way back to Jiangxing. They will arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Next, we will probably go to 6 more places, and 6 groups of elderly people will be sent to Jiangxing one after another. Song Xia quickly reported the current progress. Before they set off, they made a route map and strategy. Since the location of each elderly person is relatively scattered, they will divide several areas according to the distribution of the elderly's location. After they go to each area, They will gather all the elderly in this area together and then arrange several people to take care of these elderly people back to Jiangchen. The area they arrived at now is the second area in the plan. Chunimo listened to Song Xia's report and nodded slightly, and then continued to ask, "Where is Teacher Sue? How is she?" He didn't care about reports or anything like that. Chapter 381, Retired Player. Teacher Sue, she is in front. As Song Xia spoke, she turned the camera to the front. Soon, Sudan's figure appears in the video. Chunimo took a closer look and saw that Sultan was dressed similarly to Song Xia and was in almost the same condition. The pace ahead also seemed very heavy. Good. This is the effect he wants. After confirming the status of Song Xia and Sudan, Chunimo finally felt relieved that this method of punishment was good. While punishing, you can also bring all those old people back. Simply kill two birds with one stone. Hang up video. Chunimo sat back on the chair comfortably, picked up the coffee, and took a sip happily. At present, it seems that the development trend of Tomorrow Group is simply great. Certainly, it would be even more perfect if there were no accidents at Nana Coffee. But it seems harmless now. Even if Nana Coffee's income increases now, it can be reinvested in expansion. So at least for now, whether Nana Coffee is profitable or not, it will not affect the system settlement. Chunimo sat back on the boss's chair and sorted out his current property in his mind. Confirmed. Between now and settlement, no industry can make the system funds skyrocket. In this case, this time he converted the system funds in full, so it was stable. After all, he still has two large spending plans in his hands. One is to purchase an apartment building and renovate it, and the other is to invest in a new script. With these two spending plans, he can completely spend all the system funds through these two ways of spending money in a few days before settlement. Then the system funds will be fully converted. Very nice. Chunimo smiled slightly. This time should be the closest he has come to full settlement. BL Game Club. Yao Beigwa took two young people to visit the club. This entire office building belongs to our BL Game Club. All equipment, including various tables and chairs, are brand new, and the computer equipment is also top-notch. You will not experience any lag when playing games. Your Fire Dragon Island training base is on the 5th floor. It includes your training room and dormitory. This is where I will take you. Yao Beigwa looked at the two young people beside him and kept introducing the club's environment and layout. Both of these people are retired professional players from Fire Dragon Island. They have both led their own teams and won championships in the professional arena. However, in subsequent games, several operational errors occurred, causing the team to fail in the game. Therefore, it has been criticized by many people on the internet. In addition, as I grew older, some operations and reactions were no longer as good as those of newcomers, so I finally chose to retire. It is said that they are growing older, but the actual age of the two is only 25 years old. But that's how esports is. 25 years old is already considered an old player. Li Chong and Lin Guangqing kept looking at every corner of the club with a trace of nostalgia in their eyes. Since retiring, they have not entered the game club for a long time. It's been about 2 years. Since retiring, they have been broadcasting on live broadcast platforms. With their previous fame, they still have a certain fan base. However, due to the continuous emergence of new games, Fire Dragon Island has a lot fewer players, so the income from live broadcasts is also decreasing a little bit. Even last year's signing fee was reduced by about half. Therefore, they have been very anxious for the past year. If there is really no traffic in Fire Dragon Island, what will they do? Although I saved some money during the competition before, but they keep resting on their laurels, and one day they will run out of money. But just a few days ago, they suddenly received an invitation from a game company, saying that they wanted to invite them to come back and play professionally. They have all retired for 2 years, and there is actually a gaming club inviting them to play professionally. It's true that they didn't expect it. However, they were a little confused about the future, so after some hesitation, they agreed to the invitation. Today is the day to come and visit and negotiate. Take the elevator. Come to the 5th floor. This is the esports room. When there are no tasks, you usually play games or live broadcast in this esports room. This is the training room. There is a fixed time for training every day, and all members have to come to the training room. Training. There will also be coaches watching the game to find out your mistakes during training. This is the dormitory, 2 people per room, with TV, air conditioning, and bathroom all fully equipped. There is also a canteen here. Professional chefs will prepare nutritious meals for you every day. You just need to come on time to eat. There is also a small fitness room here with several treadmills and some fitness equipment. Don't neglect your personal health when playing games. Yao Bagua took the 2 of them through the entire 5th floor and explained the purpose of each room. These configurations are also the same on other floors. Li Chong and Lin Guangqing have been following Yao Bagua, looking at the structure of each room, their expressions gradually becoming shocked. Whether it is an esports room, a dormitory, or a gym, this is already the configuration that a top club should have. Those small clubs do not have such complete configuration. They learned about the BL Game Club before coming here, and the information showed that it was a newly registered game club. Since it was newly registered, it must be a newly established small game club. But from entering the game club to visiting all the rooms on the 5th floor, they found that they were wrong. It is a newly established game club, but it is definitely not a small game club. As for the configuration of this game club, there are few game clubs in China that can match it. How about it? If you think there is no problem, let's discuss some signing matters. Yao Bagua observed the changes in Li Chong and Lin Guangqing's expressions, and knew that the 2 had been shocked by the configuration of the club. Of course, shock is also natural. Even he was very shocked when he learned about Mr. Chin's requirements for the game club. A newly established game club directly invested so much. He had not expected this. However, Mr. Chin's huge investment was enough to show how much he valued this game club. At least there should not be the withdrawal of investment that happened a few times before. Since he did not withdraw his investment, he had enough confidence to open the club and make it the largest game club in the country, which was worthy of Mr. Chin's respect for him. Chapter 382, Stirring Up the Heat. Listening to Yao Bagua's words, Li Chong and Lin Guangqing glanced at each other, and each saw the strange movement in the other's eyes, but neither of them nodded immediately. Think for a moment. Li Chong looked up at Yao Bagua and spoke slowly. Mr. Yao, you also know our situation. Although we have indeed led the team to win championships, one thing is an indisputable fact. Our current competitive level is indeed not as good as those new professional players. If we join the club, I'm afraid the chance of winning the championship in professional competitions will be very low. After Li Chong finished speaking, Lin Guangqing also nodded in agreement. They are professional players. Retired. It was also due to technological regression and various other reasons that it was forced to retire. If you can continue playing professionally, who would think about retiring? But esports is so cruel. Without results, everything is nonsense. There is a very popular saying recently, and it is very correct. Esports is the original sin. Even if you want to continue playing professionally and stay on the court, your strength cannot keep up, and it will hinder the team. Whether it's the club, the fans, or himself, will create doubts. If you can't solve it, once a substitute appears, that's when you'll be out. Now that Yao Bagua invited them to join the game club, they might not have any problems in a short period of time, but once they actually entered the game, their results were not ideal. That's when problems may arise. It can be said that this is also their biggest concern. I understand everything about this. Let's go to the office to talk about it. Yao Bagua smiled slightly when he heard this. Regarding this matter, he and AtoZ had already thought of many ways to deal with it and made many responses. So, I'm not too worried at this point. Good. Li Chong and Lin Guangqing nodded. If they could really return to the club, they would naturally be willing. Come to the elevator. Several people went directly to the top floor. The top floor is where the company leaders, coaches from various games, and managers rest and work. However, there are coaches and managers, and there are no candidates yet, so the offices here are still empty. Yao Bagua gave a brief introduction to the top floor and then led the 2 of them towards the innermost office. In the innermost part, there are 2 offices, one general manager's office and one deputy manager's office. Just walk to the door of the general manager's office. The door to the deputy manager's office opposite was opened, and AtoZ walked out with a young man. Seeing this, Yao Beiguan nodded to AtoZ and then spoke with a smile. This is another manager of the club, AtoZ, Mr. Tao. Upon hearing Yao Beigua's introduction, Li Chong and Lin Guanqing hurriedly said hello. At the same time, AtoZ also introduced it to the young people around him. Come on, let's go in. After greeting AtoZ, Yao Beigua walked into the office with Li Chong and Lin Guanqing. In order to speed up the recruitment process, the two of them are responsible for the recruitment of several games each. Anyone can sit down. Enter the office. Yao Beigua poured a glass of water for the two of them, sat across from them, and looked at Li Chong and Lin Guanqing who were sitting opposite. We all understand your situation. Because of your age, your competitive level has fallen behind, and we all understand. To put it bluntly, with your current competitive state, it may be difficult for you to achieve a good ranking in the professional arena. We're not expecting that. In that case, why did Mr. Yao invite us to join the game club? Lin Guanqing looked at Yao Beigua with some confusion. Since it was confirmed that they could not achieve a good ranking in the competition, why did he invite them to join the game club? Li Chong also looked puzzled. There are many reasons, let me explain them slowly. Yao Beigua picked up the water glass and took a sip. The first point is that the club has just been established and needs some fame. And as a former professional player, you also led your team to win the championship. Even though you have retired for 2 years, you still have a certain degree of popularity. If we package the news about your comeback and return to the competition, then disseminate it. This is a very big wave of popularity. With this wave of popularity, our BL Game Club will appear in the public eye as quickly as possible. Yao Beigua slowly said the first key reason. This was AtoZ's initial proposal. Generally, if a new club wants to appear in the public eye, the most traditional way is for the team to win the championship in the competition. This is the most effective, but also the most difficult method. Another option is to spend a lot of money to recruit a star player who is playing professionally. Of these two methods, one is difficult and the other is very expensive. But AtoZ's proposal is both simple and economical. A retired professional player does not need to spend much money, but they can use this to bring out a huge point of controversy, a team composed entirely of retired old professional players. What kind of results will he achieve when he returns to the competition? As long as this news is packaged and promoted, it will definitely be a huge hit. Of course, during the promotion process, the name of their BL Game Club must appear frequently. Lin Guanqing and Li Chong frowned slightly and felt a little uncomfortable listening to Yao Beigua's story. They said that because of their age, their competitive level has declined, and they are not as recognized as those new professional players. After all, the facts are there. Their competitive level has indeed declined. But what Yao Beigua just said is undoubtedly using them to promote his game club. This approach makes them a little unhappy. And there is another key question, which is what they should do after using them for promotion. Continuing to stay in the club to play. I am afraid it is unlikely. After all, they have completed the promotion task, and continuing to participate in the competition will hardly bring any good results to the club. At that time, the club will probably take the initiative to talk to them and persuade them to quit. Mr. Yao, if that's the case, I'm afraid we won't join the game club. Li Chong and Lin Guanqing exchanged glances and then spoke together. Yao Beigua listened to what Li Chong and Lin Guanqing said, and he was not surprised at all. After all, his words just now were a bit too utilitarian, and it was normal for them to be dissatisfied. So, he smiled and waved his hand. Don't rush to refuse. I haven't finished speaking yet. It won't be too late to make a decision after I finish speaking. Chapter 383. This contract is too normal. Li Chong and Lin Guanqing nodded and did not leave immediately. They also wanted to hear what Yao Beigua had to say. The next point is the second one, which is also related to you. Yao Beigua looked at Li Chong and Lin Guanqing and continued to speak. First of all, it's your arrangement. Although it's a bit utilitarian to use you to promote the club, if you think about it, the club's reputation will be good for you. But considering the problem of hard power, you can't always be active in the professional arena. There will definitely be new professional players to replace you. In our plan, if you don't get good results after participating in professional competitions, We will recruit new people to replace you. And this new person is not poached from other professional teams, but a pure new person. So this is related to the issue of leading new people. At that time, the old professional players will lead 1 or 2 professional players to compete. At this time, you're very important. You need to help the newcomers get familiar with the rhythm and environment of professional competitions, as well as awareness. Li Chong listened to Yao Beige's words and nodded slightly, and then expressed his doubts. It can't always be the mode of old people leading newcomers. One day, the whole team will be taken over by newcomers. That's right. Yao Beige glanced at Li Chong. The final team will definitely be controlled by newcomers, but you don't have to worry. By that time, although you won't be on the field, I have arranged a more suitable position for you. That is the club coach. You have many years of competition experience, and you have a very accurate understanding of the game and the situation on the field. So it is very reassuring for you to take the position of coach. The club's reputation will be promoted through retired professional players, and then the experienced old professional players will slowly lead the newcomers to complete the transition from old to new. The replaced old professional players can slowly retreat behind the scenes and become the club's coach. How about this decision? Can you accept it? After Yao Beige finished speaking, his eyes fell on Li Chong and Lin Guanqing. Mr. Yao, we can accept it. After hearing this, Li Chong and Lin Guanqing nodded in agreement without thinking too much. If the promotion of the club is to use them, it will make them uncomfortable. But the club did not give up on them after the promotion, and it is obvious that the club also values them very much. Whether it is training newcomers or being a coach of the club, they have found a way out for them. Before they came to the club, they were always confused, worried about what they should do after the game had no traffic. But at this time, the BL club gave them a good way out. If this is the case, they still don't accept it, then they are fools. In this case, then happy cooperation. Yao Beige smiled and stood up, then took out 2 contracts from the desk and handed them to Li Chong and Lin Guanqing. This is the contract for signing. You can take a closer look. If there is no problem, you can sign it. Of course, you haven't made a decision yet, and you can think about it for a few more days. Yao Beige said, and handed the 2 contracts in his hand to Li Chong and Lin Guanqing respectively. Lin Guanqing and Li Chong took the contract and immediately flipped through it. After a while, the 2 closed the contract and were very surprised. Many game clubs have done a lot of work on the contracts of professional players. There are sky-high liquidated damages, and there are various incomes after squeezing, such as live broadcast signing fees or advertising fees, etc. In this regard, they are also deeply affected, so they have always been very cautious in terms of contracts. Just now, they carefully read all the contents of the contract. In the end, they found that all the things they were worried about were not there. There is no sky-high liquidated damages. No, it can be said that there is no liquidated damages. And the income sharing is also clearly written in the contract, and there will be no disagreements in the future. This contract can be said to be too normal. It is a bit different from the normal contract signed by the game club and the players. What? Is there a problem with the contract? Yao Beige looked at the 2 and smiled. Mr. Yao, is there no liquidated damages in our contract? Li Chong couldn't help asking. It was the first time he heard of the use of no liquidated damages in the game circle. That's right. All the contracts in our club have no penalty. If one day you feel unhappy staying in this club, or feel that there is no future, you can leave at any time. We will not impose any restrictions. Of course, if you really want to break the contract, you still have to go through the normal process. Yao Beige said lightly. The penalty was not his decision at all, nor was it AtoZ's decision. It was Mr. Chen's decision. Mr. Chen said that the sky-high penalty has undoubtedly restricted the development of the domestic game industry. Why has it been difficult for our domestic game teams to achieve results in international competitions for so many years? Most of the reasons are due to contract restrictions. Originally, it was possible to form a team with some outstanding players. But because of the restrictions of those contracts, those professional players could not gather together. This has led to the fact that domestic game teams have always been mediocre in strength. Every team has some outstanding players, but also some shortcomings. This has led to the fact that it is difficult for any top teams to emerge. As a manager of several game clubs, he is very clear about these things. But no club will make changes to this, because once the sky-high liquidated damages contract or other types of contracts are abandoned, they're giving up their own interests. But what makes him admire is that Mr. Chen actually made such a decision. Yao Bagua sighed in his heart. Mr. Chen undoubtedly wanted to change the domestic game market by himself. Thinking about it in his heart, I really have some expectations. Since Mr. Chen has this expectation, then as the manager of the club, he naturally has to contribute. Okay, then we will sign the contract now. The contract was confirmed. Li Chong and Lin Guanqing no longer had any concerns and began to look forward to joining the gaming club. If they could bring out a group of powerful newcomers and win the championship in the professional arena, it seemed to be a very fulfilling thing. Chapter 384: Income from Boring Short Videos. As Li Chong and Lin Guanqing spoke, they already picked up the pens on the table and signed a contract. Welcome, welcome. From now on, you're a member of the BL Game Club. Let us work together for the glory of the club. When Yao Bagua saw the two sign the contract, he stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Yao, we will work hard. Li Chong and Lin Guanqing nodded solemnly. After the conversation just now, they already knew that even if they could not become professional players in the end, they would eventually become the club's coach. If nothing unexpected happens, they will probably stay in this club forever. The rise and fall of the club is also related to their future, so they naturally have to work hard. Several people sat in the office and talked for a while. Yao Bagua sent the two of them outside the office. Go back and prepare. You can take your luggage and move to the club's dormitory at any time. Okay, Mr. Yao. Li Chong said goodbye to Lin Guanqing and left the BL Game Club. They need to go back to pack their luggage and some personal matters. Yao Bagua watched the two people leave, then turned and knocked on the door to enter the deputy manager's office. We're done talking. How's it going? Have you signed a contract? AtoZ saw Yao Bagua coming in and asked calmly. Yao Bagua sat down opposite AtoZ with a smile, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup of tea. Based on the conditions offered by our club, as long as they are not fools, not many people will refuse. The contract has been signed, and I can move to the club in about 2 days. How are you doing there? Yao Bagua took a sip of tea and looked up at AtoZ. It's all the same. AtoZ nodded. It seems that we are making good progress in recruiting retired professional players. However, for extreme survival recruitment, we need to recruit from amateur players. Yao Bagua put the teacup on the table. Extreme survival is a new game, and there are no retired professional players at all. AtoZ pondered for a moment, and then spoke calmly. Didn't Tange Game Club hold an offline competition? We could take a look at the video of that competition to see if there are any strong players. It's no longer feasible. Some of the outstanding players in offline competitions have already been poached by other clubs. Yao Bagua shook his head. He had learned from people at Tange Club some time ago, and he said that when the Extreme Survival offline competition entered the second half, many clubs had already begun to form Extreme Survival game teams. After the offline competition ended, and some even before the competition ended, people from the club began to contact those players who performed outstandingly. At this time, among the players in those games, if you choose, the clubs will basically choose the rest. There is simply no value left to recruit. Hey, we can only recruit new people and train them slowly. AtoZ site. That's all we can do, but Extreme Survival is a new game. Tinga has just held an offline competition. If we want to hold the next offline competition, it will take a while at the earliest. As for Mr. Chen, and there is no news about holding an Extreme Survival offline competition, so we don't have to worry too much and just recruit slowly. Based on the current recruitment progress, in another month, all members of the entire club will be almost fully equipped. Yao Bagua estimated the current recruitment progress of game club members. It's almost a month. After the recruitment of members is completed, it is time for us to carry out publicity work. Next month is August, and in October there are 2 games that will hold winter games. We need to speed up the process and make sure to spread the word and create buzz before the game. Then when the winter season starts, let our professional teams enter the arena. AtoZ spoke quickly. Isn't this a bit rushed? In 2 months, the team is probably still in the running-in stage. I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve any good results on the competition field? Yao Bei was said worriedly. No, it must be as soon as possible. Otherwise, the popularity will definitely fade after it reaches a certain height. So we must let the teams compete when the popularity is the highest. In this way, the audience will pay more attention to the results of the game, and it will also better make our BL game club appear in the eyes of the audience. It doesn't matter how you rank. AtoZ shook his head slowly. The heat will definitely weaken as time goes by. Once the heat disappears, there will be no effect if he continues to participate in the competition. In the office, the two were constantly discussing the club's next development plan. Boring short video. Li Shun and we were sitting in the office, looking at the data report of the teaching live broadcast during this period. As Li Weiwei changed the publicity plan to an online mission publishing model. The speed of teaching live broadcasts is getting faster and faster. And there are also more and more anchors working part-time as teaching live broadcasts, but 80% of them are students from normal universities. After many adjustments and changes, in order to make the teaching more professional, they divided the subjects of the live broadcast so that each anchor only teaches one subject. In this case, you could provide targeted teaching and effectively answer questions in the live broadcast room. Otherwise, some viewers asked about English, some viewers asked about math, some viewers asked about physics. In short, in a live broadcast room, it is very likely that problems from multiple disciplines will appear at the same time. If there are few people, it can be solved, but when there are many people, the anchor will not be busy at all. This makes live teaching very confusing. However, after making adjustments, this problem disappeared. In a live broadcast room, only one subject is taught and questions on one subject are answered, which makes the anchor much more relaxed. And in this way, one anchor can face more viewers at the same time. And after the reform, they also conducted an online survey, and the final results were basically unanimously positive. A long while, Li Shun put the information in his hand aside and turned to look at Wu Yu with a hint of joy on his face. Not bad. After this period of publicity, the number of viewers of the teaching live broadcast should reach more than 80,000. And looking at the data in the report, the number of viewers is still rising. When Wu Yu heard this, he also put down the report in his hand, with the same joy on his face. It seems that our decision to focus on the development of subject-based live broadcasts is a very correct decision. Now the profit from the subject-based live broadcasts alone, from the sale of learning materials, stationery, etc., has reached 500,000 this month. This 500,000 yuan is not the sales of the live broadcast room, but the commission they get from the boring short video after simply selling those stationery materials, and the share for the live broadcast is also deducted. So 500,000 is the income from their boring short videos. The real sales have reached millions, with more than 80,000 viewers spending millions in total. It shows how willing the parents of those students are to spend money on their children. This is a good thing. I have to report it to Mr. Chun. Li Shun smiled relaxedly. An income of 500,000 yuan was nothing to the entire Tomorrow Group, but it was definitely good news for boring short videos. Well, I've already let. Wu Yu nodded. Chapter 385. The tree stands out in the forest. That's good. Li Shun nodded, then took out a data report and handed it to Wu Yu. As long as Lu Weiwei and others promote the boring short video, more and more people will know about it as time goes by, so we can properly focus on other live broadcast sections. This is the live broadcast information of the agricultural section. You can take a look. Agricultural live broadcast section. Wu Yu took the data report and soon thought of Professor Yuan Qinghua, whom he had met at the agricultural university before. As the deputy manager of the boring short video, he would pay attention to the situation of various live broadcast sections every day to see if there was any potential for development. He also paid attention to the agricultural section, including Professor Yuan's live broadcast, which he also watched. But the effect of the live broadcast was not ideal, and there were only a few viewers in the live broadcast room. Of course, this cannot be entirely blamed on the poor live broadcast effect. Another big part of the reason is that their boring short video platform does not have many users at all. Now 90% of the users on the platform are in the subject live broadcast room. He was confused and didn't know why Li Shun showed him the agricultural live broadcast, so he opened the data report and took a look. After a while, he closed the newspaper and looked up at Li Shun. "Brother Shin, this report seems very ordinary. There is nothing special about it. This data report on the agricultural live broadcast section is basically the same as what he knows. Then why don't you take a look at these news?" Li Shun said, and took out a few more news reports and handed them to Wu Yu. Wu Yu took it and looked at it, and soon frowned slightly. These reports all record some agricultural disasters in various parts of the country during this period. The disasters on it are very diverse. For example, the increase in rainfall in Hika City has caused many more symptoms in the vineyard than in previous years. The most serious thing is that all the grapes in the entire vineyard are infected and rotten. In a town under Shiguang City, a farmer bought fake fertilizers, resulting in the burning of several acres of crops. The crops in Pansong City suddenly became sick and could not be treated in time, resulting in a large reduction in grain production. In this data, whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, the final result is a reduction in production or a total loss of harvest. Seeing such news, Wu Yu, who was born in a rural family, naturally felt the same way about these reports, because his family had suffered similar injuries. "How is it? What do you think?" Li Shun looked at Wu Yu's expression and asked lightly. "Somewhat powerless." Wu Yu sighed. He said he had no way to deal with this situation. Ordinary people rely on the weather for their livelihood. No, we can do a lot of things. We have no way to avoid those large natural disasters such as droughts and floods. But we have ways to avoid a series of disasters such as this kind of disease. Li Shun shook his head slowly. "I talked about these disasters with Professor Yuan from the Agricultural University the day before yesterday. Professor Yuan said that many crops, fruit trees, and vegetables have symptoms before they get sick. As long as you observe carefully, you will find them, and then you can identify the disease based on the symptoms and then treat it in a targeted manner, and the problem can be solved. For example, the grapes in Hika City are the result of the crazy reproduction of certain bacteria in this environment due to the increase in rainfall. As long as you observe carefully, in the early stage of the disease, small black spots will appear on the tips of the grapes, and the grapes will be softer than normal grapes when touched by fingers. This is the complication of the grapes. As long as it is discovered in time and targeted drug treatment is carried out, it can be solved. And the first step is to develop agricultural live broadcast. As long as the agricultural live broadcast is done like academic live broadcast, many farmers will watch it. At that time, if some crops really have problems, you can also use live broadcast to ask the anchors who are rich in agricultural knowledge in the live broadcast. Find the problem of the crop as soon as possible and then give a solution. Then, you can also sell agricultural products through the live broadcast room. Of course, you must be strict in quality control and there must be no quality problems. As long as we do all the above things, even if we can't eliminate the problem of crop disasters, we can greatly reduce the occurrence of disasters. Li Shun recounted all his thoughts. Agriculture is a vital issue at any time and cannot be ignored. They just need to use boring short videos to drive the agricultural live broadcast so that farmers all over the country know that this live broadcast exists. At that time, not only will the damage to crops be reduced, but they will also make huge profits by selling quality-guaranteed agricultural products through live broadcast. Wu Yu listened to Li Shun's words, and his eyes gradually lit up. If this is true, then the crop disaster will indeed be reduced a lot. But soon, he thought of the situation of boring short video and said with some distress, "But what should we do? Mr. Chin does not allow us to promote it. Because of the policy of boring short video not to promote, the number of users of boring short video is less than 100,000. And 90% of them are parents of students who watch subject live broadcasts. Even if they want to develop boring short videos now, it is difficult for them to enter the site of those farmers if they do not promote them. This is a problem, but we can try the promotion method of subject live broadcast to let them see if there is any way to promote it. I have an appointment with Professor Yuan. We will meet in a few days. We can talk about this issue at that time." Li Shun pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. The problem of promoting boring short videos is also a headache for him. Why don't you say that Mr. Chen advocates promotion? Wu Yu sat aside and said with a puzzled look. He has always been a little confused about this problem. Other short videos or live broadcast platforms spent a lot of money on promotion when they appeared on the shelves. But Mr. Che didn't spend a penny on promotion. I talked about this with my master once, and finally summed it up in one sentence. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Li Shun recalled the words he discussed with his master Wei Yin. Is Mr. Chen worried that the promotion of Wuling short video will be too popular and thus cause people to hate him? Wu Yu looked at Li Shun, and his expression seemed a little difficult to understand. Here, it's not just Wuling short video, but also Nana Coffee, Changfeng Garment Factory, Baishu Law Firm, and most other companies are like this. Mr. Chun, he always has his own plan. Li Shun said meaningfully, with deep respect in his eyes. Mr. Chen's plan? Wu Yu felt that the more he listened, the more confused he became. What was Mr. Chen's plan? Yes, this is all Mr. Chen's plan. Li Shin nodded affirmatively, his eyes falling on Wu Yu. Tell me, if boring short videos become as popular as other short videos, what will it be like? Is it as popular as other short video platforms? Wu Yu thought about it seriously, and at the same time thought of the situation he had always envisioned. That is, most students across the country are listening to subject-related live broadcasts on the boring short video platform. After it becomes popular, the audience group must be very large. Now there are only more than 80,000 viewers, which can bring in profits of 500,000 yuan a month. What if it's 800,000 or 8 million? That's 5 million, 50 million. And judging from the domestic population base, if boring short videos become popular, there will definitely be more than 8 million people. In addition to subject-based live broadcasts, there are also live broadcasts in other sectors. For example, agriculture. At that time, because the anchor can help farmers solve the problem of crop disease, they will definitely gain the trust of those farmers. There will definitely be no problem in buying things in the live broadcast room. At that time, they do a good job in quality control to ensure that what farmers buy is practical and useful. Over time, you will become a regular repeat customer. You don't need to think about the profits involved. It must be very terrifying. There are many live broadcast sections like this. If boring short videos really become popular, the revenue from boring short videos will be astronomical. If it really evolves to that extent, boring short video will definitely become the #1 short video platform in China. Wu Yu thought in his heart and couldn't help but look forward to it for a while. Looking at you, you must have thought of the final situation. Li Shun smiled slightly. Wu Yu came to his senses after hearing this and looked up at Li Shun. Wouldn't that be great? If it continues to develop like this, boring short video is very likely to become the #1 short video platform. So why not promote it and speed up the popularity of the short video platform? This goes back to what I just said. If a tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will blow it. When Li Shun said this, he let out a long sigh. You said that if boring short video increases publicity, will it attract the attention of other peers? If those peers see the potential of boring short video, what do you think they will do? It's nothing more than two methods. One is to use various means to suppress boring short video platforms. The second is to imitate, spend more money, go your own way, and be ahead of you. These two methods, no matter which one they are not needed for boring short videos. Listening to Li Shun's story, Wu Yu looked shocked. He had never thought of such a thing. But shopping malls are like battlefields, and such things are very likely to happen. So, this is why Mr. Chen banned the promotion of boring short videos. Wu Yu seemed to understand somewhat. That's right. Mr. Chen's move to ban the promotion of boring short videos is undoubtedly self-protection. Because both boring short videos and Tomorrow Group have not been established for a long time and do not have a solid foundation. It's true. If it is seen by some caring people, I am afraid that it will face a severe test. That's why Mr. Chen chose to ban the promotion of boring short videos, let the boring short videos develop slowly, and continue to accumulate information. After the secret development is almost complete, it will then completely explode. There are other companies in the Tomorrow Group with a similar development model. For example, Nanha Coffee. It's been a long time since Nana Coffee opened. Even its branches have expanded to Kyoto. They opened such a big shop, and they definitely didn't do it to lose money. But why has Nana Coffee never made a profit? Isn't it possible? Absolutely not. That's because Mr. Chin wants to keep a low profile. Just like a boring short video. If it is profitable at the beginning and then develops so rapidly, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of colleagues. But now that Nana Coffee has been losing money, those peers will definitely not care much and let Nana Coffee develop. What Nana Coffee wants is this opportunity, the opportunity to expand rapidly. When Nana Coffee develops to a certain volume and then turns a profit, even if its peers want to do something, it will be useless because Nana has already laid a good foundation. The same is true for some other industries. For example, Lawyer Tang's newly established law firm has the same principle. To train 50 interns at the same time, what we want is if you don't make a success, you will be a blockbuster. Li Shun said with admiration. When he and his master Wei Yin discussed the result, both of them were deeply shocked. I sighed secretly in my heart. Mr. Chen's vision and structure are definitely beyond their imagination. Wu Yu's head felt like it was exploding as he listened to Li Shun's narration. All the things he couldn't figure out before were now understood at this moment. I couldn't help but feel ashamed for questioning Mr. Chen's thoughts. Who was Mr. Chen? He was able to establish the Tomorrow Group in just 1 year. How could he do useless things? I understand, Brother Shin. So our development strategy for boring short video is not to promote and develop in a low-key manner. After Wu Yu figured it out, he looked at Li Shun and slowly spoke. That's right, but it won't work without promotion. We need to promote appropriately, just like the subject live broadcast. We promote one live broadcast section after another. In this way, it won't be very obvious and won't attract too many people's attention. Next, the live broadcast section we promote is the agricultural section. We will meet Professor Yuan again in a few days and discuss it with him in detail. Li Shun slowly spoke and determined the next development route of boring short video. The next day, President's office. Chen Mo just received news that the first batch of poor elderly people have arrived in Jiangxing City and are currently living in a hotel in Jiangxing City. Now the pet park has not yet opened, and the renovation of the apartment is still in progress, so it is temporarily decided to arrange those elderly people to Chongfeng Garment Factory. It just so happens that there are some vacant dormitories there that can be provided for those elderly people to live in. When the next few batches of elderly people arrive, the renovation of the apartment will be almost completed, and the elderly can be arranged to live in the apartment. And when the elderly come, the matter of the elderly song and dance troupe will be almost implemented. This matter can be assigned to Luo Xiao. After all, the song and dance troupe has been assigned to Blue Film, and he can set it up. The candidates for the song and dance troupe can be selected from the poor elderly people who come. After confirming the arrangement of the elderly in his mind, he directly called Jiang Cheng and asked him to take all the elderly living in the hotel to the garment factory. After hanging up the phone, he took a sip of the brewed coffee on the side, showing a comfortable expression. The spending plan for this month has basically been set. After a while, there was no accident. As long as it continues like this, there will be basically no problem with the settlement of this period. Mr. Chun, this is the report submitted by Boring Short Video. You can take a look. Shinro suddenly came over and handed over the report in her hand. Chapter 387, This is a Talent. Report on Boring Short Video. Shinamo was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have not paid attention to Boring Short Video for a long time. I remember that the last time I received a report on Boring Short Video was because the subject live broadcast attracted many users. He paid attention to it for a while and found that although there were some users, the income was not much. Compared with the current expenses of Boring Short Video, it was negligible. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to it later. During this period, he basically didn't even click on Boring Short Video. Even if he watched short videos, he would watch other short video platforms. He was confused and didn't know what the Boring Short Video reported this time. He reached out to take the report and curiously opened it to read it. Not long after, his brows frowned, and the palm holding the report, probably because he was too strong, the veins bulged. Mr. Chen? Shinro looked at the report that had become a little wrinkled and called out with some concern. Could it be that Mr. Chin was too excited to see that boring short video had finally changed after such a long time? Yeah, I'm fine. You go back to work first. Chin Mo came back to his senses, looked up at Shun-ro standing in front of the office, and waved his palm. Shun-ro looked at Mr. Chin hesitantly, but still obediently returned to the office. Bang! Chin Mo watched Shun-ro enter the office and close the door, and finally couldn't control his emotions. He directly slapped the report in his hand on his face. Good for you, Li Shun. Okay, you are taking advantage of me here, right? You are forbidden to promote boring short videos, but you let the anchor promote them. You are really good. Looking at the content of the report. In order to increase the audience of subject live broadcasts, students of the normal university personally went outside to promote boring short videos. Now the audience watching subject live broadcasts has reached more than 80,000. If there are only more than 80,000 viewers, it would be fine, but these 80,000 viewers actually spent millions in the live broadcast room. This is too much consumption. Even if you want your children to study, you have to consider them. Buying so many learning materials, aren't you afraid that your children will be tired? Chun Mo rubbed his brows speechlessly and couldn't help but feel a little headache. According to the content of the report, the audience of subject live broadcasts is still gradually increasing under the promotion. And this has fallen into a vicious circle. The more viewers of subject live broadcasts, the more people will consume in the live broadcast room, and the more income from boring short videos will be. Thinking of such a bad result, Chun Mo wanted to pull Li Shin out, and that will you. What made him even more powerless was that he could only watch the boring short video under the promotion of the anchor, and the audience watching the subject live broadcast increased. And finally, the income from boring short videos increased. Which anchor is so rude? Isn't it good to make money from live broadcasts? Why do you have to promote it in a rude way? Chun Mo leaned back in his chair and was silent for a long time. After a while, Chun Mo suddenly stood up and looked at the report on the table that had been wrinkled by him, and his eyes gradually brightened. He suddenly thought of a very clever way to stop the anchor from continuing to promote boring short videos. Thinking of this, he directly pressed the call bell beside him, connected to the manager's office of boring short video, and called Li Shin up. After a while, the door of the office was knocked, and Li Shin walked in with a smile on his face. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Looking at Li Shun's smiling face, Chun Mo gritted his teeth. Sit down. I have seen the report you submitted. It is very good, but I think you are still not doing enough. Mr. Chun is right. We also know that we are not doing enough. We will continue to work hard. Li Shun hurriedly expressed his position. Let boring short video become the largest short video platform in China. That is his ultimate goal. He must work hard for this goal. Chun Mo's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart. If you don't understand, don't understand. Did I mean to let you continue to work hard? You can do your best. After all, everyone's ability is limited. Don't work too hard. When I said that you didn't do enough, it's not that you didn't work hard enough, but that you missed talents. Missed talents? Li Shun was shocked and thought about what talent he had missed. But after thinking about it, it seemed that there was no talent among the people he had contacted during this period. He was confused and didn't know what talent he had missed. He looked up at Mr. Chun and asked humbly, "Please give me some advice, Mr. Chun." That's it. Chun Mo looked at Li Shun's confused face, pushed the wrinkled report directly in front of Li Shun, and reached out to press the two words anchor. Li Shun looked at the wrinkled report and wondered why the report became like this. However, the matter of talent was more important, so he didn't think much about it, and his eyes fell on the word Mr. Chun pointed out. Anchor. Looking at the two words, Li Shun was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. The talent Mr. Chun was talking about should be the student of the normal university who promoted the subject live broadcast. Mr. Chun, this anchor is just a student from a normal university who just graduated from college. She's not a talent. No. Chun Mo looked at Li Shun and shook his head. Talent has nothing to do with academic qualifications. It depends on what the person actually does. Although this anchor is just a student from a normal university, she can think of helping to promote boring short videos. This is her ability and talent. Otherwise, other anchors would not promote. but only she would promote. Mr. Chun, after they promote, the number of people watching subject live broadcasts will increase, and their income can be increased. Naturally, they are willing to promote. Li Shin explained. Every increase of 1 unit can double their income. With such huge benefits, even if it is given to other anchors are willing to promote. Chun Mo shook his head again. That's different. Your report shows that she promoted it in the group first. You gave the rewards only after you found that the promotion was very effective. So she promoted it first, and you gave the rewards later. So she seized the opportunity herself. If she didn't promote it, would you have rewarded her? Li Shin nodded secretly in his heart when he heard this. It seemed that it was indeed the case. He contacted her and gave a plan to raise the price only after he saw that the promotion was very effective. Obviously, you don't know how to do it, so this is her own ability, and she seized the opportunity. This is talent, don't you know? Chinamo said solemnly. When Li Shun heard this, he suddenly felt that this was the truth. The two students from the normal university seemed to be really talented. Then Mr. Chun, what should we do? What else can we do? Such good talents must be recruited to the company and become a member of the company. Chinamo said as a matter of course. Chapter 388, Everything Goes Well. Recruited boring short videos? Li Shin spuka sufli. He had never thought about this matter before. That's right, I just recruited boring short videos. Chen Montak nodded. I secretly thought in my heart that as long as I find boring short videos, I am the one who makes boring short videos. Since you are a person who makes boring short videos, you should abide by the rules of boring short videos, and you cannot continue to promote them. Wouldn't this indirectly prevent publicity? Li Shin nodded subconsciously, but he quickly reacted. Mr. Chun, if they recruit boring short videos, can they still promote it? Of course not. This is the policy of boring short videos. Even talented people cannot break it. Chun Mo glanced at Li Shan indifferently. This sick child at this age could still think of publicity. It seems that you will be the next group leader to pick up poor elderly people. Like Wei Yin, he hasn't caused trouble for a long time. That publicity thing, Li Shin spoke with some worry. He finally had a relatively good publicity method. It would be a pity if it just disappeared like this. Do you think talent is more important or publicity is more important? Publicity can be done at any time, but talent, once missed, may be lost for life, you know. Chinamo casually found a reason. Okay, I will contact them when I get back. But what if they don't want to join the boring short video? Li Shin suddenly felt worried. Live broadcasting for 4 hours a day can earn more than 20,000 yuan. Who would choose to go to work? If you don't want to join, it's just because the benefits are not enough. If you add more benefits, will you still stop joining? Okay, it's settled. You go and handle it as soon as possible. Chinamo looked at Li Shun and waved casually. Okay, Mr. Chun. Li Shin nodded in response. At this moment, he suddenly realized why the report was wrinkled. Probably because I was disappointed to see him turning a blind eye to talent. After watching Li Shin leave, Chinemo smiled lightly. As long as the students from the normal university are recruited into boring short videos, the publicity matter will be easily solved. Certainly, this cures the root cause, but not the root cause. Maybe one day, some anchor will take the initiative to promote boring short videos. But let's talk about it when it comes up. At least now, I can delay the spread of boring short videos. Chun Mo thought to himself, put the somewhat wrinkled report aside, and rang the call bell for the Lampion Film and Television Manager's office. The senior singing and dancing troupe was a thing, and he also needed to arrange it. This is also a good way to spend money. Since it is a song and dance troupe, rehearsal teachers, rehearsal venues, and props for performances are all things that need to be spent. Before long, Luo Xiao knocked on the door and entered the office. Mr. Chun, let's talk here. Chun Mo stood up and took Luo Xiao to the reception area with floor-to-ceiling windows. At the same time, he turned on the tea set and brewed a pot of tea. How is the movie going? Is it going smoothly? Back to Mr. Chun, the editing has already started, and the special effects are also being produced. It seems that everything is going smoothly so far. Luo Xiao hurriedly spoke. After discussing special effects with Fong Chong in the cafeteria last time, Fong Chong took him to meet with the very capable special effects producer that night. After some discussions, the two parties reached an agreement. Special effects production has now officially begun. Is this so? Chunamo nodded with some disappointment, and then forgot about the movie. They were all bad movies anyway. Even if they were released and had a box office, they wouldn't have much, and they wouldn't have a big impact on his settlement. The one who called you here today has a new arrangement. Mr. Chun, please speak. Luo Xiao quickly sat upright. I plan to form an elderly song and dance troupe, and I need you to arrange it. The candidates for the elderly are those poor elderly people brought from all over the country. Chinemo spoke slowly and poured Luo Xiao a cup of tea. Seeing this, Luo Xiao quickly took the tea and took a sip. Mr. Chen, how many people are needed for the senior singing and dancing troupe? There is no limit to the number, as long as you meet the conditions for joining the singing and dancing troupe for the elderly. This condition must be stricter. You need to find several professional teachers to select. At the same time, you need to take the elderly to the hospital for a full-body examination to see if there are any what kind of hidden disease makes it unsuitable to join a song and dance troupe. By the way, physical examination is required for all elderly people who come here. Then you will discuss it with Jiang Chung from the clothing factory and Pang Tao from the pet park. Chinemo also poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Those impoverished elderly people who were brought here basically only have 3 places to go: clothing factories, pet parks, and senior singing and dancing groups. So the 3 of them can handle the physical examination together. Physical examination is also very necessary. Those elderly people living in impoverished mountainous areas will have more or less physical diseases. After physical examination, they can be treated according to the results of the physical examination. The cost of treatment is naturally borne by system funds. This not only consumes system funds, but also ensures the health of the elderly. I understand, Mr. Chun. Luo Xiao nodded. Well, in that case, then go ahead and prepare. But when preparing for the senior singing and dancing troupe, don't neglect the preparations for the new movie. The senior singing and dancing troupe can find a proper leader who does not need to be fully responsible. Chen Montak Vant. The new movie is related to a way to spend money before settlement, so it cannot be ignored. Clear. Luo Xiao drank the tea in his hand, got up, and left the office. After returning to the office, I checked the progress of the film editing of Conquering the Demons, and then turned my attention to the senior singing and dancing troupe arranged by Mr. Chen. After Mr. Chen made arrangements, he immediately agreed. But now I think of it, what is the use of this senior singing and dancing troupe? Will anyone really watch a group of old people performing? I guess not. In this case, so how can the senior singing and dancing troupe make a profit? If it can't make a profit, then creating this senior singing and dancing troupe is just a loss-making business. Luo Xiao rubbed his head and couldn't figure it out for a while. I picked up the mobile phone next to me and checked the time, and found that it was 12 noon in a few minutes. It's lunchtime soon. After thinking about it, I got up and walked outside. Since I couldn't figure it out, I asked the person in the company who knew Mr. Chin best. Open the office door. Wangbin also walked out of another office. How's the movie editing situation going? Looking at Wangbin coming out, Luo Xiao asked. Since the editing of the movie started, Wangbin has been responsible for checking the film. As the protagonist of this movie, he naturally knows which plot of the movie is important and what effect he wants to achieve in the end. Therefore, with Wangbin behind the scenes, the editing of this movie can be more perfect. Chapter 389. Conversation in the Cafeteria. Well, it seems to be very good so far. It is the effect we want to show. Wangbin nodded and said, That's good. Luo Xiao nodded, and the two entered the elevator together. In the elevator, I happened to meet Wei Yin and Li Xin coming down from upstairs, entering tomorrow's cafeteria. After a few people prepared their meals, they found an empty table and sat down. I heard that many employees from other companies want to come to the cafeteria tomorrow to eat. Wei Yin looked at the food on the plate and said casually, I heard that this happened, and some people even wanted to spend money to buy it. Zhao Bowen took a bite of rice and took a bite of chicken drumsticks. I know this. An employee in the group took a photo of the food in the canteen every day, made a meal list for a month, and then sent it to the short video platform. The next day, the meal list became popular, and some people in the same city also knew about it. After Wu Yu swallowed the prawn in his mouth, he smiled and said, he knew this very well because that employee was the employee who made the boring short video. The employee was boring enough. He actually prepared 6 plates every day for 6 dishes, then put the dishes on the plates, posed for photos, and finally took a close-up photo of each dish. In this way, I searched for a month and finally made a collection and sent it to the short video platform. The short video was made very seriously, and the month and day were marked on each set of photos. I see. Others laughed when they heard Wu Yu's explanation. They know better than anyone else what food will be served in the cafeteria tomorrow. With good ingredients and the chefs in the cafeteria, all of them are star chefs recruited from star hotels, so the dishes they cook can be delicious. Pity. Mr. Chun has already issued an order. Tomorrow's canteen is never open to the public, even if you want to spend money to buy it. Those people who really want to eat in the canteen tomorrow have only one way. That is to join the Tomorrow Group and become an employee of the Tomorrow Group. Several company managers all showed proud expressions. After the discussion in the cafeteria was over, Luo Zhao's eyes fell on Wei Yin. Mr. Wei, Mr. Chen has arranged a new industry for me, but I don't think this industry will make money. Take a look and see what's going on. You say? Wei Yin put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and looked up at Luo Zhao. Related to, he naturally has to pay more attention to the issue of new industries. That's it. Luo Zhao briefly told the story of the senior singing and dancing troupe. Wei Yin listened to Luo Zhao's story, lowered his head, and gradually fell into deep thought. Others at the same table also began to guess what Mr. Chen's intention was in establishing the senior singing and dancing troupe. After a while, Wei Yin gradually came back to his senses and looked up at Luo Zhao. Mr. Chen's establishment of this senior singing and dancing troupe is largely for charity. After all, if you really want to set up a good senior singing and dancing troupe, you can definitely find some elderly people with dancing or singing skills. But Mr. Chun did not do this. Instead, he placed all the choices of the elderly on those who were brought over. This is undoubtedly welfare. Luo Zhao felt a little enlightened when he heard Wei Yan's analysis, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. It turns out that Mr. Chen established this singing and dancing troupe for the elderly simply to do charity and had no intention of making a profit. Wrong. Wei Yan shook his head. It's true that Mr. Chen does charity, but he doesn't really not want to make a profit. Mr. Chun wants to be able to make profits while doing charity. This is a win-win situation. Otherwise, Mr. Chen will not let you hire professional teachers and then select elderly people who meet the requirements of the song and dance troupe. Mr. Chen said that he still wants older song and dance troupes that have certain business capabilities and can go out to perform. If you really want to simply do charity, you can recruit those old people to the senior citizens song and dance troupe and just put their name on it. There is no need to make it so troublesome. So, Mr. Chen still hopes that this senior singing and dancing troupe can bring benefits to the group. Wei Yin told all his guesses. But if you want to make a profit, how should this elderly song and dance troupe do it? How many people will go to watch an elderly person's performance? Even if there is a performance, it is estimated that not many people will be willing to buy tickets to watch it. Bar. Luo Zhao was a little troubled. He was just a director. This kind of management aspect was still very lacking. Wei Yin also fell into silence after hearing this. Let an old man's song and dance troupe make a profit. All you can think about now is the performance, but things are indeed as Luo Zhao said. How many people would want to watch the old man's performance? I've heard before that there will be a competition for senior singing and dancing troupes. I think we can try to participate in the competition. As long as the singing and dancing troupe becomes more professional, ranks in the competition, and becomes famous. At that time, there should be singing and dancing performances. Let's watch it with a lot of viewers. Li Shin sat aside and suggested. Luo Zhao thought for a while after hearing this, and finally nodded slowly. This is an idea, you can try it. He had no idea at all about this elderly song and dance troupe. Although he didn't know what the result would be with the method provided by Li Shin, it was at least a direction to work towards. And now the senior song and dance troupe has not even been established, so it is useless to think so much. He should first find a person in charge who can manage the senior song and dance troupe, and then hand it over to the other party for management. The direction he should focus on is still the preparation of the new movie. Linsuisite, student dormitory of Normal University. Yang Yaoyao looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room and smiled. Annie Wong, with your child's current learning progress, it is enough to buy 2 exercise books. Buying 10 exercise books will also put a lot of pressure on the child. Annie Lee, your child is only in the 3rd grade, and you bought 5th grade exercise books. It's too advanced. It's not good to study in the live broadcast room and do it while learning. It's better to give children some free space and don't force them to study too hard. Uncle Lee, only math is broadcast here now, and English can be watched in other live broadcast rooms. It's 8 o'clock. If everyone has no questions, I will go off the air. Yang Yaoyao looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room and saw that no one asked any more questions, so he turned off the live broadcast directly. Yaoyao, for more people have taken up the promotion task today. This way, the spread of boring short video will be faster. We are one step closer to raising the live broadcast reward to the 3rd level. Just after turning off the live broadcast, Lu Weiwei also turned off the live broadcast and ran over with excitement. This is a good thing. Yang Yaoyao was also a little happy. If it can be promoted to the 3rd level, it will naturally be a good thing. Hee, it's only 8 o'clock now, let's go out and celebrate. Lu Weiwei's phone rang just as she was halfway through her words. She took out her phone and looked at the caller ID. It turned out to be a call from Boring Short Video, so she quickly answered the call. Chapter 390, Join the Boring Short Video. Mr. Lee, what's the matter? After connecting, Lu Weiwei asked cautiously. This was the father of the sponsor. She did not dare to neglect, and she spoke extremely politely. I have something I want to discuss with you. Li Shen spoke slowly. At 2 o'clock, he was going to contact Lu Weiwei and talk about letting her join the Boring Short Video. But at 2 o'clock, he saw that Lu Weiwei was teaching live, so he didn't make a call for fear of affecting the teaching effect. I thought that the live broadcast would end at 6 o'clock. After all, you will only be paid for 4 hours of live broadcast every day, and you will not be paid for the extra time. So, most anchors will choose to stop broadcasting after 4 hours of broadcasting. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Weiwei's live broadcast started from 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock and ended at 8 o'clock. Even the roommate was the same. Mr. Lee, please tell me. When Lu Weiwei heard that she really had something to talk about, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It's like this. We at Boring Short Videos have noticed your performance, and we have done a lot of publicity for Boring Short Videos. We have made a decision to invite you to join Boring Short Video and become an official employee of Boring Short Video. Li Shun directly stated his purpose, and then continued to speak. Join the Boring Short Video. We have given you the following treatment. You can listen to it and then make a decision. In terms of salary, we will give you a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, and at the same time, we will pay you all 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. There will also be various welfare subsidies every month, such as travel subsidies and shopping cards. If you don't have a driver's license, we will provide you with the cost of taking the driver's license test. At the same time, if you wear glasses, the cost of replacing them after you join the company will be reimbursed by the company. The salary is not fixed and will increase over time. In addition to these, all company holidays are taken according to statutory holidays, 2 days off every week, and there is no overtime. These are the general benefits. Of course, the company will hold some activities from time to time, such as sports meets, and there are also very good rewards. What do you think? After Li Shun told all about the company's benefits, he fell silent and quietly waited for the news. Mr. Lee, can you discuss this with us? Lu Weiwei asked tentatively. Listening to the treatment given by Li Shun, she didn't know how to make a decision. Okay, then hang up the phone first. You can discuss it and call me back. Li Shun didn't press. After saying a word, he hung up the phone. In the dormitory, Lu Weiwei looked at the hung-up phone and was lost in thought for a long time. For a long time. Only then did he come back to his senses and looked at Yang Yaoyao sitting aside. Yaoyao, how do you want to choose? When she just answered the phone, she put it on speakerphone, so Yang Yaoyao heard all Mr. Li's words. Yang Yaoyao looked hesitant when she heard this. She didn't know what to choose for a while. If we look at the current salary alone, their daily salary is 800 yuan, which is just 1 month. But now the salary offered to them directly by Mr. Chun has exceeded the current salary of 6,000 yuan. And there are many benefits, including 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Nowadays, there is no insurance for their live broadcast. There are also weekend breaks. Their live broadcasts are carried out every day, and there is no break at all. If calculated carefully, the salary and benefits offered by Mr. Li have far exceeded their current income from live broadcasts. But what makes them a little confused is that the level of their live broadcast can be improved. If they upgrade to the 3rd level, they will earn 1,200 per day or 1 month. Certainly, if you calculate it carefully compared with joining the job, it is actually about the same. After all, there are many other benefits after joining the boring short video. However, if the time is longer, they can also increase the live broadcast remuneration to the 4th level, which is also the highest salary remuneration for live broadcast. 1 day is 1,600, 1 month is 1,600. This reward is already very high for them. Yang Yaoyao thought for a long time and finally made a decision and looked up at Lu Weiwei. I've thought about it. I want to join the short video platform. After thinking about it again and again, she feels that, at least for now, joining the short video platform is the best choice, and it also comes with 5 insurances and other benefits, making it a real job in the company. It's better to talk to your parents when you go home. Otherwise, if you do live teaching, your parents will definitely be worried because of their aging mindset. And if you continue to choose live broadcast teaching, although there is an opportunity to increase the live broadcast remuneration, it will also take a certain amount of time. Not to mention the live broadcast remuneration for the 4th level, they will need a certain amount of time for the 3rd level alone. The requirement for being promoted to the 3rd level is that the number of people watching subject-based live teaching must reach 500,000, and it must continue for a month. Now that they have been promoting it for so long, only over 80,000 people have watched the teaching live broadcast. Therefore, it will take a long time to increase the number of people watching live subject teaching to 500,000. After such a comparison, she still thinks it would be better to join the short video platform. In that case, let's join boring short video together. Lu Weiwei smiled slightly and then shouted with a look of surprise. She just thought about it seriously and finally decided to join boring short video. She was still thinking if Yang Yaoyao chose to continue the subject live broadcast, should she persuade her? Unexpectedly, Yang Yaoyao finally chose to join boring short video, which made everyone happy, and the two could continue to work. Then I'll call Mr. Li back. Lu Weiwei took out her mobile phone and called back quickly. How about it? Have you thought about it? Li Shun's voice came from the phone. Mr. Li, we have thought about it and choose to join the boring short video platform. Lu Weiwei answered. Then welcome you to become a member of the boring short video platform. When you have time, come to the company to sign the contract, and you will be officially employed. Okay, Mr. Li, we don't have anything to prepare here. We can go there tomorrow, probably in the afternoon. Lu Weiwei calculated and gave an answer. Okay, let's call again tomorrow. After confirming the time, Li Shun hung up the phone directly. Lu Weiwei put away her phone and looked at Yang Yaoyao. We agreed to go to the short video platform to sign the contract tomorrow. Well, it just so happens that the short video platform is in Jiangcheng. Let's pack up now and take a plane back to Jiangcheng tomorrow morning. Yang Yaoyao nodded and then continued. I'll call home. After signing the contract, you can stay at my house temporarily. She heard her mother say a while ago that it seemed that she had changed a house with many rooms, and she and Lu Weiwei could live there. As for her parents' change of house, she agreed. For example, her parents work in the garment factory, the salary and benefits are not bad, and she herself has a good job. Parents should also change to a good living environment. The old house before was too small and old. Even if her parents don't want to change, she plans to change her parents' living environment when she makes money and her sister is in school and needs a good learning environment. It's just that if she calls this time and says that she wants to go back to Jiangcheng to work, her parents must have started to persuade her to work in that garment factory again and told her that it was a group company. She had been to that garment factory before, and it was a group company, so they just fooled her parents into thinking they knew nothing. She knew what the group company required, but she didn't say much about it. At least the garment factory was very good to her parents. Since her parents thought it was a group company, so she didn't expose it. Chapter 391, A Community. Yang Yao Yao thought to herself, already took out her mobile phone, found her mother's number, and dialed it directly. Hey, Yao Yao called so late. Did something happen? The call is connected. The mother's voice came from the phone, with a hint of worry in her tone. Yang Yao Yao felt a little warm in her heart. Mom, I'm fine. I just called to tell you that I will go back to Jiangxing tomorrow for an internship. Think about it, and come to work in Mr. Chen's group. Zonghong Sao de Sulpi? No, the internship unit I chose is also in Jiangxing. I will go to that unit to sign the contract tomorrow, and I will work in Jiangxing from now on. Yang Yao Yao explained that she knew her parents would talk about Mr. Chen. That's it. When will you come back? Your dad, and I will prepare some delicious food for you. Dong Hong heard this and did not continue to persuade. Tomorrow after you get off work, I have another classmate who will be with me. She needs to stay at our house for a few days. Okay, Mom knows it's getting late. You should go to bed early. I got it, Mom. Yang Yao Yao responded and then hung up the phone. Seeing Yang Yao Yao hang up the phone, Lu Weiwei raised the phone in her hand. The air tickets have been purchased. Let's pack our things now and set off tomorrow. Yang Yo Yo nodded. Then the two began to pack up in the dormitory. My daughter's phone call said she found an internship unit in Jiangxing. Dong Hong put down the phone and turned to look at Yang Dahai, who was sitting on the sofa. When your daughter is older, let her be. She knows what she is doing. Yang Dahai looked at the TV in front of him and said casually, but I still think it's better to join Mr. Chen's group. I know everything about it, and the treatment is not bad. But I heard that there are many people queuing up to join the Tomorrow group, but they can't get in. Mr. Chen said that he could arrange a position for us. How much does he think highly of us? But my daughter didn't even go. Dong Hong sat aside, feeling a little depressed. Oh, why are you thinking so much? My daughter will go back to Jiangxing for internship tomorrow, and we can see her every day from now on. Isn't that a good thing? And after staying in Jiangxing for a while, she may know how good Mr. Chen's group is. By then, she may choose to work in Mr. Chen's group. Yang Dahai looked at Dong Hong, sitting aside, and persuaded softly. What? Dong Hong sighed softly after listening to Yang Dahai's words and said nothing more. On the second day, Jiangxing Airport. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei walked out of the airport with their luggage, held a taxi on the side of the road, and got in it. Master, go to Changbai Jingyuan. Yang Yao Yao told the driver a location, then turned to look at Lu Weiwei. Put your luggage in my house first, and then we'll go to Boring Video to sign the contract. Lu Weiwei nodded. This matter had been discussed yesterday. The two of them stayed at home for a few days, and then spent the next few days looking for a place to live. About an hour and a half later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Changbai Jingyuan community. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei got out of the car with their luggage and looked at the community in front of them. Yao Yao, doesn't this community look good? Why don't we rent a house in this community? You can be closer to home. Lu Weiwei looked at the layout at the entrance of the community and the security guards standing at the door. Obviously, this is a very nice high-end community. You can look around and see if there is anything suitable. It would be good to rent here. Yang Yao Yao also looked at the community in front of her and didn't refuse. Even if she went home to work, she planned to go out and live with Lu Weiwei. She had not thought about living at home, but if she rents a house closer to home, she is still very willing. Well, let me check online and see if there are any houses. Lu Weiwei nodded. The two of them registered with the guard and entered the community. Yang Yao Yao went directly to the unit door of her community according to the address given by her mother, called the doorman to open the unit door, entered the elevator, and soon arrived at the door of her room. After entering the room password on the fingerprint lock, I entered the room directly. Pushing open the door, Yang Yao Yao looked at the structure of the room carefully. Her parents moved home after the new year, so she only heard her mother describe the appearance and structure of the new house a few times, and she didn't know much about the specifics. Learn. Wow, is it big? Lu Weiwei put on her slippers, took a brief look at the house, and sighed. Well, The house is more than 130 square meters in total, with 3 bedrooms. Now it is my parents' room, my younger sister's room, and there is also an empty room, which we can live in. As Yang Yaoyao spoke, he opened several room doors and checked. The master bedroom is obviously the parents' room, and there is another room with a small study table, which is obviously the little sister's room. Okay, this room is ours. Yang Yaoyao opened the third room and took a look at the structure inside. There was a wardrobe and a big bed. The bed was covered with fresh sheets and 2 fresh quilts. It was obvious that her parents had prepared them for her that night after she made the call. All right, I heard that he had friends coming, and he prepared 2 quilts. The two put the suitcases in the bedroom and left the house directly. It was already noon. They had an appointment with the boring short video platform to go to the company to sign the contract in the afternoon, so they needed to rush over as soon as possible. They didn't want to be late for such an important matter. Leaving the community, the two took a taxi and rushed straight to Boring Short Video. Boring Short Video. After Li Shun and Wu Yu finished lunch, they returned to the office. The 2 students from the normal university will come to sign the contract in the afternoon. What position do you think we should arrange for them? Li Shun rubbed his eyebrows and looked at Wu Yu with some distress. There are basically 3 teams of employees in the Boring Short Video platform. The first is the quality control team, which needs to strictly control the products put on the live broadcast room. The second is to screen the anchors and select the truly capable anchors to ensure that the anchors who broadcast on the platform are all real talents, not idiots. As for the third one, it is the maintenance team. They are responsible for various monitoring of the platform, including bugs on the platform, inappropriate remarks spread by some anchors, etc. Lu Weiwei and the others are just students of the normal university, and it seems inappropriate to ask them to do anything. Wu Yu thought about it after hearing this, and then proposed. Why not let them continue to be responsible for the subject live broadcast? Let them monitor the number of people watching the subject in the background of the live broadcast, count the current number of anchors, and the number of live broadcasts of each subject. Then adjust or increase the number of live broadcasts according to the number of people watching the teaching live broadcast. Chapter 392, Joining the Company. Li Shun listened to Wu Yu's story and nodded slightly. This is indeed a good arrangement. With the continuous increase of live teaching and other types of teaching live broadcasts, if you want to manage it, you must set up a manager for each live broadcast section. At this time, the subject live broadcast section is the most popular section of Boring Short Video. It is indeed necessary to arrange 2 managers. Okay, then it's settled. Arrange a supervisor and a deputy supervisor for subject live broadcasts. In the future, subject live broadcasts will be handed over to them. According to the address, it is here. Boring Short Video is on the 22nd floor of the building. According to Mr. Lee's suggestion, we need to make a record at the front desk on the 17th floor, and then someone will take us to Boring Short Video. Lu Weiwei looked at the building in front of her and confirmed the address in her hand. Then let's go in. Yang Yaoyao looked at the building and then walked in first. After entering the elevator, the two went directly to the 17th floor, looked around, and went straight to the front desk. Excuse me, what do you want to do? Listening to the front desk's inquiry, Lu Weiwei directly explained her background. We have already made an appointment with Mr. Lee for the Boring Short Video we want. Wait a minute, let me take a look. The front desk looked down at the record, then looked up. Excuse me, you are Ms. Lu and Ms. Yang, right? Yes. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao nodded. Okay, please follow me. The front desk walked out directly after hearing the words and went straight to the elevator. Seeing this, Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao hurriedly followed. The front desk entered the elevator, swiped the card on the elevator, and pressed the 22nd floor. Turning to Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao, who followed up, he said, Okay, you go to the 22nd floor, go straight forward after the elevator, and then turn left to the manager's office. Okay, thank you. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao thanked, and then the front desk left the elevator door slowly closed, and quickly climbed up. Soon it stopped on the 22nd floor, the elevator door opened, and the two walked down. He looked around the current floor, and then followed the instructions of the front desk and went directly to the manager's office. He looked at the office door in front of him and knocked gently. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from inside, Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao pushed the door and walked in. Entering the office, they soon saw a young man with dark skin sitting in front of the desk. The two were a little surprised to see this. The person who could sit in the manager's office should be Mr. Li, but they didn't expect him to be so young. You must be Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao. Please take a seat. Li Shen looked up and found that the two unfamiliar women came in. He was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. Hello, Mr. Li. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao greeted in unison and sat down in front of the desk. Li Shen saw that the two had already taken their seats and smiled and spoke. Since the two of you have come to sign the contract, before signing the contract, let me introduce you to Boring Short Video. First, Boring Short Video is a company under the Tomorrow Group, and the headquarters of Tomorrow Group is on the top floor. After you join the company, you should have the opportunity to go there in the future. And the mastermind of the development of Boring Short Video is Positive Energy. The entire short video platform prohibits some things that are borderline and have no nutrition. All live broadcasts must be mainly for teaching and consumption. During the live broadcast, someone will visit the live broadcast room from time to time for inspection. If there is any violation, or it does not conform to the live broadcast content, or there is no real talent, once these contents are discovered, they will be explained to the live broadcast and sign a contract. Li Shen briefly introduced the background of Boring Short Video and the requirements of the anchor. After saying this, he took a breath and continued. Next, let me tell you what you need to do after you join the company. Based on your previous live broadcasts, you are very experienced in subject teaching. So after you join the company, you will serve as the director and deputy director of the subject live broadcast SE tie-in. The main responsibility is to be responsible for various matters related to subject live broadcasts, including the statistics of the number of people watching subject live broadcasts, the increase, TR answer and selection of subject anchors, etc. All matters related to subject live broadcasts need your responsibility. For now, that's about it. If you have no questions, we can sign the contract. After Li Shen finished speaking, his eyes fell on Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao. Since Mr. Chen's arrangement was too sudden, he could only arrange the two people in this way, but if there are any changes in the future, he can change it at any time. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and turned to look at Li Shen. Mr. Li, we have no problem. We can sign the contract. Okay, here's the contract. You can take a look. Feel free to ask if there are any differences. Li Shen smiled slightly, reached out, and took out the contract that had been prepared long ago, and pushed it in front of the two people. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao looked at the contract pushed over. Each took a copy and read it. Yang Yaoyao frowned slightly when she looked at the words Tomorrow Group in the contract. She always felt that the name of this group was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember it for a while. After a while, I didn't think I had heard it there before. Then he shook his head, stopped worrying, and continued to ask. Mr. Li, what does this advance expenditure mean? Lu Weiwei on the side suddenly pointed to a clause in the contract and asked. Yang Yaoyao happened to see this regulation and also looked up at Li Shen. Li Shen heard Lu Weiwei's question and explained helplessly. It literally means that once you join the company, your monthly salary will be paid a few days before the beginning of the month. As long as you sign the contract in a few days, the finance department will pay you this month's salary in a few days. Salary account. Of course, you don't have a full moon this month, and you will only be paid for the number of days you work this month. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao's faces were a little dull when they heard this. It was the first time for them to meet them 1 month in advance. Taking a deep breath, calming down the surprise in his heart, he continued to walk towards. After a while, the two have reviewed all the contents of the contract and finally confirmed that there is nothing wrong with the contract, and the salary package is the same as what was mentioned last night. After confirming these, the two signed the contract. Li Shen watched the two of them sign and stood up with a smile. Welcome to join the Boring Short Video. I will show you where your future office will be. Then I will take you to visit other parts of the company. Now, the top 10 floors of this building belong to the Tomorrow Group, but there are different companies on each floor, so you need to know about it to avoid going to the wrong place in the future. Of course, the company also has a corresponding canteen. I will familiarize you with it later. You can go to the canteen to eat every day from now on. Chapter 393. Fitness area on one floor. Li Shun said as he led the way out of the office and then came to an empty office. There were desks, chairs, and computers neatly arranged in the office, but there was no one inside, and there were 2 cubicles in the office. Li Shun led the way into the office and then pushed open the 2 cubicles in the office. These 2 cubicles are your offices, just one for each person. As for the computer desks and chairs in the office outside, they are also prepared for you. When the teaching live broadcast section grows, we will definitely need to increase manpower. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei looked at the layout of the cubicles. Each cubicle was about 20 square meters with desks, chairs, computers, bookcases, etc., all arranged very well. This configuration was obviously very luxurious for a supervisor. You can count it when you go to work tomorrow. If you need anything, you can ask for it. As long as it is work-related, we will satisfy you. The only place to work is here. I will take you to other places to have a look. Li Shun glanced at Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei, then walked out of the office and walked around other places in the company. At the same time, he introduced each department and the position responsible for the boring short video. That's it. All the structures of the boring short video have been introduced. That's all about the boring short video. I will take you to other places. Li Shun said as he took Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei into the elevator, swiped the card to press the 24th floor, and then shook the elevator card in his hand. This is our company's elevator card. You will be equipped with it later. Only with this elevator card can you take the elevator and walk freely on the top 10 floors of the building. This building has a total of 26 floors, and the top 2 floors are the headquarters of Tomorrow Group. I will not take you to visit the headquarters. You will have the opportunity to go up later. I will take you to the 24th floor of the company now. This entire floor is the company's fitness floor. Lu Weiwei and Yang Yao Yao nodded when they heard it. The company is equipped with a fitness room. Some large companies do have it. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 24th floor and the elevator door opened. The 2 followed Li Shun out, and then under Li Shun's leadership, they simply walked around in the fitness area on the 24th floor. As they walked, their eyes gradually became shocked. Mr. Li, this entire floor is a fitness area. Lu Weiwei asked, somewhat uncontrollably. Not all of them. There is also an entertainment area over there, with billiards, table tennis, video games, etc. I won't show you around today. After you join the company, you can come and play during your break. You'll know then. Li Shun pointed to the distance, and then turned to the elevator. He was mainly taking the 2 of them to learn about the company. It would be a waste of time to visit all of them. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei followed Li Shun and re-entered the elevator, but their expressions were still in shock. The entire floor is a fitness and entertainment area. This is too luxurious. A floor of this building is about 2,000 square meters. Even some gyms don't have such a large fitness and entertainment area. Such a large fitness area is just to provide entertainment for the company's employees. The president of this group is really generous. If it were other companies, it would be good to have a fitness room of 100 or 200 square meters. The 2 stood in the elevator and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Li Shun looked at the shocked expressions of Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei and smiled secretly in his heart, but he was used to it. Since the establishment of Boring Short Video, he has also brought new employees to visit the company, and most of them showed shocked or excited expressions. The elevator slowly descended and soon arrived at the 21st floor, the floor of Sangshui Games. However, this time Li Shun did not press the elevator button to take the 2 people in for a tour, but stood in the elevator and preached to Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei. The 21st and 20th floors are the office areas of Sangshui Games. Like our Willing Short Video, they're all companies under the Tomorrow Group. Then there are the 19th and 18th floors, which are the office areas of Blue Film and Television, also companies under the Tomorrow Group. As for the 17th floor, it is the reception floor where you came up. There is no fixed company on the 17th floor. Basically, all the offices of companies under the Tomorrow Group are set up here. As for how many companies are under the Tomorrow Group, I will not introduce them to you one by one. After you join the company, you will slowly understand. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei listened to Li Shun's story and felt more and more at ease. There are so many companies under the Tomorrow Group, which is enough to show that the Tomorrow Group is very strong. As a subsidiary of Wuling Short Video, it is naturally very reliable. The elevator of the discussion room has stopped on the 17th floor. Li Shun took the lead and walked out, and then walked straight inside. "Hello, Mr. Li." When passing by the front desk staff hurriedly greeted him. Li Shun nodded slightly and continued to walk forward, finally stopping at a logistics room inside. He knocked on the door gently and walked in. "Have you prepared everything I asked you to prepare?" After entering the logistics room, Li Shun directly found a staff member and asked, "Mr. Li is ready. There are 2 copies in total here." Upon hearing this, the staff member quickly took out 2 sealed small bags and handed them to Li Shun. Li Shun took the bag and briefly checked the items in the bag to confirm that nothing was missing, then turned and handed it to Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei, who followed. "Inside this bag are your work ID cards, as well as the elevator card and access card. The elevator card is the card you need to swipe when you just take the elevator. The access card is needed when eating in the cafeteria. By the way, there is no photo on this work permit yet. You will need to get a 1-inch photo and put it on yourself. Let's go." Now the only thing left is the group canteen. "I'll take you to see it." As Li Shun said that, he took the 2 of them out of the logistics room and then took the elevator and left the building. This is the company's canteen, which is less than 100 meters away from the group building. Yang Yaoyao listened to Li Shun's words and looked up at the canteen ahead. There is a large plaque at the top of the main entrance. There are 4 big characters written on it. "Tomorrow's cafeteria. Canteen tomorrow." Seeing that there were 4 on the plaque, Yang Yaoyao murmured in her heart. These 4 words are somewhat familiar. Yang Yaoyao frowned slightly. She always felt that she had heard these 4 words somewhere. But before she could think about it, Li Shun's words came over. "Let me take you in and have a look. There are no meals during this time. You can't see the food. However, the environment in the restaurant is also good. I can take you to have a look." Hearing this, I had no choice but to suppress the doubts in my heart and enter the Tomorrow cafeteria with Lu Weiwei. Chapter 394. Mom, why are you here? Tomorrow's cafeteria has 2 floors, and the space is very large. Even if everyone from the company comes to eat in the cafeteria at noon, it will be very spacious. There are also free drinks in the surrounding refrigerators. You can choose freely when eating, just don't waste it. Li Shun introduced the environment of the cafeteria as he walked. "Sister Hong, what's for dinner tonight?" Halfway through, I saw Dong Hong in front of the dining table, replacing a menu and replacing it with a new one. Say hello with a smile. When he was in the clothing factory, he often went to the canteen, especially during the period when lunchboxes were sold. Dong Hong is responsible for the daily menu matching in the canteen, so the 2 of them are relatively familiar with each other. And he and Yang Dehai have also accompanied Mr. Chun on business trips. So when I come to the cafeteria occasionally, we still have a few chats. Well, there will be. When Dong Hong heard the voice behind her, she turned around and was about to say a few words, but when she reached the words on her lips, she stopped instantly. He looked closely at the figure behind Li Shun. "What's wrong, Sister Hong?" Li Shun saw something was wrong with Dong Hong's expression, so he tentatively asked. But before Dong Hong could answer, a call suddenly came from behind. "Mom, why are you here?" "Mom?" "What mom?" Listening to the voice behind him, it was obviously coming from one of Lu Weiwei and Yang Yaoyao. Li Shun was confused, but he quickly realized it, and his expression gradually became weird. He moved his body slightly, looked at Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei behind him, and then looked at Dong Hong. Then they discovered that Yang Yaoyao and Dong Hong were looking at each other. "No way." Li Shun opened his mouth, feeling a little unbelievable. Could it be that he recruited Sister Hong's daughter to the company? What a coincidence. "Mom, why are you here?" Yang Yaoyao gradually came back to her senses and looked at her mother in front of her with a very confused expression. "Doesn't my mother work in the canteen of a clothing factory?" "I work here." "Why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to a company to sign a contract?" Dong Hong looked at her daughter, a little surprised, but more surprised. She knew that her daughter was going back to Jiangxing today to sign a contract at the internship company. She was preparing to cook more delicious food after get off work. She never expected to meet her here. "I'm here to sign a contract." "Don't you work in the canteen of the garment factory? Why are you here?" Halfway through Yang Yao Yao's words, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Tomorrow group, tomorrow canteen. She finally knew why she was so familiar with it. It was obvious that her mother had told her once before, but she didn't take it seriously at the time, so she didn't take it to heart. It seems now, Yang Yao Yao suddenly thought of a possibility. The company she is currently working for is the same company as her mother asked to work in her company. Maybe not a company, but a group. After listening to her daughter's words, Dong Hong gradually came to her senses, turned to look at Li Shun, and then looked at her daughter with a look of surprise. So, the company you joined is a boring short video company? He had already joined the company before the Tomorrow Group was established. As the company continued to grow until the establishment of the Tomorrow Group, she still had a good understanding of the companies under the Tomorrow Group. Of course, she only knew the name of the company. She did not know much about what the company needed to operate. But she knows one thing, that is, any company owned by Mr. Chun is a good company. Yes. Yang Yao Yao took a deep breath and then nodded. Li Shun looked left and right and probably understood what was going on. After thinking about it, he spoke. Well, I still have things to do at the company, so I'll go back first and you can chat slowly. After saying that, he turned around and left. The mother and daughter were reminiscing about old times, so it would be pointless for him to continue to stay. Moreover, the location in the cafeteria had been taken, and there was nothing else to explain. Li Shin left. Dong Hong took Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei to the dining table in the cafeteria and sat down. After a few brief words, the matter was finally explained clearly. Mr. Chin's company is very good. If you still don't believe me, please reply to me now. Dong Hong looked at Yang Yao Yao with joy. She was very happy that Yang Yao Yao could come to work in Mr. Chin's group company. But wasn't it still a clothing boss last time? Why did it become a group? Yang Yao Yao still found it a bit unbelievable, but she clearly remembered the layout of the clothing factory when she visited it last time. In terms of scale, it is a normal garment factory, not too big or too small, but the treatment is much better than that of other garment factories. But there is nothing special about it. But I never expected that in just a year, that small and medium-sized clothing factory would transform into the Tomorrow Group. This is incredible. Even though the facts were before her eyes, she still found it a little unbelievable. Mr. Chun is young and promising. It's not surprising that he has transformed from a clothing factory into Tomorrow Group. You have been to that clothing factory, right? It has also undergone great changes. The entire industrial park there has been rented by Mr. Chun and is now in the process of reconstruction. Once the clothing factory is rebuilt, it will be a very large-scale clothing factory. Dong Hong stretched out her hand and gestured in the air. The entire industrial park belongs to the clothing factory. Listening to her mother's words, Yang Yao Yao recalled the size of the industrial park when she visited the clothing factory last time. Although she didn't walk around the industrial park, it is certain that the industrial park must be at least tens of thousands of square meters. Not to mention the tens of thousands of square meters of rent. Just rebuilding a clothing factory of tens of thousands of square meters is also a very huge expense. This can't help but remind her of the 24-story fitness and entertainment area, plus this luxurious employee cafeteria. For Mr. Chun, whom she has never met, she only has one impression now, that is grandeur. After a long while, gradually came back to her senses, and suddenly realized that she hadn't introduced her friends yet. So she hurriedly introduced them. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my roommate Lu Weiwei. We started working together today. Weiwei, this is my mom. Hearing this, Lu Weiwei hurriedly greeted. Hello, aren't she? Okay, you are Weiwei. I often hear Yaya talk about you. Since you are in Jiangqing this time, just treat this place as your home. What do you want to eat in the evening? Annie will buy vegetables and cook for you. Dong Hong looked at Lu Weiwei and said with a smile. Auntie, there is no need to be so troublesome. Just make a simple one. How can that be possible? Since you don't say it, I'll just watch. Okay, I have to go over and get busy, and I can't chat with you anymore. The three chatted for a while. Dong Hong glanced at the time and quickly walked towards the back kitchen. Now is the time to prepare the dishes and prepare for dinner. She shouldn't delay too long. After Dong Hong left, Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei also left the cafeteria. Yao Yao, I checked and found that Changbai Jingyuan has houses for rent. One of them is over 80 square meters with 2 bedrooms. It is quite good and well decorated. We can move in with our luggage. On the way, Lu Weiwei looked at the house viewing app on her mobile phone and spoke slowly. Okay, then we will contact the agent and go over to take a look. If there is no problem, we can rent it. Yang Yao Yao nodded. Chapter 395 Wolf Culture. Mr. Chun, this is the new place I found. From the first floor to the 4th floor, it belongs to Baishu Law Firm. The area is about 3,200 square meters. Take a look. Tang Xiu took Mr. Chun to walk around the new house. Yes, this is what a law firm should look like, but the decoration inside is a bit old and needs to be renovated. As for the choice of decorator, just find Wang Yang. If there is no contact information, just ask Shinro. And office desks and chairs. All are arranged according to the configuration of Tomorrow Group. Chun Mo walked around the house and nodded with satisfaction. This more than 3,000 square meters is much better than the more than 200 square meters. Of course, Wang Yang can't be forgotten about the decoration. Last time he gave him a red envelope of 50,000. If he arranges more decoration work for Wang Yang, won't there be more next time? I know, Mr. Chun. Tang Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mr. Chun nod. By the way, Mr. Chun, I plan to wait until the decoration is finished before recruiting. Otherwise, if we recruit employees now, they will have no place to work. No. After listening to Tang Xiu's words, Chun Mo shook his head and rejected it. If he recruits employees 1 day late, he will have to pay 1 day less in salary. How can this be possible? Looking at Tang Xiu, who still wanted to say something, he couldn't help but feel a little headache and casually found an excuse to fool him. It's July now, and it's the time for school students to graduate or do internships. This is a good time to recruit students. If we don't recruit students at this time, when will we have to wait? As for having no place to work, isn't it easy to solve it? Just work from home. The company has had this precedent before. But Tang Xiu wanted to say something, but just after she uttered 2 words, Mr. Chun interrupted her directly. No, but just do it this way. By the way, there is another point. Even if you are an intern, you should not be exploited in any way. You should get all the treatment you deserve, and everything should be the same as in the Group C company. Tang Xiu saw that Mr. Chun was determined, so she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Thinking about it carefully, what Mr. Chun said does make sense. Now is the time when college students graduate or find jobs after internships. If I recruit students late, those excellent school students may have found my company long ago. The ones I find are probably not very good and are rejected by other companies. Mr. Chun is so eager to recruit students, I am afraid he has this worry. Tang Xiu understood Mr. Chen's concerns for a moment. In this case, she should release the recruitment information as soon as possible. Seeing that Tang Xiu did not refute again, Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. Nothing to do. Just do everything as I ask. By the way, don't forget to recruit at least 50 new employees. No more, no less. Before leaving, he specifically instructed again and turned around and left. After Mr. Chen left, Tang Xiu sat casually on a chair and began to think about recruiting new employees. Recruiting new employees is easy. Now is the graduation season. As long as the recruitment information is released, there will definitely be many fresh graduates coming for interviews. Not to mention 50 employees, even 100 is no problem. But the key issue is how to quickly train the 50 fresh graduates recruited. Now let's not talk about her reputation. Even if there is no problem with her reputation, she will definitely need to continue to learn after recruiting those fresh graduates to enter the law firm. So in a short period of time, this batch of recruited new employees will not bring any benefits to the company at all. And the longer it takes for these new employees to become talents, the longer it will take for the law firm to see the benefits, and the greater the losses will be. As the top leader of the law firm, the lawyer has been losing money all the time. Not to mention whether she can explain to Mr. Chun. Even she herself feels bad. So in order to reduce the losses of the law firm, there is only one way, which is to quickly let the new employees recruited be able to work independently. Tang Xiu thought in his heart and couldn't help but feel distressed. If he wants those fresh graduates to work independently as soon as possible, no matter what he says or asks, it's useless. Those who really want to make progress still need to rely on themselves. They need to constantly study legal regulations and various litigation cases. Tang Xiu rubbed his eyebrows, came back to his senses after a while, looked ahead, and finally made a decision. A very cruel decision. Wolf culture. The fittest survive, and the losers are eliminated. If you want them to work hard, there is only one way, that is to give high benefits and then increase competition. High benefits are already there. The salary and benefits of Tomorrow Group for those interns are definitely much higher than those of other law firms. This is inevitable. If you enter another law firm, even if you are excellent in school, you still need to start as a paralegal. And a paralegal intern can be considered good if he can earn more than 2,000 yuan. She remembered that she was also an intern assistant at that time, and she only earned 1,800 yuan a month. But all this does not exist in Mr. Chen's side. There are also many interns working in Tomorrow Group, and the lowest salary has never been less than 4,000. And that's not counting the welfare subsidies. In this comparison, the interns working in Baishu Law Firm will definitely cherish this job very much. But driven by the wolf culture, cherishing alone is definitely not enough. There must be competition. And the competition in the law firm is other interns. Tang Xiu narrowed her eyes slightly. Mr. Chen required a minimum of 50 employees to be recruited, so she directly recruited 100. Then, these 100 new employees are not the number he needs. She only needs 50. And these 50 are naturally the 50 excellent employees. Driven by such competition, there will definitely be many people who choose to study hard and improve themselves in order to stay in a law firm. Of course, under such competition, there will definitely be some people who can't bear the pressure and can't stick to it, and there will definitely be some people who maintain an indifferent attitude and don't work hard. These people are the first to be eliminated. Although it was somewhat inhumane to do so, she had no choice but to do so in order to get the law firm back on track as soon as possible. Another point is that, after screening out the final candidates, these people, she also needs to let them choose a field they are good at to study and specialize in. After all, litigation is divided into many categories, including criminal, civil, and administrative. Each major category has different subcategories. If all these people are asked to study, it will definitely take a long time. But if they only study one field, it will be much faster. As long as those newcomers thoroughly study a certain field, they can try to get in touch with litigation cases in this area. Chapter 396 Dat please. Changbai Jinyuan. Young Dejia. Mom, there are too many dishes. Even if Wei Wei and I are included, we can't eat so much. Yang Yaoyao looked at the amount of dishes being cooked in the kitchen and asked with some confusion. This amount of food can already fit 2 plates. Logically speaking, 1 dish is enough for 1 dish. There is absolutely no need to do 2 sets. The extra money is for Brother Chen. Without waiting for her mother to answer, Yang Duo, who was following behind, raised her head and said, Brother Chen. Yang Yaoyao was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. Brother Chen is Mr. Chen, the president of Tomorrow Group. When they were in the old house, Mr. Chen was upstairs in their house. Because Mr. Chen helped her parents often cooked more meals and asked Duo to serve them. Only, my parents have moved to another place now. Do they still have to drive them there? Yang Yaoyao was confused and didn't wait to ask. I saw that my mother had packed the extra meals and put them in a basket. Since there were a lot of dishes cooked today, 2 baskets were filled. Okay, you can send it over. Okay, let's deliver food to Brother Chen. When Yang Duo heard this, she ran towards a vegetable basket excitedly. When she was about to pick it up, she was stopped by her mother Dong Hong. I don't need you to deliver food today. Let your sister do it. Dong Hong patted Yang Duo's little head and said softly, Now that my daughter is back, and she happens to be in this boring short video owned by Mr. Chun, I could take advantage of the meal delivery opportunity for the 2 of them to get to know each other. Oh! Yang Duo nodded disappointedly after hearing this, then turned to look at her sister, pinched her waist, and said, I gave up the opportunity to deliver food to my sister today, but I have to return it to Duo tomorrow. Yang Yao looked at Yang Duodwa's expression and smiled slightly, then reached out and pinched Yang Duodwa's chubby little face. Okay, my sister will deliver the food today, and Duo will deliver it from now on. After finishing speaking, he looked up at his mother. Mom, where's the location? I'll send it over right away. It's at the opposite door. Just go over and knock on the door. Dong Hong said. Yang Yao nodded when she heard this. She was just thinking about how Duo should deliver meals every day if Mr. Chen lived in many places. It turns out it's right across the street. No wonder my parents are so relieved. Thinking in his mind, he already carried the 2 vegetable baskets on the ground and walked outside. At the same time, when passing Lu Weiwei, he also pulled Lu Weiwei up. After all, Mr. Chen is the president of the group, so there is no harm in taking Lu Weiwei there to show his face. Depend on. Chinemo looked at the death screen on the computer and couldn't help but complain. Since the last time he downloaded Extreme Survival at the company, he has figured out that he has already made money and there is nothing he can do to change it. Why are you having trouble with yourself? It's perfectly fine to play games and relax. After having this mentality, he also equipped himself with a computer at home and played games to pass the time. Besides, in this plane, this Extreme Survival only suits his taste and he can play it. But unfortunately, there is no League of Legends in this dimension yet, and he prefers League of Legends to Extreme Survival. Exit the death interface. This time, he did not choose a single row, but a 4-row mode. And in this game, he also found a joy. That is, he used his rights to get a fully skinned account from Fong Chong. Now this game not only has skins for some firearms, but also skins for characters and skins for props. But the only way to get these skins in this game is through lottery. In addition to the number of draws given every day, there are only the number of draws given when opening the monthly card. However, different skins now have different prize pools, but the number of draws is limited. Even if the number of draws with monthly cards is added, it is not enough to draw out all the current prize pools. Therefore, the number of skins currently owned by all game players is only a dozen. Some African chiefs may only have 2 or 3, and he can have all the skins. Every time he enters the 4-man queue and shows off his skin, he will be sought after by his teammates. This is probably the only comfort that Extreme Survival can bring him. Soon a new game begins. Chinemo entered the game wearing the rarest and most popular set of clothes in the current game. At present, among all the players in this set of clothes, except for him, other players only have individual pieces, not a complete set. The game started, and soon his teammates discovered the clothes on his body. Let's go, boss. There is this complete set of Dark Demon. This is the first time I've seen someone wearing a full set of Dark Demon. Please let me wear the boss's clothes. Dad, please. Chinemo looked at his teammates chasing him, and then very generously separated the Dark Demon God from his body. Soon the fastest teammate picked up his clothes and put them on. Then the other 2 teammates who were originally chasing him stopped chasing him and instead chased the number 1 teammate. Chinemo looked at his teammates who looked like they had never seen the world and smiled slightly. That's it. There will be more surprises later. Soon, several people searched for supplies in the house area, and the safe zone was refreshed. They needed to go in. Teammate number 1 drove a jeep over, and the other 2 teammates were already in the car. Boss, get in the car quickly. We're going to enter the circle. Seeing this, Chinemo did not rush to get in the car, but controlled the game character, came to the jeep, and started to operate it. Boss, what are you dawdling about? Get in quickly. Teammate number 1 urged, but stopped halfway through the words. The originally ordinary Jeep has now become a colorful Lamborghini. Oh my God, you are awesome. Damn, didn't this car cover just come out the day before yesterday? You are so lucky. I bow to you. Switch your seat, number 1. I'll drive. Why change? Sit tight, you. Chinemo just got in the car when Lamborghini rushed out. A few minutes later, Chinemo looked at the gray-white game interface and the smoke-filled Lamborghini in silence, and silently exited the game. Then, the game interface popped up a pop-up. Chinemo took a look at the name. It was his teammate just now, and clicked reject. You still have the nerve to add me as a friend. What does it mean to drive a car into the other person's face? Don't you know how to turn around and run? My Lamborghini is not an armored vehicle. Dong dong dong. Just when he was hesitating whether to start another game, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chunemo glanced at the time and knew that at this time, Yang Duo was probably bringing him food. He quit the game, stood up, and walked towards the door. Chapter 397 Yang Dahai. You have a. When he came to the door, he opened the door and looked down. He didn't see the little head as expected, but the white skirt. Not Yang Duo. Chunemo reacted and looked up. He saw two strange women standing at the door. One of them, a girl in a white dress, looked familiar, but he confirmed that he had never seen them before. Who are you looking for? Looking at the two people in front of him, he asked softly. Hello, Mr. Chun. I am Yang Yao, the eldest daughter of Yang Dahai. This is my classmate Lu Weiwei. At the same time, we are also a new employee of Boring Short Video who just joined today. I came here today to deliver meals on behalf of Duo. I also want to thank you for taking care of my parents for such a long time. Thank you very much, Yang Yao said with a serious expression, and after finishing speaking, he bowed deeply. She was grateful to Mr. Chun from the bottom of her heart. After all, no matter what, the current changes in their family were brought about by Mr. Chun in front of them. You were Sister Duo. I heard Duo talking about you. Come in quickly. Just thank you. Your parents have helped me a lot, and they have also worked hard. They deserve it. When Chunemo heard this, he smiled and invited the two people at the door in. No wonder Yang Yao looked familiar to him just now. She turned out to be Sister Hong's eldest daughter, and the two looked somewhat similar between their eyebrows. Of course, she looks more like Yang Duo, but Yang Duo is younger now, and her face still looks childish. By the way, you said you two joined in a Boring Short Video. What happened today? Chunemo smoothly took the food basket from Yang Yao. He remembered that Yang Dahai had approached him a while ago and wanted to arrange a position in the group for his eldest daughter, Yang Yao. But later he said no, and he didn't care much at the time. But now that Boring Short Videos have been added, he can't help but be a little surprised. Yes, we used to be the anchors of Boring Short Video, and we're responsible for subject-based live broadcasts. But yesterday, Mr. Lee invited us to join Boring Short Video. We thought about it and chose to join. What a coincidence, so did my parents. I work in your group company, Mr. Chun. Yang Yao and Lu Weiwei changed into slippers at the door and followed them into the house. He looked around the room curiously and found that the decoration of a group president's room was actually very simple. It was just the decoration of a normal house and did not look luxurious. However, the room was kept very clean. Of course, what shocked Yang Yao and Lu Weiwei even more was Mr. Chen's appearance. Although I also heard my mother talk about Mr. Chun being young and promising, but according to her inner imagination, no matter how young and promising Mr. Chun is, he is still in his 30s. But looking at Mr. Chen's appearance now, he looks like he is in his 30s. He is obviously similar to them. Even if he is older, he is not much older than them. Chunemo put the food basket in his hand on the dining table and was about to take out the food. However, after listening to Yang Yao's words, the action of taking the food suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought that what he arranged for Li Xun yesterday was to recruit the two anchors who promoted Boring Short Videos to Boring Short Videos as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he looked up at Yang Yao and Lu Wei. Yesterday, two people. Anchor. All the keywords are correct. In addition, before getting off work today, Li Xun also reported that the two anchors had recruited Boring Short Videos. All the information matched up, and it was obvious that these two people were the anchors who were very unworthy of promoting Boring Short Videos. Okay, Yang Dahai, you really gave birth to a good daughter. If it weren't for my wit, you, my daughter, would have ruined this Boring Short Video. Chunemo secretly complained in his heart. Seeing that the two of them also restrained some of their smiles, he took the vegetable basket from Lu Weiwei's hand and put it on the dining table. Yang Yao didn't notice the change in Chunmo's expression. Seeing that Chunemo had taken all the food baskets, he helped take out the vegetables in the food baskets and place them on the dining table. Lu Weiwei also stepped forward and took out the vegetables from another vegetable basket. Mr. Chun, let's go back first. After all the dishes were placed on the dining table, Yang Yao proposed to leave. After hearing this, Chunemo politely offered a few words of apology and then sent Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei out of the room. Turn around and go back to the house. Sit at the dining table and look at the sumptuous dishes. I can't help but feel a little emotional. How come such honest people as Brother Yang and Sister Hong gave birth to such a rebellious daughter? But it's okay. Now that Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei have been recruited to the company, the crisis of boring short video promotion has been resolved. Tell me, if my daughter goes over to deliver food, will Mr. Chen be interested in our daughter? In the kitchen, Dong Hong pulled Yang Dahai to her side and asked in a low voice, "What are you thinking about every day? It's a matter of whether you like their young people or not. What are you always getting involved in?" Yang Dahai looked at Dong Hong and said angrily. When he was in the clothing factory, he had also thought about what would happen if his daughter was with Mr. Chen, which is a good place to stay. But now he doesn't think so at all. Mr. Chen is now the president of a group, young and promising. As for his daughter, her background is not good. Her academic qualifications are not particularly good, and she has just started her internship. To put it bluntly, that means his daughter is not worthy of Mr. Chen. Why? Dong Hong also sighed and did not discuss this too much. Such a long time. She also saw that there was no shortage of women around Mr. Chen. There were many good-looking, capable, and temperamental ones, but she didn't see any woman that Mr. Chen was attracted to. And her daughter is not outstanding at all among those women. Take Mr. Chen's assistant as an example. His appearance and temperament are not bad, and he must be very capable to be the president's assistant. It is really difficult for her daughter to stand out among these women. Why are you sighing? My daughter is now working in Mr. Chen's company. At least there is no problem in life. As for emotional issues, just let them think about it on their own. Don't make random arrangements. Yang Dahai looked at Dong Hong's appearance and couldn't help but remind him. I see. Dong Hong couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband. Mr. Chen was the president of a group, and she couldn't explain it no matter what she tried to do in the past. She still understood this. Boom! In the living room, the door was opened and then closed. Dong Hong and Yang Dahai heard the sound and walked out of the kitchen knowing that their daughter was back. Come on, the food is ready. Come and eat. Dong Hong said hello. Yeah, I ate it. Yang Duo ran over from the living room quickly. Soon, a group of people sat at the dining table and started eating. Weiwei, you're welcome. Just treat this place as your home. You can eat whatever you want. Dong Hong smiled and spoke. I will. Lu Weiwei replied with a smile. Mom, Weiwei, and I will move to another place tomorrow. Yang Yao Yao swallowed the food in her mouth, looked at her mother, and said, Move out, why? Wouldn't it be nice to live at home? Dong Hong was stunned for a moment. She thought her daughter would stay at home when she came back. Weiwei lives alone. I went to accompany her, and the house is also in Changbai Jingyuan, not far from our home. Yang Yao Yao opened his mouth to explain. After I signed a contract today, I have taken a look at the house in Changbai Jingyuan and rented it. I can move there and live in it. Oh well. When Dong Hong heard that she was in a community, she didn't say anything more. Chapter 398, the same community. Jiangqing University. Girls' dormitory. I don't want it anymore. It's already old. It seems that these books are no longer needed, but they are very helpful to study and can be given to the schoolgirls. What is this booklet? Is it still useful? Zhang Lan kept helping Zhang Lan sort out her clothes, and finally suddenly found a booklet under the mattress in front of Shinro's bed. This works. When Shinro heard this, she looked up and quickly grabbed the booklet and put it in the suitcase in front of her. Hey, something's wrong. My Shinro has a little secret. Zhang Lan looked at Shinro's expression and said with a narrow look, I saw that the cover of that booklet had the words Mr. Chen on it. Don't think blindly. This is a task manual arranged by Mr. Chen. It contains the company's secrets. You can't see it. Shinro looked at Zhang Lan's narrow expression and said a little unnaturally. Really? Of course it's true. Why did I lie to you? Okay, then I believe you. Zhang Lan looked at Shinro and blinked, and then started to pack other things. After a while, everything has been packed away and the dormitory has been cleaned. Okay, it's all packed up. Let's move there tomorrow morning. Zhang Lan confirmed that nothing was missing, clapped his hands, and said, Just yesterday, She had found a new place to live, and since she had received a compensation of 1 million from the entertainment company, she had no intention of continuing to wrong herself. Not to mention that Shun, our OU, was still there. So this time she rented a relatively good high-end community, and it was still 130 square meters. Shinro sat on the bed and glanced at the dormitory to confirm that except for the bedding on her bed, everything else had been tidied up. As for the bedding, she was staying there for one night, so she didn't pack it together. But when you move it out tomorrow, just fold it and put it in the prepared bag. Then it's time to rest and sleep. When you get off work tomorrow, I'll come over and move your luggage there with you. Zhang Lan took advantage of the situation and sat beside Shunro's bed. Shunro looked at Zhang Lan and said doubtfully, "It's time to rest and sleep. Why don't you leave?" Zhang Lan had already moved out after setting up a music studio, and now there is no Zhang Lan's bedding in the dormitory. "It's too late for me to go back." "Then where are you sleeping?" "It's your bed. It's not like I haven't slept there before." "Why are you so shy? Come on, let me see if you've gained weight." "You!" Shinro exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, two figures struggled together. After a while, both of them lay on the bed tiredly. "By the way, you haven't told me where your rental place is." Shinro calmed down her breath and turned to look at Zhang Lan lying beside her. "Changbai Jingyuan," Zhang Lan said smoothly. "Changbai Jingyuan." Shinro murmured and reacted quickly. "Isn't this where Mr. Chen lives now?" A trace of surprise flashed in Shinro's eyes. She never thought that Zhang Lan would choose the community where Mr. Chen currently lives. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this community?" Zhang Lan noticed that Shinro's expression was a little unnatural and asked. "It's okay. The community you chose is the same as the one where Mr. Chen lives." Shinro shook her head and explained. "No, I remember Mr. Chen lives in an old community." Zhang Lan was a little confused. She remembered that the last time Mr. Chen drank too much, she went to the place where Mr. Chen lived. It was clearly an old community. At that time, she didn't understand why a company boss would live in such a shabby neighborhood. "So I remember it very clearly. It has been replaced a long time ago. The place where I live now is Changbai Jingyuan." Shinro opened her mouth to answer. "I see, but it's better to live closer. If the company encounters any emergency in the future, it will be much more convenient, isn't it?" Zhang Lan asked rhetorically. After hearing this, Shinro thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she stopped worrying about the matter. Looking at Zhang Lan lying next to him, he suddenly thought of something. "By the way, didn't you prepare another song? How's it going?" "It's almost done. In about a week, it will be ready to go on shelves." Zhang Lan replied. On the second day, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chen Mo looked at the report on Nana coffee that Shinro brought and sighed helplessly. During this time, with the emergence of pastry set menu, Nana coffee has indirectly caused the consumption level of coffee shops to drop and has attracted many customers to come for consumption. Nowadays, all consumption trends of Nana coffee shop in Jiangxing have stabilized. The monthly income of each store has reached about 100,000, while the monthly expenditure of a Jiangxing Nana coffee store is about 150,000. This expenditure is only expenses such as employee wages and daily purchases for the coffee shop, etc. Therefore, Nana coffee in Jiangxing is still losing money every month. Of course, there are a few individual stores whose monthly revenue has exceeded 150,000, which has enabled Nana Coffee to turn a profit. These stores are all located near busy shopping malls or large offices, where the per capita consumption level is much higher than other locations, and the daily traffic is much more than other areas. Calculated in this way, and taking into account the income of two special coffee shops. At this time, the monthly revenue of Jiangxing Nana Coffee is about 3.1 million. Of course, this is only the revenue of Jiangxing Nana Coffee, and the revenue of Kyoto Nana Coffee has not been counted. At this time, there are already 15 Nana coffees in operation in Kyoto, and the decoration of 6 of them has reached the end. The revenue of Kyoto Nana Coffee is much higher than that of Jiangxing due to the dense population of Kyoto, the per capita salary, and consumption level. Now, among the 15 Nana coffees in Kyoto, 12 Nana coffees have turned losses into profits, and the revenue of the remaining two Nana coffees has also increased little by little. It is only a matter of time before they turn losses into profits. According to the revenue report record on Kyoto Nana Coffee, at present, the monthly labor wages and daily purchase expenses of Kyoto Nana Coffee cost about $250,000. And now the 10 coffee shops that have turned losses into profits have a monthly revenue of about $300,000. And even the 3 shops that have not turned losses into profits have a monthly revenue of $200,000. In other words, the total monthly revenue of Kyoto Nana Coffee is now as high as $4.2 million. In this way, the total monthly revenue of Nana Coffee is $7.3 million. Although this $7.3 million is not profit, this revenue will enter his system funds, which means he needs to spend it. Chunemo rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and thought of the situation of Nana Coffee losing money before, and he felt heartbroken. A very unprofitable industry just disappeared like this. Chapter 399. Reform of Subject Live Broadcasting. Chunemo rubbed his chest and sighed helplessly. Fortunately, the system unlocked the store opening authority of Nana Coffee before. Every time, in addition to the 5 most basic stores, the revenue of the coffee shop can also be used to open new stores. This month, $7.3 million is enough to open 2 more branches of Nana Coffee in Kyoto, plus the 5 most basic Nana Coffee. Next time, Kyoto can directly open 7 branches of Nana Coffee. Now he has 2 choices for Nana Coffee. The first choice is not to continue to expand Nana Coffee, but to keep Nana Coffee as it is now. In this case, Nana Coffee is a useless industry for him and will not help him lose a lot of money. After all, after paying the wages to those employees at the beginning of the month, the overall revenue of Nana Coffee for a month is only tens of thousands less than the expenditure. And if the profitable coffee shops in Kyoto are counted, the overall income and expenditure of Nana Coffee is close to a balanced state. So if Nana Coffee is not expanded, then Nana Coffee will be useless and may face a crisis of profitability in the future. The second option is to continue to expand Nana Coffee. In this way, the expenditure of Nana Coffee can still be maintained. This expenditure includes the expenditure of opening 5 Nana Coffee branches every month, as well as the wages of employees in existing stores and the expenditure of purchases. As for the monthly revenue of coffee shops, he can use it to open extra stores. If this plan is maintained, the development speed of Nana Coffee branches will definitely be faster and faster. And as the number of Nana Coffee branches continues to increase, the wages of employees each time are also growing rapidly. This will form a very good situation. That is, as Nana Coffee continues to expand, his monthly expenditure on Nana Coffee will definitely increase. But there is a huge risk. That is, when the domestic and even global Nana Coffee stores are already saturated. At that time, Nana Coffee can no longer continue to add stores. If at that time, Nana Coffee has turned losses into profits and entered a profitable state, Nana Coffee will become a very profitable industry. Chun Mo tapped the table with his pen tip and fell in a deep thought. After a while, he gradually came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and made the final decision. He decided to continue to develop Nana Coffee. After all, it would take several years for Nana Coffee to develop to a global saturation state, and in these few years, he could use Nana Coffee to consume more system funds. As for whether Nana Coffee would be profitable in a few years, that was not something he could consider now, because by that time, he didn't know how many times he had converted the system funds in full, and his personal assets would have been hundreds of millions. At that time, even if Nana Coffee was profitable, it would have no effect on him. After making the decision, he sent a message directly to Song Xia, arranging the future development plan of Nana Coffee. Let her implement this plan as soon as possible. After arranging the matter of Nana Coffee, he looked through the reports of other companies again, and after confirming that there were no problems, he relaxed and picked up the coffee beside him and drank it. Boring short video. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei looked at the empty studio and felt a little uncomfortable for a while. They became the company's supervisors just like that. And just a short while ago, their salaries had been deposited into their bank accounts, and the advance expenditure was confirmed. Let's go and take a look at the data report of the subject live broadcast first. No matter what, I have to work hard to do my job well. Yang Yaoyao took a deep breath and said seriously. Just last night, she and Lu Weiwei carefully learned about the Tomorrow Group. Only then did they find out the description of the Tomorrow Group. They knew that the Tomorrow Group was very good to the company's employees and very reliable. In this case, they naturally have to work hard to make the boring short video subject live broadcast section bigger and stronger. Yeah. Lu Weiwei nodded and walked into the office with Yang Yaoyao. Then he sat in front of the computer and looked at the data report of the subject live broadcast that Mr. Lee had sent over. Of course, this time it was a data report of subject live broadcast sent by others. In the future, they will need to log into the background of boring short video and check the data of boring short video by themselves. The two sat in front of the computer, watching and taking out notebooks to record. After a while, Yang Yaoyao looked at the sorted data comparison and spoke slowly. According to the subject anchors and the number of people watching subject live broadcasts, it is currently saturated. The recruitment of subject anchors can be suspended. We must wait until the number of people watching subject live broadcasts increases to a certain level before considering increasing the number of anchors. Well, it is indeed like this. Lu Weiwei looked at the data comparison report, nodded slowly, and then sighed. But if this is the case, subject live broadcasts are in a deadlock. Yang Yaoyao also frowned when he heard it. Just after coming to the company this morning, Li Xin handed over all the matters of the boring short video subject live broadcasting section to them. But there is also a rule that they don't understand very much. That is, boring short video employees are not allowed to promote boring short video. They don't understand this rule very well, but after all, it is an order issued by the top, and they just have to do it. But this puts the boring short video live broadcasting section into a very embarrassing situation. That is the number of viewers of subject live broadcasts. The moment they joined boring short video to stop promoting, the number of people watching subject live broadcasts basically fell into a stagnant stage. Of course, there will be an increase every day, which is basically the result of spontaneous promotion by those students' parents. But the increase in the number of people is very limited. If you want the subject live broadcast to become popular at this rate, I'm afraid it will take a long time. And the number of people watching subject live broadcasts is growing slowly, so they have no way to add new subject anchors. In this way, the subject live broadcast section is stuck in a state of being motionless, and they, as the supervisors of the subject live broadcast section, naturally have to bear the main responsibility. The two looked at the data report of boring short video and fell into deep thought. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Yaoyao's eyes lit up and she spoke slowly. Since we can't promote it, we can definitely let others promote it, just like we did in the beginning. Chapter 400 New Propaganda Method. But the benefit of increasing the live broadcast salary level is no longer available. I'm afraid no one will take the initiative to promote boring short videos without any report. Lu Weiwei said worriedly. The reason why they were able to actively promote boring short videos at that time was entirely because when the number of people watching subject-related live broadcasts increased to a certain number, they could increase the salary of the live broadcasts. But when they asked Mr. Lee about the increase in salary level today, Mr. Lee made it clear that their plan to increase the salary level for live broadcasts has been canceled. If you want to increase your live broadcast salary in the future, you need to calculate it based on your own business capabilities and your length of service as an anchor for boring short videos. For example, if an anchor wants to increase his live broadcast salary, but his business ability is not very good, he can only calculate it based on his seniority. It takes 2 years of service to upgrade from the first salary level to the second salary level. Therefore, there is no requirement to use publicity to increase the number of viewers of subject-based live broadcasts and thereby increase the remuneration for live broadcasts. Then it will be difficult for those anchors to take the initiative to promote subject-related live broadcasts. That's not necessarily the case. Yang yo smiled slickly. Those who are already anchors in subject categories on boring short video will naturally not think of actively promoting boring short video, but we can completely focus on those who have not yet joined the boring short video platform. What does it mean to set your sights on people who haven't joined the boring short video yet? Lu Weiwei was a little confused after listening to Yang Yaoyao's words. Even anchors who are already boring short videos do not take the initiative to promote boring short videos. Then will anchors who have not joined boring short videos actively promote boring short videos? This makes her a little confused. Yang Yaoyao looked at Lu Weiwei's confused expression and asked, "What do you think about being an anchor in the boring short video subject section, even if it is a first-rate remuneration of 100 yuan per hour? How about such a salary? Will many people want to join? Even the first-tier treatment is already very good." Lu Weiwei nodded without hesitation. The upper limit of daily live streaming rewards is 4 hours, which means that as long as you live broadcast for 4 hours a day, you can get 12,000 yuan a month. And as those parents who watch the live broadcast trust boring short videos more and more, a certain amount of teaching materials or stationery will be sold during the live broadcast. They will also get a certain share of the sales of these learning materials and stationery. Also, as the number of parents of students watching the live broadcast continues to increase, some parents who buy gifts also begin to appear. Some time ago, in a live broadcast room of an anchor, one parent simply gave away 10,000 little hearts because his child improved by more than 10 places in the monthly exam. Each little heart costs a dime. 10,000 little hearts are worth 1,000 yuan. If the platform splits it 50/50ths, they will receive a gift of 500 yuan. So, as long as you live broadcast well, your monthly income will be at least 13,000 to 14,000. Some anchors may receive more compensation because of their strong business capabilities. After working for 4 hours, you will get a salary of 13,000 to 14,000. And some people who want to make more money can completely treat this live broadcast as a part-time job. After all, it only takes 4 hours of work. Such a job and salary. In the current society, it is definitely very popular. As long as there is an opportunity, there will definitely be many people who want to be the anchors of boring short videos. Thinking of this, Lu Weiwei had a flash of inspiration, and she seemed to have figured out Yang Yaoyao's intention. He raised his head and looked at Yang Yaoyao. "You want to use this salary as a source of motivation to motivate anchors who want to join boring short videos to actively promote boring short videos." "That's right." Yang Yaoyao nodded with a smile and continued. "Nowadays, the number of anchors needed for boring short video subject live broadcasts is already saturated. If you want to recruit more anchors, you need to increase the number of anchors who watch boring short video subject live broadcasts. Because we cannot promote it, it is naturally impossible for the number of people watching subject-based live broadcasts to increase rapidly. If the number of people watching subject-based live broadcasts cannot increase, then there is no way to add new anchors. It's an endless cycle. But there is still a breakthrough point, and that is those people who want to join boring short video as subject anchors. I can completely leave the task of promoting boring short video to them." After Yang Yaoyao finished speaking, he looked at Lu Weiwei, wanting to hear Lu Weiwei's thoughts. Her approach is somewhat utilitarian, but this is the only way she can think of to promote boring short videos. And she didn't force him, she just let him be beaten and beaten. Since you want to join, then promote boring short video. When the number of people watching the subject live broadcast increases enough to increase the number of anchors, you can join boring short video and become an anchor in the subject section. Lu Weiwei listened to Yang Yaoyao's story, lowered her head, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Yang Yaoyao. This method is indeed feasible, but there is a problem. If many people are going to promote boring short videos, how to choose the candidates? Lu Weiwei spoke slowly. This was the question she had just thought of. For example, 10 people actively promoted boring short videos, but the number of people who watched the subject live broadcast in the end was only enough to recruit 5 anchors. So how to select 5 people from the 10 people who promoted boring short videos? If this is not fair, I am afraid that this plan will not be implemented for long. There is a way to do this. Hearing Lu Weiwei's concerns, Yang Yaoyao spoke lightly. "We can first determine the number of people, and then the candidates. We can first select 5 or 10 people who want to join the boring short video. Then these people will promote it. Through promotion, when the number of people watching the subject live broadcast increases to 5 or 10 people, we can let these people join together. Of course, this method will lead to a slower promotion speed, but relatively speaking, it is safer. Lu Weiwei listened to Yang Yaoyao's method, and her eyes gradually lit up. When Yang Yaoyao finished speaking, she exclaimed directly, "Yaoyao, you are so amazing. I think this method is completely feasible. It just so happens that several junior schoolmates in the school found me and said that they wanted to join Wooling Short Video as an anchor, but Wooling Short Video is no longer recruiting new anchors because of the saturation of live broadcasts. We can definitely find those junior schoolmates and try it out to see the feasibility of this method. If it is feasible, it can be promoted," Lu Weiwei said excitedly. Yang Yaoyao also showed an excited expression.